Zhou Hai traversed the ancient star domain and acquired a disciple collecting system. With each disciple he accepted, he would gain tenfold the disciple's formidable physique and ever-increasing cultivation. To ensure his disciples progressed daily, Zhou Hai never withheld his resources, providing them with all manner of treasures and divine elixirs in abundance. Master Zhou, are you once again engrossed in those comic books? At the entrance of the Daozong Palace in the Jixiao Academy, upon seeing Zhou Hai lounging in a reclining chair, Chu Chen shook his head in exasperation. His uncle truly caused his master endless worry. Not only was he too lazy to cultivate himself, but he also refused to accept any disciples, seemingly intent on allowing the Daozong Palace to fade into obscurity. Is there something you need? Zhou Hai inquired, setting aside his comic with a sidelong glance. Master Zhou, today marks the triennial opening ceremony of the academy. Talented youths from all over the Great Zhou are eagerly arriving. My master insists that you must take on at least one disciple this time. Chu Chen spoke with respect, undeterred by Zhou Hai's lack of cultivation. I'm not going. Zhou Hai replied dismissively. Please, I'm just coasting along. I can't even cultivate myself, so why would I take on a disciple? His disdain was evident. He swore it wasn't that he didn't want to accept disciples. The Daozong Palace was inundated with tasks, and he was perpetually busy organizing various scriptures. He dreamt of amassing hundreds of disciples to help manage the palace and attend to his needs. However, aspirations alone were insufficient. While other transmigrators received their golden fingers and soared to greatness, he had spent 7 years in this world with his golden finger in hand, accumulating mountains of rewards from the system, elixirs, techniques, divine weapons, but his earthly body was utterly incapable of cultivation. The system had never thought to reward him with a robust physique. For years he had sat upon a treasure mountain, unable to utilize any of it, and who would willingly become his disciple in such a state? Master, you speak as if you cannot cultivate, but I can. And my master can too. Chu Chen insisted. My master said you need only accept disciples, and he will guide us brothers to teach them in turn, ensuring you cultivate a worthy successor. Really? Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, and he was immediately intrigued. If someone could assist him, what was there to worry about? He needed to take on at least 100 or so disciples to cater to his needs. Before Chu Chen could say more, a mechanical voice echoed in Zhou Hai's mind. Ding! Detection of host's strong desire to accept disciples successfully triggered the main storyline task, accept disciples. Ding! Detection of an indomitable battle soul body within 100 miles, with supreme talent and unparalleled qualifications. Please proceed quickly to accept this disciple. Note: upon successful acceptance, the host will gain an indomitable battle soul body and trigger a tenfold return mechanism for cultivation. The disciple's achievements will be returned tenfold to the host. The sudden announcement startled Zhou Hai into a frenzy. Why hadn't this system revealed such an excellent main storyline task sooner? Meanwhile, Chu Chen was preparing to persuade Zhou Hai earnestly when Zhou Hai abruptly stood up. Ah Chun, no more words. Let us go accept disciples. At this proclamation, Chu Chen was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Had the sun risen in the west? This lazy uncle was actually enthusiastic. What are you dawdling for? Take me there, Zhou Hai urged. The path to Dinghai City below is over 100 miles. You're not expecting me to walk there, are you? Oh. Chu Chen, still bewildered, quickly supported this lazy uncle, transforming into a streak of light as they vanished from the spot. In the northern wilderness, there were 4 great holy dynasties: Great Zhou, Great Qian, Great Yuan, and Great Tang. As a sacred ground in the northern wilderness, Jixiao Academy had branches in all 4 dynasties, and Zhou Hai's Jixiao Academy was the Great Zhou branch, situated in Dinghai City. Dinghai City, named after Jixiao Academy, symbolized the nation's stabilizing pillar and had long been allocated to the academy. Here, the words of the great Zhou royal family held no sway. At the time of the academy's triennial opening, Dinghai City was bustling with activity. The massive disciple-accepting square was already teeming with people. Talented youths from the great Zhou gathered, and countless individuals aspired to join Jixiao Academy, making this grand event particularly noteworthy. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 resounding chimes echoed from the square, causing the faces of all present to change, including the elders seated in the elders section, who gazed intently at the young prodigy in the center, whose prowess had triggered the fortune bell thrice, revealing a strong desire to accept disciples. Is that the young master of the Zheng family? An unparalleled genius. It is widely known that the Jixiao steel is the unrivaled artifact for testing talent. Not only can it illuminate for Tianzhong, but it can also cause the fortune bell to ring thrice. This bell is crucial in determining one's life trajectory. With boundless talent and astonishing fortune, this time, Jixiao Academy has not only gained another genius, but also a sword cultivator destined to be invincible in the world. The onlookers murmured in excitement, their envy palpable. Among those participating in the assessment, the talented youths wore expressions of envy. Zheng Qianquan's future was destined to be one of admiration. I want this disciple. Suddenly, an elder from the martial arts palace slammed the table. Step aside. What concern is it of yours? Can't you see my dear disciple is a sword cultivator? Naturally, he belongs to my sword palace. The sword palace elder scoffed, already addressing him affectionately as his dear disciple. Who says a sword cultivator must enter the sword palace? My academy also possesses the lofty sword path. I believe it suits him perfectly. The elder from the academy huffed. As the elders bickered over him, Zheng Qianquan bore a proud expression, looking down upon the crowd with an air of superiority. At that moment, he radiated brilliance, captivating the attention of all. Yet, no one noticed a beggar not far away, crippled and crawling like a wretched creature, desperately inching toward the scene. Just as the elders were vying for disciples, Chu Chen arrived with Zhou Hai, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Ah, Zhou the lazy fish, what brings you here? Oh, is that the esteemed lazy master from the Daozong Palace, out for a rare respite today? Upon recognizing Zhou Hai, the elders immediately began to tease him, their tone a mix of resignation and slight tension. The resignation stemmed from the academy's embarrassment at having such a slacker in their ranks, while the tension arose from this young man being the sole successor of the Daozong Palace, who, as of yet, had not accepted a single disciple. According to the academy's rules, when accepting disciples, the first disciple of a master had priority in choice. This meant that if Zhou Hai were willing, he could claim the most talented prodigy in the square as his disciple, leaving others with no chance. With this thought in mind, the elders cast their gaze back to Zheng Qianquan, hoping that, if he were selected, he wouldn't foolishly choose to apprentice under Zhou Hai, or he would surely be delayed. I'm here to accept disciples, of course. Zhou Hai retorted. Why should you all have a flock of disciples while I remain all alone? As he spoke, his gaze roamed the crowd. All those who had passed the assessment and caught his eye retreated hastily, appearing as though they were dodging a plague. When Zhou Hai's gaze landed on Zheng Qianquan, he too took several steps back. Apologies, Elder Zhou, but I do not wish to join the Daozong Palace. Before Zhou Hai could speak, Zheng Qianquan interjected. At this declaration, an uproar ensued, even causing the elders to chuckle. It was well known throughout the great Zhou, and indeed, all of Dinghai City, who Zhou Hai was. This lazy fish stood out starkly in the solemn atmosphere of Jixia Academy. Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback, rolling his eyes in disbelief at Zheng Qianquan. Was this child out of his mind? Did he even hear me say I wanted to accept him? It was as if merely glancing at him was a crime. While pondering this, Zhou Hai's attention was suddenly drawn to a figure outside the crowd, a beggar crawling on the ground. To call him a beggar was an overstatement. He resembled a maggot, exuding a foul stench. With his crippled limbs, he could not even crawl, only inching forward. Everywhere he passed, people recoiled in disgust, keeping their distance. Stop. Move aside, beggar, and cease your disturbances here. A disciple of the Jixia Academy swiftly approached to drive the man away. At that moment, however, information about this individual incessantly surfaced in Zhou Hai's mind. Chen Bei, known as the Overlord, possessed an indomitable battle soul and was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Death Realm. Born for combat, he thrived in chaos. His purpose was to protect. He would slay gods if they obstructed him and vanquish Buddhas if they stood in his way. Originally a prince of the Deqian, he grew discontent with the major sects that took liberties on his homeland, regarding the citizens of Deqian as mere insects, thus sparking his rebellion. Initially dismissed by many, his strength gradually surged as he annihilated numerous minor sects, even daring to challenge formidable ones, which ultimately ignited widespread ire. Following the demise of the late emperor, a struggle for power erupted within the court. As he stood on the brink of ascending the throne and seizing the fortune of a nation, the major sects intervened, alongside the onslaught of rival princes and the betrayal of his fiancée, leading to the complete downfall of the overlord's lineage. Amidst the relentless assault of countless powerful adversaries, he was reduced to nothingness. Everyone presumed him dead, yet they did not foresee his remarkable resilience, managing to endure until now and escape the Deqian. As an embodiment of an indestructible battle soul, even in such dire straits, he remained unyielding, struggling fiercely for his survival. Upon absorbing this information, Zhou Hai couldn't help but exclaim, "This young man exhibits remarkable tenacity. Even after all he's endured, he remains undeterred. Why can't he take a lesson from himself and simply rest where he fell? How much more comfortable that would be." Chapter 2 Waste. This is the true prodigy. Begone, begone. This is not a place for you. Do you hear? Take this money and leave. The disciples of the academy impatiently shooed away Chen Bei, tossing a few coins at him in an attempt to drag him away. However, Chen Bei struggled to lift his head, emitting a whimper that was unintelligible to those around him. Observing this, he quickly turned his gaze towards the inscriptions of the Jixia and the Clock of Fortune, his intentions clear. He was signaling to everyone that he wished to participate in the selection of disciples. What on earth does this mean? Is this fellow also here to partake in the disciple selection? What a joke. In this day and age, even the most insignificant can join the Academy's disciple assessment. The surrounding crowd fell silent, pointing fingers and leaving the Academy disciples utterly embarrassed. If such a person could participate in the Academy's assessment, what dignity would remain for the institution? Did you not hear me? Leave. Though displeased, the Academy disciples did not go too far. They approached Chunbei to escort him away. Wait, I shall take this disciple and bring him back to the Daozong Palace. At that moment, Zhou Hai's voice rang out, instantly causing an uproar among the crowd. What? To take this person as a disciple? Good heavens! Has this elder from the Daozong Palace lost his mind? Countless eyes converged on Zhou Hai in unison, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Even the elders looked bewildered. But upon regaining their composure, they each felt a surge of joy. They had thought Zhou Hai would compete with them for disciples. Yet he had chosen such an unexpected candidate. Does he believe himself too idle and wishes to invite a lord to serve him? Junior brother, do not jest. Since you are here, choose a worthy disciple. I think Zheng Qianquan is quite impressive. If he were to be taken under your wing, he could inherit your legacy in the future. Just then, a commanding voice echoed, causing the elders to startle, their joy dissipating in an instant. Why has the sect leader emerged? They had initially hoped Zhou Hai would accept a prominent disciple, allowing them to continue their competition after losing their priority. But now, the sect leader Murong Xiao had intervened forcefully, blatantly usurping the opportunity. Ahem, sect leader, the selection of disciples is entirely based on affinity. You cannot decide for junior brother. The elder from the Sword Palace was the first to express discontent, hastily adding, Indeed, sect leader, each palace has its own authority. You cannot unilaterally strip away the rights of others. Sect leader, although junior brother is young, we, as elder brothers, should provide guidance rather than impose our will. Your actions do not align with the rules. Sect leader, I believe junior brother has his reasons for this choice. Perhaps this person possesses unique merits. The other elders quickly chimed in, shamelessly vying for the most promising disciple. No, sect leader, I am not suited for the Daozong Palace. Even Zheng Qianquan quickly interjected. He certainly did not wish for the sect leader to forcibly assign him to Zhou Hai, known throughout the Great Zhou as a notorious slacker. Silence, each of you. I seldom see you treating junior brother with such kindness. Why are you all so eloquent today? Who is it that just claimed this person had merits? Come forth and extol his virtues, bringing him into our fold. With a commanding voice, Murong Xiao silenced the crowd. The realm of cultivation operates in such a manner. While the Jixiao Academy does not regard all beings as mere insects like other sects, not just anyone can lay claim to their association. They may save the common folk, yet they do not serve them as if they were masters. Disciple, are you not going to reconsider your choice? Murong Xiao shot a frustrated glance at Zhou Hai. Senior brother, I have made my decision. I believe that what brother Dan Shenzi said holds merit. Everyone possesses their own strengths. And my disciple is not necessarily inferior to others. Zhou Hai replied, exasperated. You impudent boy, are you disregarding my words? I understand your pity for him. But matters of inheritance are not to be trifled with. Thus, you may take on one disciple, and as for this individual, I shall defer to your judgment. Murong Xiao's eyes widened, his frustration palpable. Seeing this blatant favoritism, the other elders wore expressions of discontent. Is there no sense of propriety left? Zheng Qianquan, thoroughly agitated, realized that Murong Xiao was determined to foist this idler upon him. He resolved that if Zhou Hai truly chose him as a disciple, he would never concede. Even upon departure, senior brother, it is crucial that I do not find the others worthy. Zhou Hai insisted, noticing Zheng Qianquan's displeasure. What nonsense! Who dares to look down upon me? Is it my mountain of celestial artifacts that remains unbestowed, or the endless spiritual elixirs that lie unclaimed? A being of no merit. I would not accept him even if he begged. I ask you, do you wish to take me as your master? Without waiting for Murong Xiao to speak again, Zhou Hai turned to Chunbei. Beneath his disheveled hair, Chunbei's bloodshot eyes fixated on Murong Xiao. The words of his late master echoed in his mind. If he were to survive, the only person he could rely upon was Murong Xiao. Only by becoming a disciple of Murong Xiao could he hope for a resurgence. Yet in his current state, unable to articulate his thoughts, how could anyone heed him? Reflecting on his once invincible status, now diminished to a mere insect in the eyes of others, Chunbei felt a profound sorrow. The very individual they deemed an idler had become his last hope. With closed eyes, he took a trembling, deep breath, suddenly raising his head and striking the ground thrice, each knock symbolizing his submission and request for mentorship. Ha ha ha. At last, The Taoist temple has found its heir. Zhou Hai laughed heartily, and the elders erupted in excitement. Oh, indeed, destiny has woven this bond. This master-disciple relationship is destined to become a timeless tale. Congratulations, little junior. Ha ha ha, you finally have a disciple. Your brothers rejoice for you. A throng of elders rushed forward in jubilation. At last, the lad's vacancy for a primary disciple was filled, alleviating the anxiety of potentially being usurped. You, alas, are beyond saving. Morong Shao, infuriated and filled with disappointment, cast aside his robe and stormed away. There are no slots available for disciples, and during the subsequent selection process, he couldn't even be bothered to glance. How could this young lad compete with that shameless group of old fogies? Ha ha ha, it's utterly laughable. This is truly a case of mismatched pairs, a perfect master-disciple connection. They say a great teacher produces outstanding students, and how true that is. A useless master can only cultivate a useless disciple. Finally, I can rest easy. Thank goodness I wasn't chosen. If I were to join the Daozong Palace, I'd rather choose death. A group of people murmured, although their voices were soft. The sheer number made it quite noisy. A useless disciple, you say? My so-called useless disciple can attract attacks from various sects and survive. Who among you has that qualification? Just wait and see what true talent looks like. Hearing their discussions, Zhou Hai could not help but smirk coldly. Meanwhile, on the ground, Chen Bei's crimson eyes grew even redder. A tiger being bullied in its own domain. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such immense humiliation. It was one thing to insult him, but to dare insult his master. As the only light shining into his life amidst despair, he had firmly recognized this master. He cast a resolute glance at those who mocked him, silently vowing that one day, he would demonstrate to the world what true talent means. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully accepting a disciple. The following rewards are now issued. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Zhou Hai's consciousness, illuminating his senses. The good things have finally arrived. Chapter 3. Wasn't he just a useless fish? How could he be so powerful? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the indomitable battle soul body. Ding! Tenfold return enhancement activated. Congratulations to the host for the indomitable battle soul body, achieving perfection. Ding! Detecting disciples' cultivation at the 9th level of the death-seizing realm. Tenfold return activated. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 1st level of the divine ability realm. Ding! System rewards an imperial-grade divine weapon, the Annihilation War Halberd. Ding! System rewards an imperial-grade technique, the Silence. Ding! System rewards 1 Annihilation Pill. Ding! System rewards a blood pool of the Flood Dragon. Ding! System rewards a supreme stealth technique, the Vanishing Art. The system's voice continued to resonate, causing Zhou Hai's heart to race uncontrollably. Although he found all the subsequent rewards enticing, his primary concern lay elsewhere. He was elated that his physical constitution had finally transformed, allowing him to cultivate. Before he could fully rejoice, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He beheld the universe, as if it had morphed into a furnace. The pathways intertwined, remolding him. A sensation akin to enlightenment surged within him. His spirit was clear, and he distinctly sensed a monumental shift in his soul. Deep within his essence lay the very source of combat from the world. Concurrently, a ferocious power surged forth from the Tao, wildly flourishing within him. His cultivation realm skyrocketed from 0. Body refinement, 1st level. Body refinement, 9th level. Foundation establishment, 1st level. Foundation establishment, 9th level. Innate, 9th level. Death-seizing, 9th level. Divine ability, 1st level. Within mere breaths, Zhou Hai's realm ascended rapidly, reaching heights that countless ordinary cultivators could only dream of. Meanwhile, the technique effortlessly circulated within him, concealing his aura in an instant, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. Who could have imagined that within a mere few breaths, his body had transitioned from the mundane to the extraordinary, harboring the power to annihilate the heavens and earth? The 1st level of divine powers. Indeed, it was the 1st level of divine powers. Zhou Hai's heart trembled wildly, even his breath quickening in response. In the realm of cultivation, the levels of practice are categorized as body refinement, foundation establishment, innate, life-seizing, divine powers, enlightenment, and unity, with each realm further divided into 9 levels. 99% of cultivators spend their entire lives without ever stepping into the secret realm of foundation establishment, let alone the realms beyond it. It can be said that every foundation establishment practitioner is a rare gem among a sea of mediocrity. Upon entering the innate stage, one becomes a figure akin to a celestial being, capable of extraordinary feats. Within the esteemed Jixiao Academy, even the most accomplished disciples of the elders, including the chief disciple, have yet to surpass the threshold of the innate realm, most being in their 20s or nearing 30. Aside from Chu Chen, There is not a single disciple in the entire academy whose cultivation has reached the life-seizing stage. Yet, at the tender age of 16, Chun Bei has already attained the 9th level of life-seizing, a true prodigy of the ages. Even Zhou Hai, having broken through to divine powers, now stands on par with numerous elders in terms of cultivation. Excellent. Good disciple. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unjustly. Feeling the formidable power within him, Zhou Hai gazed at Chun Bei with increasing satisfaction, crouching down to pat the boy's head. Master uncle, I shall escort you back to the Taoist palace. Chu Chun shook his head. Among all present, his concern for Zhou Hai surpassed even that of his own revered master. Do not assist him, let him carry himself back. Just then, Morong Zhao's voice pierced the air, evidently irate. In a bid to punish Zhou Hai, he intended for him to bear the weight of another for 100 miles. Observing this, the onlookers turned their gazes toward them, many wearing expressions of ridicule. Even those elders who had shown concern for Zhou Hai just moments ago now shook their heads, their faces reflecting a helplessness akin to that of a disciple being chastised by the master. Master uncle. Chu Chin too raised his hands in resignation, for he dared not defy the orders of his master. Wah. Chin Bei remained prone on the ground, lifting his head to look at Zhou Hai, emitting soft whimpers as if expressing his remorse. Ultimately, it was because of him that his master faced reprimand. Come on, if you won't help then don't. It's not such a big deal. When my master departed, you promised to take care of me. Is this how you repay the kindness my master showed you during our visits to the brothels? It's a pity I once introduced you to the most beautiful girls in the house. You truly are a paragon of loyalty. Zhou Hai's face darkened, and his words left everyone in stunned silence. What did I just hear? The esteemed head of Jixiao Academy, a renowned sage of the great Zhou, actually frequented brothels? Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. Curious gazes fixed upon Zhou Hai, the audience seemingly eager to pay for the unfolding revelations. Master uncle, only Chu Chun, taken aback, rushed to intervene. He could not allow anyone to uncover the hidden truths of his revered master. At this moment, Morong Xiao, who had returned with the intention of assisting Zhou Hai once more, stumbled midair upon hearing those words. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed completely. What a wretched being, utterly hopeless. Morong Xiao cursed vehemently within, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike Zhou Hai with a blow that would send this imbecile to meet his cherished master. Soon, Morong Xiao arrived back at the Wendiagong. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai, observing that none around him extended a helping hand, merely scoffed and squatted down, saying, Disciple, did you see? We are each other's only reliance. And no one cares. Remember, if that shameless bunch ever seeks your assistance, never acquiesce. Let us return home. As he finished speaking, Zhou Hai effortlessly lifted Chin Bei, and with a powerful push from his feet, unleashed his strength in an instant. With a resounding roar, the earth trembled as a torrent of ferocious energy swept across the bluestone pavement of the square, reminiscent of surging ocean waves. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, feeling an overwhelming pressure wash over them, causing many spectators to be flung backward. Numerous disciples from various academies were also caught off guard by the forceful gust, tumbling in disarray. Fortunately, the elders reacted swiftly, promptly invoking their formidable power to suppress the chaos. Otherwise, Zhou Hai's sudden outburst of strength could have resulted in dire consequences for many. At that moment, Zhou Hai, with Chin Bei in tow, soared into the sky. However, this was not the end of the spectacle. The elders, lifting their gazes, were left utterly dumbfounded. Who was this youth expressing his wrath upon? Was such a display of power a form of intimidation? Under the watchful eyes of all, dark clouds billowed overhead, with faint flashes of lightning dancing within. The immense energy emanating from Zhou Hai was continuously altering the celestial phenomena, as if ready to shatter the heavens themselves. To the elders, this was merely an act of venting frustration. Only after Zhou Hai had completely departed did the skies return to normal, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they had been under the illusion that Zhou Hai intended to instigate a conflict. Yet, upon further reflection, the elders' expressions shifted dramatically. Wait a moment. Who was that? Zhou Hai? Wasn't he considered a worthless layabout? When did he acquire such formidable cultivation? It was only then that the elders fully grasped the situation, their eyes wide in disbelief, questioning their own understanding of reality. Even Chu Chun was left in a daze, pondering if this was the same Master Zhou who had needed assistance descending the mountain. Such immense power, yet he had feigned weakness. How many secrets did this master truly harbor? The elders were bewildered. Chu Chun, the chief disciple, was bewildered, and even Zheng Qiankuan among the crowd was bewildered. What overwhelming, awe-inspiring power! It could effortlessly disrupt the very fabric of the cosmos, a capability belonging only to those within the realm of divine mysteries. This esteemed head of the Zhong Palace appeared to be merely in his early 20s. How had he achieved such formidable prowess? Who had spread the rumors of his supposed ineptitude? Zheng Qinquan's heart trembled fiercely, a chilling realization dawning within him. Perhaps missing the opportunity to ally with Zhou Hai would become the greatest regret of his life. Chapter 4. Enduring hardships, serving the great. Hold on, disciple. Unlike the astonishment of those around him, Zhou Hai was, at this moment, genuinely startled. For the first time, he found himself endowed with such formidable power. And for the first time, he soared through the heavens. In his exuberance, he inadvertently exerted too much force, nearly catapulting himself to an altitude of 90,000 miles. Meanwhile, Chen Bei, who was being lifted by him, felt his pupils constrict in that fleeting moment, his entire body bristling with fear. He swore that even during his inaugural attempt at flight, he had never encountered such a thrilling ordeal, especially as Zhou Hai, in a moment of miscalculation, unleashed a torrent of wild energy that threatened to summon a tempest of thunderous fury. In that instant, Chen Bei's breath hitched. He felt as though death was imminent. If he lost control, the very fabric of the cosmos could warp, unleashing a deluge of lightning, and while his esteemed master might emerge unscathed, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Fortunately, after the initial chaos, Zhou Hai quickly regained his composure, mastering the energy within him and redirecting it towards Daozong Palace with remarkable swiftness. The wind howled fiercely, and when tranquility returned, Chen Bei found himself in a quaint courtyard. What a remarkable young man. It's fortunate you possess the indomitable battle soul, a natural warrior. Yet, how can you allow yourself to be so petrified by a mere flight? Noticing Chen Bei's palpable anxiety, Zhou Hai felt a twinge of embarrassment. To alleviate the awkwardness, he playfully tossed Chen Bei onto a lounge chair, feigning jest. In an instant, Chen Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this even a human conversation? What of being a battle god? When it comes to actual combat, one must take matters into their own hands. One's fate lies within one's grasp. Even if one cannot prevail, choosing to confront death is still a personal decision, with at least some mental preparation. How can this be compared to relinquishing one's life into the hands of another? In that moment, Chen Bei felt a waning sense of gratitude towards his master. Wait a minute, the indomitable battle soul? Defying the heavens. How could he be so acutely aware of my circumstance? Suddenly, a realization struck Chen Bei, and he turned to Zhou Hai, his heart racing with trepidation. It must be noted that his cultivation had been thoroughly dismantled. Even a stray dog could easily tear him apart. In such a state, to any observer, he appeared as a mere mortal devoid of any prowess. Even Mu Rongxiao could not perceive his past of 9 defiant encounters, nor could he fathom his innate constitution. How then had Zhou Hai discerned it? Could it be that this individual had long known his identity, deliberately waiting for him to fall into his trap? A torrent of thoughts surged through Chen Bei's mind, heightening his vigilance. Enough, enough. I see your plight. Do not gaze upon your master with such eyes. Since I have taken you as my disciple, I shall never betray your trust. Now eat. With disheveled hair, Zhou Hai remained oblivious to Chen Bei's wary glances, mistaking them for mere pity. He was a soft-hearted individual, often engaging in lengthy conversations with beggars on the street to offer them solace, let alone his own disciple. Without hesitation, he pried open Chen Bei's mouth and thrust a destruction pill, recently acquired from the system, into it. Chen Bei, lacking the strength to resist, merely emitted a muffled sound as the pill dissolved instantly upon entering, unleashing waves of destructive principles that stirred violently within him. As a chilling scream echoed through the air, even the renowned god of war, Chen Bei, found it difficult to withstand the agonizing pain that threatened to obliterate all vitality. In an instant, his body was enveloped in blood, and it felt as if his internal organs and meridians, every bone within him, were being shattered to pieces. His skin, too, was continuously tearing apart, an utterly harrowing sight. Fortunately, although the destruction pill was aptly named, it simultaneously harbored a sliver of the Tao of life, ensuring that a flicker of his existence could be preserved even amidst annihilation. With a fervent gaze fixed on Zhou Hai, Chen Bei was resolute in his belief that Zhou Hai was the architect of his suffering. The intense agony made him long for immediate liberation through death, yet he was unwilling to succumb. A fierce defiance surged within him, relentlessly stoking the flames of his warrior spirit, compelling him to endure the torment of destruction. Indeed, he was my admirable disciple. As the saying goes, one must endure the bitterest of hardships to serve the greatest of masters. You must hold on, for the brighter days ahead rely on you. You must persevere, as long as your indomitable warrior spirit remains unbroken, and your will is unyielding. Neither your body nor your soul shall perish. Observing his disciple's unwavering resilience amid suffering, Zhou Hai hurried to encourage him. The system provided everything in tandem. Now, Bei found himself at a pivotal moment of transformation. The destruction pill could annihilate his corporeal form while preserving his essence, coupled with his indomitable warrior spirit. As long as his heart endured, his body could be remade, freeing him from the burden of grievous injuries and restoring his strength. Of course, this journey would be fraught with pain. To elevate his power further, he could only impose this trial upon his beloved disciple. After 2 long hours of torment, it culminated in a roar from Bei, as he felt as if every cell in his being had been eradicated. Blindness, deafness, and a shattered perception engulfed him. At that moment, he lay on the ground like a puddle of blood, utterly wretched. Yet he endured. The indomitable warrior spirit proved its might. Hurry, dear disciple. I shall impart the technique to you. You must recover swiftly. Zhou Hai gasped upon witnessing Bei's plight, pointing at his disciple's head, transmitting all the information of the emperor-level technique, silence of oblivion, in an instant. At that moment, Bei felt as though his spirit was on the verge of dispersing. Even the formidable, indomitable warrior spirit struggled to withstand such torment. But then a jolt surged through his soul as the technique entered him, imbued with the laws of the universe, instantly awakening him. In silence, he found rebirth within oblivion. What a powerful technique! Is this truly an emperor-level skill? Bei's spirit trembled with fervor, and without hesitation, he began his cultivation. Alas, his body was too weak. Though his spirit could cultivate the technique, it lacked the support of a robust physique, leaving something to be desired. The initial stages of cultivating this technique primarily focused on strengthening the body. Dear disciple, press on. I believe in you. Zhou Hai summoned the blood pool of the dragon and, with a wave of his hand, immersed Bei's flesh and blood within it. In an instant, as Bei cultivated silence of oblivion, it felt as if he had consumed a panacea, and his cultivation speed surged exponentially. He sensed an enormous energy enveloping him, fervently working to restore his body. Simultaneously, his Tao foundation was being reforged, as if all his being was disintegrating into silence, only to be reborn in ruin, emerging tenfold, even 100-fold stronger and more resilient. The restoration of Bei had truly commenced, and at that moment, Zhou Hai also sensed a transformation within his body, as if a force was incessantly reshaping him. This bond is exhilarating. Although I cannot suffer on behalf of my disciple, I revel in the blessings tenfold. What a delightful sensation. Upon perceiving the change in his body, Zhou Hai was elated. He understood that the enhancements granted by the bond had begun anew. For every increment in his disciple's strength, he could reap tenfold in return. At this moment, Bei's evolution was also a reflection of his own. The euphoria was overwhelming. Observing his obedient disciple luxuriating in the blood pool, Zhou Hai reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the sunlight while reflecting on the insights from the system regarding Bei's cultivation and combat experiences. Since taking on disciples, he was not only able to gain a tenfold return from his disciples' cultivation feedback, but also the insights into various Tao practices, combat experiences, and willpower were transmitted to him like data feedback, multiplied tenfold. However, such data required digestion. The prior instance had been poorly assimilated, resulting in a sudden surge. It was akin to watching an adult film in an internet cafe, only to have the speakers blare at maximum volume. He began to review these insights as if they were buffering, continuously merging into his soul and marrow, as if these experiences were inherently his own. Roar. Approximately 3 hours later, a resounding roar echoed, and the surrounding energies surged violently, transforming into tidal waves that flowed into the blood pool. Zhou Hai turned abruptly to see a man, bare and unadorned, rising from the blood pool, his hair flying wildly, resembling a celestial demon descending from the heavens. It was Bei. Chapter 5. The indomitable battle spirit, the innate laboring saint body. Oh my, has he fully recovered? Look at this robust physique, this explosive power. Who would dare believe my disciple is merely 16 years old in bone age? Disciple, how do you feel now? Zhou Hai regarded Bei as one might admire a work of art, scrutinizing him from head to toe before retrieving a set of clothing from the system space and tossing it towards him, smiling as he spoke. Bei remained silent, his gaze towards Zhou Hai laden with complexity. For a fleeting moment, he had wished to rend this man to pieces, believing him to be a harbinger of his demise. Yet, after the events that followed, he realized his grave error. His master was not there to harm him, nor was he the useless figure others had claimed. His cultivation depth was unfathomable. The profound emperor-level technique of annihilation had been imparted to him, a mere novice. Furthermore, that pill, seemingly destructive, was in truth a means of reconstructing his very being. Its efficacy was unparalleled, and this pool of dragon's blood, he had generously allowed him to bathe within it. It is worth noting that aside from the emperor-level technique and the supreme divine pill, This pool of dragon's blood alone was an extraordinary treasure. Even a single drop would incite countless prodigies to vie for it. Should this pool of dragon's blood be exposed, the major sacred lands of the northern wilderness would engage in a fierce conflict. His master had bestowed upon him so much. It was merely their first meeting. Yet the gift already surpassed the profound heritage of the great Qin dynasty by countless folds. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as Chun Bei donned his garments and suddenly knelt to the ground, earnestly bowing 3 times before Zhou Hai. "Thank you, master, for bestowing upon me the gift of rebirth. From this day forth, you shall be like my reborn parents, and I vow to repay you with utmost filial piety." Chun Bei's voice resonated with a rich timbre, imbued with an innate authority akin to the thunderous roar of the heavens. Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback, quickly assisting his grand disciple to rise, chuckling. "All right, my dear disciple, please get up. There is no need for repayment. All I wish is for you to diligently cultivate your skills, to gain the strength necessary for self-protection, so that you shall no longer suffer at the hands of others. That alone would satisfy me." Yet, despite his words, Zhou Hai had already resolved within himself. His grand disciple possessed an extraordinary resilience. With such a robust physique, a natural-born worker, it would be a shame to squander time on filial duties instead of focusing on cultivation, which would yield far greater returns. In an instant, myriad specialized training regimens flashed through his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, he must not waste this grand disciple's remarkable aptitude for resilience. "Thank you for your guidance, master. Rest assured, I will never disappoint your high hopes." Though a tyrant throughout his life who never relied on the kindness of others, at this moment, he was profoundly moved by his master's generosity. With such sacrifices made without expectation of reward, solely desiring his disciple's success, how could he let his master down? My disciple, your heartfelt intention is commendable. By the way, I have a particular technique here. Study it carefully, and when the time comes, I shall assist you further in your cultivation." Zhou Hai nodded with satisfaction, appreciating this grateful worker. Contemplating further, he decided to fully exploit Chun Bei's remarkable resilience. The indomitable battle spirit was paramount, the physique was secondary. This unique constitution endowed him with formidable willpower. As long as his will remained unbroken, his battle spirit would persist. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges and tribulations, with many destined to falter. Yet, for one endowed with an indomitable battle spirit, such adversities were trivial. They could endure greater suffering and stride toward a more distant future. With such a powerful gift, it was only fitting that it be accompanied by equally formidable training. With this thought, Zhou Hai retrieved a technique titled the Emperor's Sutra of Forging from the system space. The technique was inscribed within a jade slip, which he casually tossed to Chun Bei. "My disciple, ponder this carefully." Chun Bei furrowed his brow, pondering how his master had already imparted to him the supreme technique. What other methods could possibly compare? To abandon the supreme technique in favor of another would be to forsake the essence for the trivial. However, the moment his spiritual awareness delved into the jade slip and absorbed its knowledge, his entire being trembled, left in utter astonishment. Another imperial scripture? What a terrifying method of cultivation. This technique integrates the principles of the heavens and earth, harnessing the strength of myriad weapons. Upon grasping the outline of the Emperor's Sutra of Forging, Chun Bei's heart raced, and his breath quickened. He had initially believed that the silent extinction was tailored exclusively for him. Yet this Emperor's Sutra of Forging proved to be equally impressive, perhaps even more to his liking. Regrettably, the resources required for the Imperial Sutra of Tempered Refinement are exceedingly vast. It is likely that exhausting all the resources in the world would still not suffice to achieve mastery. This aspect pales in comparison to the Annihilation technique. As Chun Bei began to comprehend the Imperial Sutra, Zhou Hai grew impatient and decided not to wait any longer. Though he had not eaten for an entire day, and despite his formidable cultivation rendering him impervious to hunger, the absence of meals during several mealtime intervals was beginning to unsettle him. Just as he intended to head to the kitchen for a morsel, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. Startled, Zhou Hai beheld a figure materialize before him, striking towards his face with a swift motion. In that fleeting moment, he observed the violent distortion of space between the opponent's fingers, with a power akin to thunder surging forth, as if all the tempestuous lightning were converging into a single palm. Should that hand land a blow, it would not merely obliterate a person. Even a mountain would be reduced to dust in an instant. "Who dares?" Zhou Hai bellowed, unleashing his innate combat instincts and retreating a step, swiftly creating a distance of several dozen feet. He then retaliated with a punch, unleashing a terrifying force that transformed his fist into an abyssal black hole, drawing in even the drifting clouds from the sky. The surrounding spiritual energy from the mountains and rivers converged instantly, amplifying the ferocity of his strike. Boom! The tempestuous lightning within the opponent's palm erupted forth, unleashing a roaring thunder dragon imbued with apocalyptic might. Zhou Hai's fist, swelling with power, collided with the lightning dragon in an explosive confrontation. In an instant, a cacophony of detonations reverberated throughout the air, with shockwaves radiating outward from the epicenter of Zhou Hai and his adversary. The courtyard where Zhou Hai stood was instantly reduced to mere fragments, not a single tile remaining. Damn it, Zhou Hai seethed, witnessing the obliteration of his courtyard. A powerful pressure enveloped him as the formidable strength of a transcendent being was unleashed. In a heartbeat, the once sunlit sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, while the thunder dragon roared. At the same moment, a tempest raged, the winds howling like a tiger in the mountains, striking terror into the hearts of all. The might of a transcendent being, capable of commandeering the very essence of the heavens and earth, was vividly displayed in this moment. Junior brother, hold on. Just as a battle seemed imminent, the voice of Murong Xiao unexpectedly echoed. Zhou Hai paused, retracting the punch he was about to deliver, only to see the figures standing amidst the lightning, their expression profoundly complex. What the hell, brother? Are you so full that you have nothing better to do than come and demolish my house? Zhou Hai exclaimed, recognizing Murong Xiao, and as the celestial phenomena dissipated, he could not help but curse. Behind Zhou Hai, sensing the approach of a formidable foe, Chen Bei, who had been poised to join the fray, furrowed his brow at the sight. Enough. The house is gone. I shall assist in its reconstruction. Murong Xiao waved his hand, interrupting Zhou Hai's tirade and gazing at him with an intricate expression. He had initially thought that his junior brother would remain stagnant throughout his life, but he was astonished to discover that Zhou Hai had silently cultivated to such a level of strength. What was more astonishing was that, over the years, including himself, no one had noticed. Even during the earlier display of transcendent might in the square, he had not associated it with Zhou Hai. When Shu Qin spoke of Zhou Hai's cultivation, he had found it utterly unbelievable. Were it not for the consensus of others affirming the truth of it, he would never have dared to test Zhou Hai. As a result, the initial hesitation gave way to sheer astonishment upon trying. How old could this young man be? In his 20s, yet he possesses the cultivation of the divine realm. This is hardly a waste of talent. The scions of the great sacred lands might pale in comparison. I care not for your surprise. Debts must be repaid, and you shall return my house. Zhou Hai's heart raced, recognizing that Murong Xiao had come to stir trouble. He had not contemplated an explanation and swiftly changed the subject. Murong Xiao glared, questioning whether this young man had grasped the gravity of the situation. It was merely a dilapidated courtyard. Was it truly so significant? Enough with the pleasantries. Return my house. Zhou Hai extended his hand, embodying the demeanor of a debt collector. You brat, I shall repay you. Upon witnessing Zhou Hai's brazen expression, Murong Xiao felt a surge of frustration. With a mere wave of his hand, countless ancient trees from the distant forest were uprooted, soaring skyward. Another gesture summoned a flurry of fierce luminescence in the heavens, reducing those trees to massive timber. Subsequently, he stamped his foot, causing the ground to tremble and the earth to reshape, as walls materialized before him. As the colossal timber rained down, some transformed into beams, while others became pillars. Finally, with another wave, the soil lifted and coalesced into tiles, swiftly forming a newly constructed courtyard. Is this satisfactory? Murong Xiao glared at Zhou Hai, exuding exasperation. Satisfactory? You ought to furnish it for me. Zhou Hai retorted. Moreover, all my belongings have been obliterated. Not only are my treasured tomes lost, but now even a meal is in jeopardy. Compensate me. Zhou Hai was utterly astonished by this extraordinary display. While he believed he could attempt a similar feat, he would never achieve such fluidity. Indeed, cultivators in this world possess remarkable prowess. To reach his homeland, one must be more than a real estate magnate, at the very least. A contractor is indispensable. Chapter 6. 1,000 Dao Weapons, Cultivating the Imperial Sutra of 100 Refinements. You brat. Murong Xiao seethed with frustration. He discerned that this young man was intentionally diverting the topic, evading his inquiries, just as he was about to voice further protest. His peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Bei, and his pupils abruptly constricted. Who is this? Murong Xiao did not recognize Chen Bei, yet he immediately perceived the depth of his power, an astonishing cultivation at the 9th level of the Life-Ender realm. Most crucially, this individual appeared no older than 16. What does it signify to possess such prowess at 16? A true prodigy of the heavens. Moreover, being at the 9th level of the Life-Ender realm carries even greater implications. It is essential to understand that the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Each realm presents formidable trials, as one battles against fate, leading to mountains of corpses. The Life-Enders defy the heavens, striving against the currents of destiny. Success means swimming upstream, while failure results in demise. What has this 16-year-old life-ender encountered? And what trials has Zhou Hai endured? Indeed, today Zhou Hai has presented him with an abundance of surprises. A cultivator in his 20s at the divine realm, alongside a 16-year-old at the 9th level of life-ender. These two prodigies are unmatched, even when compared to the scions and daughters of the great sacred lands. To encounter such figures within the branches of his academy, was this within the realm of his imagination? What are you staring at? This is my disciple, Chen Bei, senior brother. Do not divert the topic. Let us first discuss matters concerning my courtyard. Zhou Hai impatiently interjected. What? Your disciple, is he the one from this morning? Murong Xiao was taken aback, struggling to grasp the reality. Indeed, Zhou Hai had but a single apprentice. How could this be? This morning he was merely a disabled beggar. And in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into an extraordinary talent. Was this a dream? What manner of slumber could conjure such a vision? Disciple Chen Bei. I pay my respects to the sect leader. Chen Bei bowed deeply, executing a Confucian greeting towards Murong Xiao. Chen Bei? That name sounds remarkably familiar. Wait. Are you the disciple of senior brother Zhu, the tyrant of the Deqian dynasty? Murong Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, suddenly struck by an epiphany as his gaze fixated on Chen Bei. In response to the sect leader, I am indeed the disciple. Chen Bei scrutinized Murong Xiao, eager to discern his attitude. Would he be cast out, confronted directly, or perhaps retained? He hoped his master would not misjudge him. Master Zhu had previously remarked that Murong Xiao was a figure of utmost trustworthiness. It truly is you. I thought you had perished. Murong Xiao exclaimed. No. There was merely blood and severed limbs. Without a true corpse, how could one ascertain your demise? I was mistaken. You are indeed alive. Only you possess such extraordinary talents. Only you could invoke such concern among the great sacred lands that they would seek to eradicate you prematurely. Murong Xiao shook his head, struggling to accept that Chen Bei still lived, for he had indeed sought out Chen Bei. Yet upon reflection, he had no choice but to embrace this reality. As they conversed, several figures soared through the air, drawing the attention of the elders from various halls within the academy. Noticing the commotion, Murong Xiao waved his hand, unleashing a formidable force that instantaneously coalesced into a barrier, sealing off the entire courtyard. My child, since you have arrived here, you may reside peacefully. To have become Zhou Hai's disciple is indeed a matter of fate. You shall diligently cultivate under Zhou Hai henceforth, and unless absolutely necessary, do not step foot outside this courtyard. Murong Xiao earnestly regarded Chen Bei, then turned to Zhou Hai, saying, And you, young man, I care not what you have concealed. As a mentor, you ought to embody the qualities of a teacher, so cease your languidness. Moreover, keep a vigilant eye on your disciple. Do not allow him to venture out easily, lest the consequences be dire. Without waiting for Zhou Hai and Chen Bei to respond, Murong Xiao ascended into the air, directly breaching the barrier. Sect leader, what are you doing? Called out the elders from the Sword Palace, Learning Palace, Martial Arts Palace, and Alchemy Palace as they approached the barrier, confusion evident on their faces, unable to comprehend Murong Xiao's motivations for erecting the barrier. Nothing significant, merely testing my junior disciple. From this moment forth, this place shall serve as his sanctuary for quiet cultivation. All must proceed to the Daozong Palace. None are permitted to tread upon this courtyard, or face severe penalties. Murong Xiao declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back in midair. But, sect leader, can we not see our junior disciple now? The crowd frowned, sensing that Murong Xiao was concealing something, prompting one to inquire. There is nothing of interest to behold. Disperse. Murong Xiao replied, his brow knitted. Zhou Hai's matters were manageable, but he wished to protect Chen Bei from exposure. The GE of the Deqian Academy was unable to protect Chen Bei. He too lacked assurance, thus it was prudent to exercise caution. Upon hearing this, the elders wished to voice their thoughts, yet at that moment, Chu Chun soared into their midst. Master, esteemed uncles and aunts, someone has arrived from the Deqian Academy, claiming to discuss matters regarding the 4 academies' discourse. However, among them are individuals from the Deqian dynasty, and their intentions seem dubious. Chu Chun approached the crowd, cupping his hands in greeting. What? The arrival of those from the Deqian Academy is sufficient. Why has the imperial court sent representatives? The crowd's faces were etched with confusion. Yet, Murong Xiao instantly comprehended the significance. Let us depart. The decade interval competition among the 4 academies is imminent, and it is indeed time to deliberate. With a wave of his hand, Murong Xiao ushered everyone away from the scene. Below, Zhou Hai and Chen Bei had overheard their conversation clearly. Watching the departing figures, Chen Bei furrowed his brow, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Elder brother, have you grown so restless as to send someone to hunt me down? Chen Bei clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. Enough. Do not underestimate your master's prudence. He acts for your benefit. Yet, as my disciple, Born with a warrior-esque spirit, you must not cower. Zhou Hai discerned the murderous intent in Chun Bei's gaze and waved his hand, sending a storage jade pendant flying towards him. Chun Bei was taken aback, grasping the pendant to examine it, only to be astonished by its contents. Inside were over 100 saint-level talismans and dozens of puppets, each exuding an oppressive aura. But this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most fearsome treasure among them was a Fong Tian Hua Ji, a war halberd enveloped in an aura of destruction, seemingly in slumber. Yet even in its dormant state, the weapon emanated an overwhelming power, a divine majesty that mere mortals could not behold. Imperial artifact. Saint-level talismans. Saint-level puppets. Chun Bei looked once more at Zhou Hai, feeling on the verge of madness. Master, have you plundered an emperor's treasury? This accumulation of resources is astonishing, and you have bestowed them all upon me. Even the indomitable warrior could not suppress the moisture in his eyes. His master was truly benevolent. With these treasures, he could traverse the world unchallenged. What fear could he possibly harbor? Enough, prepare for cultivation. Today, we shall defy the heavens, seize its fortune, and strive for entry into the realm of divine powers. Tell me, do you possess confidence? Observing Chun Bei's deeply moved expression, Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively. In response to your inquiry, Master, the power of the dragon's blood is immense. I have absorbed less than a tenth, with even more power concealed within me. If I were to refine it thoroughly, I estimate I could reach the third level of the divine power realm. Moreover, thanks to the transformation from the dragon's blood, my foundation is nearly perfect. If only I had sufficient resources, further cultivation of the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture would enhance my foundation and body even more, and the benefits from the dragon's blood would be even greater. Chun Bei shook his head, a hint of disappointment shadowing his features. He yearned intensely to cultivate the supreme refinement Scripture, who claimed there were no resources. Here, take these Tao weapons and attempt to refine them within your body. Zhou Hai chuckled, saying others might lack resources, but him? What a jest. After 7 years of systematic cultivation, he possessed no fewer than 100 imperial weapons, with countless lesser divine armaments at his disposal. The so-called supreme refinement Scripture is a method of self-cultivation through the forging of weapons. Once the technique is practiced, it allows one to devour other weapons to augment one's strength, ultimately refining oneself into an unparalleled divine weapon, capable of dominating all realms without a rival. Yet for Zhou Hai, these weapons were as trivial as grains of sand, while in the eyes of others, they were extraordinary treasures. As Chun Bei received the storage bag tossed by Zhou Hai and glimpsed its contents, he gasped in astonishment. Tao weapons? At least 1,000? He was stunned. Were Tao weapons truly so undervalued now? Chapter 7. The two great scriptures establishing the foundation of Tao. These items should suffice for your cultivation for a while, correct? Zhou Hai remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Chun Bei. That's more than sufficient, Master. This is ample. Chun Bei's heart surged with excitement as he looked up at Zhou Hai. In that moment, he perceived his master as a monumental figure, akin to the foremost being in all realms. The impact his master had on him was not merely shocking, but also filled him with an overwhelming sense of security. To have the opportunity to be a disciple of such a master was indeed a tremendous fortune in life. He vowed, with such robust support from his master, he could not afford to disappoint him. Enough talking, let us commence. Zhou Hai urged without further ado. Chun Bei nodded in agreement and immediately seated himself in meditation, focusing intently on the supreme refinement Scripture. Before him, countless imperial runes erupted from the Scripture, continuously merging into Chun Bei's being. Sensing the transformation within, Chun Bei hastily retrieved a Tao weapon. As the runes flowed over him, a formidable refining power surged forth, causing the Tao weapon to begin melting. Not only did the materials of the Tao weapon integrate into Chun Bei's body, but even the principles inscribed upon it were refined, nourishing him as he absorbed them. Boom. At the moment of the weapon's fusion, Chun Bei felt a tremendous roar resonate in his mind. It was as if the vast world within him had erupted. His foundational strength collapsed, his cultivation instantly extinguished. In an instant, he transformed from a powerful practitioner of the death-seizing realm into an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation. He was beginning anew. Drawing upon the supreme refinement Scripture, he was reconstructing his path of cultivation. First level of body refinement. While others forged their flesh and blood, he transformed into a furnace, utilizing formidable Tao weapons as materials, merging them into his physique, thereby refining his body. Tao weapons. The divine armaments of those in the Enlightenment realm wield the power to devastate the heavens and earth. They not only embody the insights of Enlightenment realm experts, but also consist of remarkably precious refining materials, rendering them nearly indestructible. Yet at this moment, Chun Bei was integrating such materials and various insights into his body, aiding his physical refinement with astonishing potency that was simply extraordinary. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds echoed as Chun Bei's cultivation surged wildly. Second level of body refinement. Third level of body refinement. Fourth level of body refinement. In a fleeting moment, his cultivation ascended to the 9th level of body refinement, showing no signs of stagnation. Boom. A resounding roar erupted from within him as the foundation of his Tao was reforged, officially stepping into the realm of foundation establishment. At the instant the Tao foundation formed, a surge of formidable power erupted, manifesting countless imperial Tao runes that thunderously descended upon the foundation, imbued with cataclysmic might. It was the imperial scripture of annihilation. As the 100 refinements imperial scripture radiated brilliance, annihilation seemed unwilling to remain in the shadows. In that moment, the two imperial scriptures vied against each other, one specializing in refinement, the other in offense. In this entanglement, Chun Bei's body transformed not only into a divine weapon, but also into an unparalleled grand formation. The two imperial scriptures served as the foundation of this formation. Such strength, Chun Bei's heart was shaken, compelling him to accelerate his cultivation once more. However, he soon found himself having absorbed a Tao soldier completely, yet his cultivation barely reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Chun Bei was once again profoundly astonished. This was a Tao soldier capable of annihilating everything beneath the realm of comprehension could only assist him in reaching the 3rd level of foundation establishment. How many Tao soldiers would be necessary to attain complete mastery? And to what extent would he need to strengthen himself at this moment? Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Bei retrieved another Tao soldier for absorption. Meanwhile, as Chun Bei grew stronger, Zhou Hai's body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. His Tao foundation continually changed, growing ever more powerful. His exterior glimmered as if coated in gold, producing a metallic clashing sound with every movement. In that moment, he sensed that even without any defense, a full-force strike from a cultivator below the realm of divine abilities would be unable to inflict any harm upon him. Is this the true might of the 100 refinements imperial scripture? The feedback was tenfold. This sensation was exhilarating. Zhou Hai wore an expression of pure enjoyment. Wait, with my body undergoing such transformation, can I also cultivate? Upon this realization, Zhou Hai hurriedly sat down, eager to experience the sensation of cultivation. However, he soon found himself dumbfounded. Indeed, he possessed the traits of an indomitable battle soul, and within him resided immense power. Yet, the characteristics of an earthling remained unchanged, rendering him incapable of cultivation. In other words, regardless of how his body transformed, he could never cultivate. To attain cultivation, he could only rely on the feedback from his disciples' training. Damn, this broken system, what is this situation? Zhou Hai was disheartened. He initially believed that his physique, 10 times stronger than that of his disciples, should shine brilliantly. Yet, the reality was that he remained unable to cultivate. Who could endure such a fate? However, the system offered no response, and seeing this, Zhou Hai could only leave in resignation, seeking a way to prepare a meal. As he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, he noticed a blood pool buried in the ground nearby. It was the very blood pool that had once contained the blood of the dragon. Amidst the recent cataclysmic collision, the entire courtyard had been reduced to dust. Yet this dragon blood pool remained unscathed, merely sinking into the earth. It appears to be quite a remarkable artifact. I shall collect it. Zhou Hai waved his hand to gather the blood pool. Reflecting on the desolate state of the courtyard, he pondered for a moment before deciding to set it up anew. Indeed, the courtyard was too rudimentary and lacked the charm of rockeries and flowing water. This must be rectified. With a thoughtful stroke of his chin, Zhou Hai retrieved 2 sacred artifacts from the system space, the sacred mountain seal and the sea-calming pearl, previously devoid of any cultivation. These treasures held little value in his hands. However, at this moment, as he concentrated his thoughts, the sacred mountain seal transformed into a sprawling artificial mountain, while the sea-calming pearl morphed into a spring. Ethereal mist enveloped the scene, and the enchanting landscape of the mountain and flowing water emerged, pure and elegant. A sight to behold. As Zhou Hai focused his mind further, myriad flowers bloomed upon the mountain, and vibrant rainbows danced in the flowing waters, creating an exquisite tableau. Quite splendid. Observing this spectacle, Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. Soon, one treasure after another materialized: the ice bed, the enlightenment mat, the devouring cauldron, and the soul-settling bell. Various coveted artifacts were repurposed as furnishings. In no time, the small courtyard regained its earthly warmth. With so many treasures at hand, surely even the most desperate attempts of his senior brother, the sect leader, would fail to shatter anything here, he mused with pride. Alas, My silver bottle and the illustrated book are lost, and there are many similar tomes I have yet to peruse. Embarking on his culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, as Zhou Hai reveled in his newfound strength and leisurely cooking, the atmosphere within the main hall of the Enlightenment Temple was exceedingly tense. Preposterous. Do you intend to search my Jishao Academy? A sharp rebuke rang out as Murong Xiao slammed his palm onto the table before him. The imposing aura of a peak Enlightenment realm expert erupting forth, causing most present to gasp for breath, their expressions turning grim. Why must you be so irate? Friend Murong? The third prince and the ninth prince share a deep brotherly bond and have come to seek him. This is a good thing. Is your academy not the epitome of human kindness? You should facilitate the third prince's yearning for his brother. A light laugh echoed as a figure clad in black stepped forward, effortlessly dissipating Murong Xiao's oppressive aura, leaving the attendees in astonishment. This individual was also a peak Enlightenment realm master, on par with Murong Xiao. At that moment, the elders from the Great Qian Jishao Academy and the third prince of the Great Qian dynasty collectively released a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they felt as though Murong Xiao had grasped their throats, teetering on the brink of life and death, a truly harrowing experience. Chapter 8. Chun Bei faces tribulation, battling the heavens. Oh, so you mean that for the sake of brotherly affection, my academy must obediently permit a search? Murong Xiao's gaze was icy, fixed unwaveringly upon the figure in black. You jest, my friend. How unpleasant it is to speak of searches. The figure replied, Jishao Academy is a sacred ground for cultivation. With a millennium of friendship with my Qianglio's sacred land, how could we, from Qianglio, humiliate the academy? Our visit is merely a request for assistance from Jishao Academy. Surely, the academy would not wish to put Qianglio in a difficult position, would it, Elder Lu? The black-clad figure shook his head with a smile, seemingly fostering camaraderie while in reality invoking the might of the Qianglio, sacred land, to pressure them. Jishao Academy was indeed a sacred ground for cultivation. And while it would not fear Qianglio's sacred land in its entirety, this was merely a branch and lacked the qualifications to contend with Qianglio. Indeed, you are correct. My esteemed Taoist friend Donghua, the exchange between my academy and the sacred realm of Qiong Yao has persisted for many years. It is only fitting that we extend mutual respect. Elder Lu, the representative of the Great Qian Academy, nodded eagerly, attempting to mediate the situation with a smile. How audacious! Murong Xiao's gaze was icy as he retorted, Elder Lu, do you speak on behalf of the Qiong Yao sect? Or does your stance reflect the will of the Central Academy? Elder Lu was taken aback. He held no authority to represent the Central Academy. To claim to represent the Qiong Yao sacred realm would be an act of treachery against the academy itself. Clearly, Murong Xiao dismissed his status entirely, deliberately putting him in a position of embarrassment. Taoist Murong, the figure in black robes, interjected, furrowing his brow. Silence. Murong Xiao snapped. What connection do I have with your Qiong Yao sect? If you wish to discuss camaraderie, take it up with the Central Academy. Let them converse with me. I am eager to see whether the Central Academy will issue orders for you to conduct your search. With a grand gesture, Murong Xiao offered no semblance of courtesy. Taoist Murong, my representation extends beyond merely the Qiong Yao sacred realm. It embodies the collective will of all major sects and sacred grounds. Are you certain you wish to deny me any semblance of respect? The black-robed figure's face darkened, revealing his intentions with a direct threat. What do you mean? Today, I refuse to allow your search. Do you intend to assault my Dezhou Academy? Murong Xiao laughed mockingly. Come forth, I await your attempt. Kindly leave. Amused by the absurdity, Murong Xiao found himself incredulous at their underhanded probing for news of Chun Bei. The academy's position was unmistakable. There was no Chun Bei present. Yet, these individuals persisted, seeking an excuse for a personal inspection. Murong Xiao's fiery temperament could hardly tolerate such affronts. Had he not been practicing restraint, he would have surely left some of them behind today. Very well, since you are so obstinate, do not come to regret your decision. The black-robed figure's gaze turned menacing as he turned to depart. Do not forget the debate among the 4 academies in 3 months, Murong Master. I shall await your esteemed presence in Deqian. Elder Lu's expression was equally grave as he cast a penetrating glance at Murong Xiao before departing with the Great Qian's third prince and others. Outrageous. The Qiong Yao sect is pushing too far, daring to use their influence against us, as if my academy holds no significance. The discontent echoed among the elders of various palaces, who had remained silent until now. And what of the Great Qian Academy? It has become increasingly degenerate, allowing major sects to manipulate it at will. It is a disgrace to our academy. To search my academy, such humiliation is intolerable. Not even the mightiest can alter this. If they desire war, let it come. Even without aid from the Central Academy, we harbor no fear. Once the intruders departed, the elders, now animated with righteous indignation, spoke out. Enough. This matter requires no further discussion. Remember, our academy does not instigate conflict, but neither do we shy away from it. We must not fall into the depths of decline as the great Qian Academy has. Return and prepare for the competition among the 4 academies in 3 months. As it pertains to the allocation of resources from the Central Academy, our Zhou Academy has suffered from inadequate foundations in recent years, consistently ranking last for 3 consecutive terms. Should we find ourselves in that position again, the Central Academy shall hold us accountable. With a wave of his hand, Morong Xiao spoke solemnly. Understood, master. Upon hearing these words, a shadow of concern flickered in the eyes of the crowd, prompting each to take their leave. Once all had departed, a trace of fatigue finally appeared on Morong Xiao's face. Ah, Brother Zhu, your demise has not only thrown the great Qian dynasty into chaos, but has also rendered the great Qian Academy in ruins. In the depths of the night, within an inn in Zhou Hai City, the man in black, Elder Lu of the Academy, and the 3rd prince of the great Qian dynasty convened in a room. The atmosphere thick with tension. It appears that the truth is nearly confirmed. If Chun Bei is not dead, he must be hidden within the great Zhou Academy. Otherwise, Morong Xiao would not have denied even the opportunity to visit the academy. This is a desperate attempt to cover up the truth. Suddenly, the man in black spoke. Indeed, Morong Xiao's reaction today was excessively pronounced. Based on my understanding of him, he would dare to defy the world and shelter Chun Bei. Elder Lu nodded, a bitter taste rising in his heart at the thought of being scorned by Morong Xiao. Elder Lu, Elder Donghua, Chun Bei must die at all costs. Otherwise, he will not only pose a threat to our great Qian dynasty, but will also endanger all of you. The 3rd prince, Chun Xian, interjected hastily. Rest assured, if the situation cannot be handled openly, I shall infiltrate the academy tonight and investigate. If Chun Bei truly resides there, I shall slay him with my own hands. He is merely an unripe genius. Killing him is as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog. Elder Donghua stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly declaring, Is that so? Then I shall trouble Elder Donghua with this task. Upon hearing this, Chun Qian was overjoyed, hastily bowing in gratitude. Now that the foundations of the great Qian dynasty have begun to stabilize, with his half-brother successfully ascending to the throne, he cannot allow Chun Bei to live. Chun Bei is far too formidable. His talents rival those of the scions of the great Holy Lands. Should he be allowed to mature, the possibility of him overturning the entire great Qian dynasty is not to be dismissed. He must be extinguished while he is still weak. Enough. You both should retire and rest. I shall act in an hour. Elder Donghua commanded, casting a glance at the two with an air of authority. Yes, Mr. Donghua. In response, Elder Lu and Chun Qian bowed respectfully as they took their leave. Their demeanor so reverent that it was hard to fathom that one was a prince and the other an elder of the Academy's sacred grounds. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai remained blissfully unaware that an operation targeting his most cherished disciple had already commenced. Ah, to sing to the moon, how brief is life. What is true enjoyment? This is the essence of enjoyment. In the courtyard, beneath the artificial mountain, Zhou Hai raised his cup to the moon, savoring a millennium-old spirit while reveling in the transformation of his inner strength. The pleasure was beyond compare. Suddenly, a tempest swept through, and in an instant, the previously hazy moonlit sky was engulfed by dark clouds, with thunder and lightning crashing ominously. The overwhelming might of heaven seemed poised to obliterate the world. A breakthrough is imminent? Zhou Hai felt a stirring within, sensing his own cultivation loosening. Amidst Chun Bei's fervent training, his prowess had surged tenfold, and he too had successfully broken through to the 3rd level of the Divine Passage realm. At this moment, as Chun Bei faced yet another breakthrough, he was on the verge of entering the 4th level of the Divine Passage realm. In a single day, his realm had soared to unprecedented heights. Who could have imagined that he had been an ordinary mortal just this morning? Yet, this time, the commotion accompanying Chun Bei's breakthrough seemed rather excessive. Gazing at the sky filled with thunderclouds, this celestial phenomenon is destined to summon a formidable tribulation, one of considerable magnitude. The commotion here has instantly attracted the attention of various academies. What a terrifying tribulation! Is someone comprehending the great Tao and about to face the heavenly tribulation? How could it be so formidable? Could it be that the sect leader has once again broken through? This tribulation seems excessively potent. Wait. Isn't that the direction of the sect leader's enlightenment palace? Everyone's astonished eyes were drawn to this spectacle, and soon, figures began to soar towards the direction of the Daozong Palace. What has stirred such a commotion again? Even Morong Xiao was startled, after a moment's hesitation. He also rushed toward the Daozong Palace. Meanwhile, within the courtyard surrounding the Daozong Palace, Chun Bei abruptly opened his eyes, his robes billowing in the wind. He gazed at the vast expanse of thunder tribulation, unflinching. The aura of dominance emanated from him, brimming with the fervor to battle the heavens. Come forth. I shall engage you in combat. Casting a glance around, Chun-Bei, unwilling to destroy his master's courtyard, soared skyward, heading straight for the thunderclouds. Who is that? A madman. This fellow is undoubtedly insane. While others flee from the tribulation, he dares to plunge into the thunderclouds. Challenging the heavens, does he think the tribulation is not fierce enough? The elders and personal disciples from various palaces, upon witnessing the ascending figure, were utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Good heavens, disciple, be cautious. Don't endanger your life. I have but one disciple. Zhou Hai was also taken aback. Is this disciple somewhat reckless, challenging the heavenly tribulation? Isn't that a path to demise? He was still hoping that his eldest disciple would bring him greater rewards. Rest assured, master, until I repay my debt of gratitude. Not even the heavens shall take my life. Chun-Bei felt deeply moved. His master cared for him immensely, always considering his well-being. Chapter 9, The Indestructible. The Annihilating Divine Thunder. Heaven and earth are indifferent, seeing all beings as mere fodder. I rise from obscurity, tempering my body and establishing my foundation, defying fate. Heavenly Tao. Today I shall seize your creation and manifest my divine abilities. Come forth, let me witness your myriad mysteries. Chun-Bei ascended into the thunderclouds, his voice booming like a bell, exuding overwhelming momentum. Every word he uttered was infused with boundless combat spirit and indomitable passion. In this moment, he resembled a supreme demon king from a hellish abyss, or an invincible war god from the heavens above. Thunder rumbled as if the heavens were incensed by his declarations. An inexhaustible torrent of thunder erupted, instantly engulfing him in a deluge of lightning as a response. My heavens, has he gone mad? This fellow is truly insane. Does he truly believe the heavenly Tao will not be enraged? He is doomed. This myriad of thunderbolts, which ordinary tribulation bearers cannot evade. Each strike could claim half a life. Who could withstand such a cataclysmic downpour? What a ferocious tribulation. Observing this individual, I see his cultivation is merely at the threshold of divine power, yet this tribulation rivals that of the Enlightenment realm. Not merely comparable to the Enlightenment realm's tribulation, such a deluge would obliterate even the strongest of Enlightenment realm cultivators. Countless horrified voices echoed. The disciples of the academy were frozen in disbelief, and even the elders were bewildered, feeling a shiver run down their spines. Including Morong Xiao, everyone present was utterly astonished. He clearly recognized that the one undergoing tribulation was Chun-Bei. Did this young man not advise him to behave cautiously? With the forces of Deqian pursuing right within Dinghai City, how could he be so ostentatious? Furthermore, it was one thing to be flamboyant, but to disregard not only his pursuers, but also the heavens themselves was audacious indeed. What on earth was he trying to achieve? Oh dear disciple, hold on tight. Do not falter. In the courtyard below, Zhou Hai was filled with concern. It was a rare opportunity to have a diligent apprentice. And what if the heavens were to ruin him? Great Lord of Heaven, please show mercy. My disciple is merely inexperienced. I implore you to forgive his reckless words. Zhou Hai hastily prayed, adopting a fervent demeanor. Is this how you keep a watchful eye? At that moment, Morong Xiao's voice resonated. Zhou Hai turned to see Morong Xiao glaring at him fiercely. If the heavens are to punish, it is not my doing. How can I control such matters? If you have the capability, command the heavens to relent. Zhou Hai was left speechless. As they conversed, the tempestuous thunderclouds dispersed, revealing Chun-Bei's formidable figure. Standing tall and unwavering like an invincible warrior. Once again, he was engulfed by a torrential onslaught of lightning, the cacophony of thunder roaring above him with unprecedented ferocity, far exceeding the previous storm. By the heavens, I shall no longer address you as Lord. You heed my words not at all, completely disregarding me. Zhou Hai exclaimed in shock, anxiously watching Chun-Bei as he let loose a stream of expletives. The onlookers, including Morong Xiao and others captivated by the heavenly tribulation, turned to him in disbelief. While others may casually address the heavens, this man truly wished for them to acknowledge him as kin. Chun-Bei, is that truly him? Not far away. A figure darted through the shadows of the night, observing Chun-Bei amidst the lightning. His pupils constricted in realization. To think that at merely 16 years of age, he had already seized the essence of heaven and earth, breaking through to the realm of divine powers. This tribulation was indeed terrifying. This youth must not be allowed to survive. The consequences would be unimaginable. Dong Guoquan fixated intently on Chun-Bei, poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Chun-Bei remained blissfully unaware of the lurking peril. Following another wave of thunderous baptism, he felt invigorated and rejuvenated. Under the cleansing of the imperial scripture, His physique was already pure and immaculate. Having practiced the 100 refinements imperial scripture and refined 10 paths of battle energy, his body had become indestructible, akin to divine weaponry. Now, with the heavenly lightning washing over him, he sensed a transformation within himself, his form gradually approaching perfection. Ha ha ha, is this all the might the heavens possess? Come, let me witness your true power. Qinbei laughed heartily, defiantly challenging the storm. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens roared in fury as the lightning transformed. Countless thunders erupted. The lightning shifted from silver to a golden hue, as thick as a barrel, raining down in torrents. One bolt, as thick as an arm, broke free from the cloud and struck a mountaintop dozens of miles away. In an instant, the summit crumbled, reduced to dust. The ferocity of the rampant thunder was truly chilling. Qinbei, however, remained unfazed. With both hands weaving divine arts, he no longer confined himself to the baptism of thunder, but instead ceaselessly sought to glean the celestial might from the tempest, forging his own lethal techniques. He was evolving his own path. Everyone was left in a state of astonishment. This individual was nothing short of a prodigy. This tribulation, even the sages of the Tao Enlightenment realm might struggle to withstand. Yet here was a mere practitioner of the divine arts, not only enduring it, but daring to challenge the heavenly principles, seizing the opportunity to cultivate his own powers. Such a person was indeed a defiance of the natural order. How formidable he was! Might I one day attain such prowess? Beside the elder of the Sword Palace, Zheng Qianquan gazed at the spectacle above, his eyes filled with longing. Do not entertain such thoughts, junior brother Zheng. Though your talents are exceptional, you cannot yet rival the prodigies of the great sacred lands. This display of might is something even those elite figures cannot achieve. This person is undoubtedly a timeless marvel. A voice echoed. It belonged to the elder's eldest disciple. These words sent a tremor through Zheng Qianquan's heart, stirring an inexplicable sense of resentment. He wished to retort, yet found himself gripped by fear beneath the overwhelming celestial pressure. If he struggled to endure this heavenly might, how could he possibly compare to the one amidst the thunder? Who exactly was this person? If he could survive the tribulation, the younger generation of the northern wilderness would find it hard to discover a rival. Indeed, even the eldest disciple, Chu Chun, could barely measure up, and it seemed only the elites of the Central Academy could possibly contend with him. Senior brother, what are your thoughts on this individual? A group of disciples inquired of Chu Chun. Extremely formidable. I am inferior to him. Chu Chun spoke gravely, acknowledging the truth. However, how did he come to be at our Jishao Academy, and why is he undergoing tribulation in the Tao Library Palace? Who is he truly? After a pause, his words ushered in a wave of contemplation among all present. Indeed, who was this person? How could he appear at the Tao Library Palace? As the gaze of everyone remained fixed, time steadily progressed. After enduring 9 consecutive rounds of the heavenly tribulation, not only was Qinbei not obliterated, but he also radiated an infinite dark light. In that moment, he resembled a demon lord, with infernal flames raging wherever he tread. As the thunderstorm dissipated, dark clouds still loomed, seemingly subservient beneath Qinbei's feet. Indeed, he had manifested his own path within the tribulation, evolving his divine arts. Indestructible through 100 forges. The annihilating divine thunder. Ha ha ha. The divine thunder of the 9 heavens is but this. Master, I have succeeded. Qinbei laughed heartily, then swiftly descended to the small courtyard, kneeling before Zhou Hai with a heavy bow. In that moment, he no longer referred to him as Master Zun but rather as Master. Master Zun is revered, yet Master is akin to a father for life. Upon witnessing Qinbei bowing, barring Murong Shao, everyone else was rendered speechless. Master? Zhou Hai is his master? The elders stared in disbelief, as though witnessing a ghost. How could this be? He is a disciple of Master Zhou? The students of the academy were left aghast, their faces a tableau of incredulity, as if trapped within a dream. Master? He calls Zhou Hai master. He is a disciple of Zhou Hai, the beggar from this morning? Zheng Qianquan also caught sight of this scene, his heart shaken, struggling to accept the reality. How could a disciple of Zhou Hai possess such immense strength? At this moment, Zhou Hai felt the immense power surging within him. With Qinbei's successful breakthrough, he received a tenfold feedback. His cultivation not only ascended to the 4th level of the divine ability realm, but also transcended 2 stages, reaching the 5th level. Furthermore, the divine ability, Desolation Thunder, which Qinbei had just comprehended through the heavenly tribulation, was also being enhanced. Under the tenfold feedback, the potency of the divine ability he acquired was 10 times stronger and more refined than that of its creator, Qinbei. Zhou Hai couldn't help but marvel. No wonder this prodigy elicited such fear among the sacred grounds, prompting them to annihilate him prematurely. To be able to manifest such techniques at the onset of the divine ability realm was truly unparalleled. As he pondered, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's greatest disciple on successfully breaking through to the divine ability realm. The host has imparted knowledge wisely and is awarded the following rewards. Ding! Congratulations! The host has received 1/9 turns rebirth pill. Ding! Congratulations! The host has obtained 1 Saint experience card. Ding! Congratulations! The host has acquired 1 Thunder Punishment Divine Ability Scroll. Ding! Congratulations! The host has obtained a teleportation array fragment of the Great Emperor. Ding! Congratulations! The host has triggered a new recruitment task. Please proceed to Qingzhou to recruit disciples. Hearing the continuous announcements from the system, Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback. Wait, my disciple's elevation and cultivation comes with rewards? He chuckled inwardly. Satisfied with the turn of events, recruitment it is, another worker to assist. He thought eagerly, wondering who this fortunate worker might be. With a mere thought, Zhou Hai hastily checked the information of his new disciple. Yet at that moment, the surrounding world began to shift. Chun Bei was still kneeling, awaiting his master's words. When suddenly, the laws of the void surged forth, instantly enveloping him. In the next moment, under the pull of these laws, he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, it was several dozen miles away. A beam of sword light flashed, aiming directly at Chun Bei's throat. Chapter 10. Dong Guoquan's Ambush. Chun Bei receives the Dao weapon barehanded. How dare someone ambush my Academy-S disciple? Mu Rongxiao roared in fury, rushing towards the source of the disturbance. Despicable. Seeking death. The other elders of the Academy glared with wide eyes, quickly heading towards Chun Bei's direction. Although they were unclear about the situation, Chun Bei, kneeling before Zhou Hai and calling him master, was undoubtedly a disciple of the Academy, and they could not allow him to be harmed. How dare you attempt to kill me, a mere worker? Zhou Hai also reacted, his face contorted with rage as he charged forward. Unfortunately, the ambusher had already struck, and even the swiftest of their speeds would be insufficient to render aid from several dozen miles away. The sword, mere inches away, descended upon Chun Bei in an instant. Seeking death, Chun Bei's reaction was swift. With a powerful roar, torrents of demonic flames surged forth, and with a ferocious strength, he shattered the constraints of the laws. In the fleeting moment before the sword light reached him, he grasped it. Yet, due to the overwhelming force of the sword, he was propelled several miles away. Nevertheless, his formidable physique rendered him impervious to even the slightest injury from the blade. What is happening? The ambusher, Dong Guoquan, was taken aback, his pupils constricting as he fixed his gaze on Chun Bei. This fellow can catch a Dao weapon barehanded. Is he even human? In a fleeting moment, he felt that he was not assassinating a mere individual, but rather a humanoid divine weapon. Die! As he witnessed Mu Rongxiao and the others closing in, Dong Guoquan's heart raced with urgency. Channeling the power of the Dao from a formidable adept, he instantly repelled Chun Bei's hand. With a swift motion of his sword, the ferocious Dao energy within him summoned an endless tempest of wind and thunder, invoking an upheaval of the sun, moon, and stars. The onlookers gazed upward, witnessing the celestial phenomena encapsulated within the sword, transforming into a blade of Dao aimed at Chun Bei. Do not relent, Mu Rongxiao exclaimed in horror, unable to intervene in time. As the sword descended, even he was compelled to muster all his strength. An initiate of the divine passage realm faced only a path to demise. The elders from other academies cried out in shock, but their exclamations bore no fruit. Ha ha ha, splendid. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, in the face of this invincible sword, Chun Bei burst into laughter, unleashing a powerful punch. In an instant, ominous clouds billowed forth, and an overwhelming aura surged. The might of battle spirits enveloped the atmosphere as boundless wind and thunder converged, clashing with the Dao blade in an epic confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves of battle radiated outward, shaking the heavens and the earth. Under the incredulous gazes of all present, Chun Bei managed to withstand the blow. However, this was merely temporary. With a sharp crack, Chun Bei's divine power shattered, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the Dao. Soon after, the slightly dimmed Dao sword descended. Yet, Chun Bei showed no inclination to retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit soared as he manifested his divine powers between his palms, resolutely challenging the invincible sword with his very flesh. The explosive sounds continued to resonate as the divine energy surrounding Chun Bei erupted. With the final explosion, a mist of blood enveloped him, sending him hurtling backward. Simultaneously, the radiant Dao patterns in the air shattered, and the invincible sword also dissipated into the void. Disciple. Zhou Hai's voice echoed, reaching Chun Bei with a speed tenfold his own, even quicker than Mu Rongxiao. He rushed to Chun Bei's side, catching him before he could fall. Though Chun Bei's hands bled profusely, he bore no life-threatening injuries, his countenance instead radiant with fervor. Master, retreat. I can still fight. He forcefully pushed Zhou Hai aside and charged once more toward Dong Wuquan. Zhou Hai was exasperated. This rascal, did he not realize the vast disparity in their realms? Having nearly faced death, how could he still crave battle? At that moment, Mu Rongxiao finally arrived behind Dong Wuquan. You old scoundrel, daring to ambush my academy's disciple? You seek death. With a roar, before Dong Wuquan could mount a defense, Mu Rongxiao struck him with a palm aimed at his back. This palm was in no way comparable to his previous skirmish with Zhou Hai. Within his palm, the power of the Tao surged forth, carrying the might to move mountains and fill seas, crashing heavily against Dong Wuquan's back. PFF. Dong Wuquan spat a mouthful of blood, sent flying hundreds of feet away. At that moment, he felt his internal organs shatter, his entire being thrown into chaos, unable to summon any of his cultivation. Dong Wuquan's face turned ashen. He could not comprehend how Chun Bei, even after withstanding a blow from an adept of the Tao, could endure what he himself could not withstand with mere flesh. Yet, no one was there to answer him. Only a massive fist awaited his arrival. Suddenly, Chun Bei lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, devoid of any mystical powers or even the slightest hint of cultivation, it was merely an ordinary strike that instantly caused Dong Wuquan's chest to cave in, his bones fracturing at the moment of impact. With a series of explosive sounds, Dong Wuquan's body erupted, blood transforming into a mist that enveloped him. No, I am an elder of the sacred land. How dare you kill me? In his final moments, Dong Wuquan could only muster a reluctant roar of defiance. Even his head burst apart, reducing him to mere fragments of flesh. This overwhelmingly powerful punch left everyone in stunned silence. Even Mu Rongxiao gazed at Chun Bei in shock. Without any mystical abilities, he had obliterated a Tao Enlightenment realm cultivator with nothing but a flesh and blood fist. Was this some sort of jest? Even if Dong Wuquan's cultivation had been shattered and his path obliterated, his body had been refined by the Tao, rendering it immensely powerful. How could a mere cultivator in the mystical realm annihilate him so effortlessly? Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Master, you should not have shattered his cultivation, otherwise I would have battled him for 300 rounds to prove my superiority. Chun Bei laughed heartily, his overwhelming fighting spirit leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. This fellow was a true battle maniac, a novice in the mystical realm daring to challenge a peak Tao Enlightenment powerhouse. How audacious. Yet, as they recalled his extraordinary combat prowess, the crowd fell into silence. He was truly a prodigy, beyond conventional understanding. With such prowess, why didn't you allow him a moment to catch his breath before striking? At that moment, Zhang Qianquan's voice rang out, laced with defiance but tinged with envy. As the most dazzling new disciple of the day, he possessed exceptional talent and should have been the center of attention. Yet, now all eyes were on Chun Bei. In comparison, he appeared as insignificant as a firefly competing with the brilliance of the moon. He felt a sense of bitterness. Yet he could do nothing but disdain Chun Bei in his own way. Fool, combat is not merely a contest of strength. It's not about distinguishing superiority. As fellow disciples, heed my advice. Battle is solely for the purpose of killing. It's either you or me. To hesitate in delivering a fatal blow is to court death. Chun Bei cast a sideways glance, delivering a retort that left Zhang Qianquan flushed with embarrassment. Well said. Combat has never been about fairness. The way of the gentleman applies only to gentlemen. The true battlefield has but two objectives. You perish, or I survive. Mu Rongxiao gazed at Chun Bei with admiration, his eyes filled with wonder. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qianquan's expression grew even darker. He, who should have been the protagonist, had now become the greatest fool in the arena, helplessly watching others shine. Master, this is not the time for celebration. We have just killed an elder of the Qiong Yao sacred land. The aftermath will not be easy. At that moment, an elder from the Dan Palace spoke solemnly. With this statement, the crowd fell into a heavy silence, all faces reflecting grave concern. The Qiong Yao sect was a place under the protection of a sage. It was not a faction to be trifled with. Killing one of their elders was tantamount to declaring war, and that was a monumental predicament. Humph. The one who committed the act should take responsibility. It is not us who have taken a life. Must we also bear the burden of atonement? At that moment, Zhang Qianquan spoke loudly, drawing the attention of all present. Chapter 11. Who do you think you are to instruct me? Rest assured, each person is accountable for their own actions. Since my whereabouts have already been exposed, I shall depart on my own. Regardless of the impending floods or the relentless pursuit behind me, I shall not burden anyone. Upon hearing Zhang Qianquan's words and observing everyone's gaze fixated upon him, seemingly in contemplation, Chun Bei offered a mournful smile, transforming into a streak of light as he descended into the courtyard. Thank you, Master, for your protection. If given the chance, I shall repay this great kindness. Looking at the still floating Murong Xiao, Chunbei bowed deeply. He then turned towards Zhou Hai, kneeling on both knees. Master, though I have known you for but a day as your disciple binds me to you for a lifetime. Most cultivators in this world would wish to eradicate their disciples entirely. To avoid implicating the academy, I willingly sever our master-disciple relationship. However, I shall never forget your grace. Master, should I return by some miracle, I vow to serve you faithfully for all my days. As he spoke, Chunbei respectfully bowed thrice. The atmosphere grew somber and somewhat oppressive. It was not surprising that Chunbei was so resolute. His tyrannical ideals had already infringed upon the benefits of countless cultivators. Those in the North Wilderness who had any sense of self-interest would wish for nothing less than his utter annihilation. In such circumstances, no one would dare to offend the entirety of the North Wilderness cultivators, nor would anyone brave enough challenge the academy behind them. Everyone understood this. Yet, for Murong Xiao and the elders, it was ultimately impossible to expel their own disciple for such reasons, especially one like Chunbei. How dare you come here to play the emotional card when you know the path ahead is fraught with challenges? Are you some kind of pretentious scholar from the academy? Zhou Hai could hardly tolerate this, leaping forward to deliver a kick to Chunbei's rear. Everyone was momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief at Zhou Hai's actions. In such a poignant moment, how could he disrupt the atmosphere? Especially the elders from the academy and the disciples, all glared at him with indignation. Who was he calling pretentious? Chunbei was also taken aback, turning to look at Zhou Hai. Yet he quickly understood, his master was merely concerned for him. In just one day of their master-disciple bond, Zhou Hai's care for him was as profound as the heavens and oceans, comparable to that of a biological father. This kindness and affection would be eternally unpayable. Master, if given the chance, I wish to follow you for countless lifetimes. Even if I were but a servant, I would gladly accept. Deeply moved, Chunbei bowed once more to Zhou Hai. Confound it. After just one day as my disciple, you wish to fly solo? What will become of me? Zhou Hai retorted, hurry and cultivate. If you dare speak of severing our bond again, I swear I will give you a proper thrashing. Zhou Hai was furious, gripping Chunbei's ear and delivering several swift kicks to his backside. He was exasperated. As a mere mortal, having navigated the cultivation world for 7 years, who could fathom the struggles he had endured? After finally acquiring a disciple to assist him in elevating his own cultivation, now, after merely a day, the boy wanted to sever their connection. He departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving one to ponder his own fate. Oh, master, what are you doing? Chunbei was bewildered. Even a tyrant should not resort to ear-tugging. Could anyone endure such treatment? Yet, it was none other than his revered master who had inflicted this indignity upon him, and he found himself utterly powerless. Had it been anyone else, he would have undoubtedly dealt with them severely. What are you doing? Why don't you hurry and cultivate? Zhou Hai barked with a scowl. Elder Zhou, do you intend to forcibly keep him at the academy? Have you considered the repercussions? Keeping him here not only subjects us to the scrutiny of the Qiangyao sacred land, but also invites hostility from numerous cultivators. Can the academy withstand such pressure? Zheng Qianquan observed the scene, his brow furrowing. He already held disdain for Zhou Hai, and this situation only heightened his irritation. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined not to live under Chunbei's shadow forever. This fellow had to be expelled. Who do you think you are to instruct me? If you wish to expel my disciple, feel free to expel me as well. Zhou Hai, a shrewd individual, immediately discerned the underlying intentions of the other. Once or twice might be excusable, but this fellow had clearly developed a taste for it, which was utterly intolerable. Elder Zhou, you. Zheng Qianquan's expression darkened as he pointed at Zhou Hai, ready to retort. Enough. You speak of Elder Zhou as if you have the right. Is it your family's failure to raise you properly, or do you simply not understand the academy's rules? Such disrespect, and you cannot even address your senior properly? Brother Chun, if you cannot teach your disciple proper etiquette, perhaps I should have the academy's disciples instruct him. At that moment, a chilly voice cut through the tension. Zheng Qianquan turned to see Elder Li Chongqing glaring at him with displeasure. Elder Li, Zheng Qianquan was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been a consensus to expel Chunbei, how had he become the target of ire? Silence, ungrateful disciple. My apologies, Elder Li. It is my failure in teaching. I shall ensure he learns the proper decorum. The elder of the Sword Palace admonished sternly, then turned to Elder Li with an apologetic bow. It is indeed time for him to be educated. Such disregard for elders and willingness to sacrifice his peers for selfish gain, if left uncorrected, will surely lead to future calamities. Murong Xiao advanced, his expression icy. Zheng Qianquan's countenance shifted dramatically. He could not fathom his misstep, nor understand how he had suddenly become the focus of collective reproach. Chunbei, listen well. Our academy never abandons its disciples. Should you prove to be of poor character, we will cleanse our ranks. But let it be known, anyone who dares to harm our disciples, even if the academy were to perish, I shall not rest until justice is served. Morong Xiao declared, turning to Qin Bei with an unassailable authority. Indeed, nephew, since you have come, you must settle in. It is permissible to feel melancholy at times, but one must never shy away from challenges. Elder Li Chongqing regarded Qin Bei with satisfaction, imparting wisdom with earnestness. Precisely, when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall dam it. The crisis has not yet arrived, and you already contemplate retreat? Such conduct is unbecoming of our kind. Elder Qin Chuang of the Sword Palace stated with a smile. Haha, and I from the Martial Arts Palace. And I from the Alchemy Palace. Brother Qin Bei, you have us, your senior brothers and sisters. Laughter erupted among the crowd, having finally escaped Zhou Hai's clutches. Qin Bei rubbed his ear while gazing at the group above with a mixture of gratitude and disbelief. If he recalls correctly, these individuals had been mocking the master earlier that morning. How is it that they suddenly display such kindness towards him and his disciples? A warm feeling surged within him as he pondered this. Indeed, as Master Zhu had stated, the Great Zhou Academy is a revered institution that many aspire to join. Though these seniors may jest amongst themselves, they never lose their camaraderie. All right, junior brother, let your nephew rest first. Come with us. Morong Xiao spoke again. Did you hear that? Hurry up and practice. Zhou Hai glared at Qin Bei, prompting him to leave with the others. Watching the departing crowd, Qin Bei felt deeply moved. Instead of practicing, he transformed into a streak of light and headed straight for Dinghai City. He vividly recalled that Chu Chun had mentioned the presence of individuals from the Great Qian Academy and the Great Qian Court. Since these pursuers had already come this far, there was no longer a need for him to return alive. As he circled above Dinghai City, his gaze quickly settled on an inn. Outside this establishment stood over 100 guards from the Great Qian dynasty, each possessing foundational cultivation, with some leaders exhibiting innate prowess, clearly a formidable force. After confirming their identities, Qin Bei descended directly. Meanwhile, within the inn's upper chamber, Qin Qian sat across from Elder Lu. One was an elder from the Great Qian Jixia Academy, and the other, a prince soon to be granted the title of prince. Both held noble statuses. However, both men experienced a sense of restlessness. Elder Lu. Could something have happened to Elder Donghua? Qin Bei was known to be ruthless. There was no one he dared not to kill. If Elder Donghua were to be exposed and the assassination failed, the consequences would be dire. Finally, Qin Qian could no longer remain seated and frowned. Enough, third prince. You've asked that question numerous times. I've assured you, Elder Donghua is from the Qiangyao sacred land. The Great Zhou Academy wouldn't dare act against him. After all, not everyone is like the overlord, reckless in their actions. Trust me, Mr. Donghua will return. Elder Lu waved his hand in frustration, although anxious. He firmly believed that the academy would not dare to act rashly in the face of the Qiangyao sacred land. However, as soon as he finished speaking, they were met with a chorus of anguished screams from outside. Elder Lu's expression changed, and Qin Qian sprang to his feet, both feeling a tightening in their chests. At that moment, a fierce wind blew, flinging open the doors and windows of the room. They both looked up to see that dark clouds had gathered outside, accompanied by crackling thunder. Within those ominous clouds stood a figure, coldly gazing at them. Chapter 12. Qin Bei seeks justice, slaying the third prince. Qin Bei? Qin Qian exclaimed in shock, retreating several steps in fear. Elder Lu was equally startled, unable to suppress the contraction of his pupils. Qin Bei, have you broken through to the divine realm? It's no wonder you dare to appear before me. Once it was clear that Qin Bei was alone, Elder Lu steadied himself and coldly replied, Humph, Lu Baitao, the academy was established to disseminate knowledge and safeguard the peace of the populace. Yet what have you all done? Individuals like you disregard the academy's purpose and harm the common people. With the demise of teacher Zhu, you have colluded with other sects, conspiring with the court to create relentless calamities. Are you not afraid of retribution from the main headquarters? Qin Bei's gaze was piercing as he coldly exclaimed, retribution? The world is bustling with interests intertwined. In the face of overwhelming trends, who still clings to the so-called principles of benevolence? You dare to seek justice from me alone. You truly do not know the meaning of danger. Do you really believe that having broken through to the realm of divine passage renders you invincible? Lu Baitao sneered dismissively. Lu Baitao, even if I stand alone, I shall still slay you. As the king of Deqian, today I shall seek justice for the people of Deqian from you. Qin Qian, Lu Baitao, come forth and meet your demise. Qin Bei bellowed, pointing towards the two within. How dare you be so audacious while standing alone? You are courting death. Elder Lu, kill him. Qin Qian's eyes narrowed dangerously as he shouted. However, before he could finish, Lu Baitao had already dashed out of the inn. Ignorant child, since you seek death, I shall grant it. With a mighty roar, Lu Baitao charged towards Chunbei. With a push of his hands, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, causing his palms to expand exponentially, resembling two grinding wheels as they crashed towards Chunbei. Ignorant child, perish. Lu Baitao grinned wickedly. In the past, with numerous protectors by his side, Chunbei would have certainly retreated. But now, Chunbei's influence had been thoroughly eradicated. Even if he had broken through to the realm of divine passage, what of it? A novice in the realm of divine passage was not worthy of his concern. However, just as he believed this strike would surely crush Chunbei, or at least severely injure him, Chunbei unleashed his fists, devoid of any divine power or even a hint of spiritual fluctuation. With nothing but his bare fists, he collided heavily with Lu Baitao's palms. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed, and Lu Baitao let out a muffled groan as the divine power in his arms was instantly shattered. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force surged into his arms. His limbs twisted, bones splintering as the ferocious energy erupted from his shoulders. Soon after, his internal organs felt as if they were crushed by a mountain, bursting forth in chaos. With a spurt of blood, Lu Baitao was sent flying backwards. Terror gripped his heart as fear clouded his eyes. Before he could land, darkness enveloped him, and Chunbei soared towards him, gripping his neck tightly and lifting him high. How could this be? Uffed. Another mouthful of blood spewed forth, draining the color from Lu Baitao's face. He could not comprehend how Chunbei had achieved this. As a fellow practitioner on the path of physical cultivation, his iron palms had always been invincible. Yet, why could he not even withstand Chunbei's bare fists? It was known that Chunbei's cultivation was inferior to his, and he had not even employed divine powers. It felt as if he had struck a divine weapon, terrifying beyond measure. You need not ask so much. It is time for you to atone. Chunbei's gaze was icy as he regarded Lu Baitao, exerting a bit of force, instantly severing the latter's neck. Merely a practitioner of the fourth stage of divine passage. With an indomitable battle spirit and unparalleled fighting intent, he possessed inherent combat prowess. Now, having refined his body to rival divine, the martial arts bestowed by the master are truly formidable. This is the epitome of invincibility among peers. With a casual release, I allowed Lu Baitao's lifeless body to plummet from the air, a flicker of exhilaration flashing in Chunbei's eyes. It is now your turn, my third royal brother. Raising my gaze once more, I fixed a cold stare upon Qinxian. How can this be? You have actually slain an elder of the academy. Are you not afraid of facing repercussions from the institution? You are a disciple of the academy. It is strictly forbidden for peers to harm one another. Qinxian's face paled, terror evident in his expression as he looked at Chunbei. Harm among peers? Huh. Indeed, I am a disciple of the academy. But what right does Lu Baitao have to be called my peer? The present-day Daqian Academy has long lost its benevolence. What consequence is there in erasing him? Besides, I have already slain an elder from the Qiong Yao sacred land. Would I care for a mere Lu Baitao? Chunbei laughed heartily, contempt evident in his gaze. What? You killed Dong Wuquan. How could that be? Qinxian's mind buzzed, disbelief etched across his face. Dong Wuquan is a master of the enlightenment realm. How could he possibly fall at Chunbei's hands? Enough with your questions. Have you pondered how you wish to meet your end? Chunbei stepped forward, entering the room with deliberate strides. No, ninth brother, I am your third royal brother. You cannot kill me. Qinxian's complexion shifted again. Having just broken through to the innate realm, he found himself utterly powerless before Chunbei. He attempted to appeal to their familial bond. Yet what met him in return was Chunbei's gaze, brimming with murderous intent. No, do not approach me. Ninth brother, spare me. I do not wish to die. Qinxian cried out in despair, fear overwhelming him as he collapsed to his knees before Chunbei. Are you afraid of death? In a fit of rage, you summoned torrential rains for 3 consecutive months in the fallen city, resulting in catastrophic floods. Have you considered the terror of those who perished? For your amusement, you unleashed beast hordes, causing devastation and claiming the lives of over 100,000 of our Daqian citizens. Have you contemplated their despair? Now, the Daqian dynasty is in disarray, with various sects pillaging our land at will, killing for sport amidst the scorching sun and raging floods. As members of the royal family, rather than intervening, you applaud the chaos. Do you feel worthy of your royal status, of our Daqian citizens, of our ancestors? Chunbei gritted his teeth, fury surging in his eyes as he bellowed. No, ninth brother, I realize my mistakes. But the current situation is not of my making. The various sects are too powerful for us Chun family to contend with. You may be formidable, yet what has it brought you? Your throne is lost. And you cannot even return to Daqian, hunted from all sides. We are not as capable as you. What can we do? Qinxian wept loudly, terror filling his eyes. You can all perish. as members of the Deqian royal family, wielders of the nation's fate. Yet unable to sacrifice your lives to protect our realm, what purpose is there in living? Chen Bei scoffed, raising his hand as a fierce force surged forth, instantly grasping Chen Qian. No, Chen Qian cried out in horror, attempting to struggle. Yet as the thunderous energy roiled in Chen Bei's grasp, the violent power swiftly refined his body into ashes. Watching Chen Qian's remains scatter, Chen Bei raised his hand in a flourish, collecting the ashes into his storage bag. He then turned away, collecting Dong Guoquan and the bodies of all the deceased outside before departing. This was Zhou Hai City, the domain of the academy, where conflicts were seldom encountered. Having fought when necessary, he wished to leave no troubles within the city. After transporting these corpses to a valley several hundred miles away for burial, Chen Bei returned to the Taoist palace of the academy. The deaths of Dong Guoquan, Lu Baitao, and others had incited the wrath of the forces behind them. The Qiangyao sect, a premier faction of the northern wilderness that had once produced a saint, was also known as the sacred land of Qiangyao. As one of the most powerful forces in the northern wilderness, the Qiangyao sect had always held itself in high regard, and any disciple encountered in the outside world commanded respect. Who would dare to slay them? Yet, that very night, the life token of an outer elder shattered. What? Outer elder Dong Guoquan was slain at the Dazhou Academy? Relay my command. Let Qian Santong lead a force to annihilate the Dazhou Academy. They have killed our disciples. Even the main academy cannot protect them. The furious voice echoed, and that night, masters surged towards the Jixiao Academy of the Zhou dynasty. Chapter 13. Chen Bei, my master truly cares for me. What? Elder Lu's life token shattered? How outrageous. How dare Morong Xiao turn against a fellow sect member? Is he seeking death? Immediately report this to the main academy, and also summon Mr. Qingzhu to visit the Jixiao Academy of the Zhou dynasty. This matter must seek justice. As the sacred land of Qiangyao seethed with rage, the Daqian Academy echoed with the furious voice of its head, Fu Shuero. Someone departed hastily from the academy in the town of Beiqing, heading towards a bamboo grove thousands of miles away. Meanwhile, the imperial city of the Daqian dynasty was engulfed in a chilling atmosphere. Presumptuous. Does the Zhou dynasty not regard my Daqian? Relay the order to mobilize troops to the Zhou dynasty's borders, demanding the surrender of the murderer who killed my third brother. Otherwise, do not blame Daqian for disregarding the suffering of the common people and attacking the Zhou dynasty. The new emperor of Daqian, Chen Xian, also received the news of the shattered life token of the third prince and issued an order without hesitation. Undoubtedly, Chen Bei's actions that night had thoroughly stirred the hornet's nest, prompting various forces to commence their movements. Chen Bei had clearly anticipated this, yet he remained indifferent. Even if he refrained from killing, these individuals would not spare him. All he could do was to slay one after another until he carved a bloody path to peace. At this moment, Zhou Hai remained unaware of the multitude of troubles about to descend. Seated at the elder's seat in the Wenda Palace, facing the skeptical gazes of numerous elders, he adopted an expression of detachment, as if to say, "Do not look at me. I know nothing." Frustrated by the scrutiny, he closed his eyes and pretended to snore. It was unavoidable. Upon arrival, they questioned him about when he had begun cultivating and his current level of prowess. He had not prepared a suitable excuse, and his fabrications were met with disbelief, leaving Zhou Hai to respond with silence. After 2 full hours of this, seeing that he had yet to utter a single useful word, the crowd couldn't help but shake their heads. Very well, if you wish to remain silent about your cultivation, so be it. Let us discuss Chen Bei's matter instead. We all witnessed what transpired with him this morning. How did you manage to facilitate his recovery? Moreover, his cultivation has experienced a breakthrough. Morong Xiao, with a pained expression, swiftly changed the subject. Senior brother, allow me to speak candidly. There are many matters for which I truly have not had the time to concoct a story. Could you refrain from asking further? Instead, permit me to return. And once I have crafted a suitable narrative, I shall certainly share a plausible account with all of you. What do you think? Zhou Hai opened his eyes, and his single remark instantly cast a shadow over everyone's faces. Concoct? You can't simply tell the truth, can you? Morong Xiao's anger flared. He was genuinely exasperated by this youth. It was unfathomable. How could uttering a simple truth be so arduous? I say, master, that's enough. Why do you frequent the brothels? Is it not to hear flattery and weave tales? As someone you pulled from such places, what more do you wish me to say? Zhou Hai smirked, and the mention of the brothel immediately captured the attention of the elders. This young man was brought out from a brothel by the sect leader and his master? Upon this realization, all eyes turned to Morong Xiao, their gazes laden with peculiar intrigue. It appeared that the sect leader had a penchant for visiting such establishments. Morong Xiao's face darkened, feeling as if his past had been laid bare. What are you all staring at? Do not listen to his nonsense. Does this lad speak even a single truth? As the elders scrutinized him, Murong Xiao grew anxious and called out urgently. However, the only response he received was a multitude of questioning eyes and faces brimming with intrigue. Zhou Hai had thrown him into disarray. Gritting his teeth, Murong Xiao shot a glare at Zhou Hai, wishing he could strike this youth down. His once revered name was now utterly tarnished. Reporting to Master. News has arrived from Uncle Zhou Hai at the court. It is said that a plague has erupted in Luqing, Qinzhou, with poisonous insects rampant. Emperor Zhou suspects foul play and has dispatched 3 envoys, along with 5 groups of personnel, to investigate, none of whom have returned. Uncle Zhou Hai will be heading there as an envoy tomorrow, and seeks to know if Master will accompany him. Just as Murong Xiao felt cornered and uncertain of how to restore his reputation, Chu Qin approached swiftly, clasping his hands in greeting. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd darkened. What? Is there a specified location for the meeting? Murong Xiao hastily redirected the conversation, eager to escape the awkward situation. Reporting to Master. They mentioned that if you decide to go, you shall meet in the city of Qinzhou tomorrow. Chu Qin replied truthfully. Zhou Hai listened intently, aware that Murong Xiao was once again preoccupied with duties. Such was the nature of the academy. Within the realm of cultivation, other sects either secluded themselves for spiritual practice or engaged in a relentless pursuit of worldly resources, exploiting the common folk at their whim. Some had even descended into the demonic path, employing brutal methods to attain their truths. Yet, the academy was distinct. Founded by a sage who emerged from the mortal realm as a distinguished scholar and warrior, it aspired to enlighten the world, establishing a path of benevolence and Confucian teachings. Hence, the academy never retreated from the world nor exploited any mortals. On the contrary, its formidable members, akin to celestial beings, would go wherever needed, summoning winds and rain, vanquishing demons, and safeguarding all sentient beings. In light of this calamity, as the sect leader, Murong Xiao could not simply turn a blind eye. Understood. You all may withdraw for now. I shall personally attend to this matter. As Zhou Hai had anticipated, Murong Xiao's voice rang out, decisively confirming his course of action. Junior brother, tomorrow you shall accompany me on our journey. After a brief pause, Murong Xiao turned to Zhou Hai, who was attempting to depart. Why do you leave so many behind, yet summon me? Zhou Hai was taken aback, pondering if this fellow harbored a personal vendetta. What? Am I not allowed to join you? Previously, it was acceptable to think you lacked understanding of cultivation. Now, with your current level of prowess, as an elder of our academy, you ought to contribute to the welfare of the common people. Return and make your preparations. We shall set off at dawn. Murong Xiao glared, his tone brooking no dissent. But, senior brother, you are aware that I just emerged from the brothels of Qinzhou. To send me back is to expose my wounds. Zhou Hai lamented, his face etched with despair. Spare me your excuses, whether we visit a brothel or not. You shall accompany me. Murong Xiao was incensed, incredulous that the lad considered threatening him. Fine, I shall accompany you, for I too had intended to visit Qinzhou. With the threat ineffective, Zhou Hai reluctantly acquiesced. Upon returning to the Daozong Palace, he fortuitously encountered Chun Bei engrossed in rigorous training, prompting Zhou Hai to halt. Reflecting on the capitalist's 996 work culture, he questioned whether he was being excessively demanding of his disciple, who labored tirelessly without rest. My dear disciple, cultivation necessitates a balance of work and rest. You must take breaks to avoid exhausting yourself. After all, maintaining good health is essential for effective training. A sudden pang of conscience compelled him to approach. Master, you have arrived. Worry not, I am fine, you should rest first. Chun Bei opened his eyes, a radiant smile gracing his face. He knew his master cared for him deeply, acknowledging that cultivators do not require rest, and that prolonged meditation does not tire them. Zhou Hai still felt compelled to express concern for his disciple's well-being. Very well, continue your training. Do not feign effort. Results will not indulge your pretense. Zhou Hai patted Chun Bei on the shoulder, reflecting on the diligent worker he had become, realizing he must show more care in the future. I understand, Master. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and enhance my abilities swiftly, so you need not worry about your disciple. Chun Bei was profoundly moved. Indeed, aside from his late father, no one cared for him as much as his master did. Chapter 14. The Second Disciple, the Female Emperor's Tao Fruit Reincarnation. Qingxiao. The reincarnation of the female emperor's Tao Fruit. Returning to his chamber, Zhou Hai seated himself cross-legged upon the sacred grade lotus mat and summoned all pertinent information regarding his new disciple from the system, his expression one of astonishment. He had thought the indomitable battle spirit was formidable, yet this second disciple surpassed even that. The reincarnation of the female emperor, and moreover, the reincarnation of the Tao fruit. This was extraordinary. It is crucial to understand that reincarnation is akin to a blade, severing countless lives. Among the myriad who enter the cycle, Few retain memories of their past lives under the edicts of the great Tao, let alone preserving the Tao fruit of a former existence. The Tao fruit embodies the essence of one's cultivation, a culmination of the great Tao. Without it, reincarnated beings typically struggle to regain their prior prowess, often reduced to mere mortals or even to the status of plants and animals across lifetimes. However, the reincarnation of the Tao fruit is distinct. Apart from losing memories of the past life, it signifies a rebirth of the Tao itself. According to the system, due to a conflict with the grand principles of heaven and earth, one may be suppressed by these cosmic laws, suffering the tribulations of fate and unable to escape the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations throughout their life. However, once these shackles are broken, returning to the pinnacle of a past life becomes effortlessly attainable, and upon reaching this apex, memories of the previous existence will gradually resurface, allowing one to live anew. It can be said that amidst the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, as long as Zhou Hai successfully safeguards his second disciple, her destiny is to become an empress. Goodness gracious, in this era, a sage is a rarity even over a millennium, let alone an empress. The last legend of an emperor seems to date back over 300,000 years. To take an emperor as a disciple, I am destined to traverse the myriad realms with unparalleled authority. Zhou Hai smacked his lips in anticipation. He then examined the various rewards bestowed by the system after Chun Bei's cultivation enhancement. The 9 Revolutions Rebirth pill possesses the miraculous ability to revive the dead. Even if the soul is flawed or the Tao fruit damaged, a single pill can restore it. The Thunder Punishment Divine Power Scroll can unleash corresponding heavenly tribulations based on the opponent's realm. Once the scroll is activated, whether the adversary is one person or a multitude, they shall be enveloped by thunder punishment, facing either death or severe injury. The Emperor's transmission array enables effortless traversal within 1,000,000 miles. If the entire array can be collected, one could traverse the myriad realms and the universe at will. Upon witnessing these rewards, Zhou Hai's eyes widened with excitement. Especially the Sage Experience card, which grants 12 hours of Sage-level cultivation upon activation. This is nothing short of an invincible artifact. Over the years, his attendance has garnered an abundance of treasures. Unfortunately, they were either divine weapons or various items for enhancing cultivation and comprehending the Tao. In summary, for one who cannot cultivate, these items hold little value. It was only at this moment that the system truly provided him with something useful. The Sage Experience card. Had he obtained it sooner, he would have already been renowned across the land. Upon encountering others, they would kneel and address him as Sage Ancestor. Who would dare call him a mere fish again? How absurd. Is the sacred land truly formidable? It merely boasts a lineage of sages and the protection of sage relics. The great sacred lands do not even know if any sages still live. I can instantaneously transform into a sage. Who would dare to provoke me? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. After a while, Zhou Hai noticed that unlike previous instances when he felt overwhelmingly drowsy at this hour, today he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Upon reflection, he realized that he was no longer an ordinary being. Yet, unable to cultivate, it felt somewhat unnatural to remain awake late into the night. So he decided to lie down. Strangely, though practitioners do not require sleep, when they resolve to rest, they can swiftly enter slumber. In but a few breaths, he successfully drifted into dreams. As dawn broke the next day, just as the first light began to illuminate the sky, Murong Xiao's voice resonated like thunder. Little junior brother. Startled, Zhou Hai sprang up, hastily donning his trousers and rushing outside. What is going on? It's still dark. Are you urging me to my doom? Upon seeing Murong Xiao standing high in the morning mist, Zhou Hai expressed his displeasure. Junior brother Zhou Hai sent a sound transmission. Something has happened, and we must hurry. Murong Xiao's countenance was grave. What? They even used the sound transmission talisman? The situation seems perilous indeed. Are you certain you wish to bring me along? Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of cultivation, while communication talismans are not excessively rare, their exorbitant prices render them unattainable for most practitioners. Even esteemed elders of various sects seldom resort to their use unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, Zhou Hai would not have dispatched someone to convey messages at the academy. Yet, he had utilized a communication talisman in a time of evident crisis. It is worth noting that Zhou Hai is a formidable figure on the brink of enlightenment. If even he is in peril, the danger we face must be immense. Without further ado, let us depart. Murong Xiao declared with unwavering authority. Zhou Hai hastily donned his attire, and with a mere flick of Murong Xiao's hand, an ethereal force enveloped Zhou Hai, lifting him into the air. Shortly thereafter, a spiritual vessel materialized, and the two swiftly boarded, departing at an astonishing speed. They traversed through the winds and mists, and within merely 2 hours, Zhou Hai and Morong Xiao found themselves on the vast lands of Qinzhou, situated hundreds of thousands of miles away. The capital city of Qinzhou thrived with prosperity. Amidst the backdrop of the vast population of Qinzhou, which numbers in the billions, the city itself boasted over 100 million inhabitants. At the break of dawn, the city was enveloped in wisps of smoke rising from countless kitchens, painting a picture of bustling prosperity. However, a closer inspection revealed that beneath the fragrant smoke, the grand city was anything but tranquil. It was alive with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, an atmosphere filled with both jubilation and a hint of tension. Oh, Master Brother, what a lively scene. I departed from here 7 years ago, and I recall there was hardly any faith back then. What is all this ruckus about? Who are they venerating? Zhou Hai looked down with a bemused smile. Evil spirits and malevolent entities. Morong Xiao's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Brother, how can you speak in such a manner? Faith is a personal matter. You have yours, and I have mine. While I may not comprehend it, I must respect it. How can you cast such aspersions on others? Zhou Hai shrugged, exasperated. You, my friend, would rather indulge in dubious literature than engage with serious texts. Across the vast expanse of the world, aside from the followers of the Buddhist sect, who truly needs faith? What is termed faith is merely a tool employed by many practitioners to subjugate the masses. Look at those in the palanquin, so many young boys and girls. And observe the beautiful maidens adorned in bridal attire. Can you not discern the implications of this? Morong Xiao's frustration reached its peak, his brows knitting together. Zhou Hai focused intently, his heart sinking as a chill coursed through him. Are they using humans as sacrifices for a wedding? His voice turned icy. Let us descend and investigate. Morong Xiao led Zhou Hai into the city, merging into the most vibrant street. Great Lord Mo Hai, please save your suffering subjects. Compassionate and benevolent Lord Mo Hai, may you protect your people. Omnipotent and boundless Lord Mo Hai, we beseech you to quell this calamity swiftly. Upon their arrival, they were met with the fervent prayers of countless individuals, all beseeching the so-called Lord Mo Hai for protection. My good fellow, we have just arrived from afar. Might I inquire as to the origins of this Lord Mo Hai? Morong Xiao grasped the slender man, inquiring with a smile. Ah, you ask about Lord Mo Hai? The esteemed Mo Hai Tianzun is indeed formidable, born to save the world and to aid all sentient beings. Have you heard? Just a couple of days ago, a plague spread in Lu City, and the entire Qinzhou was afflicted, with the capital not spared. The court has dispatched several contingents, including 4 imperial envoys. Yet all have succumbed to the plague, without exception. In the face of this devastating scourge, neither the city lord's residence nor the inspector's office could find a remedy, and even the court was helpless. However, last night, the compassionate and omnipotent Mo Hai Tianzun descended and effortlessly quelled the plague. Furthermore, he apprehended the principal culprit responsible for this calamity and is to execute him publicly today. Upon hearing this, a man exclaimed with fervor, Yes. I have also heard that the instigator is a court official, the last imperial envoy, named Do Something. At that moment, another person excitedly interjected, Zhou Hai. It is said that he disrespected the deities, inciting heavenly wrath, which led to the plague punishing our great Zhou. Another individual approached, adding to the conversation. What, Zhou Hai? Morong Xiao's expression shifted, and he remarked, Is it possible that by executing Zhou Hai, the plague will dissipate? The others chuckled, and one of them replied, How could that be? The divine punishment upon the world cannot simply be dismissed. Only with Mo Hai Tianzun presiding over the realm can righteousness be upheld and the populace safeguarded. Thus, today's ceremony will see us, the faithful citizens, offering 100 young boys and girls to the heavens, along with 100 brides to bind their fates with the deity, establishing a karmic connection. Only in this manner can we free the Tianzun from celestial constraints, allowing him to linger among us and protect all beings. After this proclamation, another added, however, should the Tianzun remain on earth, he will be deprived of celestial power, leading to a diminishment of his divine abilities. Therefore, starting tomorrow, Qinzhou will ensure that over 100 million people mine for spiritual essence ores to replenish the Tianzun's powers. We have already signed up. Contributing to the Tianzun is a delight for us. Zhou Hai gazed at these individuals with a look of incredulity. Pray tell, who could possibly believe such crude cult propaganda? In a place like Earth, they would be reported in an instant. Even the elderly would not tolerate it. Yet, Morong Xiao felt a surge of pity. These ignorant souls have been coddled too well by the academy and the court, blissfully unaware of their own exploitation. Simultaneously, Morong Xiao could not help but feel anxious. With Zhou Hai in the clutches of Mo Hai Tianzun, one could only wonder about his fate. To capture Zhou Hai, the Mo Hai Tianzun is undoubtedly no ordinary practitioner. This expedition to Qinzhou is destined to be fraught with peril. Chapter 15. the undying, resurrected even in death. Junior brother, we are in grave trouble. Such crucial intelligence, and the court has yet to communicate with us. Morong Xiao frowned. If I am not mistaken, the entire Qinzhou has already fallen under someone's control. With the information suppressed, the court's influence cannot reach us here. Without the court's assistance, it is likely that we, just the two of us, will struggle to confront the impending troubles. Separating from the group, Morong Xiao led Zhou Hai into a narrow alley, frowning deeply. Should we return then? Zhou Hai shrugged, smiling as he spoke. Why do you always think of fleeing at the first sign of trouble? Zhou Hai, your junior brother, is a worthy successor of our lineage. Are you truly going to disregard him? Let us not forget that Zhou Hai has been serving in the court, providing you with ample support. He frequently sends provisions to the academy, and this is how you choose to repay him? Morong Xiao seethed with indignation. This fellow can never articulate a sensible word. Is a jest not permissible? Let us await the emergence of the Mo Hai Tianzun. Regardless of what sort of fiend he may be, should he dare to poison the populace beneath our academy's very gaze, we shall deal with him decisively. Zhou Hai flashed a grin. He could not deny that Morong Xiao treated him well, but Zhou Hai had shown him even greater kindness. After all, they shared the same master, and Zhou Hai, having entered the world as an official, had indeed brought many fine gifts to him. It would be one thing if he were powerless, but possessing the capability, how could he neglect his senior brother? Alas, while it sounds straightforward, the two of us are inevitably at a disadvantage. Let us proceed step by step. For now, we shall head to the governor's residence. Morong Xiao shook his head, harboring a sense of pessimism. Before long, the two soared to the governor's residence. Without waiting for the servants to announce their arrival, Morong Xiao led Zhou Hai swiftly into the estate, clearly intent on confronting the authorities. Halt! Who are you, and what is your purpose? A group of guards surrounded them, shouting loudly. Begone! Morong Xiao's gaze hardened as he barked. Where's Lin Shixiao? Come forth and apologize to me at once. It was evident that the situation in Qinzhou had genuinely enraged Morong Xiao. He had arrived with the intention of demanding accountability. Zhou Hai followed closely behind, but could not help but scan the surroundings. According to the system's indication, Qin Xiao was indeed within the governor's estate. Born of Lin's household servants, having been a slave since birth, he had originally planned to resolve the plague before seeking out his disciple, but now that he was here, he certainly wished to catch a glimpse of his little disciple. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Alert to the host. Your second disciple Qin Xiao is in mortal danger. A protective mission is now initiated. Please ensure her safety, and the system will grant a protective package. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's expression shifted. He rechecked the system to confirm Qin Xiao's location, then soared into the air, departing with haste. Junior brother, where are you going? Morong Xiao called out anxiously. Just a matter to attend to. I shall return shortly. Zhou Hai replied. Be cautious. This place is perilous. Do not be careless. Morong Xiao wished to pursue him, but was intercepted by a group approaching rapidly, leading him to shout out a warning. Ah, is that not the esteemed Morong sect leader? Why have you left the academy to come here? A group of individuals flew from the depths of the estate, with Lin Shixiang at the forefront, who warmly approached Morong Xiao with a smile. Humph. Years ago, the great Zhou holy ancestor invited me to oversee the academy and govern the great Zhou alongside the Zhou royal family. Pray tell, does my academy now require your permission to traverse anywhere within the great Zhou? Morong Xiao's expression darkened as he retorted coldly. Ha! The territory of great Zhou spans millions of miles, and the Morong sect leader can freely traverse it without needing my counsel. However, there are certain locales that are inherently perilous, and one cannot venture there indiscriminately. Lin Shixiang laughed heartily, his words laced with veiled threats. Impertinence. It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. Your Lin family is conspiring with others to create chaos within the court. Lin Shixiang, are you not afraid of the consequences from the Zhou imperial clan? Morong Xiao reprimanded angrily. The northern wilderness is not merely composed of the four great dynasties. If one were to count, the number of nations would be staggering. Yet, only the four great dynasties bear renowned titles. This is because the founders of these dynasties were also saints, and each of the four royal families possesses substantial heritage, akin to a sacred land, thus earning the title of sacred dynasty. The various sacred lands across the northern wilderness govern over a plethora of nations, wielding authority over their citizens with ease. Yet it is exceedingly difficult to extend their reach into the territories of the four sacred dynasties. Their strength is indeed formidable. As an official of the great Zhou, should you truly betray your nation, the Zhou imperial clan can exact retribution at any moment. Ha ha ha, retribution? Morong Xiaojing, it seems you will not witness that day. Lin Shixiang scoffed coldly. Seeking death, Morong Xiao's gaze turned fierce as he instantly rushed towards Lin Shixiang, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, A beam of dark light streaked from the heavens, aiming directly at Murong Zhao's face. A powerful sense of danger surged forth, causing Murong Zhao to hesitate to confront this dark light. He swiftly dodged the impending attack. With a soft thud, the dark light struck the ground, producing no earth-shattering spectacle, nor any lingering shockwaves, only a faint sound as a dark spike plunged directly into the earth. The spike reflected the dark light, faintly shimmering with blue hues. Upon landing, the very soil turned a ghastly white, and the vegetation within a Tinzhong radius withered and perished instantaneously. Moreover, this decay continued to spread outward at a terrifying pace. Clearly, the poison of this dark spike exceeded the imagination of ordinary individuals. Wanda sect, Wu Wanli, are you still alive? Upon seeing this dark spike, Murong Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. 7 years prior, the master of this dark spike had made an appearance. In that battle, Zhou Hai's master, Zhang He, had been ambushed and ensnared by a lethal toxin, succumbing within a few years. Yet, Murong Zhao distinctly remembered that the owner of this dark spike had been struck by Zhang He's palm, and, logically, should not have survived. It must be noted that Zhang He back then was a harmonization realm expert, while Wu Wanli was merely at the enlightenment realm level. Ha ha ha, Murong Zhao. After all these years, you remain stagnant at the enlightenment realm. It seems you truly are ineffectual. Come, let us meet at the old place and have a chat. A figure cloaked in dark garments emerged from the air, obscured in shadow, sneering. Upon hearing this, Murong Zhao's expression darkened, evidently recalling the place he referred to as the old location. That fellow had previously summoned them to a brothel, and even now, Zhou Hai still mocked him about it. Alas, the other party did not grant him the opportunity to speak, retracting the dark spike and transforming into a beam of dark light that swiftly departed. Murong Zhao, do not even think about escaping. Without my permission, no one shall enter or exit this Qinzhou. There was a pause, and the voice of Wu Wanli echoed from above. Such arrogant words. I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Murong Zhao's gaze turned icy as he immediately soared into the air in pursuit. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai remained unaware of the unfolding situation. Traveling at breakneck speed, he soon arrived at the outskirts of the prefectural city, 800 li away. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the grassland. A young girl was relentlessly wielding a long whip, striking down upon another girl curled up on the ground. The latter was battered and bloodied, her body marred beyond recognition, devoid of any unscathed area. Yet, the assailant showed no mercy, her actions clearly aimed at causing fatal harm. See, I told you she is indestructible, unkillable. Do you believe me now? The young girl exclaimed excitedly as she continued her assault, drawing the captivated gaze of the creature nestled in her arms. Nearby, several carriages, drawn by magical beasts such as demon tigers, thunder apes, and three-headed wolves, stood witness. These beasts were clearly formidable, each a manifestation of foundational strength, hinting at the impressive lineage of their handlers. Atop the carriage sat 3 young individuals, 2 men and a woman, who were equally enthralled by the spectacle. Miss Lin, what are you planning? If you possess the skill, strike her vital points. If she survives, we shall believe you. Suddenly, one of the young men remarked with a smile. Oh, you doubt me? Very well, let me provide you with something thrilling. Miss Lin retorted coldly, discarding her whip. She stepped forward, seizing the girl's hair and lifting her forcefully. The girl's eyes were vacant, devoid of understanding or struggle, resembling a mere fool. Only the flicker of fear in her gaze betrayed her humanity, albeit faintly. Watch closely, for I shall take her life and dismember her. Within 3 hours, she will rise again, Miss Lin declared, brandishing a dagger and flashing a smile at her onlookers before plunging it toward the girl's eye, intent on enacting her gruesome intent. Chapter 16, The 9-Turn Resurrection Pill. The girl's eyes widened in terror, yet she lacked the instinct to evade, emitting a final, desperate scream as she resigned herself to her fate. At that moment, a figure appeared before her, a large hand extended, firmly grasping the dagger. The blade was mere inches from her pupil, and as the moment froze, the girl collapsed in a paralyzed state of fear. Miss Lin paused, her gaze narrowing at the unexpectedly arriving Zhou Hai. The young men and woman nearby were equally bewildered, questioning who this intruder was to meddle in their affairs. Seeking death, Miss Lin seethed, yanking the dagger with intent to eliminate Zhou Hai. Yet, despite her forceful attempts, the dagger remained unmoved. Seeking death, she exclaimed again, her essence flowing with the energy of foundational cultivation. As a prodigy of the Lin family, she prided herself on her youthful prowess. This young man, appearing no older than 20, was insignificant in her eyes. Yet, despite her full strength, she found the dagger utterly immobile, as if it were frozen in time. How is this possible? Miss Lin stared in disbelief, grappling with the scene before her. Were you taught to be so ruthless by your elders? Zhou Hai regarded her with an icy gaze before releasing his grip and delivering a sharp slap across her face. The sound of the slap echoed, causing Miss Lin to spin thrice before collapsing to the ground. You felt a searing pain on your face, and Miss Lin's eyes instantly reddened. Throughout her life, who dared to lay a finger on her? How could this person have the audacity to slap her? How brazen! Do you even know who you are striking? An angry voice erupted as a young man swiftly stepped forward. Let me inform you, Wanner is the cherished jewel of Lord Lin, the governor of Qinzhou. To strike her is to slap Lord Lin's face. You are courting death. Another young man also hurriedly advanced, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Wanner. Glaring fiercely at Zhou Hai. Miss Wanner, are you all right? Are you unhurt? The last young woman rushed to support Lin Wanner, her face filled with concern. Humph. Is that you, Lin Shixiao? How dare the Lin family treat my disciple with such disdain? What consequence would it bring me to strike at the Lin estate? If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, the Lin family has no reason to exist. Zhou Hai snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. 7 years ago, having grown up under the Red Banner, he found himself inexplicably transported to this world. Though he was sold into a brothel as a child and endured torment for refusing to comply, he ultimately escaped the fate of being debased. Later, he encountered Murong Xiao and Zhang Er, who brought him into an academy where he enjoyed 7 years of peaceful existence. Although he understood that this world was cruel, he had not yet experienced its harshness firsthand. Little the demonic ape, towering over 3 zhang, was enveloped in malevolent flames, radiating an unbounded fury. Yet, the flicker of its flames appeared almost laughable when compared to the demonic thunder in Zhou Hai's grasp. Silence! Zhou Hai bellowed, causing the demonic thunder to surge with a heart-stopping force of annihilation. With a crackling sound, the current surged forth, vaporizing the ape's feet, reducing its entire being to mere ashes in an instant. No, how can this be? Zhou Hai's display of power left all onlookers utterly astounded. What kind of divine prowess was this? It was nothing short of terrifying. Quickly, we must flee. Regaining their wits, 2 youths supported Lin Wanner on either side, hastily making their way towards the last carriage. The vehicle was drawn by a 3-headed demonic wolf, which, upon witnessing the scene, dared not hesitate and sped away with great urgency. Xiaoqing, Lin Wanner called out loudly, her avian beast swiftly joining them as they fled towards the direction of the Qinzhou provincial governor's residence. Would they manage to escape? Observing the departing figures, Zhou Hai made no effort to pursue, but instead turned his attention to the girl lying on the ground. These individuals must perish, yet his beloved disciple had suffered greatly, and it was only fitting that she exact her own revenge. Are you all right? Zhou Hai inquired, furrowing his brow at the sight of the girl. She trembled uncontrollably, her complexion a deep shade of purple, her gaze appearing vacant. She offered no response to his question, as if she were oblivious to his presence. Only the omnipresent pain coursing through her body served to provoke her muscle spasms. With 2 souls and 4 spirits lost, this girl, barely 15, had already faced death 6 times. What a cruel heart the Lin family possessed. Zhou Hai quickly reached a grim conclusion, unable to suppress his shock. The reincarnation of a Dao fruit was fraught with adversity, bound by the weight of fate. Beyond the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, human misfortunes were ever present. The Dao fruit was perilous, for each death exacted a toll of 1 soul or spirit for revival. The crucial aspect was that while others might be left desolate, some perishing on the spot, or others reduced to a vegetative state for life, the reincarnation of a Dao fruit did not lead to such outcomes. It merely affected one's intellect, resulting in an incomplete Dao fruit. Until total death occurred, the Dao fruit would dissipate, with the girl having lost 2 souls and 4 spirits. It was tantamount to having died 6 times, yet her only consequence was a dulled response, a remarkable feat in itself. Here, take this. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhou Hai hastily produced a 9-turn revival pill, perfectly suited for the moment. As the pill made contact with the girl's lips, it transformed into a stream of luminous energy, entering her being. In the next moment, the surrounding heavens shifted in hue, and thunderclouds roiled, as if the heavens were enraged. It seemed that a challenge had been issued to the will of the heavens, prompting celestial retribution. Yet at that instant, an astonishing power erupted from within the girl. Chapter 17. In this era, even the heavens must resort to organ transplantation. Boom. A violent force surged forth from the girl, propelling Zhou Hai hundreds of zhang away in an instant. Subsequently, that force coalesced into a tornado, resembling a funnel that siphoned the energies of heaven and earth, consuming the tumultuous thunderclouds and the surrounding celestial wills, ultimately transforming into energy to replenish the girl. Goodness, is the 9-turn revival pill truly this formidable? No wonder it can mend the human soul, even to the point of achieving enlightenment. This is utterly a deprivation of the will of heaven and earth, utilizing the very essence of the Tao as its raw material. Zhou Hai was left utterly astounded. How outrageous. The celestial Tao would never have imagined that one day it would be subject to organ transplantation by a mortal. Soon, the extraordinary phenomena dissipated, and Zhou Hai soared to the girl's side. She lay on the ground, yet her injuries had completely vanished, and the vacant expression in her eyes began to flicker with the flow of memories, as if she were recalling the numerous tribulations of life and death. I didn't die? I didn't die? I didn't die? The girl repeated this mantra 6 times. Clearly, for her, she had perished 6 times, and this rebirth equated to 6 lives renewed. At last, the girl turned her gaze sharply towards Zhou Hai. It was you who saved me. Thank you. She seemed to wish to convey something more profound, but all her attempts culminated in those 2 simple words of gratitude. Rise. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Zhou Hai smiled gently, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, feigning an air of celestial grace. Yet, he was far too youthful, lacking any semblance of the ethereal demeanor he aimed to project. Nevertheless, he was undeniably handsome, evoking the image of a jade-like figure amidst the crowd, a paragon among men. Take me as your master? The girl stared blankly at Zhou Hai, somewhat taken aback. Yes, take me as your master, and I shall impart the secrets of traversing the heavens and earth, bestowing upon you the divine powers to reshape your destiny. From this moment forth, none shall ever harm you. Are you willing? Zhou Hai nodded with a smile. Instantly, a myriad of experiences from her childhood flooded her mind. Her name was Qin Xiao. Her father, a scholar, had inexplicably become a servant to the Lin family. From the moment of her birth, her father had given her a beautiful name, hoping that one day she would regain her freedom and live as a carefree girl. Yet, fate was cruel. The young mistress was tyrannical, brutally slaughtering her parents and tormenting her repeatedly. She could not fathom why she had died so many times, yet still returned to life. However, her life had been filled with suffering. From the moment her parents passed away, light had vanished from her world. Now, gazing at the man before her, he was smiling as he regarded her. His eyes shone with brilliance, and his smile radiated warmth, akin to a gentle ray of sunshine. Qin Xiao's heart melted in an instant. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and she quickly knelt before Zhou Hai, bowing her head. Xiao is willing to be your disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Rise, my disciple. I shall lead you in avenging your grievances. He helped Qin Xiao to her feet and soared forth, guiding her towards Lin Wanner and the others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. The following rewards are now granted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the corpse-devouring demon body. Ding! Tenfold feedback enhancement activated. Congratulations to the host for the full upgrade of the corpse-devouring demon body. Ding! No cultivation level detected in the disciple. No feedback provided. Ding! System rewards the Emperor-level divine weapon, soul-devouring demon palace. Ding! System rewards the Emperor-level technique, corpse-devouring emperor scripture. Ding! System rewards the heavenly restoration pill. Ding! System rewards a millennium of cultivation. The system's voice resonated at an opportune moment, and before Zhou Hai could react, his internal cultivation began to surge uncontrollably. 6th level of the divine power realm. 7th level. 8th level. 9th level. Since his breakthrough during the tribulation last night, Zhou Hai's cultivation had already transcended the 5th level of the divine power realm. Now, with the infusion of a millennium's worth of cultivation, his realm ascended successively until it reached the 9th level, at which point it finally ceased. However, this did not imply that his ascension had reached its pinnacle. Comprehending the way necessitated a process. Even when bestowed by the system, it represented a substantial influx of data for Zhou Hai. As the insights of the way flooded into his soul, Zhou Hai felt as if the heavens and earth had transformed. He seemed to perceive chains woven throughout the cosmos, manifestations of the way, embodying the order of the universe and the principles of the Great Path. In that moment, Zhou Hai was unable to grasp these rules and orders. He could only see them due to a fleeting epiphany. Once that moment of clarity faded, the rules and orders vanished as well. Yet, a singular principle merged with Zhou Hai's soul, becoming one with him. Filled with joy, Zhou Hai sought to channel this newfound principle, only to find it utterly unresponsive, akin to a stagnant pool of water. What was happening? Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback, and before he could investigate further, his cultivation surged once more. 1st level of the comprehending the way realm. 2nd level. 3rd level. As his realm continued to elevate, the power within Zhou Hai multiplied, swelling like an ocean, increasingly vast and boundless. It wasn't until he reached the 8th level of the comprehending the way realm that his ascension finally concluded. At this moment, Zhou Hai felt as though he could obliterate the heavens and extinguish the earth with a mere gesture. The overwhelming sensation was exhilarating, to say the least. Goodness, this feeling is truly delightful. Zhou Hai mused inwardly, yet a sense of unease crept over him. System, are you withholding my rewards? He questioned. My dear Qin Bei is only 16 years old, and his cultivation has enabled me to successfully break through to the 5th level of the divine power realm. Yet your millennium of cultivation has only allowed me to transcend a handful of realms. Is that not rather meager? An exasperated voice from the system responded. To answer the host, each minor realm's elevation requires the cumulative power of all preceding realms. A significant leap in realm necessitates a tenfold accumulation. You have consecutively broken through 12 minor realms and 1 major realm, yet you still find it insufficient? Furthermore, the system provides the equivalent of a millennium's cultivation for an ordinary cultivator, not for a prodigious genius. Surely, the host does not expect to receive the equivalent of a millennium's cultivation from an indomitable battle spirit and anticipate a tenfold return? Should the system simply elevate the host to the status of an emperor? Feeling the disdain in the system's tone, Zhou Hai couldn't help but blush. In retrospect, he appeared somewhat greedy. After all, the power required to elevate one's cultivation was not merely a matter of 1 + 1 equating to 2. The exponential growth was indeed daunting, let alone the insights of the way that had to be bestowed. Some individuals, even granted a millennium, might not discern their own principles. System, if you intend to elevate me to emperor status, I might consider it. Zhou Hai chuckled awkwardly. The system fell silent, seemingly disinterested in further conversation. Observing this, Zhou Hai rolled his eyes in response. I cannot comprehend why this system behaves with such arrogance, seemingly indifferent day after day. The winds howl in my ears, while a long rainbow streaks across the sky. Following the enhancement of his cultivation, Zhou Hai's flight speed has significantly increased, allowing him to swiftly catch up to the soaring chariot ahead. This is bad, he is caught up. Upon witnessing Zhou Hai's approach, Lin Wanner and the others turned pale with fear. Chapter 18. What I thought was a benevolent being turned out to be a king of hell. Under the terrified gazes of Lin Wanner and her companions, Zhou Hai, accompanied by Qin Xiao, instantly positioned themselves before them. With a mere gesture, Zhou Hai unleashed a dark aura that penetrated the bodies of the 3-headed demon wolf pulling the chariot. The 3-headed demon wolf's eyes filled with dread as it howled to the heavens, yet its cry resembled a lament. In the next moment, its body began to disintegrate, much like a piece of burning paper, gradually turning to ash and vanishing into thin air. A scream of terror erupted as the loss of the beast pulling the chariot rendered it unable to soar into the sky, causing it to plummet to the ground. Inside the chariot, Lin Wanner and her companions cried out in panic, attempting to escape into the air. However, at that moment, Zhou Hai stepped forward, unleashing a profound and formidable force that created an overwhelming aura of pressure. In an instant, the very fabric of the surrounding space seemed to warp. In this altered reality, Lin Wanner and her companions found themselves utterly powerless, unable to summon their own cultivation energies, as they plummeted towards the earth along with the chariot. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner's avian spirit pet, the Kuei Mu Jiao, barely managed to spread its wings in an attempt to flee. Yet, with a cold snort from Zhou Hai, he stepped forward once more. The heavens and earth seemed to collapse under the immense pressure, akin to mountains toppling. The Kuei Mu Jiao emitted a sorrowful cry, its body exploding instantaneously, meeting its demise on the spot, leaving behind a rain of flesh and blood. Not little Qing. Lin Wanner's pupils dilated as she let out a heart-wrenching scream. With the chariot crashing down, the severely wounded individuals were unable to summon their protective powers and fell heavily to the ground. With a series of coughs, the 4 of them spewed forth blood, feeling as if their insides were shattered, their bones crumbling to dust. Had it not been for the practitioners' bodies being far superior to those of ordinary mortals, they would have been reduced to pulp upon such a tremendous fall. Disciple, take action. Eliminate them to resolve the grievances and prevent the accumulation of inner demons. Zhou Hai descended with Qin Xiao, directly entrusting the power of life and death over Lin Wanner and her companions to his precious disciple. In their current condition, severely injured and unable to muster their powers, even a mortal could effortlessly slay them. No, you cannot kill me. Who are you? And why do you oppose the Lin family? Lin Wanner exclaimed in alarm. Always accustomed to being high and mighty, wielding dominion over the lives and deaths of others, she now felt genuine fear. Zhou Hai was the first to dare lay hands on her, the first to instill within her the very threat of death. Enough of this noise. Yet, in response to her terror, Zhou Hai delivered a resounding slap from a distance, sending her crashing back, blood spewing forth. Such a venomous and malicious individual deserves nothing less than death, and Zhou Hai could hardly muster the energy to engage in further conversation with her. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao interjected, Master, I do not wish to kill her. Why? Zhou Hai was taken aback, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Could it be that his disciple was a bleeding heart? After all, she had been subjected to such persecution. How could one still find it in themselves to forgive? Master, may I ask, are you an adversary of the Lin family? Qin Xiao inquired, her delicate brows knitted in contemplation, tilting her head slightly. Before responding with a question of her own, what is the Lin family, truly? I could extinguish them with but a flick of my fingers, Zhou Hai declared confidently, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. It is undeniable that a family such as the Lin clan could easily ascend to royal status in smaller nations. Even within a vast dynasty like the Great Zhou, they remained a formidable power, governing vast territories. Yet, the influence of power holds no sway over true strength. It is only might that can forge a solid foundation. In that case, I cannot kill her. Qin Xiao's eyes gleamed with newfound resolve. But her next words made Zhou Hai frown once more. What was this girl saying? Could she truly believe that oppressing the weak was unjust? Had she genuinely developed a sense of compassion? If so, her saintly disposition had surely gone overboard. Such a person was unworthy of being his disciple. Master, please render her powerless for life. I want her to be an eternal wretch. Then, you may escort her to the Lin estate, and, before her very eyes, annihilate the Lin family. I wish for her to witness her parents perish before her, reduced to ashes. I want her to lose everything, to suffer in despair. If possible, imprison the souls of her family, tormenting them day and night until she longs for death. If that is unfeasible, then let them be scattered, deprived of even a chance at reincarnation. They are unworthy. Qin Xiao's brows knitted in concentration, and after a prolonged silence, she spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai, who had been frowning just moments ago, widened his eyes in astonishment, his mouth agape in sheer disbelief as he gazed at Qin Xiao. Lin Wanner, who had just received a slap, trembled as if struck by lightning, her complexion paling instantly. The three other youths looked upon Qin Xiao as though she were a specter. Utterly bewildered, they had initially thought her reluctance to kill Lin Wanner indicated a saintly disposition, only to witness her transformation into a figure that even the king of hell would bow before. The contrast was staggering. Gulping, Zhou Hai choked on his own breath and succumbed to a fit of violent coughing, suddenly realizing that it was not his disciple who was the saint, but rather himself. A revelation struck him, causing him to shudder. No wonder he had gained the so-called celestial burial demon body and the so-called soul-devouring demon palace after taking on this disciple. All had been foretold. This was no saintly figure. She was clearly the reincarnation of a demonic emperor. No, it cannot be so. My lord, do not heed her words. The Lin family may not be your match, but we have a sage behind us. Should you harm the Lin family, that sage will surely intervene. My lord, why not consider an alliance with the Lin family? Henceforth, we shall serve the sage together. Suddenly, Lin Wanner's voice rang out, filled with fervor. A sage? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, suddenly casting a piercing gaze at Lin Wanner. What manner of being is this saint? In the vast expanse of the North Wilderness, saints are considered legendary figures. The emergence of any saint compels the entire North Wilderness to bow in submission, not to mention saints. Even the factions established by them are revered as holy grounds for millennia, with none daring to provoke them. What merit does the Lin family possess to have such a saint as their patron? Yes, a saint. Lin Wanner nodded fervently, fearing Zhou Hai's disbelief, and continued, My lord, are you aware of the recent plague in Qinzhou? In truth, it is not a plague at all, but merely a ploy orchestrated by the saint. Our Lin family has already pledged allegiance to the saint, and we now await the divine manifestation that will thoroughly subjugate all beings in Qinzhou, liberating it from the control of the Zhou dynasty. At that time, the saint will lead us, starting from Qinzhou, to sweep across the entire Zhou dynasty and establish a new holy realm. Should you serve the saint, my lord, you would become a founding elder, your status rivaling that of the esteemed elders of the holy ground. Upon finishing, Lin Wanner gazed at Zhou Hai with eager anticipation, convinced that such a grand temptation would be irresistible to him. Indeed, Zhou Hai's brow furrowed, seemingly lost in contemplation. Witnessing this, Lin Wanner felt a surge of delight, knowing hope was within reach. Chapter 19. Ascending to the Lin family, a dominant entrance. Thus, for the ambition of this saint, you intend to enslave countless beings and, in a mad frenzy, poison millions merely to lay the groundwork for a scheme. Is that correct? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Hai's gaze bore into Lin Wanner with profound intensity. Of course, in the presence of the saint, what do millions or even billions of beings signify? To die for the saint is an honor. Lin Wanner, oblivious to the coldness in Zhou Hai's eyes, nodded eagerly. For cultivators like them, although they belong to the same human race, ordinary people do not even merit the title of human. They are slaughtered like pigs or dogs. How delightful! But alas, you likely do not know where I hail from. Forgive me, for I am an elder of the Jixiao Academy. Suddenly, Zhou Hai smiled. The mere mention of being an elder of the Jixiao Academy drained the color from Lin Wanner's face. She understood all too well what the Jixiao Academy represented, a group of fanatics, self-righteous in their madness, especially the Great Zhou Academy. To speak of slaughtering beings in their presence is akin to digging one's own grave. Why pursue such folly? I was contemplating whether to grant you a swift demise. Yet you insist on courting disaster. Since you deem ordinary people as lowly, mere objects of life and death, then from this day forth, I shall show you what true lowliness entails. Zhou Hai shook his head, a chilling intent gathering in his eyes. What do you intend to do? Lin Wanner cried out in terror, only to witness Zhou Hai snap his fingers in quick succession. In that instant, waves of annihilating power surged into the bodies of the four individuals. A piercing scream echoed as their meridians shattered, their cultivation obliterated in an instant. Their foundations collapsed, leaving them devoid of any possibility of further cultivation. Disciple, I find your proposal quite reasonable. Come, today I shall grant you your wish. Zhou Hai glanced back at Qin Xiao, raised his hand, and, along with Qin Xiao and the now disabled Lin Wanner and her companions, soared towards the governor's office of Qinzhou. At this moment, within the grandest brothel of Qinzhou, Murong Zhao's complexion was ashen, his eyes filled with despair. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this journey to Qinzhou, yet he had still underestimated the gravity of the danger he faced. Surrounding him were 10 exquisite beauties, each possessing the cultivation of the Tao comprehension realm. Among them was one who stood at the pinnacle of this realm, a mere step away from achieving the unity realm. Yet, what rendered him most powerless was the presence of Wu Wanli. To his astonishment, not only had Zhang Er's strike 7 years prior failed to claim his life, but now, 7 years later, Wu Wanli had successfully broken through to the unity realm. Faced with 10 formidable Tao comprehension practitioners, plus a superlative powerhouse in the unity realm, Murong Zhao found himself devoid of any capacity for resistance. Murong's sect leader, will you not reconsider? If you join forces with us, in the future, the Zhou dynasty shall see a change of reign, and the Jixiao Academy will maintain its esteemed status. Otherwise, the Great Zhou Academy will meet its demise at your hands. Do you truly wish to become a historical center of the Academy? Opposite Murong Zhao, Wu Wanli spoke with a smile. Yet his formidable presence in the unity realm relentlessly suppressed Murong Zhao. Coupled with the combined might of the 10 beauties, Murong Zhao appeared to be seated calmly. Yet in reality, he had been thoroughly bound and rendered unable to manifest even a fraction of his power. His life was entirely at the mercy of these individuals. Humph. You wicked scoundrels dare to covet the fortune of the great Zhou's humanity. To think you would have me collaborate with you is nothing but a delusion. Murong Zhao's gaze remained cold and indifferent. Even in such dire circumstances, he showed no inclination to yield. The paths of righteousness and wickedness are irreconcilable. He had his own principles to uphold, and how could he bow before such vile cultivators? Alas, why must it come to this? Since you refuse to recognize your situation, we shall simply escort you to the sacrificial altar, to make a small contribution to the Lord. Wu Wanli shook his head in disappointment, raising his hand to strike down upon Murong Zhao's head. Within Murong Zhao, his spiritual energy surged violently as he sought to break free from the encirclement. Yet the combined suppression of those before him proved utterly futile. He found himself unable to even move, forced to watch helplessly as the strike descended, shattering his entire cultivation and scattering his Tao principles. With a muffled groan, blood trickled from the corner of Murong Zhao's mouth, and he lost all capacity for resistance. Take him away, for the sacrifice, commanded Wu Wanli, retracting his hand, as the group took hold of Murong Zhao and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai remained oblivious to the events unfolding here. Accompanied by Qin Xiao and others, he stormed directly to the Lin family estate of the magistrate. Bang, bang, bang. As Lin Wanner and the others were thrown before the Lin family gate like mere refuse, the guards were taken aback. Miss, who are you? What have you done to my lady? One of the guards shouted, pointing accusingly at Zhou Hai upon witnessing Lin Wanner's pitiful state. Boom. However, the response he received was Zhou Hai's swift strike. In an instant, that guard was sent flying, crashing heavily against the magistrate's gate. The guard's body, along with the gate, shattered into pieces. Another guard's pupils widened in shock, involuntarily exclaiming in horror. Yet, the reply he received was yet another strike from Zhou Hai, delivered from a distance. With a resounding explosion, another guard was sent flying, crashing into the entrance behind the grand door. The solid stone threshold shattered upon impact, and the guard's body was instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp, splattering the fragments with viscous remains. A grave threat has arrived. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the entire office of the governor. In an instant, countless powerful auras erupted forth. There were over 1,000 foundation-building cultivators, hundreds of innate practitioners, and a dozen Death Realm masters rushing in from all directions. Their imposing presence was overwhelming, and even before they arrived, the sheer force rendered the air heavy and suffocating. Alas, none of this affected Zhou Hai in the slightest. He did not even cast a glance at these individuals, instead directing his gaze deeper into the governor's estate. There, a far more formidable aura surged forth, rapidly approaching. It belonged to a transcendent realm cultivator. Although Zhou Hai had never met Lin Shixiao, he was certain it was him. Wanner. Indeed, as the figure burst from the estate, he immediately noticed Lin Wanner, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Who are you to harm my daughter? He then abruptly lifted his gaze towards Zhou Hai. Lin Shixiao, how dare you still be alive? Where is my senior brother? Zhou Hai regarded Lin Shixiao with a cold expression. From what he knew of Murong Xiao, that man, despite his penchant for brothels, was undoubtedly one who eradicated evil without mercy. For someone like Lin Shixiao to still be alive could only mean he had either been deceived or was in grave danger. Who exactly are you? Lin Shixiao pressed, his voice icy. He refrained from attacking immediately, for he could not gauge Zhou Hai's strength. This man emitted no fluctuations of cultivation, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Yet how could a mere mortal slay a guard of the estate? Chapter 20. Mastery over heaven and earth, the annihilation of the Lin family. Father, quickly summon the heavenly venerable. He is an elder of the Jixiao Academy. Without waiting for Zhou Hai to speak, Lin Wanner interjected urgently. Having witnessed Zhou Hai's prowess, she knew he surpassed her father's capabilities. To avoid annihilation of her family, she first sought to summon Wu Wanli. What? An elder of the Jixiao Academy? Lin Shixiang's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze towards Zhou Hai now filled with wariness. Coming from the Jixiao Academy, and with his cultivation hidden from view, could he possibly be an ancient figure who had long since withdrawn from the world? Or perhaps a representative sent by the main academy? Regardless of the outcome, it posed a monumental threat to Lin Shixiao. The strength of the man before him far exceeded that of Murong Xiao. May I inquire which elder you are from the academy? Lin Shixiao discreetly crushed a communication talisman while feigning a smile, cupping his hands in respect towards Zhou Hai. I am Zhou Hai, elder of the Daozong Palace of the Great Zhou Academy. Zhou Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After enduring years of repression in the cultivation world, he felt it was finally time to make his name known across the realm. Zhou Hai? However, as his words fell, Lin Shixiao was left stunned. You are Zhou Hai, the elder of the Daozong Palace of the Great Zhou Academy? A middle-aged man behind Lin Shixiao exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Hai was taken aback. Was he truly that formidable? Did his mere name invoke such trepidation? Behold the incredulous expressions on these individuals. Despite exhausting his mind, he could not fathom what extraordinary deeds he had accomplished over the years. Ha! I wondered who it could be, only to discover it was the unparalleled waste of talent, Zhou Hai, who emerges once in a millennium from the Jixiao Academy. At that moment, Lin Shixiao, amused yet disdainful, cast a scornful glance at Zhou Hai. Those behind him, unrestrained, advanced to support Lin Wanner and the others. Showing no fear of provoking Zhou Hai, Zhou Hai's countenance darkened, his forehead throbbing with veins of ire. A waste of talent, once in a millennium? Is this how one speaks of another? Zhou Hai never anticipated that he had already gained notoriety far and wide, albeit with a rather unsavory reputation. Zhou Hai, you are late. If my calculations are correct, your senior brother Murong Xiao must have met his demise. But fret not, I shall escort you to meet him. Lin Shixiang's expression turned grim, as the memory of nearly being deceived by Zhou Hai ignited a fierce desire to rend him apart. It was no wonder this fellow, devoid of cultivation, could vanquish 2 guards and inflict such harm upon his cherished daughter and several disciples of the Sacred Valley. In that moment, upon Zhou Hai revealing his identity, everything fell into place. Even if Zhou Hai were merely a mortal, he was still an elder of the academy. Surely, he would possess some means of self-defense while traversing the world? Given the academy's profound heritage, even if he were to injure a death-bound cultivator in his mortal form, Lin Shixiao would not be taken aback, let alone 2 bodyguard cultivators and his own daughter, a foundational cultivator. However, this did not grant Zhou Hai the liberty to act recklessly. If he could slay Murong Xiao, what was Zhou Hai, a mere waste? What did you say? Where is my senior brother? Upon hearing of Murong Xiao's predicament, Zhou Hai's heart tightened. Despite Murong Xiao's incessant criticisms and nagging, he had cared for him for 7 years. He never imagined that trouble would befall him in such a brief absence. I have said, I will send you to meet him. Lin Shixiang's gaze turned frigid, and with a wave of his hand, 10 formidable death-bound cultivators surged forth, simultaneously launching an assault against Zhou Hai. After all, he was an elder from the academy, even as a mortal, to avoid any unforeseen powerful trump cards. These deathbound cultivators dared not treat him lightly, unleashing lethal strikes from the outset. Beside Zhou Hai, Qin Xiao felt her body tense, as an icy force bore down upon her, threatening to freeze her into a lifeless husk. The attack from a deathbound female cultivator, even from a distance of several dozen feet, was already suffused with an overwhelming chill. Yet in the next instant, she felt as though she were plunged into molten lava, the searing heat causing her flesh to ache intensely. Her long hair curled rapidly, and her garments grew brittle, as if she were on the verge of being incinerated into ash. Following this, another wave of piercing cold assailed her, akin to 1,000 swords piercing her heart. Then, a tremendous gravitational force descended upon her, as if Mount Tai were pressing down, threatening to collapse heaven and earth. In a fleeting moment, she experienced the terrifying aftermath of the attacks from the 10 deathbound cultivators. The realm of deathbound cultivation, a power that defies the very heavens, embodies an innate force of rebellion against the natural order. Before such overwhelming power, Qin Xiao felt as insignificant as an ant. Realizing that she need not even raise a hand, these formidable beings could obliterate her with a mere breath. Yet, just as she braced herself against the 10 waves of residual attacks, her body poised to shatter, Zhou Hai's form trembled, and the myriad forces dissipated instantaneously into nothingness. At that moment, Lin Wanner's voice resounded, warning, "No, be cautious of this person." Lin Wanner was acutely aware that Zhou Hai was not someone these individuals could contend with. Not even her father could match him. Regrettably, her warning came too late. Foolish creature. Zhou Hai's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand to strike down. Boom, boom, boom. A tempestuous force erupted from Zhou Hai, coalescing into a colossal, pitch-black palm imprint that crushed those deadly realm cultivators mid-air. With the explosion of blood mist, those who dared to challenge the heavens met their untimely demise on the spot. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Shixiang's pupils dilated momentarily, then constricted to an extreme. His eyelids twitched violently, as if his mind were being bombarded by 1,000 tons of explosives, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. To think that 10 deadly realm cultivators, whom he would have to expend considerable effort to eliminate, could be so effortlessly dispatched with a single slap. Moreover, he observed firsthand that Zhou Hai had not employed any external tools. The power emanated solely from Zhou Hai himself, a force so potent it instilled despair. How could this be? Wasn't this fellow regarded as a rare anomaly in a millennium, a waste of 10,000 years, a mere elder of the great Zhou Academy, living off others? This waste? Lin Shixiang was bewildered, while the other cultivators around him trembled, their legs quaking, most of their faces ashen, as if they had seen a ghost. The 10 deadly realm experts were thus annihilated? So effortlessly. Lin Shixiang, daring to lay a hand on my senior brother, you deserve to die? Zhou Hai's expression turned icy as he reached out directly towards Lin Shixiang. No. Lin Shixiang felt his body bristle with terror and turned to flee. He realized that this individual was no mere waste. Their power was beyond his comprehension. Yet, as he attempted to escape, he felt the very space around him freeze. A colossal black hand forming beside him, grasping him and lifting him high. The threat of death instantaneously engulfed him. His heart raced violently. An overwhelming fear nearly shattered his resolve. No. Lin Shixiang cried out in terror. There was no doubt that Zhou Hai, at this moment, needed only to exert a slight force to end his life. Chapter 21. Promised to save the world, yet sneaking into brothels. Tell me, where is my senior brother? Zhou Hai's frigid tone echoed, reminiscent of an infernal deity from the abyss demanding answers. He is at Qinghua Tower. Lin Shixiang stammered. Elder Zhou, your senior brother is not dead. It was I who spoke falsely. Please spare me. At this moment, Lin Shixiang had shed all semblance of his earlier bravado. In Zhou Hai's grasp, he could not even muster a defense and could only divulge the truth. Qinghua Tower? Wasn't it promised that he would save the world? Yet he is secretly visiting brothels? Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. How foolish he was to have worried about this senior brother. It was truly a waste of emotions. Indeed, Elder Zhou's senior brother was at Qinghua Tower. Morong, the leader, is not dead. I implore Elder Zhou to spare my life. Lin Shixiang pleaded once more. Spare your life? Huh. As a minister of the great Zhou, you, from the Lin family, conspired with malevolent forces, attempting to usurp power and seize the throne, and you dare to conduct a blood sacrifice of the innocent. Do you deem yourself worthy of survival? Zhou Hai sneered, a chilling intent to kill glimmering in his eyes. No, Elder Zhou, that is not the case. I am a loyal subject of the Crown Prince. How could I betray him? Lin Shixiang, drenched in cold sweat, hastily clarified. Yet, before he could finish his words, darkness enveloped him, and an excruciating pain seized his being. In an instant, Zhou Hai crushed him, reducing him to a puddle of blood. Even at this moment, you still attempt to argue. It seems that in the face of death, you are no different from the masses. Zhou Hai clapped his hands, and as he spoke, he summoned the soul-devouring palace from his spatial system. As the diminutive form of the palace materialized, a mysterious force radiated outward in all directions. Immediately, screams echoed. The deceased Lin Shixiang and the 10 formidable beings of the death realm appeared in the air. Their bodies became transparent, faces contorted in fear, as if they were enduring unimaginable torment. Is this what a soul body is? Zhou Hai curiously observed these spirit forms, watching as they were drawn into the soul-devouring palace. In the next moment, a flash of dark light illuminated the palace, and countless blades emerged, piercing through these soul bodies in an instant. Their wails intensified. Even as souls, they felt the piercing agony of 1,000 blades. Moreover, the suffering inflicted upon a soul body surpasses that of a corporeal form 1,000,000-fold. But that was not the end. As the blades passed, blazing demonic flames ignited, searing these soul bodies and amplifying their screams manifold. Following that, an icy chill from the 9 hells, swarms of biting insects, and various tortures appeared. The diminutive palace had transformed into a hellish abyss, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Crucially, the palace possessed the ability to restore soul bodies. Regardless of the torment inflicted, even if these souls were shattered, they could instantly reassemble and continue to endure their suffering. This horrific scene sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding cultivators from the Lin estate, including those at the innate and foundation establishment realms. Some attempted to flee, only to find themselves paralyzed with fear. At that moment, they resembled mere mortals, their calves cramping with terror. Forget avenging Lin Shixiang. They lacked the courage even to escape, hoping only that Zhou Hai would overlook them. Father. Witnessing her father suffer within the palace, Lin Wanner let out a heart-wrenching cry. She longed to rise, yet her body was broken. Not only could she not stand, but her injuries worsened, causing her to cough up blood. Father. Simultaneously, the 3 young men who had just rushed out of the estate beheld this scene, unable to contain their furious roars. Zhou Hai turned to see the entire family of the inspectorate, their faces twisted in anguish, staring at him with rage. So, it turns out that even the inspectorate possesses human emotions. So, members of the inspectorate can feel pain. Just in time, a family should be together. Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his lips. He raised his hand, summoning the colossal handprint once more, now larger than before. Crashing down with a thunderous impact, the Lin family was engulfed in terror, with some attempting to flee, only to find the space around them frozen, rendering them immobile, helplessly witnessing the descent of the palm print. In an instant, the courtyard before the Lin residence shattered. The ground caved in several feet, and all members of the Lin family were transformed into a sanguine mire, perishing tragically. At that moment, only Lin Wanner remained alive. Witnessing this scene, her eyes widened in despair, disregarding her own physical agony, her cries echoing like a sorrowful cuckoo, heart-wrenching in their intensity. She had never imagined that one day she would witness the demise of her entire family. Now, when she looked at Zhou Hai, it was as if she were confronting a demon. She had never perceived murder as morally reprehensible, in a world where the strong devour the weak. The latter are akin to livestock, and their slaughter is simply a matter of course. It was only now that she genuinely felt the anguish of the powerless. Yet, until this moment, she had not contemplated the suffering of those harmed by the Lin family. Her focus was solely on her own pain. She loathed the demon before her, questioning why he was so merciless and devoid of humanity. She resented the existence of such a fiend in the world and wondered why heaven did not punish him. Lin Wanner, do you feel pain? When you subjected my father to torment, allowing the Koemu sculpture to gnaw at his flesh, did you envision this day? When you publicly stripped my mother bare, ensnaring her and slicing her flesh to feed the Koemu sculpture, did you foresee today? You ridiculed my parents as lowly, suggesting that their fate as mere sustenance for your spirit beast was a privilege. You claimed to be a strong one, asserting that their deaths brought you joy was a testament to their virtue. Now, my master surpasses you in strength. Should he slay your entire family? Why are you not grateful to him? Today, the souls of your parents and kin serve as my amusement. Why do you not shower me with gratitude? Beside Zhou Hai, Qin Xiao coldly observed the unfolding drama before finally speaking. You are not human. Are you not afraid of retribution? Lin Wanner coughed blood, her voice rising in defiance. When you first tortured me, I uttered the same words. You once proclaimed that killing an ant bore no consequences. Who would have imagined that one day you would echo such sentiments? Qin Xiao laughed, yet tears involuntarily brimmed in her eyes. Zhou Hai felt a pang in his heart, recognizing the girl's suffering. Yet he had not anticipated the darkness that enveloped her life. No wonder she harbored such cruelty towards the Lin family. Anyone who had endured such experiences would surely find it difficult to remain benevolent. At that moment, the demonic palace radiated its ominous power once more, restraining the souls of all the Lin family members, subjecting them to the same fate as Lin Shixiang and others. A cacophony of anguished wails filled the air. The entrance of the magistrate's residence transformed into a hellish realm, teeming with tormented spirits, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Who dares to create a disturbance here? A chilling voice rang out. Lord Yuan, please save us. Upon hearing this cry, the previously frozen cultivators, paralyzed by fear, suddenly rejoiced. They felt the pressure around them lessen and turned to kneel before a stunning woman approaching from the distance. Chapter 22. A single blow to shatter the enlightened female cultivator. Zhou Hai turned his gaze and beheld a woman of exquisite beauty, appearing to be no older than her late teens or early 20s. Yet, he was acutely aware that in the realm of cultivation, one's appearance is a poor indicator of age. Since the inception of defying the heavens, each act of rebellion could seize a century of life from the divine. A cultivator at the divine ability realm possesses a lifespan of a millennium, and this woman, with her enlightened realm prowess, could very well be an ancient fiend who has lived for ages. Lady Ruyan, my Lin family is the most loyal servant of the Holy Lord. You must avenge us. Lin Wanner exclaimed upon spotting the woman. Master Ancestor, save us. The cries of the youths beside Lin Wanner were filled with desperation. The woman named Ru Yin had evidently become the beacon of hope for all. Humph. The Lin family has indeed allied with the so-called saint. You must be one of the saint's subordinates? Zhou Hai scoffed, a palpable killing intent gleaming in his eyes. Who are you, daring to meddle knowing the Lin family's ties to my holy valley? The woman scrutinized Zhou Hai, perplexed, for he appeared devoid of any cultivation. How could he threaten the Lin family? It wasn't he until she caught sight of the soul-eating demon palace before Zhou Hai that her pupils constricted in shock. What an intricate palace, utterly inscrutable. Could this possibly be the fabled sacred artifact? A sacred artifact, an extraordinary treasure forged by the saints, appears as mundane as any other object when dormant, yet once unleashed, it becomes unmatched. Its cataclysmic might ensures that anyone beneath the saint's dominion would face certain death upon contact. The resilience of the major holy lands is largely attributable to the existence of such sacred artifacts, a foundation no one can rival. As this realization dawned upon her, a flicker of fear crossed the woman's eyes, and an instinctive urge to flee surged within her. Before a sacred artifact, her enlightened realm strength was woefully inadequate. Lady Ru Yin, he is Elder Zhou Hai from the Academy, an enemy of the Holy Valley. Lin Wanner's voice echoed again, causing the woman to furrow her brows. The Academy? Zhou Hai? Ha ha ha. So it's that renowned oddity of the cultivation world, the useless elder? What a delightful day this is, today. The Academy's master comes to meet his demise, and even a good-for-nothing, without any cultivation seeks to make his mark. Upon hearing this, the woman erupted in laughter, her previous fear transforming into exhilaration. Simultaneously, her gaze hungrily lingered on the demon palace. The sacred artifact is formidable, should it be wielded by a cultivator. Even one at the foundation establishment level, she would have no choice but to flee. Yet, here it lay in the hands of a mere mortal, devoid of any spiritual energy infusion from a cultivator. How much potency could it truly possess? This was a splendid opportunity for murder and plunder. Good heavens! Could you refrain from drooling? Do I appear to be a plump sheep to you? Look at your greedy demeanor. Tell me, what have you done to my senior brother? Zhou Hai could no longer tolerate the woman's avarice, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Was his senior brother caught in a scandalous trap? He. You wish to see your senior brother? Fear not, I shall fulfill your desire. The woman sneered, her form shifting instantaneously to materialize before Zhou Hai. As she reached for his throat, Zhou Hai was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Was this woman out of her mind? Who granted her the audacity to strike at herself? Before the woman could seize him by the throat, Zhou Hai unleashed a powerful punch. There was no overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, merely a sudden, forceful blow. Yet, at the moment of impact, a dark golden light flickered around his fist, and a mysterious principle seemed to manifest. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the woman's chest, and amidst the explosive sound, she could barely let out a cry before being sent sprawling, blood pouring from her mouth. The successive detonations echoed as an unstoppable force erupted within her body. In an instant, her form was riddled with numerous gaping wounds, her clothing soaked in crimson. As she hit the ground, darkness enveloped her vision, and she nearly gasped for breath. In disbelief, she stared at Zhou Hai, unable to fathom how such a singular punch could possess such might. Even with her utmost defense, she might not withstand it. Caught off guard, her true essence crumbled, her foundation unstable, leaving her unable to summon her cultivation. In a heartbeat, The predator had transformed into a lamb awaiting slaughter. How could this be? Wasn't he that fellow relying on a sacred artifact? Zhou Hai looked at her in silence. His offensive capabilities extended far beyond the methods of the Annihilation Emperor's scriptures. He also wielded the techniques of the refined emperor. After absorbing vast amounts of martial prowess in the north of Chun, his body had been honed to the level of a divine weapon. Zhou Hai was tenfold stronger than Xin Bei. Engaging him in close combat would bring even a peak Unity Realm expert to their knees. This woman was simply courting death. Speak. What have you done to my senior brother? Zhou Hai shook his head, advancing toward her, his aura gradually intensifying. A powerful pressure descended, and the woman was struck with terror. The 8th layer of the Enlightenment Realm? You are actually an 8th layer Enlightenment Realm expert? She was incredulous. Wasn't it said that this individual possessed no cultivation? How could he be so formidable? And he was merely 20 years old. An Enlightenment Realm practitioner at such a young age. How astonishing. Shoo, don't make a sound. Keep a low profile, Zhou Hai whispered, placing a finger to his lips. He realized that his reputation as a waste had become deeply entrenched, with no one taking him seriously. Though displeased, he had to admit that using this label to launch a surprise attack was quite effective. That punch had been exhilarating, akin to detonating a landmine. Look, when this woman made her entrance, she seemed so formidable. Now, she was utterly deflated. The sensation of that impact, who could comprehend it? The woman's eyelids twitched violently as she came to the realization that she had been outsmarted. This fellow was nothing more than a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Enough with the idle chatter. What has happened to my senior brother? Zhou Hai, still concerned for Morong Xiao, asked coldly. Elder Zhou, let us speak civilly. Your senior brother is fine. My master not only invited him to the Qinghua Tower as a guest, but also to the Star Observation Tower for tea. He is currently at the Star Observation Tower. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Zhou Hai, the woman's heart raced, and she hastily exclaimed. In that moment, she was the knife, and he was the fish. There was no hesitation in her plea for mercy. I'll believe you when pigs fly. Is there any good outcome in your hands? Why do you not mention that he frequented brothels without paying, leading to your arrest? Zhou Hai shot the woman a disdainful glance, entirely disbelieving her words. Truly, the woman wished to argue, but Zhou Hai did not afford her the opportunity. He summoned the soul-devouring demon palace with a wave of his hand and struck it down upon her head. You seemed rather fond of this thing just now. I shall send you on your way with it today, thus fulfilling your desire. Zhou Hai granted the woman a most extraordinary farewell. And under the might of the demon palace, she was instantly reduced to ashes. This was no mere sacred artifact, but a genuine imperial treasure. An imperial treasure is not to be sullied. Even the slightest touch could obliterate a soul in an instant. Chapter 23. Senior brother, you truly revel in extravagance. You are fortunate to die beneath an imperial treasure. It shall surely be a tale worth telling. Zhou Hai shook his head. Undoubtedly. The woman's soul was also ensnared by the soul-devouring demon palace. Zhou Hai held no compassion for these so-called practitioners who viewed all living beings as mere ants. Hearing the woman's soul emit a wretched scream, he slowly rose, casting his gaze upon the surrounding cultivators. Those who had been astonished just moments ago now stood petrified. No one had anticipated that the momentous entrance of Master Rian from the Enlightenment Realm would end in such an inexplicable demise. Others had not even employed divine abilities, yet had effortlessly claimed her life. Now it is your turn. A slight smile graced Zhou Hai's lips, appearing to the onlookers like the grin of a devil. No. Countless terrified screams filled the air. Thousands were unable to escape and were reduced to pools of blood and mud at Zhou Hai's mere gesture. Soul after soul was drawn into the demon palace, intensifying the wails to a true cacophony of anguished spirits. Disciple, do you still find favor with this palace? Zhou Hai turned to Qin Xiao, smiling as he spoke. Yes, master, I adore it. Qin Xiao nodded vigorously, her affection for the palace emanating from her very soul. It is so powerful, truly a hell for the wicked. It is yours. Remember, with this treasure, you may tear the heavens asunder without consequence. However, should you dare to wreak havoc upon the world with it, do not blame your master for cleansing the realm. Zhou Hai's expression turned grave as he bestowed the palace upon Qin Xiao, issuing a stern warning. Thank you, master, for avenging Xiao. Qin Xiao assured him, fear not, for the mind I have reclaimed is still intact. I shall not lose my humanity. In the future, when my cultivation reaches fruition, I will use this treasure to eliminate demons and protect all beings. Her eyes glistened with tears, astonished that such a powerful artifact was freely given by her master. She promptly knelt and swore an oath to the heavens. Rise, let us rescue your master uncle. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Hai summoned an unseen force to lift Qin Xiao. The palace, granted Zhou Hai's approval, transformed into a dark light that flew into her forehead, establishing a connection with her master. The The demon palace has extracted the memories of those souls. The stargazing tower lies ahead. It is for sacrificial purposes. Today, thousands of young boys and girls will be offered, and Master Uncle shall also be sacrificed, Qin Xiao reported, enlightened by the revelations from the palace. In a moment of fierce determination, Zhou Hai transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the direction of the star observation tower as indicated by Qin Xiao. No, you cannot leave. You have taken my life, Lin Wanner cried out in despair, her voice echoing amidst the ruins before the Lin family estate, where she had witnessed the brutal slaughter of her loved ones, destined to endure endless torment. She longed to hold Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao back, yet the master and disciple were devoid of any interest in casting a glance in her direction, vanishing into the horizon. Half an hour later, 3,000 miles from the city of Qinzhou, spirit vessels sliced through the sky above a vast river, where throngs of devoted pilgrims congregated along the banks. Numerous spirit vessels descended, bringing with them countless young boys and girls, as well as brides adorned in wedding attire. These vessels hailed from various locales in Qinzhou, carrying tens of thousands of youths and brides, each more beautiful than the last, creating a breathtaking panorama akin to a myriad of blossoms in full bloom. Alas, these women were destined for the esteemed ones, and the fervent pilgrims dared not even cast a glance at them, their eyes fixated upstream towards a towering edifice that pierced the clouds. This structure, known as the Star Observation Tower, housed a colossal sacrificial platform, already prepared with a teleportation array, awaiting activation to transport all the young boys, girls, and brides away. Master Morong, do you see how joyously these brides are smiling? They come willingly. I have not coerced them. Wu Wanli's voice resonated from atop the Star Observation Tower, exuding satisfaction. Nearby, Murong Zhao's countenance darkened, his silence palpable. Beside him sat a middle-aged man, Zhou Hai, both of them in a similar plight, their cultivation shattered, bodies grievously injured, struggling to move even a finger. However, a dozen beautiful brides surrounded them, offering massages and shoulder rubs, a scene that starkly contrasted their dire circumstances. What say you, Master Morong? Why forsake the bliss of unity? Join forces with me and the Holy Valley. Trust me, the Lord will surely value your contributions. Wu Wanli, surrounded by captivating companions, leaned in closely, their presence bordering on indecent. At this juncture, Wu Wanli remained undeterred in his attempts to sway Murong Xiao, recognizing the formidable influence of the Jixiao Academy and its powerful alumni. Humph, whether you choose to kill or torture, I shall comply. My senior brother is the head of the academy. How could he ever ally with the likes of you? Murong Xiao remained silent, though Zhou Hai mustered the strength to speak, his voice cold and resolute. Oh, how stubborn you are. It seems there is no hope for you. But fear not. Even in death, you shall serve as a sacrifice for the Lord. With a face full of disappointment, Wu Wanli waved his hand, and the 9 enchanting women behind him promptly moved to the various corners of the star observation platform's array. What is going on? Why hasn't Ti Ruyan returned yet? Wu Wanli furrowed his brow upon noticing that one corner of the array was still unoccupied. Before the 9 beauties could respond, a voice suddenly echoed. She is unlikely to come. As soon as the words fell, a long rainbow arched across the platform, revealing the figure of Zhou Hai. Who are you? Wu Wanli and the 9 beauties instantly fixed their gazes upon Zhou Hai. I am here to take your lives. Zhou Hai grinned, provoking an immediate surge of murderous intent from Wu Wanli and the others. What an arrogant little brat. He appears youthful, yet dares to act so brazenly. Truly, he knows not the peril he invites. Before they could articulate their thoughts, Zhou Hai's gaze shifted to Murong Xiao and Zhou Hai seated on the opposite side, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Ah, my dear seniors, what a curious appearance you both have. I was genuinely concerned for you. Yet it seems you are here indulging in luxury. What a waste of my sentiments. Upon Zhou Hai's arrival, Zhou Hai wore an expression of utter shock. Isn't this fellow a mere salted fish? How does he possess the ability to fly? However, before he could fully process his astonishment, his expression darkened. Look at this. Is this even human language? Who would wish to indulge in such pleasures? Especially directed at you, senior brother Zhou Hai. I can understand why Murong enjoys frequenting brothels surrounded by numerous women, but you, an esteemed official of the Zhou dynasty, a teacher to many, do your students know of your frivolous pursuits? After a pause, Zhou Hai looked at Zhou Hai with an expression akin to having caught a high-ranking official consorting with courtesans. Zhou Hai's eyes bulged, nearly spewing blood in disbelief. This, damn it, my lifelong reputation is now utterly ruined. Shut your mouth, you little brat. Why haven't you left yet? What are you doing here? Murong Xiao's face darkened like a pot bottom. If he could, he would have given Zhou Hai a good thrashing. What do you mean by saying I enjoy visiting brothels? That is slander. I came to catch a lecture, what else could it be? Zhou Hai retorted, brother. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but I step away for just a moment, and you can't contain yourself? Running off to a brothel in broad daylight. How anxious must you be? No, I must rescue you from this horde of beauties. I have not enjoyed myself. I certainly cannot allow you to fall into depravity. Zhou Hai shrugged, nearly causing Murong Xiao to spit blood. Is there no justice left in the world? I have lived my life with integrity, only to end up with such a reputation. It truly vexes me. Just die if you must. Spare us your incessant prattle. At that moment, a voice of fury rang out. A woman of the Enlightenment realm swiftly appeared behind Zhou Hai, raising her hand to strike him on the crown of his head. Although she could not perceive Zhou Hai's cultivation level, upon careful scrutiny, they determined he was merely in his 20s. Even if he were an unparalleled genius, he could only reach the divine passage realm at best. For beings of the Enlightenment realm like themselves, killing him would be a trivial task. Yet, just as she believed her palm would suffice to annihilate Zhou Hai, he abruptly turned, unleashing an incredibly swift punch. Similar to his previous encounter with the elusive Yin, there was no overwhelming force displayed. It was merely a single punch that instantaneously unleashed the full potential of the 100 Refinements Emperor's body refinement technique. With a resounding crash, his fist struck the chest of the beautiful woman in the Enlightenment realm, who had no time to utter a scream before her entire being was obliterated into a mist of blood amidst the explosion. In an instant, the onlookers widened their eyes, frozen in disbelief. Yet, Zhou Hai had no intention of pausing after his initial strike. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before several women, delivering a merciless blow to each. The sequence of explosive sounds echoed relentlessly. How astonishing was Zhou Hai's speed. In less than the time it takes to blink, he unleashed 5 punches upon 5 women. These women were all cultivators of the Enlightenment realm, yet in their stunned state, they had no opportunity to react. The moment his fists made contact, their bodies erupted, transforming into clouds of blood mist. It was not until Zhou Hai delivered his 6th punch that he finally encountered resistance. A woman clad in purple, tall and breathtakingly beautiful, stood before him. Her peak cultivation in the Enlightenment realm made her the strongest present, second only to Wu Wanli. As Zhou Hai's fist hurtled towards her, she erupted in fury, unleashing the full force of her formidable power, gathering the essence of the Tao in her palm, and clashing with Zhou Hai's punch. The violent shockwave radiated outward, shattering the pavilions on the star observation platform. Only when the array on the ground flashed with light did it barely manage to counterbalance the aftermath of their collision, preventing the immediate destruction of the observation tower. Seeking death, the woman seethed with rage, astonished that this seemingly youthful individual possessed such terrifying power. In a surprise move, he had annihilated 6 opponents, 6 formidable Enlightenment realm warriors. Ah, impressive. So you are indeed a peak Enlightenment realm expert, capable of withstanding my punch. Alas, you still fall short. Zhou Hai grinned, leaving the woman momentarily stunned. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he unleashed a myriad of Tao principles from his fist, a torrent of violent energy surging forth. The woman was taken aback, barely managing a gasp before she felt an overwhelming force inundate her being. The ferocious Tao principles were as frigid as blades, yet burned with the intensity of flames. They boasted the might of thunderclaps and the tearing power of sword chi. There were too many. This was not merely a single Tao principle, but rather a simultaneous eruption of over 10 different principles, akin to a collective strike from multiple Enlightenment realm warriors. Even the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm could not withstand such an onslaught when caught off guard, resulting in her immediate disintegration. Body parts flew through the air, some as hard as ice, others reduced to ash, some transformed into blood mist, and some shattered into mangled flesh. The carnage was horrific. On the other side, 2 women at the 3rd and 5th levels of the Enlightenment realm, who had intended to join the fray, were paralyzed with terror upon witnessing this scene. As Zhou Hai turned to charge towards them, they instinctively fled into the sky, propelled by the violent force of Tao principles, as the heavens and earth erupted in chaos. Behind one woman, an endless inferno materialized, creating a realm of its own, as if seeking to incinerate heaven and earth. Behind the other woman, a vibrant sea of blossoms flourished, subtly perfumed, enticing one to inhale and surrender to a languid bliss. Both women were exerting their utmost to harness their respective powers, and in the presence of Zhou Hai, genuine fear enveloped them. As Zhou Hai approached, without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee, simultaneously gathering their strength. They had discerned that this young man was a formidable practitioner of body refinement. Engaging him in close combat at their level was tantamount to courting death. They needed to amass power, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash their most potent strike, perhaps capable of vanquishing him. Otherwise, they would meet the same fate as those who had fallen before them. Why run? Zhou Hai bellowed, laughter echoing as he paused. The 2 women were momentarily taken aback, their gazes fixed upon him. He raised his right hand high, and in an instant, An icy chill enveloped them, causing their hair to stand on end. They sensed an unprecedented threat of death. Instinctively, they sought to flee, only to find the space around them seemingly frozen, each movement a Herculean effort. Simultaneously, a scene reminiscent of celestial omens unfolded, as a colossal hand blotted out the sun, descending from the heavens like a divine appendage, reaching directly for the two women. What is that? This is bad. Someone is disrupting the sacrifice. How terrifying. It feels like death is near. What is happening to the heavens? Are they collapsing? At the stargazing pavilion beneath the celestial sovereign, crowds numbering in the tens of thousands were awestruck by the spectacle. Many fell to their knees, fervently beseeching the celestial sovereign for salvation. Yet, at that moment, even the celestial sovereign was rendered speechless. Gazing upon the enormous hand, spanning hundreds of feet, even Wu Wanli, who had yet to engage in battle, could sense its terrifying power. The might of that hand was unparalleled, capable of annihilating all in an instant. What it heralded was not merely death, but an utter obliteration, a force potent enough to silence all existence, including heaven and earth. Even remaining on the periphery of the battle, Wu Wanli was consumed by trepidation, let alone the two women at the epicenter of the conflict. In that moment, despite their fervent attempts to harness their Tao comprehension, they found themselves utterly immobilized. Their powers crumbled. The enormous hand tore through the fabric of reality, revealing glimpses of chaotic space. To shatter heaven and earth required a power that transcended the realm of unity. Chapter 25. Am I so impressive that you still call me a flounder? Despair, fear, and a myriad of negative emotions surged within them. At that moment, the two beautiful women of the Tao realm could not muster even a semblance of resistance. The celestial phenomena they had conjured dissipated, and as the colossal hand descended, the world fell into silence, engulfed in eternal darkness. When the hand vanished, not a trace of blood remained in the cosmos. In the face of obliteration, there was not even the slightest remnant. Task accomplished. Zhou Hai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he effortlessly eliminated the two women. In an instant, he appeared before Morong Xiao and Zhou Hai. On the stargazing platform, Wu Wanli immediately grasped the situation and attempted to seize Morong Xiao and Zhou Hai. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. As he stood up, the sight of Zhou Hai made him freeze in his tracks. Wu Wanli was left dumbfounded. He had yet to discern the young man's true cultivation level. Judging from the aura he had just revealed, it seemed to peak at the realm of enlightenment. Yet, this individual's combat prowess far exceeded that of an enlightened being, possibly even surpassing the unity realm, for he had torn through the barriers of space. What kind of prodigy was this, and how could he possess such formidable strength? Morong Xiao and Zhou Hai stared in astonishment at Zhou Hai, their breaths quickening. In less than 20 breaths, he had slain 9 powerful beings at the enlightenment realm. Was this even human? It was worth noting that this young man was still 2 months shy of his 20th birthday. Little junior brother, weren't you supposed to be a slacker? When did you attain such cultivation? Zhou Hai stammered in disbelief. Zhou Hai was still contemplating how to deliver a graceful exit, as his earlier display had been quite impressive, and he felt the need to conclude with a stylish flourish. However, upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, his expression darkened instantly. Do you not know how to speak? Just because I usually keep a low profile does not make me a slacker. Please. I simply prefer to remain humble and not show off, alright? Must one flaunt their strength like you, only to be easily subdued upon entry? To avoid being called a slacker? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, his retort leaving Morong Xiao and Zhou Hai in a state of utter disbelief. Low profile? Did this young man have any connection to humility? Hey, you're the only one left. Let's have a go, but don't disappoint me. Ignoring the two, Zhou Hai turned his attention to Wu Wanli. Wu Wanli felt a shiver down his spine and instinctively took several steps back. This young man had already displayed such overwhelming might at the enlightenment level. Without knowing his true cultivation, who could tell what realm he truly belonged to? If a confrontation ensued, would his own unity realm be sufficient to withstand it? Haha, they say the Jixiao Academy embodies the righteous path, yet it appears to be otherwise. May I inquire which esteemed elder from the academy has possessed this young man in such a manner? Is this what you call righteousness? Wu Wanli smirked coldly, secretly retrieving a wall-breaking talisman, ready to flee if the situation turned dire. Possession? Zhou Hai was taken aback, staring at Wu Wanli with a look of incredulity. Morong Xiao and Zhou Hai were equally speechless. Members of the academy, even the disciples, were generally mature and composed, let alone those ancient elders. Few could match the reckless audacity of someone like Zhou Hai. He was truly one of a kind. Moreover, even if the academy's sages were deceased, they would never resort to possession. This was undoubtedly Zhou Hai's true self. How clever of you, throwing dirt when you can't win. Unfortunately, that tactic won't work on me. You shall perish as well. Zhou Hai scoffed, his figure moving as he charged directly at Wu Wanli. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Wanli's gaze sharpened, and he conjured a realm that enveloped Zhou Hai in an instant. Concurrently, his formidable cultivation surged forth as he attempted a full-force strike. Zhou Hai's steps faltered, and he felt as though he had been thrust into another world, struggling to move as if bound by an overwhelming force. This was a suppression of realms. Wu Wanli, being a formidable entity of the Unity realm, exerted a distinct pressure upon Zhou Hai, who was merely at the Enlightenment realm. While cultivators of the Enlightenment realm could bind others with their principles, they could never create a space of their own. However, a Unity realm master could accomplish this. It was their domain. Within their domain, any adversary would be at their mercy. Yet, regrettably, this domain proved ineffective against Zhou Hai. In a flash, a sacred artifact-level jade pendant emerged from Zhou Hai's spatial system. The moment he grasped the pendant, an invisible order of the saints enveloped him, rendering Wu Wanli's domain ineffective at once. In a mere instant, he had already surged forward to Wu Wanli, his fist striking without hesitation. Indeed, you have been concealing your power, Wu Wanli exclaimed, his face pale with shock. Zhou Hai had not exhibited a stronger aura. Yet he effortlessly broke free from the confines of his domain, enough to shatter Wu Wanli's composure. With a mighty shout, he had no time to evade and unleashed a full-force palm towards Zhou Hai's fist. At the moment their fists and palms collided, Wu Wanli felt as if he had struck an invincible weapon. No matter how ferocious his Unity realm strength was, he could scarcely injure his opponent. The tremendous force of their clash sent Wu Wanli flying backward. He gazed at Zhou Hai in astonishment. This man was extraordinarily powerful, merely with his physical form. He could withstand Wu Wanli's full-force strike. If a serious confrontation ensued, Wu Wanli had no chance of victory. Realizing this, he wasted no time, crushing a barrier-breaking talisman. In an instant, a spatial rift appeared behind him. With a swift motion, he vanished along with the rift, leaving no opportunity for intervention. Junior brother, eradicate the evil without hesitation. You must not let him escape. Morong Zhao's voice echoed urgently. Quickly pursue him, Zhou Hai exclaimed in alarm. Neither had anticipated Zhou Hai's immense strength, yet now was not the time for astonishment. Their priority was to eliminate the threat. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, swiftly utilizing the jade pendant in his hand to lock onto Wu Wanli's aura, preparing to pursue him through the Emperor's teleportation array. However, at that moment, over 100 practitioners of the divine ability realm surged from all directions. Quickly protect the teleportation array, request support from the sacred valley. Prevent him from disrupting the sacrifice until the Lord descends, they shouted, rushing towards the star observation tower, attempting to activate the teleportation array to summon stronger allies. Seeking death, Zhou Hai's eyes narrowed, abandoning the pursuit of Wu Wanli. After all, Morong Zhao and Zhou Hai were left vulnerable, their powers shattered, and falling into the hands of these individuals would lead only to their demise. Moreover, who knew what kind of figures the teleportation array might bring forth? These individuals had meticulously planned this. He must first dismantle the teleportation array and eliminate all threats. With that thought, Zhou Hai soared into the air, unleashing a tempest of annihilating power that engulfed the surroundings. A hand, larger than before, materialized out of thin air, wielding cataclysmic power as if intent on annihilating the world itself, descending upon the multitude of cultivators within the realm of divine abilities. Chapter 26. The little junior disciple is indeed a great sage, concealed in talent and reputation. Be cautious, echoed countless cries. Over 100 cultivators, once united in their resolve to confront Zhou Hai, now found their aspirations utterly ludicrous in the face of the sky-blocking palm imprint. The violent force of destruction brought forth an overwhelming threat of death, instilling such dread that they yearned to flee, yet at that moment, even the slightest movement became a distant dream. Confronted by the descending palm, they were rendered incapable of manifesting their innate abilities, merely witnessing the encroaching darkness that engulfed them, plunging them into eternal oblivion. No, a heart-wrenching scream erupted, but alas, it bore no fruit. As the palm imprint descended in its entirety, clouds of blood mist erupted, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The power of annihilation obliterated all traces of existence. Witnessing such a world-shattering display, Morong Zhao and Zhou Hai were left utterly bewildered. What an overwhelming offensive technique, unparalleled in might. Is this truly the extent of my little junior disciple's prowess? In an instant, all cultivators of divine abilities were extinguished, and Zhou Hai's annihilation palm imprint loomed once more. On the sacrificial altar, the teleportation array burst forth with resplendent light, attempting to withstand the force of the palm. However, as a wave of dark light swept through, the protective barrier of the array began to fracture, leading to the complete shattering of the array's inscriptions. Once the palm imprint vanished, the world returned to its normal state, Yet the formations on the altar and various array tools had been reduced to mere fragments. Observing this, Zhou Hai cast his gaze downward. Below the stargazing tower, tens of thousands along the banks of the great river had already collapsed in terror. Among these individuals, there were at least several hundred, if not more, cultivators of the foundation establishment and innate realms. Clearly, these were the disciples of the so-called Holy Valley. To eradicate all threats, Zhou Hai had no intention of sparing these individuals. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, a voice from the system resonated in his mind. Ding. The host's second disciple has fallen into the hands of Wu Wanli and is in danger. A protective mission is now activated. Please proceed immediately to safeguard the path for substantial rewards. What? The previous protective reward has yet to be given, and now another mission? Zhou Hai, taken aback, could not help but exclaim. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the protective grand gift pack. The system offered no further explanation but directly presented the rewards from the previous protective mission. Activating the protective gift pack, Zhou Hai furrowed his brow. Despite his displeasure, he proceeded to open the protective gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the protective grand gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 300 recovery pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a death substitute puppet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 3 explosive pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring 300 years of cultivation. As the system's voice faded, a torrent of immense cultivation power surged into Zhou Hai's body, enabling him to break through to the 9th level of the enlightenment realm. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Unbeknownst to him, despite acquiring the immortal battle soul body and the burial sky demon body, he remained unable to cultivate, even struggling to draw the celestial spirit essence into his body. Consequently, during the recent battle, the expended spiritual energy could not be replenished. However, following this unexpected breakthrough, he felt revitalized, brimming with vigor, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of strength resided within him. The sensation was utterly delightful. The returning essence pill was indeed a remarkable treasure. At the same time, he noticed the rewards bestowed by the system, particularly the returning essence pills, which arrived at an opportune moment. Brothers, please distribute these 20 returning essence pills among yourselves. They are sufficient for your recovery. Eradicate all evil. I leave these insignificant foes and the aftermath to you. I shall first confront that Wu Wanli. He tossed the 20 returning essence pills to Murong Xiao and Du Hai. With concern for Qin Xiao's safety, Zhou Hai raised his hand to tear through the fabric of space, vanishing instantaneously, to shatter the void with a mere gesture. Was this not the might characteristic of a saint? Du Hai's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, we have severely underestimated this junior brother. He was right. Over the years, he had remained too inconspicuous, leading others to presume he was merely an idle fish. Who could have anticipated that he had already attained the status of a saint? They had labeled him as a once-in-an-eternity waste of potential, yet it turned out that such a physique was simply beyond the grasp of ordinary cultivators. Perhaps the strength of his constitution had long surpassed our imaginations. Murong Xiao also wore an expression of shock, recalling the first encounter with Zhou Hai. At that time, he and Zhou Hai's master, Zhang Er, had been brought to Qinghua Tower by Wu Wanli. Zhang Er, known for his encyclopedic knowledge of the cultivation realm, had recognized Zhou Hai's distinctiveness at first glance. This lad, astonishingly, exhibits a resistance to the celestial spirit essence. It is essential to understand that the celestial spirit essence holds the same critical importance for cultivators as grains do for mortals. Just as mortals cannot subsist without sustenance, cultivators cannot thrive without absorbing celestial spirit essence. Throughout history, every individual has possessed the potential to cultivate, albeit with varying degrees of aptitude. A physique like Zhou Hai's, one that resists celestial spirit essence, is undoubtedly a rare phenomenon. On a whim, Zhang Er took him as a disciple, intending to study him further. Over the years, Murong Xiao had not considered urging him to cultivate. He merely wished for him to take on a disciple and carry on Zhang Er's legacy. Little did he expect that this quiet lad would emerge as such an unparalleled powerhouse. In retrospect, Murong Xiao felt as though he were living in a dream. It was indeed a revelation that his once unassuming junior brother had concealed such remarkable prowess. Had it not been for the need to rescue them, he might have forever kept his cultivation concealed. Du Hai nodded slightly, sincerely reflecting, "Alas, I have taught that the saintly must adhere to ancestral precepts, that righteous individuals should forsake fame and fortune, dedicating themselves to the protection of the populace. Over these years, I believed I had done well, feeling quite pleased with myself. Yet now, upon seeing our junior brother, I realize my own cultivation is lacking. Those like him, who humbly conceal their talents while willingly safeguarding others, are the true sages. Murong Xiao sighed, unable to shake off a sense of shame. In his view, had he not prevented Chu Chun from guiding Zhou Hai yesterday, and had Zhou Hai not risked his life today to save both himself and Du Hai, as well as the people of Qinzhou, Zhou Hai would likely never have revealed his true abilities. Such a low-key, yet righteous manner of conduct was beyond his reach. For a moment, he elevated Zhou Hai to the status of a sage in his heart, his admiration flowing ceaselessly. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai was entirely oblivious to these thoughts, amidst his busy schedule. He was merely focused on utilizing the Emperor's teleportation array, showcasing his prowess before his two senior brothers. After today, surely his reputation as a mere slacker would be cleansed. The Emperor's teleportation array allowed for unrestricted travel within 1,000,000 miles. In an instant, he found himself 1,000 miles away, at the location where he had placed Qin Xiao. Since they were heading into battle, and Qin Xiao had no cultivation, it was impossible for Zhou Hai to keep her by his side. Thus, upon determining their location, he left her partway. However, he never anticipated that she would encounter the fleeing Wu Wanli. The crucial point was that Wu Wanli was attacking an ordinary person. At that moment, Zhou Hai's murderous intent surged. These practitioners of the sinister path were truly addicted to killing, willing to strike at any commoner they encountered. Yet, upon arriving, Zhou Hai realized he was mistaken. As soon as he appeared, he employed the supreme concealment technique, rendering himself invisible in the void. Approaching the scene, he saw Wu Wanli in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 27. This technique is truly invincible. Almost half of Wu Wanli's body had vanished. He, who had previously been whole, was now left with but one hand and one foot. Hand over that item to me, and I shall spare your life. Wu Wanli's visage was menacing, his remaining hand gripping Qin Xiao's delicate neck, lifting her high, his eyes brimming with malice. Zhou Hai was taken aback upon seeing the Soul-Eater Demon Palace suspended in the air, and he instantly understood. Wu Wanli was not merely killing indiscriminately. This was clearly an act of murder for treasure. Surely, the half of his body that had vanished was intricately linked to the Soul-Eater Demon Palace. You will not take this. It was given to me by my master, and I shall never surrender it to another. Qin Xiao clung desperately to Wu Wanli's arm, struggling to breathe. You seek death. Such a treasure is unworthy of a mere mortal like you. If you refuse to yield, I shall see whether it will resist after your demise. Wu Wanli roared in fury. At this moment, although he was enraged, he felt more constrained. Originally, the saint's plan was progressing smoothly. Yet, Zhou Hai's emergence had forced him into a desperate flight. He had intended to use a barrier-breaking talisman to escape thousands of miles away, but the talisman's power was insufficient, and he was expelled from the spatial passage after only covering a little over 1,000 miles. As he rose to continue his escape, he beheld a girl playing with a small palace. Instantly, the palace captured his attention. Its enigmatic aura and the wretched cries emanating from within indicated its extraordinary nature. Particularly, upon seeing the ethereal souls within, he was utterly astonished. He attempted to extend a thread of his consciousness towards the palace. But just as he was about to make contact, his soul nearly shattered. He realized the immense power of this treasure. It was undoubtedly a sacred artifact. Perhaps even an entity surpassing a sacred artifact. The mere thought of such an object falling into the hands of a mere mortal fills him with profound anguish. It is a grievous transgression against the natural order. Contemplating Zhou Hai, he muses, should this treasure come into his possession, no matter how formidable Zhou Hai becomes, he is resolute in his intent to return and claim his life. After much deliberation, he resolved to act. Yet, the moment his right hand made contact with the demon palace, a corrosive force surged forth, threatening to dissolve him entirely. Had he not severed his own hand and foot in a desperate bid for survival, he would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Realizing that this treasure had already chosen its master, making it impossible to seize by force, Wu Wanli was left in a frenzy, compelled to coerce Qin Xiao into willingly surrendering it. However, with her refusal to cooperate, he saw no alternative but to attempt to slay her, rendering the treasure ownerless in hopes of acquiring it anew. Just as he was about to crush Qin Xiao, a sudden chill enveloped him, his instincts as a harmonization realm practitioner warning him of imminent death. Without a moment's hesitation, he relinquished his hold on her. Channeling his full might, he instinctively struck to his left. Boom! His palm collided with an unseen force, the sheer impact sending him hurtling backward. At that moment, Zhou Hai's figure finally materialized. You? Wu Wanli gasped in horror. He had hesitated to engage Zhou Hai in a desperate battle earlier, and now, gravely injured, he felt utterly hopeless. Cough, cough, master. You have arrived? Upon escaping Wu Wanli's grasp, Qin Xiao's eyes lit up at the sight of Zhou Hai, a surge of relief washing over her. Surviving the ordeal, she felt an amalgamation of emotions, both grievance and joy, compelling her to rush into Zhou Hai's embrace. Rise and secure the demon palace. In the future, keep this artifact hidden. Refrain from revealing it indiscriminately. Remember, wealth should not be flaunted. Zhou Hai admonished Qin Xiao with a serious tone. Wu Wanli, had you the opportunity to flee, yet still dared to lay hands on my disciple? You truly court your own demise. Without allowing Qin Xiao to interject, Zhou Hai turned his fierce gaze upon Wu Wanli, his eyes ablaze with intent to kill. If it is battle you seek, do you truly believe I fear you? Deprived of his escape talisman, Wu Wanli abandoned any thoughts of flight. After all, this individual's strength far surpassed his own, leaving no hope for escape. It was far better to engage in a desperate struggle. Perhaps fortune might still favor him. With that resolve, Wu Wanli leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Boom, boom, boom. A vast ocean of poison appeared on the horizon, his harmonization domain erupting in full force. In that instant, he seemed to transform into a deity of plague, wielding dominion over life and death. Let me see today if a harmonization realm practitioner can withstand a beating. Zhou Hai felt a stirring within, genuinely curious to ascertain whether, unaided by external forces, he could indeed shatter a harmonization realm practitioner merely through his own strength. However, just as he was about to strike, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to halt abruptly. He began to contemplate the principles he had mastered after transcending to the enlightenment realm. These principles seemed to have merged with his very soul, intricately entwined within every fiber of his being. As his power continued to grow, so too did these principles, deepening in complexity, as if striving to break free from their constraints and forge a new realm. Yet, to this day, he had not yet harnessed this intrinsic principle of his own, leaving him uncertain of its true potency. During his initial attempt, he was unable to harness the energy, but in a moment of inspiration, all his strength surged into the Tao principle. Yet, the principle resembled a black hole, consuming every ounce of energy he poured into it, remaining inscrutable and unyielding. Only the dark light on the principle flared, while an enigmatic force flowed within Zhou Hai's body. He instinctively turned his head, eager to discern the celestial phenomena his principle had conjured, but found the surroundings eerily still. As he furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, his eyes widened in astonishment. Akin to encountering a ghost, he beheld the cosmic order, visible only during moments of enlightenment. The grand laws of the universe materialized before him. Astonished, Zhou Hai quickly discerned that his principle was not intended for combat, but for enlightenment. If he could reference the celestial order and cosmic laws at will, attaining understanding would be effortless. However, in the next instant, he was left dumbfounded. He witnessed the celestial order disintegrating, the cosmic laws shifting continuously. More precisely, it was as if his very eyes were dismantling the celestial order and the grand laws, searching for flaws to breach the very fabric of reality. Goodness, is there no justice in this world? Zhou Hai swallowed hard, realizing he had misjudged once again. This principle was not merely a means for enlightenment. In combat, it was utterly invincible. Given his current realm, he could not genuinely unravel the celestial order or the flaws within the grand laws. However, could he not easily perceive the vulnerabilities in the Tao principles of other cultivators? He quickly shifted his gaze to Wu Wanli, who stood majestically high above, burdened by 1,000 zhang sea of poison, resembling a deity of retribution, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yet, upon Zhou Hai's gaze, he pierced through the poisonous sea, focusing on the intertwining principles. The so-called celestial phenomenon, that imposing realm of toxicity, was merely the manifestation of supreme spiritual energy stimulating the principles, wielding destructive power and dominion over life and death. Chapter 28. A single fist to shatter the Unity Realm expert. In the face of such a formidable opponent as Wu Wanli, only those of a higher realm could dismantle his principles and disperse his magical power. Yet, under Zhou Hai's scrutiny, the principles emanating from Wu Wanli became increasingly coarse, countless flaws shimmering like stars in the night sky, revealing vulnerabilities wherever Zhou Hai looked. He felt a surge of conviction that if he could seize but one flaw, a single strike would suffice to overwhelm Wu Wanli. This realization quickened Zhou Hai's breath, and even his heartbeat raced. If this were true, would battling across realms still pose a challenge? Not to mention surpassing a single major realm. He would dare to slap the faces of those two realms above him. With such thoughts, Zhou Hai wasted no time, soaring forth into the void. Perish before me. In my name, I sacrifice my Tao to commune with the heavens. Just then, Wu Wanli's voice resonated, his expression solemn, as if swearing an oath to the cosmos. This was a binding incantation of a pact, trading sacrifice for power, a ritual common among many sections. In the midst of a battle, when a monk finds himself overmatched, He may resort to a sacrificial ritual, offering his own essence to the heavens in hopes of receiving divine power, enabling him to amplify his offensive capabilities 100-fold in an instant. Although this act often leads to a decline in his realm, it may preserve his life or even allow him to vanquish formidable foes. In this moment, Yu Wanli, a master of the Unity realm, invoked such a spell, rendering the advancing Zhou Hai immobile, as though encased in ice. Simultaneously, a torrent of toxic energy surged into Zhou Hai's body, igniting a searing sensation within his very organs. His garments rapidly disintegrated, revealing his muscular form. His skin reddened, then darkened, as if on the brink of decay. Were it not for his formidable cultivation shielding him, he feared that he would be reduced to mere bones in this fleeting moment. What madness is this? To wield overwhelming power against an Enlightenment realm opponent while resorting to sacrifice. Zhou Hai was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Yu Wanli's ruthless resolve. As he lifted his gaze, under the scrutiny of Yu Wanli's piercing eyes that sought to unravel his path, he beheld the toxic sea seemingly intertwining with the heavens and the earth. It resembled a droplet rushing towards the ocean. Once merged, its might would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. At this juncture, the grand principles of the universe began to seize control of this toxic domain. Should the two realms fully merge, Zhou Hai would be battling against the very fabric of existence to break free from the toxic grasp. In mere moments, he perceived the flaws within the toxic sea's principles vanishing, mended by the cosmic force. The realm of the heavenly Tao was far beyond that of a Unity realm cultivator. Once the flaws of the Unity realm's principles fused with the cosmos, they ceased to exist in any flawed form. Break free, Zhou Hai commanded fiercely, determined to prevent the toxic sea from merging with the heavens. His eyes blazed with intensity, ethereal principles flickering within their depths. Channeling every ounce of his strength, he unleashed a punch, the ferocious force of annihilation surging forth to strike at a flaw in the principles that the heavens had yet to mend. In an instant, the myriad cracks absorbed all of his power. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, a tempestuous force radiated outward, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated across the sky. Ha ha! Perish! Yu Wanli stood atop the toxic sea, laughing maniacally. In that moment, the cosmos seemed to revolve around him, as if he were the sole, true deity of the universe. His demeanor exuded an unmatched arrogance, filled with exhilaration at the thought of defeating Zhou Hai. Yet, as his laughter faded, his pupils suddenly constricted. He beheld a surge of overwhelming power from the depths of the toxic sea, annihilating it with cataclysmic force. Simultaneously, the principles he had established within the toxic sea collapsed in an instant, dissipating into nothingness. The principles were emblematic of powerful beings of the Enlightenment realm and beyond. They formed the foundation of their path. With the collapse of principles and the obliteration of his foundation, Yu Wanli was instantly riddled with countless wounds. An unprecedented sensation of weakness engulfed him. He could scarcely endure a moment longer before plummeting from the sky. With a violent cough, Yu Wanli expelled a torrent of blood, mingling with the crimson mist that enveloped him, a sight of sheer devastation. Qin Xiao stood below, gazing up at the spectacle with awe and admiration. From the very beginning, she had never harbored any concern for Zhou Hai. After all, the treasures bestowed by the master were such that even a mere brush against them could cost Wu Wanli half his life. With the master personally intervening, would it not be as simple as a breath to take away another half of his life? As she had anticipated, the master emerged victorious without a hint of doubt. The arrogance Wu Wanli displayed moments ago was now replaced by his pitiful state. With a resounding thud, Wu Wanli's body plummeted from a height of 1,000 zhang, creating a massive crater upon impact, from which blood mist began to rise incessantly. Yet, at that moment, Qin Xiao found herself devoid of any interest in casting a glance his way. Her gaze remained fixed upon the sky. There, the poisonous sea continued to dissipate, allowing sunlight to pour in, revealing a towering figure standing majestically. Bathed in the golden light, he appeared as if a deity had descended from the heavens. As the poisonous sea vanished, that figure began to descend rapidly. The instant she saw Zhou Hai touch the ground, Qin Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears. "Master," she called out, her voice tinged with grievance, as she rushed towards Zhou Hai and embraced him tightly. She had never worried about Zhou Hai, for she believed him to be invincible. Yet, before his arrival, fear had gripped her heart. Having just encountered the master and tasted the warmth of the human world, was she to face death now, never to see him again? At that moment, she yearned desperately for just one more glimpse of her master. Even in death, she would be content to see him once more. As a torrent of suppressed emotions erupted within her, she cast aside all reservations, merely wanting to bask greedily in the warmth and comfort that the master provided. "What are you doing? Step back, turn around." Zhou Hai's exasperated voice reached her ears. causing Qin Xiao to pause in surprise. With the battle concluded, she had a myriad of grievances to share with her master. Yet his demeanor seemed to suggest she was unwelcome. I said to step back, did you hear me? Zhou Hai's face flushed a deep crimson. Did this woman not understand the boundaries between master and disciple? How could one blur the lines of hierarchy? Subjecting oneself to such scrutiny, what disciple could withstand it? Feeling unjustly wronged, Qin Xiao reluctantly released Zhou Hai and lowered her head, only to suddenly glimpse something that made her cheeks flush a vivid red. Ah! She exclaimed, quickly covering her face and turning away, her ears burning with heat, and her heart racing uncontrollably. What had she seen? Her master was, astonishingly, not dressed. How embarrassing. How could she have embraced him at such a moment? Yet, one could not deny, her master possessed an admirable physique. His shoulders were remarkably strong. The more she pondered, the more shy she felt, as if she could no longer face the world. Remember, this matter is known to heaven and earth, you and I. If you dare to speak of it, beware of my wrath. Zhou Hai's voice broke through her thoughts, prompting her to cautiously turn her head and discover that he had already donned a new set of clothes. Chapter 29, Master cares for me. Understood, Master. I want to speak of it. Qin Xiao replied, her face still flushed, her mind involuntarily recalling the scene she had just witnessed, causing her ears to heat up once more. Such a small secret, of course, she would never divulge. How could she share her master's physique with anyone else? At that moment, Zhou Hai remained blissfully unaware of Qin Xiao's little thoughts. His own mind was occupied with the notion that he had no objections to a teacher-student romance. However, if this matter were to reach the ears of Murong Sanzang, he would undoubtedly be incessantly nagging about it. Such an occurrence must be avoided at all costs. Moreover, these precious disciples are the epitome of industriousness. How can they entertain notions of romance without first dedicating themselves to their cultivation? That would be an utter waste of time. Come here, come here. At that moment, Zhou Hai's voice resounded once more. Just as Qin Xiao was about to respond, she noticed Zhou Hai beckoning to the demon palace. The demon palace obediently flew to Zhou Hai's side, seemingly awaiting instructions. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhou Hai seized the demon palace and hurled it to the ground. What the hell? He exclaimed. As an esteemed imperial artifact, do you lack a spirit or something? If I hadn't arrived in the nick of time, were you planning to just stand by and watch as my disciple was killed? Zhou Hai's fury erupted as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the demon palace. His anger was understandable. After expending considerable effort to procure another industrious worker, it would be a significant loss if someone were to end its existence. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao stood by, utterly dazed by the scene unfolding before her. What on earth was her master doing? He seemed to have lost his mind. Yet, upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, warmth surged within her heart, and tears of gratitude welled in her eyes. Indeed, her master cared for her above all else. She vowed to repay him for his kindness in the future. Damn it. I'm exhausted. No wonder it's an imperial artifact. It can truly endure a beating without a sound. Zhou Hai exclaimed. Spirit, I'll give you 3 counts to show yourself. Or else don't blame me for treating you like a toilet. After a bout of violent outbursts, Zhou Hai felt a twinge of pain in his fists and, panting, scolded the soul-eating demon palace. Surprisingly, the demon palace, unable to strike back or retort, grew anxious upon hearing his words. Wait, I was wrong, all right. It's not that I wouldn't act. It's just that you arrived just in time. I promise to protect the young master from now on, ensuring she suffers no harm. The demon palace was indeed anxious. It could truly follow through on its promises. During its years of confinement by the system, it had witnessed this individual, lacking in cultivation, resorting to using treasures in the most absurd ways, using the repair stone to file his feet, wielding the heaven-piercing pillar as a firewood stick, and utilizing the golden brick of the great path as a footstool. In winter, he even donned the emperor's shroud as a cloak for warmth. One must understand, each of those treasures, if placed within the myriad realms, would incite fierce competition among countless races. Yet, he had the audacity to use the treasure basin for foot baths and the great path celestial for scrubbing himself. Who could comprehend the emotions of a magical artifact witnessing such scenes? That won't do. My disciple must also undergo trials. You cannot deprive her of that opportunity. Zhou Hai glared, rendering the demon palace speechless once again. Thus, in situations of utmost necessity, you may intervene, but refrain from excessive involvement at other times. Zhou Hai declared with a serious countenance. Indeed, he wished to shield his disciple from harm. However, concerning the rewards for protecting the path, he felt it permissible for her to endure some hardship. As long as she survived until his arrival, enduring a bit of suffering would not pose a problem. He could not allow the demon palace's interference to jeopardize the protective task, for that would be a grave loss. Thank you, Master, for your concern. I, your disciple, shall strive diligently in my cultivation to become a formidable force as soon as possible, ensuring that you need not worry about me or toil endlessly on my behalf. Nearby, Qin Xiao, moved by Zhou Hai's words, could not help but kneel before him. Please rise. Your words bring me great reassurance, Zhou Hai replied kindly, assisting her to her feet. You must commit yourself to rigorous training. Only by becoming powerful can you attain autonomy. Zhou Hai nodded slightly, his expression one of benevolence as he helped Qin Xiao up. Understood, master, she replied eagerly, nodding repeatedly. The demon palace let out a sigh. Although it could not commend Zhou Hai's character, it had to admit that he truly cared for his disciple, perhaps excessively so. Now let us depart. After imparting wisdom to the demon palace and invigorating his precious disciple's path to cultivation, Zhou Hai, with a wave of his hand, retrieved the head of Wu Wanli. As it flew into Qin Xiao's brow, he led her away from that place. Upon their next appearance, they found themselves at the star observation tower. At this moment, the multitude gathered on both banks of the river had dispersed. Clearly, Morong Xiao and Du Hai had completed their cleanup efforts. Junior brother, you have returned? Morong Xiao and Du Hai approached Zhou Hai simultaneously upon seeing him. Indeed, the eradication of evil is complete. Here is the head of Wu Wanli. Zhou Hai tossed the severed head to them, causing their pupils to constrict in astonishment. They had not anticipated Zhou Hai would so swiftly deal with Wu Wanli, who possessed the barrier-breaking talisman. Truly, he was a sage, an indomitable figure. Excellent work, junior brother. You have eliminated a great calamity for the common people, Morong Xiao exclaimed. By the way, who is this young lady? Why does she share a resistance to the essence of heaven and earth, much like you? His excitement was palpable as he gazed at Qin Xiao, taken aback. Zhou Hai, who was about to introduce Qin Xiao, paused. What do you mean? She resists the essence of heaven and earth like me? Realizing the implication, Zhou Hai felt displeased. Did this suggest that his treasured disciple, too, was incapable of cultivation? Junior brother, do you not observe? The essence of heaven and earth cannot penetrate her body at all. Du Hai interjected. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, focusing intently on Qin Xiao, and indeed, he could see the essence swirling around her, but not approaching her. Lastly, he scrutinized himself, for the first time since attaining his cultivation, only to discover that the essence was even further away from him, as if repelled. System, are you toying with me? What is the meaning of this? Is this the worker you introduced? Realizing that Qin Xiao shared a similar predicament, Zhou Hai grew anxious. Could you please refrain from being so lazy? Host, have you not even glanced at the introduction of the Dao fruit reincarnation? The Dao fruit reincarnation is incompatible with the world. To cultivate, there are only 3 paths. First, achieve resurrection through extreme peril, thus becoming a celestial outcast with boundless potential. Second, sacrifice to the heavenly path, becoming its embodiment and invincible throughout the universe. Yet, your limit shall only be to ascend as an emperor, never as an immortal. Third, due to the reincarnation of the Dao fruit, your soul is incomplete and inherently flawed. To cultivate, one must first restore their inherent wholeness. Did I not provide you with the celestial restoration pill? Just have her consume it, and that will resolve everything. A voice devoid of emotion emanated from the system, leaving Zhou Hai utterly exasperated. This individual only focused on the favorable news, completely disregarding the conditions under which Qin Xiao would ascend to greatness. If only you had mentioned this sooner. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, suddenly struck by a thought, and couldn't he help but exclaim, wait a moment. My disciple's situation mirrors my own. Does that imply that I too am a reincarnation of a great emperor? Could it be that by consuming a celestial restoration pill, I could commence my cultivation? As he spoke, Zhou Hai found himself becoming increasingly exhilarated. Chapter 30. The path of the heavenly Tao leads me to a fiery trial of love. Host, could you perhaps observe a bit more closely? This woman's reincarnation is being rejected by the heavens. By taking the celestial restoration pill, she may gain the acknowledgement of the cosmos, enabling her to cultivate. Now, consider your own situation. It is your body that is repelling this realm. Why not contemplate offering this realm a celestial restoration pill and beseech its acceptance? The system was left utterly exasperated. How could this individual always fail to see the full picture? What? Am I the one rejecting this realm? Zhou Hai was momentarily stunned, and upon closer inspection, he was struck dumb. Indeed, he had previously overlooked it, but now, it was clear that the spiritual essence of the cosmos was entirely repelling Qin Xiao. Looking at himself, he realized that the rejection was emanating from him, as if an invisible force was incessantly driving away the spiritual essence of the heavens. What on earth is happening? Zhou Hai was bewildered. No wonder his extraordinary constitution could not achieve cultivation. It turned out there was an issue with his own body. No more questions. Once the host ascends to the pinnacle, all will be revealed. The system's words had become somewhat more verbose today. It was unavoidable. If Zhou Hai did not take things seriously, the system could only exert itself a little more. Still withholding information? Very well, once I become a great emperor, I shall uncover the truth. Zhou Hai thought. Let us hope that it's not the case that this realm has wronged me in a past life, leading to this fiery trial of love. That would be exceedingly melodramatic. Zhou Hai felt somewhat at a loss, though his mind could not help but conjure a tale of past grievances. Seeing this, the system fell completely silent. It could hardly keep pace with this individual's thought processes. Junior brother, what are you daydreaming about? Just as Zhou Hai envisioned the heavenly Tao personified as a goddess, endlessly repenting for a past life as transgressions, a voice from Murong Xiao pulled him back to reality. Oh, nothing. Allow me to introduce my disciple. Zhou Hai smiled as he tucked away the overly dramatic imagery from his mind. Brother, the matter here has been resolved. I must take my disciple back for cultivation. Would you care to join us? Ah, yet another disciple? Murong Xiao was taken aback. In the past, he would never have permitted Zhou Hai to take on Qin Xiao as a disciple, knowing she was destined to be unable to cultivate. After all, having one underachiever from the academy was sufficient. Bringing in another would surely invite ridicule. Yet Zhou Hai's demeanor left him unable to voice any objections. Perhaps this was yet another Zhou Hai, destined to become a sage in the future. Junior brother, with the great evil vanquished and the teleportation array destroyed, the members of the 10,000 Poisons Valley will find it difficult to stir up trouble in the near future. You should return. The people of Qinzhou are currently in a state of panic, with many still suffering from the afflictions wrought by the 10,000 Poisons Valley. I, along with my esteemed senior brother Zhou Hai, have resolved to remain here temporarily, awaiting the moment when we can dissolve the poison plaguing Qinzhou with the righteous force of our spirits before returning. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Xiao solemnly declared, Indeed, my junior brother, this toxic sea poses little threat to us cultivators, yet for the common folk, it is a dire calamity. Should we refrain from taking action, the consequences would be catastrophic. Zhou Hai nodded earnestly in agreement. Very well, I shall not burden you further, as I do not cultivate the righteous aura and cannot offer much assistance. Zhou Hai affirmed, raising his hand to tear through the barrier of space, vanishing alongside Qin Xiao. Witnessing this, Murong Xiao and Zhou Hai exchanged glances. They concentrated their righteous energy, transforming it into two magnificent pillars of light that soared into the heavens, each veering in opposite directions. Under the influence of this righteous aura, all malevolent toxins in the world would be obliterated without a trace. They commenced their journey, traversing every inch of the land in Qinzhou, purifying the entire expanse of this territory from the plagues and toxins that plagued it. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai stepped forth, arriving at the quiet courtyard of the Daozong Palace within the Jixia Academy. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback. After arranging various sacred artifacts in the courtyard, it gradually became isolated from the world, transforming into a realm of its own. Presently, dozens of Tao principles surged forth within the courtyard, exuding immense refining power, as if intending to completely transmute this entire realm. Amidst these principles, Chun Bei sat cross-legged upon the sacred artifacts mat, simultaneously comprehending numerous Tao principles. This scene, if revealed, would undoubtedly astonish many. It is known that Tao principles can only be grasped by those who have attained the path understanding stage, and typically, most cultivators can only comprehend a single innate principle. Yet Chun Bei, despite his cultivation at the divine power stage, was forcefully comprehending multiple principles, an astonishing feat indeed. Upon closer observation, Zhou Hai quickly discerned the truth. These principles were not those that Chun Bei had comprehended. Rather, he was refining them. This was the cultivation method of the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra. The 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra allows one to refine oneself into a vessel, strengthening their essence by devouring other divine weapons and artifacts. Through such cultivation, one can not only achieve an indestructible body, but also encompass myriad treasures and principles within oneself, rendering them extraordinarily powerful. This elucidates why Chun Bei, despite not having comprehended the principles, was able to manipulate them. Sensing Zhou Hai's arrival, Chun Bei hastened his refining process. Soon, the principles fused into his being, bestowing upon him an ethereal resonance with every gesture. Simultaneously, Zhou Hai felt a transformation within his own cultivation. With a tenfold feedback, he distinctly perceived the integration of numerous principles into himself. With a mere thought, these principles could unleash formidable power in an instant. The sensation was exhilarating. Feeling the profound changes within him, Zhou Hai couldn't help but exclaim, How delightful it is to have diligent companions aiding in my cultivation. Master, you've returned so swiftly. Chun Bei exclaimed, opening his eyes and promptly rising to pay his respects to Zhou Hai. Yes, matters over there have been mostly resolved, so I returned ahead. Zhou Hai replied, My disciple, let me introduce you to Qin Xiao. She shall be your junior sister from now on, so please take care of her. Zhou Hai nodded, smiling as he spoke. Ah, my junior sister? I apologize, dear junior sister. I, your senior brother Chen Bei, was unaware that master had taken on another disciple and thus did not prepare any gifts. Chen Bei gazed at Qin Shi Yao in surprise, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. What gifts could I prepare? Master has already bestowed upon you numerous treasures. A small portion will suffice. Zhou Hai, standing nearby, chimed in. He too felt helpless. After signing in thousands of times over the years, he had accumulated a mountain of remarkable items. He possessed no fewer than 10 imperial artifacts, and the elixirs and sacred weapons he had were in abundance. Unfortunately, the talismans and puppets that could aid in battles were scarce, and he had already given them all to Chen Bei. There was no choice. As the eldest disciple, Chen Bei had many enemies. Various sacred grounds, including the holy dynasty of Deqian, were relentlessly pursuing him, and he would undoubtedly face numerous life and death tribulations in the future. Reluctant to intervene, he had naturally bestowed these items upon Chen Bei. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a twinge of regret, realizing how many fewer protective missions he would have had to undertake. However, once given, he could not reclaim those items. He could only ask Chen Bei to share a bit with Qin Shi Yao. All right, junior sister, take this. If it's not enough, just let your senior brother know, Chen Bei exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he hastily divided a portion of his treasures into a storage bag and handed it to Qin Shi Yao. At the same time, he felt a surge of emotion. It seemed master had given all the good things to him. Such favoritism. In the future, when master takes on new disciples, he must ensure to look after his junior brothers and sisters so that they never feel wronged. Chapter 31. Qin Shi Yao's cultivation and a meteoric rise in her realm. Very well, my disciple, continue your cultivation. Do not resent your master for being strict. A multitude of people outside seek your life. A single lapse in your cultivation may lead to greater peril. Zhou Hai observed Chen Bei with satisfaction, patting his shoulder and speaking earnestly. Understood, master. I shall diligently cultivate and ensure you need not worry. Chen Bei felt warmth in his heart, promptly cupping his hands in respect. Junior sister, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek out your senior brother. I shall return to my training now. After bidding farewell to Qin Shi Yao, Chen Bei turned and departed. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Shi Yao quickly nodded, watching Chen Bei's retreating figure, and couldn't help but marvel. Is this what the sect is like? How heartwarming. Master is so kind. And my senior brother is truly benevolent. Shi Yao, take this. At that moment, Zhou Hai produced a white medicinal pill and offered it to Qin Shi Yao. The pill radiated a milky hue, devoid of any energy fluctuations. Yet, merely inhaling its fragrance imbued one with a sense of transcendence, as if merging with the Tao of heaven. Yes, master. Qin Shi Yao accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, an enigmatic resonance of the Tao emanated from her, as if returning to her true essence, allowing her to fully integrate with the world around her. This is the celestial restoration pill, which fundamentally altered her previous dissonance with this realm. Qin Shi Yao's eyes sparkled, in a daze. She felt as though the world before her had transformed, and she was plunged into a state of profound enlightenment. I can't believe I have attained enlightenment so quickly. Patience, my disciple. This is the burial of the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra. You must savor this experience. Zhou Hai was taken aback. As Qin Shi Yao entered her state of enlightenment, he could distinctly sense, amplified tenfold, that he too was on the brink of merging with this realm. There is no need to invoke his true name, Tao's. He can perceive the principles and truths of the universe, the order and rules that govern it. It seems that with a mere thought, he can grasp the celestial paths as if they were at his fingertips. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly transmitted the cultivation method of the Burial Emperor's Sutra to Qin Shi Yao. The instant the scripture was imprinted in her mind, she seized the opportunity for enlightenment and began her cultivation. In that fleeting moment, profound energy coursed through her entire being, as the primordial essence of the universe surged forth. So overwhelming was this force that the essence transformed into a tidal wave, enveloping Qin Shi Yao in a thick mist. The celestial essence was forging her body, refining her flesh and blood. This was the first step of cultivation, body refinement. Goodness, is this what true genius looks like? It is said that for an ordinary person to sense and harness the celestial essence takes at least a year and a half. Even those with considerable talent require several months. Yet here she is, starting off by directly stepping into the first stage of body refinement. Zhou Hai watched in astonishment, realizing he had been negligent. If he did not prepare promptly, he would surely hinder the cultivation of his precious disciple. With this in mind, he began to search frantically within the system's space. Relying solely on the celestial essence for cultivation, after all, was still too slow. He needed to find something to assist his cherished disciple in her rapid advancement. At that moment, Zhou Hai noticed a magic pool stirring within the system space, seemingly responding to Qin Shiyao. The magic pool? Zhou Hai was taken aback. The most sinister item he possessed was indeed this magic pool. It was said to have been forged by a demon lord from the blood of myriad demons. This magic pool itself was a supreme artifact, and the blood contained within it harbored unfathomable slaughter and endless demonic essence. Over the years, Zhou Hai had exploited various formidable treasures, but he had never dared to use this magic pool. He had thought it would remain buried within the system space, yet it had unexpectedly resonated with Qin Shiyao. With the burial heavenly demon body and the soul-devouring demon palace, now there was this magic pool. What kind of monstrous creature have I taken under my wing? Zhou Hai felt a twinge of discomfort. He truly did not wish to subject Qin Shiyao to this artifact. Yet, it was evidently the most suitable for her. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to take out the magic pool and place Qin Shiyao inside it. Splash! The moment Qin Shiyao fell into the magic pool, it erupted into tumultuous waves. Although the magic pool appeared to be the size of a water tank, it contained a vast world within. Stepping inside felt akin to entering an expansive ocean. Surrounding her was an abyssal sea, fraught with demonic barriers and endless slaughter. The waters brimmed with an unprecedented essence of demonic energy. At that moment, as Qin Shiyao engaged in her cultivation, she instantly absorbed this demonic essence into her body, transforming it into a raging power that coursed through her. The celestial essence, while gentle, ultimately proved too mild for her, though it aided in her body refinement. Its effects were ordinary. The demonic essence, however, was an entirely different matter, far more tempestuous and potent. Under the baptism of this demonic essence, Qin Shiyao, immersed in body refinement, no longer felt comfort. Instead, it was akin to traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. In her dazed state, it felt as though this ferocious power sought to refine her entirely. Qin Shiyao cried out in pain. However, she did not struggle. Her master must have his reasons for this. Since he wished for her to bear all of this herself, she was determined not to disappoint him. With unwavering resolve, Qin Shiyao seized the opportunity for enlightenment, continuing to comprehend the imperial scriptures and refining her own being. Under the intensity of her cultivation, her prowess began to surge. Body refinement 2nd layer. Body refinement 3rd layer. Body refinement 9th layer. In less than half an hour, Qin Shiyao's cultivation had already surpassed the 9th layer of body refinement, reaching its zenith. At this moment, Zhou Hai also felt the changes within himself. As Qin Shiyao's body underwent continual refinement, his physique experienced subtle transformations as well. However, the realm Qin Shiyao had broken through was too low. Even with a tenfold feedback, the enhancement to him was minimal, merely accumulating a bit of strength for his own breakthroughs. My goodness, is she starting to establish her foundation? Seeing that Qin Shiyao's cultivation had ceased to grow and was instead laying the foundation, Zhou Hai could not help but swallow hard. He was genuinely envious. Truly, she was a prodigy destined to attract the attention of the masses. At this point, darkness enveloped the sky. Observing that Qin Shiyao's cultivation was on the right track, Zhou Hai began to delve into his own fundamental path of principles. This path was exceedingly profound, not belonging to any offensive doctrines, yet, if wielded well, it could bring about cataclysmic destruction. As he activated the principles, although Zhou Hai could not fathom the grand roads of heaven and earth, nor the rules of order, he found that with just a glance at a mountain or a building, he could effortlessly identify their weaknesses. In such circumstances, he needed only 1,000th or even a 10,000th of his strength to obliterate a mountain or flatten a structure. This was the power of annihilation. The supreme principles derived from the imperial techniques. What an astonishing path this is. If I were to return to Earth and start a demolition company, wouldn't I be making a fortune in no time? Realizing the nature of his fundamental path, Zhou Hai could not help but exclaim, "By the way, I seem to have forgotten to check in today." Remembering this, Zhou Hai promptly went to the system interface to sign in. Chapter 32, Disciple. Shedding your mortal shell is sufficient. There is no need to remove your garments. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. The sign-in gift package has been credited. Please check it yourself. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully safeguarding the path. The safeguarding gift package has also been credited. Please check it yourself. The system's voice echoed, announcing not only the arrival of the sign-in gift package, but also the subsequent safeguarding package. Zhou Hai first opened the sign-in gift package, and once again, the system's voice resounded. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the sign-in gift package and obtaining a volume of Imperial-level technique, the true interpretation of Talisman Path. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, and he could not help but feel a surge of delight. Over the years, he had acquired many valuable items, yet those related to the Talisman Path were scarce. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners of the Talisman Path were exceedingly rare. It was not that others did not wish to pursue the talisman path, but rather that the conditions were exceedingly stringent. Firstly, finding a good guide was incredibly difficult. Furthermore, the path of talismans had already declined 1,000,000 years ago, with few surviving teachings, making it challenging to achieve greatness. Nevertheless, even so, those who pursued the talisman path could be considered contemporaneous prodigies. With any degree of success, they were nearly invincible among their peers. Zhou Hai casually skimmed through the true interpretation of symbolism, evidently lacking any innate talent in this domain, rendering him incapable of cultivation. What a pity! For this is a grand path, and one wonders to whom it should be passed. He decided to take another look. Zhou Hai harbored the intention of transmitting the teachings of symbolism, yet it was apparent that the opportunity was not present at the moment. Subsequently, he opened the Guardian's Grand Gift Package. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the Guardian's Grand Gift Package. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 300 pounds of spirit liquid. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 300 pounds of origin liquid. Congratulations, host, for receiving 300 pounds of dragon liver. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a bone grinding relic. The system's voice resonated once more, causing Zhou Hai's eyes to brighten. Spirit liquid? Origin liquid? These are indeed treasures. Heavenly spirit essence is traditionally regarded as a singular entity. Yet it encompasses two distinct forces, heavenly spirit chi and heavenly essence. Cultivators who inhale heavenly spirit chi can connect with the cosmos, wielding formidable abilities and potent powers. As for heavenly essence, its absorption fortifies one's physical form. Generally, the higher the realm of the practitioner, the more resilient the body becomes. A result of the nurturing effects of the essence. Such marvelous treasures. Let me indulge in a taste. With his eyes gleaming, Zhou Hai produced 2 basins. One basin displayed a deep green hue, filled with water transformed from the rich heavenly spirit chi, the spirit liquid. The other basin radiated a golden sheen, glimmering with the essence of the heavens. Zhou Hai had long struggled to absorb heavenly spirit essence, hindering his cultivation. Now, seeing such an abundance of origin and spirit liquids, he eagerly took a generous gulp of each. Was it not possible to absorb heavenly spirit essence? He was determined to test his limits, believing he could indeed digest it. Remarkably, as he consumed the large draughts of spirit liquid and origin liquid, changes began to unfold within him. His vitality surged. Indeed, that was all. The spirit liquid and origin liquid merely restored some of his expended spiritual and physical energy, having no impact on his cultivation growth whatsoever. What? Is this all? Let me try another 2 gulps. Zhou Hai, with a frown, took another 2 generous sips, yet the outcome remained unchanged. On the contrary, due to his overflowing energy, the spirit and origin liquids could not be retained within his body, dissipating as vapor through his pores. In an instant, the entire courtyard was shrouded in dense mist. The overwhelming force of heavenly spirit essence was magnified 1,000-fold, transforming this place into a supreme cultivation sanctuary. Observing his body, which seemed to be leaking energy, Zhou Hai felt utterly numb. Fortunately, the essence was not wasted. After dispersing, it was swiftly absorbed by Qin Xiao and Chun Bei, who were practicing in the courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the baptism of the demonic refinement pool, combined with the potent heavenly spirit essence, accelerated Qin Xiao's foundation establishment. A resounding roar echoed, and Zhou Hai focused his gaze to witness a layer of demonic cocoon enveloping Qin Xiao. This was a sign of successful foundation establishment. The transformation from cocoon to butterfly signifies the moment of shedding mortal form and establishing a path. Alas, some individuals are destined to be envious. Reflecting on his own flawed constitution, which expelled the precious essence liquid, and observing his disciples, Zhou Hai was consumed by envy. As the disciple diligently cultivated, he too reaped benefits. Otherwise, he would surely succumb to solitude. Time passed slowly, and after a quarter of an hour, the pure foundational energy began to radiate outward. In the demonic refining pool, the magic cocoon surrounding Qin Xiao fell away, signifying her complete breakthrough in the foundational stage. Zhou Hai quickly focused his gaze. But as the magic cocoons shattered and flew off in all directions, he was left in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? She has broken free. Yet her clothes have vanished. At that moment, Qin Xiao opened her eyes, feeling the transformation within her, and she leapt up in excitement. Master, I have shed my mortal shell. I can fly? Her face beamed with joy, and instinctively, she rushed towards Zhou Hai. The moment they touched, Zhou Hai's body trembled, overwhelmed by the sensation. Goodness, another test of endurance. This is truly overwhelming. At this juncture, under the baptism of the celestial essence, Qin Xiao appeared immaculate and pure. Her exposed skin as white as jade, coupled with her slender figure, flowing black hair, an exquisite beauty. She was utterly enchanting. Disciple, you must exercise restraint. Zhou Hai's eyes darted around, feeling as if he were on the brink of transgression. He quickly suppressed his urges and shut his eyes, reminding her, Qin Xiao. While shedding your mortal shell is acceptable, we cannot shed our garments. This is my robe, put it on. He hastily retrieved a robe, squinting as he draped it around Qin Xiao. How breathtaking. Who could believe that such development belongs to a mere 16-year-old girl? If she grows any more, it will be unbearable. Unable to withstand the temptation, Zhou Hai pushed Qin Xiao away and fled, fearing that lingering too long would lead to actions that would provoke Murong Sanzang's admonishments. Qin Xiao stood there, momentarily stunned, until she glanced down and gasped. Quickly tightening the robe Zhou Hai had given her, her face ablaze with embarrassment, as if engulfed in flames. What have I done? She silently screamed, her shyness making her wish to burrow into the earth. In a daze, she caught sight of her fleeing master and was taken aback. For some inexplicable reason, a flutter of joy surged within her. Master is so adorable. He truly is a gentleman. Qin Xiao mused, her embarrassment lessening at the sight of her master's flustered demeanor. Tightening her grip on the robe, she remained immersed in her transformation when suddenly, waves of energy rippled through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 33, Extreme Contrast. I am a person of modest ambitions. Qin Xiao's expression shifted as she felt her heartbeat being drawn, an oppressive sensation enveloping her. Zhou Hai, just returned to his chamber, was also stirred, hastily exiting to gaze skyward. He witnessed clouds descending from the night sky, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Simultaneously, a surge of pure elemental power erupted from deep within the earth. What is happening? Is this lad about to break through again? Zhou Hai turned his attention towards Chunbei's room. He sensed that all the power converged in that direction. Under the pull of this force, the clouds in the sky roiled, transforming into pure spiritual energy. The essence of the earth coalesced into the aura of dragons, all surging into the chamber. As the power continued to accumulate, the fluctuations between heaven and earth grew increasingly intense, transforming the spiritual energy into tumultuous waves. The entire academy was stirred by the commotion, with everyone turning their attention to the source. Could it be that Chunbei was experiencing another breakthrough? The elders of the various halls murmured, their hearts pang with envy. During the time of accepting disciples, none had taken the seemingly half-dead Chunbei seriously. Who could have anticipated that he would prove to be such a prodigy? As a transmitter of knowledge for the academy, having a disciple like him would render one content even in death. In such moments, they could not help but recall Zhou Hai. How could such a promising disciple be paired with such a lackadaisical and lethargic master? Master, should we go and take a look? A young girl approached Li Changqing slowly. What is there to see? The sect leader has already issued an order. Unless that boy requests it, no one is to disturb his cultivation. Li Changqing replied, growing increasingly irritable. Moreover, what would I go to see? Witness such a talent being squandered under the guidance of a sluggard? He stroked his beard, his displeasure mounting as he spoke. Master, your mindset seems awry. Perhaps his apprenticeship under the uncle is a matter of destiny, a predetermined fate. Furthermore, the uncle is not as inept as you portray. He is quite young and already possesses a higher cultivation than you, hardly resembling a sluggard. The girl chuckled, looking at Li Changqing. What are you saying? He lounges about all day, with no proper posture in sitting or standing, and just because he is highly cultivated, he ceases to be a sluggard? This truly vexes me. How can he appear so lacking in ambition? It is utterly baffling. Forget it. I shall retreat into seclusion, Li Changqing declared, choosing to withdraw into silence. The girl pouted, exuding a sense of helplessness, and returned to the study to practice her calligraphy. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded in each hall. Eventually, the elders retreated into seclusion while their direct disciples were compelled to engage in fervent cultivation. Only within the hall of inquiry was Chu Chun, having been busy all day, drawn to the commotion. Upon arriving at the Daozong Palace, he witnessed a pillar of light shooting towards the heavens from a small courtyard behind it, stirring an extraordinary phenomenon, as if it were to take command of this realm. Chu Chun hastily descended into the courtyard, only to see the pillar of light vanish, revealing Chunbei emerging from the room, his aura now contained, yet his gaze was extraordinarily captivating. Master, I have finally refined all the power within me and successfully achieved a breakthrough. Chunbei approached Zhou Hai, cupping his hands in respect. This scene caused Chu Chun, who had just arrived, to feel a pang of bitterness. He had come to congratulate his junior disciple and share in the joy. Yet the speed of his junior's breakthrough left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Why did it make him feel so inadequate? Well, a breakthrough is good. However, one must not pursue advancement blindly. It is essential to refine the foundation. Otherwise, it will eventually lead to disaster. Zhou Hai sensed a transformation in his cultivation. Upon discovering that Chun Bei had reached the pinnacle of the enlightenment realm, he felt a sense of comfort, stating, "Master, I understand. Therefore, I intend to venture out for some practical experience. May I inquire, Master, if there are any tasks within the academy? I wish to share some of the burdens." Chun Bei nodded earnestly. "Indeed, there are tasks available. Junior brother, come find me later, and you may choose any task you desire." Before Zhou Hai could respond, Chu Chun eagerly interjected, "Thank you for your assistance, senior brother." Chun Bei replied with a respectful gesture. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow and turned to Chu Chun, saying, "You only come here for significant matters. Pray tell, what brings you to me this time?" Chu Chun chuckled. "Oh, Master Uncle, how can you say such a thing? Am I that type of person? However, Master Uncle, I have come to bring you fame. Master has entrusted me with the preparations for the 4 academies debate. I have pondered, and if junior brother takes to the battlefield, he will surely sweep away the elite of the 4 academies. Then, who would dare to underestimate Master Uncle's Daozong Palace?" With a broad smile, Chu Chun expressed his intentions. Before Zhou Hai could respond, Chun Bei interjected, "I apologize, senior brother, but I cannot participate in the debate. If I do, it would inevitably bring calamity upon the academy. Moreover, I have a foreboding feeling that my time at the academy may be limited. As for the debate, please choose someone else." Such a straightforward refusal left Chu Chun momentarily stunned. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, sensing the loneliness within his disciple. It felt as though he was preparing to face great adversity alone. However, he chose not to speak, knowing that while he wished to protect his disciple, some challenges must be faced head-on for true growth. "Junior brother, will you not reconsider? This is a splendid opportunity to uphold Master Uncle's reputation." Chu Chun persisted, recognizing Chun Bei's formidable prowess among the younger generation. If he were to intervene, the Great Zhou Academy would undoubtedly secure the top position in the debate. Do not impose moral obligations. If junior brother is unwilling to participate, then so be it. Who speaks of fame? Am I one to covet such recognition? As practitioners, we must seek sincerity with the heavens and pursue the Tao with our true selves to attain longevity. To be driven by fame and profit, what becomes of our cultivation? Zhou Hai exclaimed, standing resolutely. Upon hearing this, both Chu Chun and Chun Bei fixed their gazes upon him. Master possesses a lofty perspective. If all cultivators in this world held such awareness, how could chaos ensue and harm the masses? Chun Bei thought to himself, feeling an inexplicable admiration for his reverent teacher. Is this truly the same Master Uncle who kept a trove of risque illustrations? When did he become so lofty? Chu Chun pondered, bewildered by the unexpected transformation. Though he could not fully grasp the depth of Zhou Hai's words, he felt that they carried profound wisdom. Meanwhile, not far away, Qin Xiao gazed at Zhou Hai with sparkling eyes, perceiving him as a celestial being untouched by earthly concerns. "Ah, who is this?" With the confirmation that Chun Bei would not partake in the debate, Chu Chun felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon encountering Qin Xiao, his spirits were instantly lifted. A beautiful girl, with an ethereal grace that lingers in the air. Zhou Hai turned his gaze towards Qin Xiao and suddenly had an epiphany. His eldest disciple was entangled in myriad troubles and had no time to engage in discussions, but his junior disciple could certainly participate. If there was an opportunity to gain renown, how could it be overlooked? With 3 months remaining, nurturing his junior disciple into a prodigy should pose no challenge. Or so he mused. Just moments ago, he had been indifferent to fame, but now his eyes were solely fixated on the pursuit of glory. Heaven knows, he truly did not wish to remain a mere bystander. Chapter 34, Fasting? Would you partake in dragon meat? Ahem, allow me to introduce my newly accepted disciple, Qin Xiao. Xiao, do pay your respects to your senior brother, Chu Chun, Zhou Hai declared, hands clasped behind his back, adopting the demeanor of a stern mentor. Greetings, senior brother. Qin Xiao promptly stepped forward and performed a deep bow. Oh, so you're my junior sister. Chu Chun quickly returned her gesture with a modest bow, then produced a sword, smiling as he said, Junior sister, it is a pleasure to meet you. I do not possess any remarkable treasures to present, but this sword, named Qing Feng, is a divine weapon. Consider it a token of our first meeting, and I hope you will not find it lacking. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao's eyes sparkled. A divine weapon? Such treasures are rare indeed, requiring the constant nurturing of a formidable being to forge. The former governor's estate of Qinzhou possessed only a handful of such items. To think she could now possess one. Noticing Qin Xiao's delight, Chu Chun felt a surge of pride. This was one of his few cherished possessions, and presenting it as a gift certainly added to his prestige. Yet, he could not help but wonder who he was trying to impress. Offering a divine artifact as a gift, how could he even muster the audacity? Just as Qin Xiao was about to accept the gift, Zhou Hai's voice rang out, abruptly leaving Chu Chun speechless. Master, a divine weapon, is it not somewhat lacking? Qin Xiao was equally bewildered. She understood the might of the divine weapon, but her knowledge was limited. She was entirely unaware of the existence of far superior items. Had she comprehended this, she would have recognized that a divine weapon paled in comparison to the treasures before her in the demon palace. Even the items previously distributed to Chu Chun were infinitely more powerful than this sword. Indeed, Master, a divine weapon, is it not somewhat lacking? Chu Chun echoed, equally perplexed by Zhou Hai's remarks. Was this master attempting to extort him for something of greater value? Put it away, it serves neither sustenance nor comfort, and offers not even a modicum of spiritual solace. If you truly wish to present a gift, do not bestow it upon your junior sister. Your master has already destroyed my vast collection of books. Go down the mountain and procure some of the latest texts for me. Zhou Hai scoffed, clearly unimpressed. The value of even a single stick from his kitchen firewood surpassed that of this so-called divine weapon. Beside them, Chen Bei could not help but express his admiration. Master is indeed remarkable. This is the true essence of the notion that all things are inferior, yet the pursuit of knowledge reigns supreme. Even Qin Xiao gazed at Zhou Hai with admiration. How refined you are, master. The elegance of a scholar is truly unparalleled, resembling a jade figure amidst the crowd. Unmatched in this world. Though she appreciated the sword, since her master disapproved, she would not accept it. Unlike the two who held admiration, only Chu Chun wore an expression akin to one who had savored something distasteful. Alas, in the eyes of my esteemed master, these divine weapons pale in comparison to his collection of erotic illustrations and comic books. What kind of disciples does he intend to mold us into? Enough of this. Quickly put it away, and remember to procure some books for me later. Considering your years of service to me, since my junior brother Chen Bei is unable to act, I shall allow your junior sister to participate in the discourse instead. Observing the black line of confusion on Chu Chen's face, Zhou Hai shifted the topic. What? Junior sister is participating in the discourse? Upon hearing this, Chu Chun appeared even more bewildered. Master, please do not jest. Junior sister has merely attained the first level of foundation establishment. What can she possibly contribute to the discourse? At this, Chen Bei hastily scrutinized his junior sister, only to discover that she had indeed achieved foundation establishment. One must understand, merely an hour prior, he had seen her as an ordinary mortal. To ascend from a commoner to foundation establishment within such a brief time frame, what extraordinary talent must she possess? Even Chen Bei was momentarily taken aback. Who is jesting with you? What a foundation establishment? Who knows, perhaps tomorrow she will achieve innate mastery, and the day after, an extraordinary breakthrough. Noticing Chu Chen's expression, Zhou Hai continued, Xiao, stand your ground. In this discourse, ensure that you defeat all the prodigies of the four houses. I care not for fame or fortune, but I shall not tolerate any disciple who looks down upon me. Zhou Hai, displeased, shot a glare at Chu Chun and commanded Qin Xiao. Yes, master. Qin Xiao promptly responded, though she felt a twinge of insecurity at the mention of the four houses prodigies, whom she had once gazed upon in awe. She believed in her master's faith in her abilities. Master, the discourse is no laughing matter. Chu Chun expressed his concern. Bestowing a discourse slot upon a junior sister who had just established her foundation seemed to him a decision that could invite the ire of the elders from all quarters without requiring his master's intervention. Senior brother, my master never jokes. Please grant the opportunity to my junior sister. If she proves inadequate in 3 months, I shall take her place. This time, Chen Bei interjected before Zhou Hai could respond. Really? At this, Chu Chun, who had just been feeling helpless, suddenly felt a surge of joy. Chen Bei nodded silently. Very well, I too believe in my junior sister. This opportunity shall be hers. Chu Chun decisively resolved the matter. For him, as long as it meant Chen Bei could act, everything else was secondary. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai's expression darkened. This lad, who had just spoken of his own authority, suddenly found his voice eclipsed by Chen Bei's. It seemed that as a master, he was lesser in stature than his own disciple. Now that this is settled, you may take your leave. I had intended to treat you to a meal, but it appears that is no longer necessary. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes and grumbled. Hee. Master, I shall take my leave. Chu Chun, unfazed, smiled as he departed. As for dining, he had no desire for such indulgence. Having already begun fasting, he preferred to maintain his purity and cleanliness. Eating would only require effort to digest, and he had no inclination to do so. Master, have you not begun fasting yet? Chen Bei looked at Zhou Hai in bewilderment, perplexed. What fasting? Life is filled with emotions and desires, and the desire for food is paramount. What meaning is there in living if one cannot even indulge in eating? Look at you both, with nothing to do. Thus, you shall cook for me. Tonight, we shall feast on grilled dragon meat. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes. Taking out a substantial piece of dragon meat left Chen Bei and Qin Xiao momentarily speechless. The dragon meat shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding a rich essence of vitality that could be felt from afar. The master was indeed correct. Dining is a significant affair in life that should not be overlooked. Master, please guide me. I shall take charge. Initially, Bei was somewhat at a loss for words. But upon seeing the dragon meat, he instantly became compliant. Having already absorbed the spiritual energy from the dragon's blood, he pondered the immense strength he could attain by consuming the essence within the dragon meat. At this moment, Bei fully grasped a profound truth. One should never argue with the master, for the master is always right. Senior brother, allow me to assist. I can cook, exclaimed Qin Xiao, who was still unaccustomed to fasting. Upon hearing she could prepare a meal for the master, she was filled with excitement. The master had treated her so well, and she was contemplating how to repay him. From now on, she would take on the responsibility of his meals. Soon, the small courtyard was bustling with activity, filled with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Zhou, the Eastern Palace Hall was steeped in an atmosphere of tension. What did you say? Lin Shixiang is dead? The experts of the 10,000 Poisons Valley have been annihilated? Who is responsible? A cold and furious voice echoed as Crown Prince Ji Feng shouted. Reporting to your highness, according to messages from Qinzhou, it was the Academy's doing, replied a middle-aged man cautiously from below. The Academy? Have those old fellows emerged from seclusion? Otherwise, who could have slain Wu Wanli? Ji Feng furrowed his brow, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Just then, another figure approached from outside. Not good, your highness. News has arrived that the great Qian dynasty is stirring up trouble. His Majesty has summoned you for a meeting to discuss strategies. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng sprang to his feet, exclaiming, What? How dare they, the Qin dynasty? Chapter 35, The Targeting of Crown Prince Ji Feng. At midnight, the majestic imperial city was shrouded in an aura of foreboding. Ji Feng dismounted before the Meridian Gate and swiftly entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Inside, all the princes had gathered, accompanied by several ministers, each wearing a grave expression. Your son pays respects to his majesty. Ji Feng scanned the surroundings before bowing to the middle-aged man seated upon the dragon throne. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss the matter at hand. The man on the throne, Ji Wujia, stated with an impassive countenance. Reporting to your majesty. The Military Affairs Office has informed us that the 9th prince of the Qian dynasty failed in his bid for the throne and fled to our Great Zhou, where he was rescued by the Academy. When the Qian dynasty sent envoys to demand him back, they were slain, including the 3rd prince of the Qian dynasty. The Minister of Military Affairs reported truthfully. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng's eyes glinted dangerously. The Academy had disrupted his grand plans, and he had been contemplating how to teach them a lesson. Little did he expect the opportunity to arise so swiftly. Proceed, commanded Ji Wujia coldly from the throne. Your Majesty, according to reliable sources, the Qian dynasty approaches with great aggression, and many sects and sacred lands have sent representatives to participate. If war breaks out, the consequences for our Great Zhou would be dire. After all, for thousands of years, our Great Zhou has adhered to ancestral teachings, allowing no sect or sacred land to encroach upon our territory, save for the Academy. This stance has long provoked dissatisfaction among the major sects and sacred lands. Should war commence, we will be surrounded by formidable enemies. The Minister of Military Affairs continued. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense. It is within the realm of imagination for all to foresee the precarious situation that the Great Zhou will inevitably face, with all major sacred sites and even various nations uniting against it. Minister Kai, what is your perspective on this matter? At this juncture, Ji Wuji directed his gaze towards another individual. This person, also hailing from an academic background, belonged to the previous generation of the Academy and was named Kai Zhe, currently serving as the Deputy Minister of Rights in the Great Zhou. Having received the report from the Minister of War, he had long been furrowing his brows. Now, confronted by the Emperor of Zhou, he felt an immense weight of pressure. Your Majesty, although I have emerged from the Academy, it has always held a foundational principle of serving the common people and refraining from engaging in the power struggles of various factions. Now that I have entered the court as an official, I have severed ties with the Academy, and my subsequent statements bear no bias. Regarding the Academy, Your Majesty is aware that they would never instigate conflict. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. We cannot dismiss the possibility that the Qian dynasty is deliberately seeking trouble. After all, various powers have long coveted the Great Zhou, eager to carve it up. The saying goes, to accuse someone unjustly is to find a pretext, and they merely require a reason to mobilize their forces. After a moment of contemplation, Kaizei articulated his analysis word by word. How laughable. Does Minister Kai truly perceive the Great Zhou as a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? With no great grievances or disputes, they dare to act against us on a mere pretext? At this moment, within the ranks of the royal princes, The seventh prince Zhou Hai remarked with a cold smile, "To my knowledge, the so-called foundational principles of the academy bear no binding force. In recent years, which of the academies from the other three great dynasties has refrained from participating in court disputes? They profess to abstain from political affairs, yet secretly yearn to tightly control the succession of imperial power. Let us not forget that the tyrant was also a disciple of the academy, and the great Qian Academy was his most formidable support in seizing power. Morong Xiao and the tyrant's mentor, Zhu Yu, were sworn brothers. After Zhu Yu's death, Morong Xiao sought the tyrant far and wide. It is not inconceivable that he now hides within the great Zhou Academy, attempting to manipulate the struggle for imperial power in the Qian dynasty. I assert that some matters do not arise from thin air. The central institution behind the academy is itself a significant sacred sect. While others covet the great Zhou, do they not have their own aspirations?" Upon hearing this, Kaizai's expression changed dramatically. The seventh prince seems intent on condemning the Jixiao Academy to ruin. Seventh prince, tread carefully. Who does not know that Master Morong is benevolent and has never acted harmfully towards the great Zhou? For many years, Master Morong has tirelessly worked for the welfare of our people, with never a hint of selfishness. Kaizai admonished sternly. Your words are misguided, Minister Kai. While you claim to hold no favoritism towards the Jixiao Academy, each of your statements seems to defend them. Does this not reveal a hint of partiality? Moreover, according to the news from the Qian dynasty, their demands are quite simple. Surrender the murderer of the third prince and the tyrant of the Qian dynasty, and this conflict could be resolved. If the academy truly seeks peace for the world, this request should not be difficult to fulfill, should it? The deputy minister of war interjected once more, his tone laced with hostility towards the academy. Compromise? How can we contemplate compromise when the truth of the situation remains unclear? Kaizai retorted. Enough. What is your opinion, Crown Prince? Observing that the discussion was on the verge of escalating into chaos, Ji Wuji, seated upon the dragon throne, interjected to quell the rising tension and turned to Ji Feng. Ji Feng's eyes flickered, his mind already formulating a plan. Your Majesty, I must express my agreement with the esteemed Minister Liu of the Ministry of War. Should the academy indeed be at fault, it is only fitting that they offer an apology and seek to make amends, much like the tyrant Chen Bei, who should be handed over to the Qian dynasty. Our great Zhou will never permit any external interference, nor will we meddle in the affairs of other nations. If the Jixiao Academy is truly dedicated to the public good, it must be willing to compromise. Otherwise, harboring ulterior motives will only invite calamity, and it would be wiser for our great Zhou to cleanse our own ranks. After much contemplation, I propose that my seventh brother lead a delegation to investigate this matter. What say you, father? Ji Feng clasped his hands, a subtle scheme forming in his mind. He knew better than anyone that the seventh prince's maternal grandfather had fallen victim to the hands of the academy's elder. Fueling a deep-seated hatred, he would be the perfect candidate to confront the academy. Your Majesty, I am willing to alleviate your burden and undertake this task personally. Indeed, Ji Kuei could no longer remain idle and stepped forward hastily. Very well, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Should the academy be at fault, we shall acknowledge their years of contribution to our great Zhou and allow for reparations, ensuring the academy's safety. If the Qian dynasty is truly fabricating grievances to incite war, what do we have to fear? Kuei, I appoint you as my special envoy to personally visit the academy. Ji Wuji nodded slightly, speaking in a grave tone. Yes, father. Ji Kuei was elated. After so many years, the opportunity for vengeance had finally arrived. A glimmer of cold amusement flickered in Ji Feng's eyes as he anticipated how the academy would respond when faced with this predicament. Meanwhile, the academy remained blissfully unaware of the impending trouble. In Zhou Hai's courtyard, firewood crafted from the divine Fusang tree crackled as it roasted the meat of a dragon, releasing an enticing aroma. Master, I have served the Lin family for many years and have acquired some culinary skills. This sauce is my own concoction. Do give it a taste. At this moment, Qin Xiao had donned a complete set of male attire. After a flurry of activity, she sliced the dragon meat and arranged it on a plate, drizzling it with sauce before presenting it to Zhou Hai. Delightful. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. With just one bite, he was utterly captivated by his disciple's culinary prowess. Having been accustomed to a life of leisure at home, he had yet to learn the art of cooking, and suddenly found himself in this world without warning. Over the years, those around him had hardly dined properly. After enduring years of culinary misadventures, his own cooking was barely palatable, a far cry from Qin Xiao's skill. As he swallowed the dragon meat, the potent essence within, combined with the divine fire of the Fusang wood, filled Zhou Hai with an invigorating strength, rejuvenating him immensely. Meanwhile, Chen Bei, self-sufficient, took a piece of dragon meat for himself. The moment it touched his lips, he was overwhelmed by a surge of ferocious energy coursing through him. Simultaneously, an inferno seemed to ignite within his organs, as if attempting to refine him. Without hesitation, Shunbei swiftly sat cross-legged and began to circulate the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra, striving to refine the divine flames along with the powerful essence of the dragon meat. Chapter 36. Qin Xiao. So my master is a contemporary emperor. Boom, boom, boom. After refining numerous materials, Shunbei's body felt as solid as a massive iron block. Now, as he ingested the dragon's essence, it felt as though he had added new materials to his alchemical process, under the refining influence of the Fusang divine flame. Combined with the meticulous techniques of the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra, his body was once again subjected to profound tempering akin to the processes of forging and hammering. As a wave of energy surged forth, after digesting a mouthful of the essence of the dragon and the Fusang divine flame, Shunbei felt his own vitality strengthen significantly. And even the cultivation of the 100 Refinements Emperor Sutra experienced a noticeable enhancement. Such a marvelous sensation. Shunbei rejoiced, never anticipating that one day he could cultivate through consumption. In the time that followed, he almost simultaneously indulged in eating and cultivating, with each bite. Subtle transformations occurred within his body. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai, who had initially been savoring his meal, couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness. How utterly unjust. While others grew powerful from their meals, he found no benefit at all. His senior brother was simply too formidable. Even eating could elevate his cultivation. Qin Xiao gazed at Shunbei in disbelief. Naturally, throughout history, those who transformed into dragons typically possessed at least the cultivation of the saint realm. Although the dragon's malevolent aura within the meat was eradicated, a substantial portion of the saint-level essence remained intact. A saint-level powerhouse could move mountains with just a drop of blood. The vastness of their essence is indeed inconceivable. After refining, it was only natural for your senior brother to enhance his cultivation. Upon witnessing the adoring gaze of his little disciple, Zhou Hai set aside his bitterness, adopting a knowing expression. So impressive. But master, why does it seem that your consumption yields no results? Qin Xiao exclaimed, her words instantly darkening Zhou Hai's countenance. Why did that sound so peculiar? Was the little disciple implying his meals were in vain? I see now. Master's cultivation has already transcended the heavens and the earth. Thus, while this dragon essence appears formidable to others, to him, it is but a mere grain in the vast ocean, stirring no ripples whatsoever. Master, your cultivation must surpass that of a saint. No wonder you have always presented yourself with a lower realm while effortlessly dispatching those of higher realms. Before Zhou Hai could continue to ponder, Qin Xiao's words left him utterly speechless. Cultivation far exceeding that of a saint? How did this disciple discern that? Junior sister, you are mistaken. How could a saint be compared to master? In my opinion, master must be a great emperor of this age, or even a being beyond emperors. Otherwise, how could he so casually bestow the Emperor's Sutra and wield imperial artifacts? By the way, junior sister, what emperor method and artifacts did master impart to you? At that moment, Shunbei spoke up, causing Zhou Hai's expression to grow even more rigid. Good heavens, am I truly that formidable? How was I unaware? Zhou Hai's face flushed, unable to suppress his rising excitement. Such words were far more melodious than the mere phrase dried fish. Senior brother, master taught me the Burial Heaven Emperor's Sutra. Additionally, this magical palace. Qin Xiao replied truthfully, simultaneously producing her magical palace. As the palace emerged, Shunbei felt the destruction battle spear deep within his consciousness stir with anticipation, a strand of imperial might rushing towards Qin Xiao. Under the overwhelming imperial might, Qin Xiao trembled, her complexion turning pale in an instant. In that moment, she felt as though the entire celestial universe was on the verge of collapse, rendering her as fragile as a speck of dust, easily obliterated. Fortunately, this imperial might was not directed at her, otherwise, it could have reduced her to ashes in an instant. Just then, the magical palace before Qin Xiao shook, emanating a trace of imperial might that surged towards the destruction battle spear within Shunbei. Feeling the overwhelming might of the emperor, Shunbei's face turned pale with shock, nearly causing him to spew forth blood. Fortunately, this imperial pressure did not seem to target him specifically, otherwise, it would have rendered him utterly doomed. The usually tranquil two imperial weapons stirred restlessly, causing the entire courtyard of Zhou Hai to tremble. There was no escape. Even the hidden sacred artifacts were frightened into submission. When the two imperial weapons unleashed their might, those sacred artifacts would be annihilated on the spot. Enough. You two wish to dismantle this place again after its recent reconstruction? Zhou Hai's stern reprimand instantly quelled the two imperial artifacts. Observing this, Shunbei and Qin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were drenched in sweat. Junior sister, did you witness that? This is our master. With a mere flick of his hand, he can summon 2 imperial weapons and silence them with a word. Throughout history, who besides true emperors possesses such power? Chen Bei remarked, his admiration for Zhou Hai swelling like a mighty river. No wonder our master looks down upon divine weapons. It seems I, too, am now a disciple of the emperor. Qin Shiyao's breath quickened, feeling as if she might float away. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai wore a perplexed expression. He had witnessed various forms of indoctrination. Yet this was his first encounter with someone brainwashing themselves. Was his demeanor truly so imposing? Or did he merely appear as an emperor? Enough. Focus on your cultivation. As your master, I seek neither fame nor fortune. I only hope you both achieve success, and that will suffice for me. Observing the escalating fervor of his 2 disciples made Zhou Hai feel slightly embarrassed, prompting him to interject. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the 2 disciples turned towards him with even greater reverence. Master, we shall strive diligently and ensure you are not disappointed. Qin Xiao replied, then absent-mindedly cut a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. As she bit down, she nearly chipped a tooth. Oh dear, why is it so tough? Her face contorted in confusion. The dragon meat felt soft to the touch and was easy to cut, yet it was unexpectedly hard to chew. Little junior sister, this is not something you can simply chew. Your cultivation is still shallow, and lacking a diamond physique, you will find it difficult to break it down. Instead, you should attempt to refine it. Chen Bei chuckled, offering his advice from the side. Even his teeth, comparable to divine weapons, took time to grind. How could mere mortals savor such delicacies? It appeared effortless to slice the meat, yet who could fathom the treasures their master had provided them? Only someone of such unparalleled might as their master could easily indulge in such exquisite fare. Ah, I see. Let me try? Qin Xiao exclaimed, quickly activating the burial heaven emperor scripture. Soon, she felt the dragon meat in her mouth transform into streams of essence, fusing into her being and continuously fortifying her body. With a muffled groan, she realized that just a single bite of dragon meat had altered her foundational essence. This immense energy was, indeed, reshaping her very Tao foundation. Master, such formidable effects. I feel my foundation of Tao approaching perfection, and my realm has been unprecedentedly solidified. Opening her eyes, Qin Xiao exclaimed with delight. Indeed, if it proves beneficial, indulge more. It seems that after this meal, you shall continue to break through. Zhou Hai gazed eagerly at his 2 disciples. Though a pang of bitterness lingered, the powerful cultivation they radiated brought him immense satisfaction. Chapter 37. Continuous Breakthroughs. Zhou Hai's Domain of Consciousness. Understood, Master. Qin Xiao nodded, and she and Chen Bei entered a fervent eating frenzy. For an entire night, these 2 gourmands were relentless. Until dawn broke, Qin Xiao could no longer withstand the immense essence within her and was the first to rush into seclusion. Xiao, take a sip of this before you go. Zhou Hai, ever attentive to his disciples, saw that Qin Xiao's realm had stabilized completely, her foundation perfected. With the vast essence surging, all that was needed was sufficient spiritual energy to break through. He called out to Qin Xiao, producing a ladle of spiritual liquid and handing it to her. All right, master. Qin Xiao accepted the spiritual liquid and took a sip, immediately feeling the pure spiritual energy enveloping her entire being, merging with the immense essence within her, as if it might burst her body apart. I can't take it anymore, master. This liquid is too powerful. Qin Xiao's expression shifted as she realized the potency of the spiritual liquid. Hastily setting it aside, she seated herself on the ground, promptly activating the Burial Heaven Emperor Sutra. Striving for an even higher realm, a wave of energy surged from her, and Qin Xiao's momentum soared. In an instant, her cultivation successfully broke through to the 2nd level of foundation establishment, yet she showed no signs of stopping. Under the refining power of the dragon essence, her realm solidified to its utmost limit, the foundation perfected, and with the tremendous energy, there were no constraints to her advancement. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, Qin Xiao's realm continued to ascend. Foundation establishment, 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level, 6th level, 7th level. The astonishing speed of her breakthroughs continued until it finally came to a halt at the peak of the 7th level of foundation establishment. Zhou Hai watched, dumbfounded. In a vague sense, he felt as though Qin Xiao transformed into a colossal celestial coffin, akin to a grand tomb, destined to swallow all energy within the universe and entomb it. Simultaneously, as her realm ascended, a mysterious aura of life and death emerged from the depths of her foundation, embodying an enigmatic profundity of the burial heaven. Is this the marvel of the Burial Heaven Emperor Sutra? Zhou Hai mused, suddenly feeling a surge within his own body, his cultivation directly leaping into the unity realm. By heavens, I've broken through? Zhou Hai was taken aback, quickly examining himself. only to find his innate Tao principles had completely vanished. Even the Tao principles returned from the devoured Tao soldiers had disappeared from his body. These principles had transformed into flesh and blood consciousness, becoming an integral part of him. This was the unity realm. The principles no longer branded him as before. They had fully merged into oneness. Boom. With a thought, Zhou Hai stirred the Tao principles, and his consciousness instantly expanded. In that moment, an area of 300 miles lay within his control. Within this radius, he could not only monitor everything, but also activate his own domain of principles. Is this the consciousness of the unity realm? Indeed, it is profoundly mysterious, far surpassing the soul power of other realms. Zhou Hai marveled. Although spiritual power possesses a degree of surveillance, it is utterly incapable of controlling an entire domain. Moreover, Zhou Hai had heard that when an ordinary individual first breaks through to the unity realm, their consciousness typically extends to no more than 30 miles. Yet, he was able to reach an astonishing 300 miles. This meant that in battle, the entirety of the 300 miles would be his domain. In contrast, that Wu Wanli's toxic sea could only extend a mere few dozen miles. His territory was but a fraction compared to Zhou Hai's 300 miles. How exhilarating. My little disciple has propelled me into the unity realm. Qinbei, you must not lag behind. Feeling the immense transformation within himself, Zhou Hai looked expectantly at Qinbei. At that moment, Qinbei had also reached his limit. With the final morsel of dragon meat consumed, his gaze suddenly fixed upon the extinguished Fusang divine tree. With a swift motion, he seized the tree and began to devour it in large chunks. What on earth are you doing, my disciple? Even in my poverty, I would never stoop to allowing you to consume firewood. Stop, stop, stop. Why are you even consuming the ashes? Before Zhou Hai could finish his words, he watched in disbelief as Qinbei not only consumed the Fusang divine tree, but also the charred remnants. In that very instant, as those materials were ingested, the 100 refinements imperial scripture within Qinbei activated, and flames erupted around him. Master, I am entering seclusion. Qinbei hastily rose and dashed toward his room. Zhou Hai distinctly observed that the moment he entered, his garments were reduced to nothing but ashes. The Fusang divine flame enveloped Qinbei completely, warping the very fabric of reality around him. By heavens, he truly is an indomitable battle spirit, a natural-born madman. Zhou Hai muttered to himself. He then felt as if his very blood and bones were being refined, undergoing a transformation in another direction. This metamorphosis of Qinbei in seclusion, amplified tenfold, induced his own body to undergo a similar evolution. Before long, Zhou Hai's physique began to shimmer like jade. A powerful essence coursed through him, and his body seemed to transform into a flawless weapon of the Tao. To be precise, his physical strength had reached a level comparable to that of a weapon of the unity realm. Simultaneously, a ferocious energy surged from within him, causing his recently elevated cultivation to rise once more. Boom, boom, boom. As this sensation emerged, Qinbei's spiritual energy surged in waves, triggering a series of breakthroughs. Third layer of the divine ability realm. Fourth layer. Fifth layer. Sixth layer. In the span of mere breaths, Qinbei's cultivation had forcefully advanced to the sixth layer of the divine ability realm. With the tenfold amplification, Zhou Hai's own realm followed suit, directly ascending to the second layer of the unity realm. Incredible! Zhou Hai rejoiced, once again expanding his realm of consciousness, only to realize that 600 miles lay within his grasp. At this moment, he truly resembled a divine being of the cosmos. What could be causing such a commotion? Could that prodigy have broken through again? Is there no justice left in the world? What is happening over there? Is this already the second breakthrough within 12 hours? Suddenly, Zhou Hai's consciousness sensed something. The elders from various palaces were left in a state of bewilderment, and many disciples awoke from their reveries, casting their gazes towards the Daozong Palace. How absurd! A group of mere mortals. To think that you would dare to imagine my disciple breaking through from the life and death realm to the sixth layer of divine powers within just 2 days? Observing their astonishment, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. By the way, system, why do their breakthroughs cause such a commotion while mine goes unnoticed? Even the heavenly tribulation seems indifferent to my presence. Upon this thought, Zhou Hai withdrew his consciousness and inquired of the system. Please, host, your cultivation is not bestowed by this realm. The spiritual essence cannot even approach you. What sort of commotion do you expect? Do you believe the heavenly tribulation would dare come near you? The system's voice resonated, exuding a tone of exasperation. That makes sense. If one steals from another's home, they must expect retribution. It is not I who has seized the fortunes of heaven and earth. Why should the heavenly Tao strike at me? Zhou Hai's eyes lit up, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 38. A formidable foe approaches, the elders of the academy severely injured. In the following 3 days, Chen Bei and Qin Xiao remained in seclusion. Although their foundational cultivation was solid, the rapid advancement of their realms rendered them somewhat unstable. Therefore, during these 3 days, Chen Bei diligently fortified his own cultivation. As for Qin Xiao, despite consuming less of the dragon meat than Chen Bei, the immense energy was overwhelming for her still nascent cultivation, causing her to struggle to assimilate the multiple breakthroughs she had achieved. She continued to strive for even higher realms. With the efforts of his 2 disciples, Zhou Hai's own cultivation gradually became more stable. Furthermore, he sensed within him not only the formidable power of tempering, but also the force of obliteration, alongside the circulation of life and death energies. Although this life and death power was not yet potent, given time, mastering the control over life and death, and even dictating the rise and fall of all things would become a trivial matter. This is the profound strength of the imperial scripture. Initially, it was presumed that the seclusion of the 2 disciples would last for an extended period. However, the tranquility of that morning was abruptly shattered. Chu Chun, what are you jesting about? Allowing a foundation establishment disciple to participate in the discourse of Tao? Do you wish for other academies to mock us? This is preposterous. I thought you were a sensible child. How could you commit such an act? Are you aware of the discussions among the disciples below? This cannot stand. I was already opposed to Chen Bei participating in the discourse. Now you wish to compel a foundation establishment disciple to force his hand. Do you realize this could endanger your junior brother, Chen Bei? On that day, within the grand hall of the Tao Inquiry Palace, unable to endure the discontent of the disciples, the elders from various palaces united to confront Chu Chun regarding the involvement of Qin Xiao in the discourse. The uproar this decision had caused was undeniable. Within the academy, there were numerous innate disciples, several of whom were in the life and death realm, who among them did not possess greater qualifications than Qin Xiao to take part in the discourse. As for the reasons provided by Chu Chun, the elders could hardly accept them. It was well known that many were eagerly wishing for Chen Bei's demise, and the upcoming discourse of the 4 academies was to be held in the Qian dynasty. Sending Chen Bei to the Qian dynasty for the discourse was tantamount to sending him to his death. While the elders envied Zhou Hai, they would never allow harm to befall his disciples. Alas, esteemed uncles, must you persist in your arguments? Let us defer this matter until the master returns to make a decision. Chu Qing was visibly troubled. He had anticipated that arranging for Qin Xiao to participate in the debate would lead to complications. These individuals showed him no leniency whatsoever. Brother Chu Qing, allow me to speak fairly. This debate not only pertains to the honor of our academy, but also relates to the rewards bestowed by the Central Institute. Regardless of the circumstances, we must dispatch our strongest disciples to partake. Thus, if you wish for the newly arrived junior sister to join, it is not out of the question. Let us first hold a debate among the various halls. So long as she ranks among the top 10, I believe the brothers will willingly grant her this opportunity. At that moment, Zheng Qianquan spoke up from the crowd. His words instantly garnered the approval of numerous disciples. Indeed, Brother Chu Qing, if she can secure a place in the top 10, we will acknowledge her. Brother Chu Qing, I concur with Brother Zheng. We should proceed with the debate among the halls. Observing the excited expressions of the gathered disciples, a glimmer of malice flashed in Zheng Qianquan's eyes. The mere fact that Zhou Hai had taken in a disciple from Chen Bei had already rendered him unable to hold his head high. Now, with yet another disciple taken in, and one who encroached upon his debating slot, it was simply intolerable. He could not contend with Chen Bei. Yet could he not manage a mere foundational level disciple? Once this debate commenced, he would ensure that all would witness what true prodigies were. Further, he would demonstrate to everyone that Zhou Hai was merely fortunate to have acquired Chen Bei. It did not imply that all his disciples were exceptional. Chu Qing was torn. He realized that refusing this matter today would be difficult to justify. Very well, I agree to let you younger disciples compete. With a heavy sigh, he reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, powerful auras surged towards the Wendiagong. The crowd swiftly turned to see, to their astonishment, numerous figures appearing in the sky. Among them, the lowest cultivation level was at the death-seizing realm, with no fewer than 20 in the divine ability realm, and 3 formidable beings in the enlightenment realm. What is happening? What do they intend? The crowd furrowed their brows, and under the leadership of several elders, they ascended into the sky to confront these uninvited guests. The Academy has received orders from the Emperor. It is suspected that the Academy harbors wanted criminals from the Qian dynasty, implicated in the murder of a prince. An investigation is now underway. Do not obstruct. As the Academy's members ascended, they heard the command from a youth clad in a python robe among the group. Following his words, those behind him prepared to sweep through the other halls to conduct searches. Impudence! Who dares to cause chaos within my academy? With a thunderous shout, Elder Li Chongqing stepped forward from the crowd, his demeanor icy. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be His Highness the 7th Prince. Even should your father, the Emperor, Come today, he would not dare to act recklessly within my academy. Are you attempting to breach our agreement with such fanfare? As he spoke, the elders and disciples of the academy glared angrily at these intruders. From the inception of the academy, an accord had been established with the great Zhou, stipulating that within a radius of 10,000 miles around Zhou Hai city, it was the domain of the academy, beyond which the court had no authority to interfere. Now, not only was the court intervening, but they also sought to search within 300 miles of the academy. It was utterly outrageous. Seize them. However, in response to Li Changqing's query, Ji Kuei showed no inclination to answer. With a command, a strong figure from the Enlightenment realm stepped forth. In an instant, the Tao principles surged forth, solidifying the space around Li Changqing, rendering him immobile. Damn it! Li Changqing roared in fury, an overwhelming righteousness erupting from within him, as talismans burst forth, striving to breach the Tao's confinement. However, the adept of the Enlightenment realm moved like the wind, swiftly appearing before him, raising a hand in a gesture that felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Li Changqing, merely at the pinnacle of the divine power realm, found his righteous might and surrounding talismans obliterated under such formidable force. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and it felt as though his bones were shattering, as he was propelled backward. Yet, at this moment, the Enlightenment realm adept showed no intention of relenting. With several strides, he closed the distance, reaching for Li Changqing's neck. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the academy erupted in rage. These brazen actions were not merely aimed at Li Changqing, but were a slap in the face to the entire academy. Just as Li Changqing was about to fall into the clutches of another, a sharp sound of a sword echoed. An elder from the sword palace transformed into a beam of sword light, interposing himself between Li Changqing and the Enlightenment realm adept. Clang! The clash of swords resonated with a crisp sound. You dare to act tyrannically within our academy, Chen Chuang bellowed, using his sword to separate Li Changqing from the adept. Following this, an endless wave of sword energy surged forth, targeting the Enlightenment realm adept. The adept was taken aback, realizing that apart from Murong Xiao, another Enlightenment realm adept had emerged from the academy. He clearly observed that, at the moment the sword energy was unleashed, the area within hundreds of yards was under Chen Chuang's control. The sword energy surged like a mighty river, exuding an awe-inspiring momentum. Unfortunately, you have merely broken through to the first level of the Enlightenment realm. The adept scoffed. If you were to advance another 2 or 3 levels, I might consider retreating. But as you stand now, you are insufficient. The adept, at the 5th level, regarded Chen Chuang's sword energy assault with disdain. In the next moment, his Tao principles erupted forth, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power that shattered Chen Chuang's sword energy. Chapter 39, Chun Bei Strikes, a fist that shatters the Enlightenment realm adept. Ugh! Chen Chuang emitted a muffled groan. The frenzied force of his opponent rendered him nearly incapable of channeling his essence. Yet, he did not falter. The sword path was one of relentless assault, pushing forward unwaveringly. Although his Tao principles were fragmented, Chen Chuang exerted all his strength to mobilize his essence, causing the sword in his hand to blaze with brilliance as it lunged toward the Enlightenment realm adept. Are you truly resisting to the bitter end? The adept sneered, conjuring a pair of enormous hammers to effortlessly deflect all of Chen Chuang's attacks. Observing this, Chen Chuang's sword danced with elegance, weaving in an intricate pattern. Countless strands of sword energy erupted again, enveloping the adept entirely. However, before those iron hammers, no amount of sword energy proved effective. Even Chen Chuang's Tao-based strikes were easily repelled. As the two clashed, they exchanged blows for what felt like hundreds of rounds. The adept, intentionally toying with Chen Chuang, refrained from offensive maneuvers, instead allowing Chen Chuang to witness the futility of his efforts, relishing the unpleasant expression on Chen Chuang's face. He relished the sensation of undermining others' resolve. Is the path of the sword not meant to be unyielding and invincible? Yet, here it resembled a child's game, capable of shattering the spirit of any swordsman. Meanwhile, as Chen Chuang engaged in fierce combat with a formidable sage of enlightenment, Zhou Hai, located several dozen miles away within the Daozong Palace, fixed his gaze upon the unfolding scene. The academy sprawled extensively, with each palace distanced by numerous miles. However, the commotion here was so pronounced that even Zhou Hai, typically reserved, could not remain indifferent. Harboring a fugitive of the Qin dynasty? Humph, targeting my disciple is one thing, but to flaunt such arrogance is tantamount to courting death. Zhou Hai's eyes turned frosty. Witnessing these individuals mock Chen Chuang, he prepared to intervene personally. Just then, the sound of the door creaked open, revealing Chun Bei clad in a blood-red robe, his tall and imposing figure emanating an invisible aura of dominance. Master, please refrain from intervening. Allow me to handle this. Chun Bei implored earnestly, Having sensed the disturbance and anticipated this day, he had long been mentally prepared. Disciple, focus on your cultivation. In this small domain of mine, it is not for these petty individuals to act wantonly. Zhou Hai gazed at Chun Bei with a hint of reluctance. Although he understood that Chun Bei had his own path to tread, he felt a pang of compassion at the thought of allowing him to face peril alone. After today, Chun Bei might no longer enjoy his protection. Master, you are unparalleled in the universe. If you truly wish to safeguard someone, who would dare to act recklessly across the realms? Yet, Master, everyone must traverse their own path. The Tao is not merely about cultivation. It encompasses the choices of each individual. My journey is mine to undertake. There is no need for Master to pave the way for me. Otherwise, how can I aspire to the great Tao? Chun Bei expressed his gratitude for Zhou Hai's care over the past days, vowing never to forget his master's immense kindness. Shaking his head, he approached Zhou Hai and knelt, bowing thrice in reverence. Do not worry, Master. I shall be fine. Witness how I sweep through an era and bring glory to you. Rising, Chun Bei emitted a youthful, carefree laugh. In that moment, he was no longer the tyrant who had bathed the land in blood, nor the peerless prodigy among his contemporaries. He was merely a child basking in the grace of his master. He. Very well, go forth and conquer the world, fearless. Disciple, traverse freely across the realm, should any trouble arise. I shall shield you. Zhou Hai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Despite having treated this lad as a mere worker, he harbored deep feelings for him. Now, gazing at his radiant, youthful smile, Zhou Hai was reminded of his own youthful spirit, filled with fervor. Why should he live beneath others? The disciple was indeed correct. Each person has their own path, and it was time for him to venture forth. His own path was to silently guard the growth of these disciples, serving as their most steadfast support. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave. Chun Bei cast a deep glance at Zhou Hai, and in that fleeting moment of turning away, Zhou Hai noticed the moisture at the corner of his eye. Go on. I have prepared your belongings. Zhou Hai shook his head with a faint smile, a blend of reluctance and obligation evident in his expression. At this moment, he realized, almost unconsciously, that he had assumed the responsibilities of a mentor. Faced with the imminent departure of his disciple, he resembled a parent unable to rest. Eager to ensure every detail of their child's journey was meticulously arranged, he began sorting through his belongings, preparing both useful and unnecessary items for Chun Bei. Master, are these individuals here to harm my senior brother? At that moment, Qin Xiao's voice broke the silence. Unbeknownst to him, she had emerged from her seclusion, her face etched with concern as she gazed anxiously in their direction. Focus on your cultivation and do not be distracted, Zhou Hai admonished, looking up at her. But Master, will my senior brother be in danger? Qin Xiao asked, worry lacing her tone. With me here, where's the danger? Zhou Hai replied, frowning, aware that some matters were beyond Qin Xiao's current capacity to comprehend. Indeed, with Master present, no one can harm my senior brother. I shall resume my cultivation. Qin Xiao concluded, reassured, and promptly returned to her meditative state. Meanwhile, high above the Wendiagong, the seventh Prince Ji Kuei grew impatient as he observed the fierce battle below. Do not waste time. Eliminate the obstructor. Kill him. With a commanding shout, the Tao Enlightenment Realm expert ceased his idle chatter. Wielding a massive hammer that unleashed a torrent of violent Tao principles, channeling the very essence of the heavens and earth in a devastating assault. With a thunderous crash, the hammer collided with Chun Chuang's sword, causing the Tao principles imbued within the blade to shatter instantaneously, the sword itself unable to withstand the overwhelming force, breaking in two. In that moment, the Tao Enlightenment expert swung his hammer once more. Chun Chuang had no opportunity to react. The hammer struck him squarely in the chest. Even as he summoned all his Tao principles and spiritual energy to fortify himself, he could not withstand the blow. His Tao principles collapsed, his chest caved in, and he spewed a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying backwards. If His Highness desires your demise at the third watch, do not expect to see the fifth. The Tao Enlightenment expert sneered coldly, closing in for the kill. Just then, the sky darkened abruptly, an ominous phenomenon reminiscent of a celestial eclipse enveloping the realm. A colossal handprint descended, threatening to crush the Tao Enlightenment expert. Who dares? A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. They sensed no Tao principles, only an ordinary manifestation of divine power. However, as the handprint descended, it evoked a sensation of impending cataclysm, particularly for the Tao Enlightenment expert. A chill ran down his spine. He sensed that if struck by this hand, even he would perish. What reckless folly! He bellowed in fury, his body radiating brilliance as he swung his Tao weapon hammer with all his might, unleashing a tempest of Tao principles. A massive hammer, forged from the convergence of Tao principles and spiritual energy, materialized, towering dozens of feet high, and hurtled toward the descending handprint. With an earth-shattering impact, the handprint and the hammer collided, sending shockwaves reverberating through the heavens and earth. Many disciples from various academies were thrown off their feet, some even spitting blood from the force of the shockwave. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Amidst the violent cacophony of explosions, the formless divine powers met their demise in tandem with the colossal hammer imbued with profound laws, resulting in an unexpected stalemate. Yet, before the onlookers could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, an even more astonishing event unfolded. A figure surged through the tumultuous chaos, advancing towards the formidable sage of the Enlightenment realm, and unleashed a devastating punch. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of laws erupted forth. The sage, caught off guard, had no time to react before being struck with tremendous force to the chest. With a resounding crash, the sage's ribcage caved in, bones fracturing under the ferocity of the blow. An unfathomable surge of laws coursed into his body, a wave of lethal energy enveloping him. In mere moments, the sage's body erupted with countless wounds, blood gushing forth. His countenance shifted dramatically as he expelled a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at the young man clad in crimson before him, although clearly at the level of the divine powers. This youth exhibited a strength that was not inferior to his own. Moreover, the punch unleashed not only a tumult of laws but a myriad of them. Overwhelmed, the sage felt as though half his life had been extinguished. In the face of his shock, the young man remained indifferent, raising his hand to strike again at the crown of the sage's head. The sage reacted swiftly, summoning all his strength to block the impending blow. Yet, in the moment of collision, he realized he was not countering a mere hand but a formidable weapon of laws. A searing pain coursed through him as the gathered spiritual energy dissipated, and his hand shattered into fragments. In that critical moment, another punch landed squarely in his abdomen. The sage, desperate to defend himself, found it was already too late. The overwhelming force crashed upon him, shattering his internal organs, extinguishing all vitality in an instant. Another mouthful of blood erupted from him as he gazed fixedly at the young man, his body plummeting earthward, leaving him unable to close his eyes in death. The assembly was instantly thrown into chaos, all witnessing this astonishing spectacle with disbelief. The battle concluded in an ephemeral flash. From the moment the young man struck to the end, less than a breath had passed, and a once mighty sage had fallen. The crux of the matter was that this individual possessed merely the aura of divine powers. How could he slay a sage as easily as one would butcher livestock? This was Chun Bei, the illustrious disciple. Such might. Was this truly the Chun Bei they spoke of? Wait, look closely. When did Chun Bei ascend to the 6th level of the divine powers? Suddenly, jubilant cheers erupted from the academy. All present beheld Chun Bei's visage, their expressions a blend of incredulity and awe. Yet, Zhang Qianquan's face darkened in an instant. Upon witnessing Chun Bei's emergence, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. This individual was far too powerful, clearly a peer and even younger than himself, yet he instilled a sense of intimidation that was hard to bear. In the presence of Chun Bei, he felt as insignificant as a firefly beneath the blazing sun. With the Academy's authority at stake, the challengers were destined for annihilation. Under the watchful gaze of all, Chun Bei stood suspended in the air, his back to the assembly, staring directly at the representatives of the court. Let it be so. The disciples of the Academy erupted with excitement, many of them already brimming with tears. Never had they imagined that their esteemed institution would one day suffer such a profound humiliation, with intruders daring to assault them. 2 elders lay grievously wounded, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. At this moment, Chun Bei's intervention was nothing short of inspiring. Brother Chun, are you all right? Brother Chun, brotherly. At this juncture, the elders from various halls gathered around Chun Chuang and Li Chongqing, their expressions grim as they beheld the two in a state of near collapse. This is a revitalizing pill. Administer it to the 2 esteemed uncles. Chun Bei glanced back and tossed 2 pills into the air. The elder from the pill hall hastily caught them, his countenance shifting upon seeing the 9 intricate patterns etched on the pills, along with their potent life force. Is this a celestial grade elixir? Elder Dan Chinzi exclaimed in astonishment. What? A celestial grade elixir? The elders from the martial arts hall and the array hall were equally taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. A celestial grade elixir. Such treasures were coveted by the Holy Land's main academy, and they felt undeserving of possessing even 2. Shall we truly consume them? The pill hall elder cast a wary glance at Chun Bei, for the elixirs were far too precious. Too precious for anyone to dare use lightly. My esteemed uncles are injured because of me. How can we delay? Chun Bei frowned, disapproving of the elder's hesitation. Is it not better to be generous like master? Why hold back on something so valuable, waiting for others to seize it? The disciple speaks wisely. Your 2 esteemed uncles owe you their lives. Elder Wu Yang from the martial arts hall wholeheartedly agreed with Chen Bei, snatching the 2 elixirs to administer them to Li Changqing and Chen Chuang. Kill them, seize the elixirs. But at that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. Ji Kuei, a prince of the realm, had never laid eyes on a celestial-grade elixir and would not allow such worthless lives to squander it. With his command, the last 2 Dao realm experts by his side vanished in an instant, reappearing before the gathered elders. Seek death, Chen Bei roared in fury, rushing forward to intervene. Kill him. Ji Kuei issued another command, and numerous experts from the life-seeking and divine realm surged toward Chen Bei. Yet, Chen Bei dismissed them with disdain, focusing instead on the 2 Dao realm experts who had appeared, their formidable powers solidifying the very fabric of space as they aimed to seize the elixirs. He swiftly advanced, delivering a punch that unleashed a torrent of Daoist energy, as if dozens of Dao weapons were assaulting simultaneously, shattering the 2 expert spatial barriers. Seek death. The 2 Dao realm cultivators had already harnessed their strength for a counterattack, one raising a palm to strike at Chen Bei's chest. Chen Bei made no attempt to resist. In the instant he broke their barrier, he thrust his hands forward, directly inserting the elixirs into Chen Chuang and Li Changqing's mouths, which transformed into 2 beams of azure light, merging into their bodies. Simultaneously, the 2 Dao realm experts' attack landed squarely on his chest. A resounding crash echoed as their strike collided with him, akin to the impact of a Dao weapon. Pooh! Chen Bei coughed up a mouthful of blood, propelled backward through the air. Yet, that was the extent of his injuries. Though shaken, he was not severely harmed. After cultivating the 100 refinements Emperor Scripture, his physique became extraordinarily formidable. If he were to face cultivators of the same realm, standing still would render them incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. The 2 individuals before him clearly possessed a superior level compared to the previous Dao Enlightenment realm expert, making it equally challenging to harm him. As they witnessed 2 elixirs consumed, all actions ceased. Although the 2 Dao Enlightenment realm experts managed to repel Chen Bei, their expressions were exceptionally grim. Akin to having swallowed a bitter pill, they could only watch helplessly as others ingested the heavenly grade elixirs, and despite their combined efforts, they could not eliminate even a single cultivator from the divine ability realm. It was utterly absurd. Behind them, the surrounding cultivators from the death-seizing and innate realms wore even grimmer expressions. They found themselves utterly incapable of obstructing Chen Bei, a tremendous humiliation indeed. Chen Bei, how dare you act so brazenly within the territory of my great Zhou? Ji Kuei seethed with anger, helplessly witnessing the 2 precious elixirs being consumed, his heart aching as if it were being crushed. They were meant to be his possessions. Ji Kuei, as a prince, I was conferred a title at 10. Undefeated among my peers at 13, and at 16, I dared to sweep away all the talented youths of my generation, earning the title of Overlord. Yet at 26, you have achieved nothing. What qualification do you possess to converse with me? Chen Bei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a disdainful glance at Ji Kuei, completely disregarding him. Ji Kuei's expression shifted. Feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation, he was unwilling to accept it, yet he had to concede that he was indeed unworthy of comparison with Chen Bei. The academy is a place for my master's tranquil cultivation. I do not wish to be disturbed by anyone. I will grant you 3 breaths of time to leave with your people. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to ensure you remain here forever. Chen Bei spoke again, exuding an air of imperiousness, looking down upon all. Chen Bei, you are nothing but a stray dog. What right do you have to boast before me? Do you truly believe I cannot subdue you? Ji Kuei had never faced such humiliation in his life, fueling his desire to tear Chen Bei to shreds. Feel free to try. Chen Bei's tone was icy, wholly dismissive of the argument. Kill him. I demand you kill him. Ji Kuei's eyes turned crimson as he roared in fury. Upon hearing this, the numerous powerful individuals he had brought along ceased their chatter and simultaneously charged at Chen Bei. Chapter 41. Divine Ability Phenomena. Moving mountains to stabilize the universe. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth convulsed under the influence of the powerful auras. Various phenomena stirring the skies. The world dimmed, manifesting the aura of 7 stars covering the moon. Blood surged into the sky, as if mountains were collapsing the cosmos. This was the Dao laws and divine abilities of the 2 Dao Enlightenment realm experts, 7 stars covering the moon and moving mountains to stabilize the universe. In an instant, 7 stars enveloped Chen Bei, the aura of slaughter permeating the air as if it sought to rend him asunder. Simultaneously, a colossal mountain descended with boundless force, aiming to utterly crush Chen Bei. Other divine ability realm cultivators unleashed their myriad techniques above Chen Bei, incorporating attributes of wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earth, fire, metal, wood, and more. Chen Bei found himself besieged by blades of wind and snow, engulfed in flames, and assaulted by raging thunder. In a heartbeat, Chunbei's figure was submerged beneath countless phenomena. Meanwhile, those disciples of the academy who had previously felt invigorated could not help but change their expressions dramatically. Such a formidable onslaught, who could withstand it? Even a peak practitioner of the Tao Enlightenment realm would falter, let alone Chunbei, who is merely at the Divine Passage realm. This is sheer tyranny. With a thunderous roar, Wu Yang could no longer contain his fury amidst the crowd of the academy. In an instant, a talisman was forced from his body. Boom! His vitality surged skyward, shattering the talisman. In that fleeting moment, his aura ascended dramatically, soaring from the 7th level of the Divine Passage realm to the 4th level of the Tao Enlightenment realm. Scoundrels, begone! He bellowed, raising his hand to the heavens. The immense vitality of the powerful warrior coalesced behind him, forming a towering manifestation of martial prowess. As he struck down with his palm, the martial shadow mirrored his motion, unleashing a colossal palm print that threatened to rend the cosmos, crashing down upon the mountain that suppressed Chunbei. The battle had scarcely begun, yet the violent shockwaves reverberated throughout the realm. Even though the clash took place in the sky, the Academy's structures trembled under the pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Master, will Brother Chunbei be all right? In the Daozong Palace, Qin Xiao, who had just entered seclusion, was abruptly awakened. Witnessing the scene, her eyes brimmed with concern. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, suppressing the urge to intervene. He unleashed his spiritual awareness, a formless force that stabilized the Academy's buildings over a radius of 300 miles. Regardless of the ferocity of the battle above, the Academy remained unyielding. Noticing Zhou Hai's silence, Qin Xiao could only watch anxiously as the battle unfolded in the sky. The distance was too great, even with her cultivated eyesight. She could only perceive the chaotic phenomena, unable to glimpse Chunbei's figure. Gazing at the manifestations triggered by Wu Yang's attack, she fervently hoped that the martial shadow would extinguish all powers of the Divine Passage, rescuing Chunbei. Wu Yang did not disappoint her. The colossal shadow struck down, causing the mountain manifestation above Chunbei to tremble violently, forcibly displacing it over 100 yards. Yet, that was the extent of his success. After dispelling the mountain manifestation, the palm strength of the martial figure was nearly expended. Seeking death, under the weight of various manifestations, the mountain descended upon Chunbei, pinning him in place, awaiting the moment when others would strike him down. Unexpectedly, another practitioner of the Tao Enlightenment realm emerged from the academy, one even stronger than the previous Qinchuan. The mountain-moving warrior's expression turned frigid as he single-handedly raised a colossal mountain to hurl at Wu Yang. Unyielding, Wu Yang summoned his martial shadow, swinging a massive fist to collide with the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The violent shockwaves radiated outward, shattering the space within a 10-mile radius. Yet, the mountains, structures, and even the flora below remained untouched. At that moment, however, no one paid heed to such details. All eyes were fixed on the battlefield, and amidst the cacophony of explosions, Wu Yang was sent flying by the gravitational force of the mountain. His martial shadow faltered, appearing on the verge of collapse. Die! Before Wu Yang could regain his footing, the mountain-moving warrior roared again, pursuing him with the mountain raised high. Wu Yang was merely at the 4th level of the Tao Enlightenment realm, while the mountain-moving warrior was a solid 8th level of the same realm. Under the crushing weight of their respective realms, Wu Yang stood no chance. Confronted with the colossal mountain phenomenon, Wu Yang raised his hands in defense, his martial shadow behind him quickly mirroring the gesture, colliding with the impending mountain. A thunderous boom resonated as the violent force struck, shattering the towering martial silhouette as if it had been struck by lightning. Wu Yang, recoiling from the backlash, felt his internal organs rupture, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, sending him hurtling over 100 yards and crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. Master, Elder Wu, the disciples of the academy, their eyes aflame with rage, let out heart-wrenching roars. We must fight. As the mountain hurtled toward them once more, poised to utterly annihilate Wu Yang. Elder Dan Shitzi of the Alchemy Pavilion and Elder Su Jinyang of the Array Pavilion also bellowed, positioning themselves before the descending mass. In the instant the mountain descended, Elder Dan conjured a colossal cauldron, hurling it toward the mountain. Meanwhile, Elder Su waved his hands, summoning countless array symbols that transformed into a massive array disk. Both efforts striving to support the Million June Mountain. What folly! The formidable mountain mover sneered, exerting pressure with a single hand, increasing the mountain's weight tenfold, reaching an astounding 10 million June. In an instant, the massive cauldron plummeted rapidly, and the array disk showed signs of collapse, being forcefully crushed down. Push harder! Elder Dan Shitzi and Elder Su Jinyang shouted, their faces flushed with effort, attempting once more to lift the mountain. Is this all you can muster? The mountain mover snorted derisively, pressing down with renewed vigor. In a heartbeat, the mountain's weight surged again, multiplying tenfold. The immense force caused both elders to cough up blood, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds as blood flowed freely. Brothers and sisters, if we do not act now, when will we? Chu Chun, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes redden with fury. With a furious shout, he formed a seal with his hands and surged forward first. At this moment, Elder Su's array disc was cracking inch by inch, while only Elder Dan's cauldron remained valiantly holding its ground. Chu Chen's seal infused the cauldron with the frenzied power of the life-seizing realm. Yet, against the overwhelming force of the 10 million June mountain, it felt as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Kill! A young woman, her eyes burning crimson, let out a fierce cry and charged forward. This was by Shu Shu, the direct disciple of Li Changqing, the Academy's foremost talent in talismans. Countless talismans erupted from her, colliding with the mountain phenomenon, producing a series of explosive sounds. Simultaneously, she drew talismans with her hands, inscribing the heavens and the earth, channeling all her strength into her life talisman, which she thrust into the cauldron to bolster the mountain's support. Kill! The other disciples, witnessing this, rushed forward, channeling their diverse powers into the cauldron, collectively propping up the mountain that threatened to collapse. Only one person stood frozen in fear, contemplating charging forward multiple times, yet ultimately retreating. You are courting death. Zhang Qinquan gazed at the unfolding scene, his complexion pale, overwhelmed by an impulse to flee. Chapter 42, The Law of Heaven and Earth, Mastering the Universe. An ant shaking a tree, utterly unaware of its own limitations, observing the numerous Academy disciples joining the fray, collectively resisting his grand martial technique. The mountain mover's gaze turned frigid. Suppress them. With a thunderous roar, he flicked a drop of his essence blood toward the mountain phenomenon. In an instant, the gravity of the towering mountain surged once more, doubling in intensity. Under the relentless weight, countless individuals spewed forth blood, even when united in strength. The entirety of the Academy's populace proved utterly feeble against the might of the mountain-moving powerhouse, resembling mere ants confronted by a colossal peak descending from the heavens. What awaited them was nothing but merciless annihilation. Within the Daozong Palace, Master Qin Xiao anxiously grasped Zhou Hai's arm. My goodness, so many are risking their lives for my disciple. How can I remain idle? Zhou Hai's eyes, already ablaze with murderous intent, could no longer contain his urge to act. Get away from me. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar pierced the sky. In the midst of the battlefield, a tempestuous force swept across the land, sending countless figures soaring skyward. With a cacophony of sounds, over 100 individuals bled profusely, their cries echoing as many life and death cultivators were obliterated on the spot. Numerous practitioners found themselves riddled with gaping wounds, propelled 100 feet away, barely clinging to life upon landing. Even another Tao Enlightenment powerhouse found his 7 stars extinguished in an instant, blood gushing from his mouth, his face reflecting sheer shock. Yet, what followed was even more astonishing. Countless laws coalesced, a deluge of spiritual essence enveloping the arena, manifesting as a Tianzhong battle attire that descended upon them. Bloodied and battered, Chun Bei sent everyone flying, his form radiating brilliance as he transformed into a Tianzhong giant clad in armor. Indeed, he was a giant, not merely a phantom of martial prowess. As the immense mountain threatened to crush all within the Academy, Chun Bei stepped forth, rushing beneath its shadow, hands raised high, defying its weight. Instantly, the pressure on the Academy members eased, and they could no longer restrain themselves from collapsing to the ground. Such overwhelming strength. Before this Tao Enlightenment powerhouse, they felt like ants, utterly powerless to resist. Despair gripped their hearts, yet gazing upon the giant Chun Bei, they were filled with awe. He had single-handedly withstood the colossal weight of the mountain. What incredible might was this? How could such power reside within a mere practitioner of the spiritual realm? Not far away, Ji Kuei, observing the battle, could not suppress his astonishment. As a prince of the Holy Dynasty, he found it hard to believe that Chun Bei could possess such formidable strength, crossing realms and sweeping all aside. Surely, even the elder saints in their youth could not have compared. Watching Chun Bei, he felt his own confidence shatter, dwarfed in comparison to the titan before him. The mountain-moving powerhouse's pupils constricted, equally shaken within. He felt as if a pillar of heaven stood beneath the mountain, capable of withstanding the collapse of the sky, let alone a single mountain. This sensation sent chills down his spine, compelling him to eliminate Chun Bei at any cost. Die! Biting his tongue, he spat forth a mouthful of vital blood upon the mountain, causing its gravity to surge once more than tripling in force. It was evident he was going all out, willing to sacrifice everything, even his life essence, to subdue Chun Bei. The universe as a furnace, the stars as ingredients. I shall refine myriad paths to transform the heavens. Chen Bei, his expression cold and unyielding, ascended against the colossal mountain, a furnace's phantom manifesting upon his massive form. The mountain erupted into roaring flames in an instant. The path shrouded by the towering mountains began to vanish inch by inch. The expression on the face of the mountain mover transformed dramatically. In an instant, he witnessed the collapse of his mountain illusion, rendered feeble before Chen Bei. What are we waiting for? Let us strike together and eliminate him. The mountain mover roared in terror. Meanwhile, the Tao Enlightenment realm expert, who had just been wounded by Chen Bei, hurried over, intent on joining forces to confront him once more. In this desolate realm, let the heavens be extinguished. Yet, as Chen Bei unleashed a palm strike, it seemed as if stars and moons crumbled within his grasp, a layer of gray-black extinguishing power coalescing, immediately descending upon the two adversaries. Both were taken aback, simultaneously unleashing their full might to resist. However, they felt as if that colossal palm bore the weight of an unparalleled weapon, instantly shattering their forms. In that moment, the extinguishing power within the palm tore asunder all that stood in its path. What sorcery is this? Save me! The two Tao Enlightenment experts screamed in desperation, struggling to escape. Alas, all resistance was in vain. Those surrounding them were left aghast, none capable of offering salvation, including Ji Kuei, who trembled uncontrollably, as if witnessing a ghost. How is this possible? How could Chen Bei single-handedly annihilate so many powerful beings? Is he even human? Is there anyone among the younger generation who can rival him? Under the gaze of all, the two Tao Enlightenment experts were utterly obliterated. Not a trace of flesh left behind, even their souls unable to escape. Simultaneously, Chen Bei coughed forth a mouthful of blood, his giant form rapidly shrinking. In his final moments, he managed to don a piece of clothing before collapsing to the ground, utterly spent. This was the last vestige of a tyrant's dignity. Impervious to provocation, unobservable by any. Yet, this was all he could muster. Amidst the onslaught of numerous powerful beings, he had drained every ounce of spiritual energy and vitality from within. Under normal circumstances, such exhaustion would result in immediate demise. Yet, he persevered through indomitable will. A veritable miracle. Senior brother, Qin Xiao felt a pang of anxiety, unable to restrain herself from rushing toward the Wendigong. Feed him these 10 yuan recovery pills. Zhou Hai sighed, his heart torn between sorrow and joy. He tossed 10 yuan recovery pills to Qin Xiao for her to deliver to Chen Bei. She caught them and quickened her pace. Zhou Hai's brow furrowed. He understood that every powerful being must tread their own path, a journey unique to each individual. Even as a master, he could not intervene too much, lest he disrupt his disciples' cultivation, which would be detrimental. Yet now, Chen Bei had faced such formidable foes even before stepping beyond the mountain gate. What dangers awaited him in the future? Must the indomitable battle spirit truly exist solely for combat, living a life of perpetual struggle? Chen Bei, you shall perish. At that moment, Ji Kuei, observing the utterly incapacitated Chen Bei, felt a surge of delight wash over his previously tense heart. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned a Tao weapon spear, intent on directly ending Chen Bei's life. With the entire academy severely injured and unable to resist, this was his optimal moment to eliminate Chen Bei. At this moment, under the potent effects of the revitalizing pill, both Qin Chuang and Li Chongqing were experiencing rapid recovery from their injuries. Simultaneously, they felt signs of a breakthrough in their cultivation. However, they were too preoccupied with anger to notice, their eyes wide with fury, ready to intervene. Just then, an irritable voice pierced the air. Is this never ending? Time and again, right before my eyes, you attempt to put my disciple to death, as if I do not exist. As the voice fell, everyone's pupils constricted in shock, witnessing the spear freeze midair. At the same time, Ji Kuei became rigid, as if the very space around him had solidified, rendering him immobile. Even breathing became a luxury. Chapter 43, The Outsourcing of Filial Piety, a Gray Transaction. What is happening? Who is it? Ji Kuei's mind trembled, filled with an overwhelming fear. A Tao realm expert could temporarily seal a small segment of space with their principles, affecting one's actions, but that was the extent of it. Yet this was an authentic immobilization of the void, a complete mastery over space. Something even a Harmony realm expert could not achieve. Could it be that a formidable being from the Tao Palace was hidden within the academy? Unthinkable, typically. Such powerful figures reside in the main institute, so how could they possibly appear here? Countless thoughts raced through Ji Kuei's mind. If he were to discover that such a formidable entity lurked within the academy, he would never dare to bring others to flaunt their power. How foolish he felt. Thinking today was an opportune moment for vengeance. How audacious to intrude upon my academy. Since you have come, You shall remain here forever. I shall see who from the Zhou dynasty dares to rescue you. A cold voice from Zhou Hai echoed, as a rockery flew from the courtyard, instantly suppressing Ji Kuei on the square in front of the Hall of Inquiry. Only then did the spear, which had been suspended in the air, fall and embed itself beside the rockery. Release me. I am a prince of the great Zhou. Is your academy seeking war with my dynasty? Ji Kuei was released from the spatial stasis, struggling to break free from the rockery. However, the rockery, transformed into a sacred artifact, though appearing small, concealed a power 1,000,000,000 times stronger than the previous manifestation of the mountain by the mountain-moving expert. It had merely restrained most of its power. Otherwise, it could have obliterated Ji Kuei in an instant, leaving him no chance to escape. Enough. Seal. Zhou Hai snorted coldly, releasing another wave of sealing power from the rockery, instantly constricting Ji Kuei to the point where he could scarcely draw breath. Within moments, he felt utterly powerless, collapsing beneath the rockery. All present stared in shock at this scene, utterly dumbfounded. It dawned on them that everyone had just taken action. Yet the seemingly absent slothful uncle from the Dao Palace had not been noticed amidst the chaos. Accustomed to his lethargy, no one had thought of him during the battle. It was only with this sudden display that they realized his terrifying prowess. To solidify the void, could it be that this slothful uncle had already reached the Dao Palace realm? Or perhaps even higher? How could that be possible? He was only 20 years old. Simultaneously, the crowd was left speechless. Indeed, the master, known for his indifference, remains silently observant even as his disciple faces adversity. Some may even speculate that he might have dozed off, only to awaken to the unfolding situation. Yet, lying on the ground, Chunbei feels a profound sense of gratitude. He understands that his master has been attentively monitoring the events from the beginning. He is thankful that his master refrained from intervening, yet remains concerned for his well-being. This exhilarating battle not only stabilizes his previously unsteady realm, but also grants him newfound insights into combat, as well as a deeper understanding of the 100 Refinements Emperor Scripture and the Oblivion Emperor Scripture. His life is destined to be filled with strife. He does not wish to perpetually hide behind his master's protection. It is through relentless battles that his will to become a formidable warrior will intensify, ultimately rendering him invincible. Senior brother, are you well? At that moment, Qin Xiao rushed in, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. What a stunning girl, dressed in male attire. Her noble and aloof demeanor is unmistakable. Could she be the new junior sister of the indifferent master? Under the gaze of all, Qin Xiao helped Chunbei to his feet and swiftly placed a recovery pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, flooding Chunbei's body with a surge of vital energy, igniting like a spark. In the next moment, without needing to recuperate, the surrounding spiritual essence surged like a tide, engulfing him entirely. The once feeble Chunbei's complexion transformed to a vibrant hue, his spirit and vitality restored, his combat prowess soaring. Goodness, the recovery pill is indeed genuine. Everyone stood in astonishment, a sense of numbness washing over them. Just how many treasures do these disciples possess? To casually offer 2 heavenly-grade pills and treat the recovery pill as mere sustenance, creating them without hesitation. This is truly extravagant. It is noteworthy that while the recovery pill may not be as precious as the heavenly-grade pills, it remains an exceptional resource. Even a Dao Palace realm expert would cherish a single pill, reserving it for critical moments of life and death. Who would dare consume it so recklessly? Among the astonished crowd, Chu Chun was most profoundly impacted. What had he just witnessed? Just a couple of days ago, the junior sister had only attained the first level of foundation establishment, yet her cultivation had astonishingly ascended to the 7th level. How could this be? After only a few days apart? Even if one were to advance a level each day, such speed is unprecedented. Moreover, even the most gifted individuals cannot achieve a level of advancement within a month post-foundation establishment. How had she accomplished this? Suddenly, Chu Chen recalled what Zhou Hai had said that day. What a foundation establishment. Tomorrow, she may be innate, and the day after, a life-and-death encounter. While reality is far less exaggerated than Zhou Hai's words, the implications are nonetheless staggering. At this pace, Chunbei surmises that in 3 months, his junior sister could reach the realm of divine abilities, a level that many prodigies take nearly a century to attain. Simultaneously, Chu Chun recognizes that the strength and accumulation of this indifferent master are beyond their wildest imaginings. Master, as your junior, I implore you not to show favoritism. Without further ado, I have treated you like a father over the years, though I have never had the pleasure of washing your feet. You have certainly never laundered a single garment for me, have you? In the end, all your affection seems directed towards your junior disciples, leaving me, your own disciple, feeling as if I were raised by a stepmother. Chu Chin pouted, gazing up at the sky with a look of profound grievance. As these words escaped his lips, A wave of incredulity washed over the crowd. The disciples, in particular, glared at Chu Chun with palpable resentment. How dare he claim credit without including them? Pray tell. You have never once asked the lazy Uncle Xinyu to wash clothes, nor have you ever done so yourself. Was it not you who compelled your fellow brothers to attend to Uncle Xinyu? This outsourcing of filial duty is rather shameless, don't you think? And what is this nonsense you speak? Am I truly that old? Furthermore, you frequently sneak into my Daozong palace to peruse the texts. And I turned a blind eye on that occasion, did I not? How can you assert that you are the sole contributor? Yet suddenly, Zhou Hai's voice pierced through the air, leaving everyone momentarily dumbfounded. The disciples ground their teeth in frustration. It turns out that this so-called senior brother's feigned devotion was merely a cover for a gray transaction with Uncle Xinyu. For heaven's sake, we have washed garments, helped organize the Daozong Palace, and even ventured down the mountain to procure spring palace illustrations and salacious tomes for Uncle Xinyu. In the end, we have gained nothing. While you roam freely in the Daozong Palace, it is utterly outrageous. Let it be known, the Alchemy Palace possesses elixirs, the Academy has talismans. The Sword Palace offers platforms for discourse, the Martial Arts Palace contains combat secret realms, and the Daozong Palace holds various cultivation texts. To acquire these treasures requires the contribution of points, yet someone has the audacity to sneak in through the back door. How utterly preposterous. Uncle, please refrain from making baseless accusations. This is utterly unfounded. Chu Chun exclaimed, panic rising within him. How could such matters be disclosed? Uncle, do not look at me. And to all my fellow disciples. There is nothing to this. He is slandering me. Have you considered that if I were truly involved in such actions, would he dare to speak of them openly? He is complicit as well. Sensing the unfriendly gazes surrounding him, Chu Chun cried out desperately. And what of being complicit? To punish me, one must first be capable of defeating me. Zhou Hai's voice rang out, nearly causing Chu Chun to leap in indignation. Shameless. Utterly shameless. How could this Uncle Xinyu engage in such behavior? Others around him were equally speechless, yet even the elders from various palaces could not help but concede to this statement. Picking on the weak, Zhou Hai and his cohorts could not be intimidated, so they turned their focus on this heir to the sect. Chapter 44. Regrets of Zheng Qianquan. Uncle, I was wrong. Please, show me mercy. Chu Chun was on the verge of tears, wishing he could slap himself. Knowing full well that Uncle Xinyu lacked shame, why did he provoke him? Now, he had gained nothing but trouble. Considering your defense of my disciple, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Zhou Hai huffed, waving his hand as spiritual and primal liquids transformed into two water dragons, swiftly melding into the essence of heaven and earth, propelling towards the Palace of Inquisition. In the square before the grand gate of the Taoist palace, the crowd remained bewildered by the nature of the opportunity that Zhou Hai had alluded to, when suddenly, the heavens and the earth erupted in a tumultuous upheaval. An endless torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into a dense mist, sweeping towards them like a tidal wave. The overwhelming richness of the spiritual essence incited a tempest, sending fierce winds swirling about. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Master Xinyu has summoned the spiritual essence from a radius of 100,000 miles? All present stared in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before them. Just moments ago, many had felt utterly drained, yet with a mere breath, they experienced the spiritual energy surging into their nostrils like a dragon, swiftly revitalizing their exhausted bodies. The sensation of relief akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought compelled everyone to inhale deeply, almost yearning to consume the spiritual essence as if it were sustenance. Not far away, those who had been hurled aside by Chun Bei lay scattered, the life force of the death-defying realm practitioners extinguished, leaving only a handful of divine ability practitioners clinging to their last breaths. Upon sensing the rich spiritual essence of the world, they too greedily inhaled its invigorating power. However, at that moment, an invisible force severed their connection to the spiritual energy. You dare to bully my disciples and seek to absorb my spiritual essence? Have you not yet awakened? And are you all foolish? With such an abundance of spiritual energy, why are you not diligently cultivating instead of waiting for me to nourish you? Zhou Hai's voice resonated, prompting the crowd to finally comprehend the situation. With their recently restored vigor, they hastily settled into meditation to recuperate. Supported by the vast spiritual essence, everyone felt their cultivation practices operating with unprecedented ease. Some individuals sensed a breakthrough was imminent and entered a state of focused meditation on the spot. Soon, explosive manifestations of breakthroughs erupted among them, notably from Li Chongqing's prized disciple, Bai Shushu. In the span of mere minutes, she not only replenished her internal spiritual energy, but also ascended from the 7th to the 8th level of innate mastery, as if triggered by a chain reaction. Following Bai Shushu's breakthrough, many disciples experienced successive advancements. In an instant, The air was charged with energy, swirling into numerous tornadoes, as the relentless tide of spiritual essence surged towards them. Even Zheng Qianquan successfully transitioned from the 8th to the 9th level of innate mastery. Witnessing this, the elders of the various palaces hastened to absorb the celestial spiritual essence. Li Chongqing and Chun Chuang's injuries gradually mended. Yet, the vast medicinal power within them remained unspent, swiftly converting into spiritual energy that not only nourished their bodies with a rich vitality, but also accelerated their paths to breakthrough. Boom! Li Chongqing was the first to break through. A radiant white light erupted from him, instantly disseminating a profound righteous energy. He endeavored to comprehend the life force within the medicinal power, using the righteous energy to forge his unique Tao principle. At the moment the principle coalesced, the world shifted in hue, and rolling thunderclouds engulfed the sky. As Li Chongqing's Tao principle radiated outward, everyone felt an invigorating surge of vitality. The righteous energy, inherently a force of hope, now fused with the essence of life to construct his Tao principle, imbuing it with a vibrant spirit. In that moment, he resembled a celestial being, as if his righteous Tao principle alone could bestow longevity upon others. Everyone, continue your cultivation. I must now face the tribulation. With the thunderous trials imminent, Li Chongqing uttered a final message and soared away from the scene. He had barely departed when Chun Chuang also achieved a breakthrough. Everyone could sense that previously, Chun Chuang's swordsmanship was solely rooted in destruction. However, this breakthrough was accompanied by a whisper of vitality. It seemed as if his swordsmanship had been imbued with life. This was not a breakthrough of a grand realm, and unlike Li Chongqing, Chun Chuang did not summon a thunder tribulation. Upon witnessing his success, Chun Chuang sought to solidify his newfound realm, but at that moment, a dense aura of death suddenly enveloped the scene. It was his chief disciple, Shao Ting, who was breaking through to the second level of the death-defying realm. The death-defying realm, a defiance against fate. Each breakthrough was a struggle against the heavens. Surviving the onslaught of deathly energy would allow one to advance further and gain a century of life. Failing to withstand it could result in the loss of one's cultivation and a descent into the realm of mortals, or worse, death and the obliteration of one's soul. Seeing his disciple begin to face the tribulation, Chun Chuang could not afford to focus on himself, his expression grave as he fixated on the event. Just then, another wave of deathly energy swept through, as Dan Xinzi's chief disciple, Lu Danyang, broke through from the pinnacle of innate to the first level of the death-defying realm. Observing this, Chun Chuang frowned. One disciple facing the tribulation was already a cause for concern, but with two breaking through simultaneously, how could he manage? Yet before he could further dwell on his anxiety, a third, fourth, and even fifth wave of deathly energy erupted. It was Murong Zhao's first disciple, Chu Chun, second disciple, Ling Luoxue, and Wu Yang's chief disciple, Yuan Bupo, consecutively breaking through. The 5 waves of deathly energy left Chun Chuang feeling utterly overwhelmed. Even Wu Yang and Dan Xinzi could no longer focus on their own cultivation, their gazes drawn to the unfolding scene. Just cultivate. It's merely a tribulation. At that moment, Zhou Hai's voice resonated. Suddenly, a revitalization pill soared through the air, refined on the spot by Zhou Hai, showering the area with vibrant life energy. In an instant, Chun Chuang, Wu Yang, Dan Xinzi, and the others were left speechless. Other disciples opened their eyes wide, utterly bewildered. Using a heavenly grade pill to face the tribulation, was this a jest? Those disciples who were currently unable to break through to the death-defying realm could only feel envious. The revitalization pill was not only a panacea, but also possessed the ability to rejuvenate and extend life by a millennium. Yet, it was now being utilized for the tribulation of death-defying cultivators, merely to secure a century of life. Such an act, apart from the slothful master. Who else could dare to do this? In that moment, everyone realized that the slothful master was not only the most concealed powerhouse of the academy, but also a veritable treasure trove. His resources surpassed even those of several sacred lands combined. Otherwise, how could he be so generous? Junior brother, I am grateful. Chun Chuang's face was etched with bitterness as he bowed towards the direction of the Daozong Palace, continuing to consolidate his cultivation. Dan Xinzi and Wu Yang exchanged wry smiles. Seeing the crisis for their disciples averted, they also bowed and returned to their own cultivation. The only one unable to enter a meditative state was Zheng Qianquan, who had just broken through. His gaze was vacant as he stared towards the Daozong Palace, recalling the scene from a few days prior when Zhou Hai accepted him as a disciple. At that time, Murong Xiao had gone to great lengths to push him towards Zhou Hai, but he had stubbornly resisted. Reflecting on it now, he felt a pang of regret so intense it made him want to spit blood. The disciples of others encounter life-threatening tribulations. Yet Zhou Hai can procure the elusive celestial-grade elixirs from the sacred grounds to assist. What extraordinary resources must one possess to be his disciple? Zheng Qianquan could scarcely contemplate. Yet, these privileges were once destined for him. The more he pondered, the more his heart ached, and before he realized it, tears welled up in his eyes. Chapter 45. A Unity Realm Expert Suppresses the Scene. As time passed slowly, 3 hours later, the spiritual essence in the arena was depleted, prompting the crowd to reluctantly withdraw from their meditative states. Even Li Chongqing successfully returned from his tribulation, having broken through to the enlightenment realm, exuding an aura of profound wisdom. Disciples, return. Zhou Hai's voice resonated, addressing Chun Bei and Qin Xiao. Hold on, take this rebellious disciple away. At that moment, Chen Chuang interjected. Instantly, Zheng Qianquan felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. A fierce sword aura surged within him, instantly shattering his cultivation. Master! Zheng Qianquan exclaimed in shock, looking at Chen Chuang in disbelief. Do not call me master. I do not claim a disciple like you. To disregard your fellow disciples in peril is tantamount to being a mere bystander when calamity befalls the world. Today, you will disregard your junior brother Chen Bei and seek repentance from your uncle Zhou Hai. Chen Chuang bellowed, his earlier indifference to Zheng Qianquan's actions belied by the keen awareness he had maintained. Reflecting on past events, Chen Chuang felt a pang of disappointment. Take him away. Without allowing Zheng Qianquan a chance to defend himself, Chen Chuang waved his hand, and a gust of force swept him toward Chen Bei. Indeed, take him away. This child harbors impure intentions. Regardless of how your master punishes him, we shall not intervene. Chen Chongqing's voice echoed, coldly regarding Zheng Qianquan as he spoke to Chen Bei. No, master, uncle, you cannot treat your disciple this way. I have my reasons. Zheng Qianquan's complexion changed drastically as he implored. Who among us hasn't faced difficulties on the path of cultivation? If everyone were to retreat as you do in times of trouble, disregarding the lives of fellow disciples, how could one aspire to aid the masses? Dan Shinzi remarked with disdain. Oh, child, your talent is indeed remarkable. In the entire academy, only Chun Bei can rival you. Even your senior brother Chu Chun pales in comparison. Yet, your character is flawed. If left unchecked, you may bring calamity to the world in the future. Go and seek repentance from your uncle Zhou Hai. Even Su Jinyang could not help but shake his head in exasperation, attempting to counsel him. Seeing no elder willing to speak on his behalf, Zheng Qianquan's face darkened with despair. He could not comprehend how he had transformed from a coveted individual to a pariah, loathed by all within mere days. Even those who had shown him warmth in recent times now regarded him with cold indifference, their eyes reflecting a profound rejection. Enough. Is this truly such a grave matter? Why escalate it? The child is still young and naive. There is no need for such severity. Observing the shameless elders proclaiming righteousness before the Dao Hall, Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, fully aware of their ulterior motives. As the saying goes, a gem must be polished to become a treasure. These old codgers sought to use his influence to mold their disciples. He is not idly twiddling his thumbs. How could he possibly have the time to concern himself with such matters? While he may harbor some disdain for Zheng Qianquan, the latter is not his disciple. If there is to be any headache, let it be Chen Chuang's to bear. What does it have to do with him? Moreover, the memory of the scene where several old fellows vied for disciples only serves to amuse him. The academy emphasizes benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. Having such a rebellious disciple will certainly give Chen Chuang his share of troubles in the future. In contrast, that once disregarded disciple of his is now likely to evoke envy among that group of old men. The more he reflects on it, the more pride swells within him. Zhou Hai not only dismisses the blame shifting of those old geezers, but even contemplates playing the role of a good Samaritan. Child, as the saying goes, brothers may fight tigers, and fathers and sons may face the battlefield together. As fellow disciples, if you cannot rely on your brothers, who else can you depend upon in the future? Let this matter rest for now. Later, go back and sincerely apologize to your master. Reflect upon your actions, and it shall pass. He continued with a tone that feigned earnestness. Your uncle does not hold it against you. I only hope you remember this. My disciple does not require your assistance. But one day, you will inevitably need the help of others. At that time, when everyone stands by and watches, it will be your moment of despair. Suppressing a smile, Zhou Hai conveyed his thoughts through a distant mental message. The disciples, upon hearing these words, could not help but be taken aback. When did the once carefree Uncle Sure become so magnanimous? Such words could be deemed as sage-like wisdom. Everyone felt a wave of emotion. Only a few elders could not restrain their inner disdain, silently cursing, "This brat is shameless. We are the villains, and he alone is the virtuous one." The irony was that Zhou Hai's remarks left them with no grounds for rebuttal. Master, the disciple has erred. Zheng Qianquan exclaimed, his eyes instantly reddening. He had never anticipated that in a moment when all others scorned him, only Zhou Hai would come to his defense. A powerful wave of remorse surged within him. He pondered how wonderful it would have been had he chosen to study under Zhou Hai from the outset. Who among the entire academy would dare to speak a word against him? Since you have expressed regret, and your uncle has spoken on your behalf, let this matter rest for the time being. I shall impose a month of confinement in the Dao Palace for you to ponder the essence of your heart and your reasons for pursuing cultivation. Noticing the regret in Zheng Qianquan's eyes, Chen Chuang assumed he had genuinely recognized his mistakes and coldly declared, very well. Zheng Qianquan heavily bowed his head to the ground. His eyes filled with reluctance. Enough, let us clean up the aftermath. Leave one person to go to the Zhou royal territory to inform the Zhou emperor for an account from our academy. As for the rest, their cultivation is rendered useless. Cast them out of our academy's domain. Li Chongqing's voice resounded, his gaze fixed on the severely injured transcendental realm cultivators, delivering his chilling command. Understood. In response to his orders, the disciples surged forward, and soon, the scene was filled with chilling cries of anguish. Those invading transcendental realm cultivators, already grievously wounded, could not muster even a shred of their cultivation. Under the assault of the academy's disciples, they not only had their abilities stripped away, but also suffered the breaking of their bones. The academy has always been merciful, but that does not equate to being overly compassionate. When it comes to enemies, there has never been a notion of leniency. As the matter came to a close, Chun Bei and Qin Xiao exchanged glances, preparing to return to the Dao Palace, when suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air, heralding an unexpected turn of events. The audacity of the great Zhou Academy is astonishing. Do they dare to rebel? As these words echoed, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the scene, causing the countenance of every disciple to change dramatically, each one spitting blood. The elders wore grim expressions, their gazes turned skyward. The formidable warriors, Wu Yang, Chen Shuang, and Li Chongqing, who possessed enlightenment-level cultivation, rushed into the skies at once to shield the disciples from the majority of the oppressive force. Yet, even they could not escape the weight of the pressure that weighed heavily upon their hearts. Under such intense force, Chen Shuang and Li Chongqing struggled to withstand it, while Wu Yang, the sole one leading the charge, could barely ascend beyond 100 meters. Observing this, Chun Bei and Qin Xiao halted once more, their brows furrowing in concern. What madness possessed these people? Did they truly believe the academy to be so easily bullied? In the small courtyard behind the Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze locking onto a figure suspended in the clouds high above. This was an elderly man, clad in azure robes, who, based on his apparent age, had lived for at least a millennium or more. His cultivation was undeniably at the 6th level of the Unity Realm, far surpassing the capabilities of the previously encountered Wu Wanli. Chapter 46. A bold display at our academy, and I shall bring you down. Dare I inquire as to your identity, and what intentions you harbor? Wu Yang questioned gravely, unable to discern the visitor's identity with his current cultivation, and thus raised his voice in inquiry. Not far away, Ji Kuei, suppressed beneath the rockery, shook his head. The pressure was unbearable, making him feel as though his body might burst. Amidst the blood rushing to his head, he became somewhat lucid upon sensing the overwhelming aura, instantly feeling elated. A formidable master seeking trouble. What a stroke of luck. The strength of this newcomer was unimaginable. If he were to strike against the academy, could they withstand it? It seemed that heaven was indeed aiding him in his quest for vengeance. It appears that your great Zhou Academy is truly ruthless, with enemies scattered everywhere. So much so that you cannot even recall whom you have offended. If that is the case, allow me to impart to you a lesson in the academy's decorum. A chilling voice resonated, as a blue cloud descended from the sky. Standing atop the cloud was an elderly figure in azure robes, stroking his long beard, exuding an ethereal aura. It is you, Elder Qingzhu? Wu Yang and the others immediately recognized the individual as the esteemed elder of the Great Qian Academy, Mr. Qingzhu. Once, he had been an elder of the academy, but after breaking through to the Unity Realm, he had retreated into seclusion. 6 centuries had passed, and no one could have anticipated that he would suddenly seek trouble with the Great Zhou Academy. It is indeed I. Do you all understand your transgressions? Mr. Qingzhu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly addressing them. Elder Qingzhu, we juniors are unaware of any offenses committed. We humbly request that you enlighten us. Wu Yang clasped his hands in respect, addressing Mr. Qingzhu with the utmost deference, even as juniors. Truly unrepentant. Yet, before Wu Yang could finish speaking, he noticed Mr. Qingzhu's expression darken. In an instant, a tremendous wave of pressure swept across the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Yang, Chen Chuang, and Li Chongqing, already enduring immense pressure, suddenly felt as though mountains weighing millions of tons were crashing down upon them. Unable to suppress their groans any longer, they plummeted to the ground, each one spitting blood profusely. The disciples of the academy cried out in despair, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, all collapsing to the ground. Some of the weaker cultivators even bled from their 7 orifices, creating a truly horrifying scene. A mere practitioner of the divine passage realm and an insignificant foundation establishment cultivator, how can you two endure my pressure? Mr. Qingtian relished the sensation of superiority. Observing everyone prostrated before him, he felt a surge of self-satisfaction, yet his attention was drawn to Chun Bei and Qin Xiao standing amidst the crowd, causing him to frown. Mr. Qingtian, when did my great Zhou Academy provoke you? What is the meaning of this? Chun Bei's gaze was icy as he reprimanded softly. He had a premonition that this individual had come for him. Humph, a mere disciple dares to question me. Is this the manner of education at your great Zhou Academy? It seems your institution has truly lost its way. Bow before me. Mr. Qingtian snorted coldly, unleashing another reprimand, as an overwhelming pressure surged toward the 2 disciples. However, both Chun Bei and Qin Xiao possessed imperial artifacts. Let alone Mr. Qingtian's insignificant pressure, even the might of a sage would have no effect on them. What is happening? Observing that his pressure seemed to be ineffective, Mr. Qingtian's brows knitted tightly, and fury surged within him. I command you to bow down. With a furious shout, he struck out with his palm. In an instant, the heavens resonated, and a massive azure palm print shot toward Chun Bei and Qin Xiao. It was evidently an attack intended to take lives. Not just Foundation establishment and divine passage cultivators, but even ordinary Enlightenment realm experts would be annihilated by such a strike. Seeing this scene, Ji Kuei was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, even forgetting the pain consuming his body. This individual was indeed targeting the academy. Given this force, even his father, a 5th-layer Unity Realm cultivator, would be slightly inferior. Destroying an academy was but a matter of a mere gesture. He was eager to see whether the hidden experts within the academy could rival Mr. Qingtian. To hell with you. Who is this fool, daring to wield power over me? Just then, Zhou Hai's enraged voice resonated. In the next moment, the space froze, and the immense azure palm print erupted like fireworks. Immediately after, an even larger palm print enveloped the sky, casting a shadow over a 10-mile radius, encompassing the entire Dao Inquiry Palace. The palm print appeared in shades of gray and black, pulsating with destructive force, as it bore down upon Mr. Qingtian with the essence of eternal annihilation. In the previous moment, the seemingly invincible Mr. Qingtian's expression changed drastically. The threat of death shattered his composure. Faced with the enormous palm print, he attempted to flee, only to find the surrounding space solidified, making it impossible for even his cultivation to move a single step. He felt as if he were trapped in quicksand. Who are you? Mr. Qingtian shouted in desperation, yet received no response. He quickly began to channel his powers, and a manifestation of heavenly phenomena emerged behind him. In this vision, vast fields of green bamboo appeared, forming a sea of bamboo swaying in the wind. A brilliant moon rose above the bamboo sea, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it charged toward the palm print. Simultaneously, the bamboo surged, exuding an aura potent enough to pierce through the heavens. However, at the moment when the radiant moon met the palm imprint upon the green bamboo, without exception, it began to disintegrate and explode. Simultaneously, his realm of green bamboo commenced its collapse, the infinite bamboo sea dissolving into nothingness. The moment the realm shattered, a violent backlash struck Mr. Green Bamboo, causing him to spout blood. His internal organs felt as though they had been violently ruptured. Get down. At that moment, Zhou Hai's voice resounded once again. Boom. The palm imprint heavily struck Mr. Green Bamboo, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, with copious amounts of blood froth erupting from his eyes, ears, and nose. As he fell straight to the ground, when the overwhelming palm imprint in the sky dissipated, all present beheld the sight. Formerly imposing, Mr. Green Bamboo lay on the ground like a heap of mud, convulsing uncontrollably. That single blow had seemingly shattered his entire meridian system, broken his bones, and rendered him powerless. Could it be that such a formidable master of the Unity realm was thus incapacitated? Everyone was stunned. They were aware of Zhou Hai's might. But to such an extraordinary degree, was there no justice left in the world? After all, this was a master of the Unity realm, rumored to have reached the second level of Unity 6 centuries ago, and now, the imagination could hardly fathom. Yet, Zhou Hai, from a distance of several dozen li, had simply raised his hand to incapacitate him. Would he dare to be even more ruthless? Damn it, it doesn't matter if you flaunt your seniority. I might tolerate your arrogance at my academy, but if your pretentiousness fails, how dare you lash out in humiliation, truly ignorant of your own mortality? Zhou Hai's discontented voice emerged, unable to refrain from mocking. Beneath the artificial mountain, Ji Kuei's expression froze as he gazed incredulously at this scene. He could hardly believe that such a powerful figure could be so easily subdued with a mere slap. Did this not imply that even if the emperor himself arrived, the outcome would be the same? A wave of intense terror washed over him. Without a second thought, he shut his eyes and feigned death. It was too horrifying. You dare to incapacitate me. I am a master of the Unity realm. Are you not afraid of the Academy's reprimand? Mr. Green Bamboo coughed up blood, enduring excruciating pain as he lamented loudly. Chapter 47. Enlightenment. Awakening the martial Zhou Hai. What of your seniority? What is wrong with me striking you? You rely on the Academy to suppress me, but there are great scholars who will argue on my behalf. Zhou Hai's words prompted a scowl from Li Chongqing, who had just risen. What was this brat implying? Did he consider himself a vulgar street brawler? However, he too was filled with rage, unleashing a torrent of invectives at Mr. Green Bamboo. Old Bamboo, you pride yourself on being aloof and indifferent to fame and fortune. Yet you are nothing more than a pretentious bully who exploits your position. We, the younger generation, hold you in esteem, yet you use your influence to oppress us. In the Academy for a century, even a dog can reason. You clearly understand nothing of propriety. As Li Chongqing's words fell, the disciples of the Academy joined in, vehemently denouncing. Indeed, Old Bamboo, though we, as juniors, have respected you greatly, you, in your old age, have shown no respect in return. If you do not provide an explanation today, this matter shall not conclude. Old thief, since the founding of our Academy by the sage, we have prioritized etiquette. May I inquire when the sages ever taught you to bully others with your power? As the esteemed Qing Zhu was beset by a cacophony of voices, the crowd engaged in spirited discourse, their words rendering his countenance a pallid shade of iron. Helpless against the barrage of insults, he found himself unable to mount a defense, enduring the humiliation in silence. Not far away, Qin Xiao watched in stunned disbelief, her emotions stirred by the unfolding scene. So this is what it means to have a great scholar advocate on my behalf. How enlightening it is to gain such knowledge from my master. Meanwhile, the other students from the Academy observed with rapt attention, relishing the sight of Qin Zhu rendered speechless. Only Chun Bei stood amidst the throng, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, Chun Bei's garments began to stir as if caught in an unseen breeze, an ethereal aura of Tao permeating the air. The assembly fell silent, their eyes drawn to this remarkable occurrence. What was happening? Was this a moment of enlightenment? Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, Chun Bei succumbed to a state of deep realization, exuding an essence that resonated with the Tao. His mind was consumed by the image of the powerful palm strike delivered earlier by Zhou Hai. In that fleeting moment, while all others perceived the cataclysmic might of the blow, only Chun Bei, a fellow practitioner of the Silent Void Emperor Sutra, discerned the unique mastery contained within that single strike. Under the influence of such command, it felt as though the very fabric of the universe lay within his master's grasp, allowing for the manipulation of realms with ease. The confinement of the void, or even its shattering, was merely a matter of thought, perhaps for his master. The act of fracturing the void was trivial, yet the subtlety of this control warranted profound exploration. What manner of mastery was this? That even the heavens and earth could be so effortlessly manipulated? In the throes of enlightenment, Chun Bei grappled with a sense of urgency. It was as if he had grasped something elusive, yet remained unable to clarify it, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to him, his silent void true essence surged forth, enveloping the space within 3 feet around him. That area began to shimmer, warping as if threatened by the overwhelming power of his essence. The onlookers gasped, their expressions rife with astonishment. What technique was this that wielded such formidable strength? How could a practitioner of the divine ability realm exert influence over the very fabric of space? Their astonishment was warranted. A divine ability practitioner could indeed alter the elements, summoning winds and rains, akin to celestial beings in the eyes of mortals. Yet, to affect the flow of space itself was an entirely different matter. Even those in the Unity realm could only delineate a space through the principles of the Tao. Yet, Chun Bei's silent void true essence contained the power to rend space, defying all logic. Even the prostrate Qing Zhu felt a chill run down his spine. Chun Bei evoked a sensation reminiscent of standing before the sacred sun of the Academy. However, he had encountered the sacred sun before, and despite the latter's superior cultivation, he could not match the imposing presence of Chun Bei. What kind of prodigy was this, who seemed poised to surpass even the sacred sun? It was known that such individuals were nurtured as paragons of virtue. How peculiar it was, this sudden enlightenment. Within the confines of the Taoist Academy's courtyard, Zhou Hai's consciousness enveloped the void, and upon witnessing Chun Bei's awakening, he was momentarily taken aback. When Chun Bei's true essence surged forth, attempting to manipulate the surrounding space. Understanding dawned upon him. How astonishing. You, a mere practitioner of the divine transformation realm, dare to attempt to seize the weaknesses of the universe and shatter the void. Zhou Hai's face was darkened, yet inexplicably filled with anticipation. If Chun Bei were truly capable of uncovering the vulnerabilities of the cosmos with his cultivation, his combat prowess would undoubtedly multiply exponentially. Alas, could he truly achieve this without grasping the principles of the path of annihilation? Under Zhou Hai's expectant gaze, Chun Bei, in a moment of enlightenment, suddenly had a revelation. Why do the imperial sutras, despite both being imperial scriptures, diverge so drastically in their focal points? One emphasizes offense, while the other concentrates on body refinement. The offensive scripture, like the Annihilation Sutra, may appear grand and overwhelming, yet this is misleading. The true power to transcend myriad laws does not lie within the Annihilation Sutra, but rather in the 100 Refinements Sutra. Humanity is inherently flawed. Thus, the 100 Refinements Sutra refines the myriad paths of the heavens to enhance oneself and rectify all shortcomings, striking forth with relentless momentum. In contrast, the Annihilation Sutra, seemingly solely focused on offense, wields supreme might to obliterate all, yet its essence lies in identifying the opponent's vulnerabilities. Deficiencies exist in every individual, in all things, and even in the cosmos itself. The Master's palm strike identified various flaws, requiring little force, yet capable of delivering a blow that could obliterate the universe. With this realization, Chun Bei abruptly opened his eyes. As the Annihilation Sutra activated, imperial patterns surfaced within him. His gaze sharpened, and the power of annihilation surged forth. As he endeavored to discern the flaws within the heavens and the earth through the lens of annihilative truth, the indomitable battle spirit within him possessed an extraordinary obsession. And this fervent desire resonated even with the imperial scripture. Patterns fluctuated, ultimately coalescing at his brow. As a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, blood trickled from his brow. Yet, rather than displaying any signs of distress, he felt an inexplicable exhilaration. He sensed that something was on the verge of revelation, akin to a sudden clarity breaking through. Boom. Suddenly, a blood-red heavenly eye opened at his brow. The eye transformed from crimson to an inky black, resembling a black hole. What is this? A heavenly eye, an eye of martial prowess. A prodigy, indeed. He had awakened the eye of martial arts with mere cultivation in the divine transformation realm. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, including the esteemed elders, all rendered speechless by an unprecedented shock. The martial eye, how could this be possible? Even the Holy Sun had failed to awaken such an eye upon breaking through to the insight realm. How had he accomplished this? Mr. Qingzhu, lying on the ground, observed the scene with a growing sense of dread, feeling more horrified than if he had encountered a ghost. It is known that the martial eye has historically been regarded as a symbol of the sage. Legends say that even a young sage might not awaken the martial eye. Yet, for one who does, attaining sagehood is merely a matter of time. Does this imply that this youth is destined to become a future sage? Who is he? How could such an extraordinarily gifted individual arise from a mere branch of the great Zhou? Wait, what did they just call him? Junior brother Chun Bei? He is indeed Chun Bei. Chapter 48. The might of a single fist shakes the entire arena. Countless thoughts raced through Mr. Qingzhu's mind, driving him to the brink of insanity. This was, after all, the target he had intended to eliminate. Not only does he possess the wisdom of a sage, but he is also guided by a master of unparalleled strength. What could he possibly be thinking? How dare such a person take action? With this thought, Mr. Qingtong could only lament his own lack of cultivation. Otherwise, he would have returned to the Great Qian Academy and struck down Fu Xuerong with a single blow. If it were not for him, how could one dare to come here to slay a being destined to attain sainthood? Moreover, he had an inkling that Chun Bei's future was not merely one of achieving sainthood, but potentially far greater. Typically, those who awaken the heavenly eye are at least at the Tao enlightenment stage, or even higher. To awaken the heavenly eye in the divine ability stage is unprecedented. While everyone else was filled with astonishment, Chun Bei found the world around him transformed. He perceived various profound truths of the universe, manifestations of the great Tao and order. Yes, that was the sensation. Chun Bei was elated. With his current level of cultivation, he was not yet qualified to seek out the flaws in the universe. Even merely gazing upon the order and the great Tao brought a stinging sensation to his heavenly eye. However, when his gaze shifted to the others present, he saw nothing but myriad flaws. It seemed as though a mere finger pointed could cause their immediate obliteration. This feeling stirred excitement within Chun Bei, and he turned his attention to the divine ability cultivators brought by Ji Kuei. In that instant, they felt an overwhelming chill, instinctively sensing suffocation. They clearly observed the excitement in Chun Bei's eyes, Yet this exhilaration evoked a sense of facing death. Shaking his head, as if deeming these individuals unworthy of being his practice targets, Chun Bei's gaze fell upon Mr. Qingtong once more. What do you intend to do, Mr.? Qingtong was taken aback, feeling an icy dread envelop him. My apologies, Mr. Qingtong, as a senior of the academy. I ought not to harm you in consideration of the academy and teacher Zhu. However, I cannot act against those of the academy. And others are unworthy of being my practice targets, so I must trouble you. Chun Bei smiled, raising his hand to point at Mr. Qingtong, intending to use the least amount of force to shatter his body, refined through the integration of the Tao. Practice on me. Mr. Qingtong's face turned ashen, internally cursing Chun Bei's entire family. How dare this scoundrel maintain such politeness while seeking to end his life? Is his master perhaps a smiling tiger from the academy? Where is Murong Xiao? Why has he not brought forth the academy's people to bind themselves in apology? Just as despair settled over Mr. Qingtong, a voice resonated from the horizon. 5 figures soared forth, landing before the academy's gates, exuding an air of superiority. Who the hell are these pests? Do they truly believe my academy is easy to bully, coming wave after wave to trample upon us? Within the Daozong Palace courtyard, Zhou Hai's expression darkened instantly. At the moment Chun Bei comprehended the heavenly eye, his own Tao principles underwent a transformation in response to the tenfold feedback. Just as he anticipated the outcome, these oblivious fools appeared. It was evident they were likely targeting his precious disciple. With this in mind, he raised his hand, ready to strike them all down. Master, wait. Allow me to handle it. At that moment, Chun Bei's delighted voice rang out. He was just troubled about finding someone to practice on. Were these not the perfect experimental subjects? Impudence. Who dares to speak so boldly at my academy? Chun Bei leaped forth, arriving at the academy's grand entrance. As others witnessed the unfolding scene, they hastily followed suit. The 5 formidable cultivators at the pinnacle of the enlightenment realm were momentarily taken aback. They had come with the intent to intimidate, never anticipating that in this seemingly insignificant branch of the great Zhou Academy, there would be someone bold enough to act with such audacity. It was he, the 9th prince of the Qian dynasty, the tyrant Chun Bei. Suddenly, one among them noticed something and quickly produced a scroll, comparing it to the portrait of Chun Bei depicted upon it. Chun Bei? Ha ha ha, truly. I have traversed the world in vain. Yet here he is, effortlessly within reach. Today, we shall capture Chun Bei. I wonder what the Zhou dynasty will have to say then. Allowing Chun Bei shelter under the Qian dynasty is one thing, but to dare condone the murder of an elder from our Qiong Yao sacred land is intolerable. Our sacred land, in alliance with the Qian dynasty, seeks to punish the great Zhou. It is a righteous cause indeed. With the identity of Chun Bei confirmed, the 5 men wore expressions of exhilaration. However, their words caused the faces of all within the academy to darken. Chun Bei's killing intent surged. It was one thing for these people to come for him, but they sought to use his name to topple the entire Zhou dynasty. These so-called sacred lands would not permit even a single patch of purity to exist in the world. Seeking death, with a furious roar, Chun Bei charged at one of the cultivators. Foolish and oblivious to your own demise. The goat-bearded elder sneered as he faced the oncoming Chun Bei. The other stepped back, equally dismissive of Chun Bei's threat. As Chun Bei approached, the goat-bearded elder's gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his hand, the laws surged forth, ensnaring Chun Bei, intent on subduing him. Arrogant old fool, perish! Chun Bei bellowed, his inner true essence erupting. His heavenly eye opened, revealing chains of laws that appeared before him. With flaws glimmering throughout, he unleashed a punch, and in an instant, the elder's myriad chains of laws shattered. The goat-bearded elder froze, his expression becoming rigid. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Chun Bei's gaze locked onto him. An overwhelming sense of death surged forth, instinctively wanting to retreat. He found that Chun Bei had already closed the distance, landing a punch squarely on his chest. In that instant, a tempestuous force coursed through his body. With a series of cracking sounds, he attempted to mobilize his true essence for protection, yet it was already too late. His form began to disintegrate, his bones shattered. Dust erupted from his skin, and his blood transformed into mist, dissipating into the air. With a mere cry of anguish, he vanished amidst the crimson haze. Boom. This scene detonated like a ton of explosives in the minds of all present, leaving everyone dizzy. What did I just witness? A cultivator at the 6th level of the divine path actually obliterated a peak enlightenment realm expert with a single punch? Did you see that? Chun Bei, my junior brother. Didn't he even use his full strength? On the academy's side, the disciples were in a frenzy, while the elders stood in complete shock. Everyone knew Chun Bei was formidable, capable of contending with enlightenment realm experts. Yet this spectacle was simply surreal. At the Tao-seeking palace, Mr. Qing Zhu and Ji Kuei simultaneously swallowed hard, nearly choking in disbelief. On the other side, The 4 elders of the Qiong Yao sanctuary were left astounded, their anger forgotten. The 4 old men, united in purpose, charged forth. Leaving no room for excuses, Chun Bei raised his hand, directing his gaze toward them. Eager to test his desolate eye of annihilation and see if he could simultaneously vanquish 4 peak Dao realm cultivators working in concert. Chapter 49, of forceful suppression. You seek your own demise. One of the elders, shaken from his stupor, roared, his anger igniting as a towering ancient tree of Dao materialized behind him. With the fusion of a Daoist treasure tree, the ancient tree transformed into a colossal entity, its branches resembling razor-sharp blades. Suppress them, the elder bellowed, as countless leaves instantly transformed into a river of swords, tearing through the air towards Chun Bei. As Chun Bei activated his celestial eye, he observed that the true essence of the treasure tree cultivator was compensating for the deficiencies in his Dao. After merging with the Daoist weapon, the elder's techniques displayed almost no vulnerabilities. With the river of swords surging forward, rapidly approaching, Chun Bei summoned forth dark clouds, whereupon a black lightning dragon collided with the river of swords. The ensuing explosions echoed through the heavens. The black lightning dragon was progressively dissipating, leaving only a fragment of its form. In contrast, the river of swords, evolving through the Dao and the Daoist weapon, surged forth with increasing ferocity. Be cautious, disciple. Junior brother, retreat. The onlookers from the academy were visibly shaken, their expressions paling. This treasure tree cultivator was far more formidable than the previous mound-moving expert, and with the aid of the Daoist weapon, he seemed virtually invincible. Chun Bei's expression turned grave as he recognized the disparity between their strengths. In a surprise attack, he might gain an advantage, but facing the full force of his opponent, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Break for me. As he sensed his divine manifestations on the brink of collapse, Chun Bei unleashed a punch, merging the power of annihilation with the lightning Dao, causing the very fabric of space to shatter. The furious punch resonated with a thunderous clash against the river of swords at the moment the lightning dragon fell apart. The earth trembled, and a tremendous wave of energy surged outward. Simultaneously, the river of swords shattered, sending countless sword lights flying in all directions. Many disciples from the academy were swept away by the shockwave, coughing up blood. Be careful, as a torrent of sword lights descended. Even cultivators of the divine manifestation realm risked being torn to shreds. Wu Yang, Chen Chuang, and Li Changqing rushed forward, utilizing their Dao techniques to intercept the onslaught. Yet, under the assault of myriad blades, all 4 were sent reeling. Li Changqing, after fending off thousands of razor-sharp swords, felt his true essence shatter, nearly succumbing to the blade's lethal edge. The expressions of the crowd were grim, their faces reflecting sheer horror. The residual force of the battle alone bore such destructive potential. It was unfathomable to imagine the weight of pressure that Chun Bei was enduring on the battlefield. You will perish. Seeing his river of swords obliterated, the treasure tree cultivator seethed with rage, weaving countless branches into a cage that ensnared Chun Bei. Within the confines of the cage, a sword pool emerged, suffused with sword intent, launching a relentless assault on Chun Bei. So there were flaws after all, merely concealed beneath a facade. Undeterred, Chun Bei, who had just shattered the river of swords with a single punch, swiftly gleaned the truth. He activated his desolate eye of annihilation to its utmost, an expanse of black light enveloping him, and finally discerned a few vulnerabilities hidden within the formidable techniques of the treasure tree cultivator. Although not everything is entirely visible, it suffices. The world is engulfed in silence, as if the very heavens and earth are under his command. With a resounding roar, Chun Bei channels the entirety of his annihilative power into the fingertip of his right hand. A single point strikes forth, penetrating the formidable true essence of his opponent. The ferocious energy instantaneously surges into the hidden flaws within the true essence. Boom, boom, boom. Spreading from that single point, the force of annihilation cascades through the vulnerabilities, obliterating all of his opponent's foundational strength in mere moments. Even the colossal ancient tree is violently shattered, leaving only a fist-sized Daoist tree suspended in midair. How could this be? The formidable tree wielder's countenance changes drastically as the disruption of his Daoist powers causes a backlash, forcing him to cough up blood uncontrollably. He hastily attempts to invoke his powers to reconstruct the ancient tree's manifestation, but Chun Bei denies him this opportunity, swiftly appearing before him and delivering a crushing blow to his forehead. No, the tree wielder cries out in terror. Chun Bei's combat intuition is exceptionally sharp, seizing every opportunity in battle. As this fist is unleashed, a sense of impending death overwhelms him, leaving him no time to resist. Outrageous. With a furious roar, the other 3 formidable beings can no longer remain passive. One of them hurls a precious wheel, soaring like the sun, directly targeting Chun Bei. Yet, Chun Bei seems oblivious, his fist crashing heavily into the tree wielder's forehead. Crack, crack, boom. Starting from the forehead, fissures spread throughout the tree wielder's body, and he is instantly reduced to ashes. At that moment, the precious will collides violently with Chun Bei's shoulder. Uft! Chun Bei spits out a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying. The searing power invades his body, threatening to incinerate him to ashes. This is the force of solar true fire, although it pales in comparison to the true sun's fire. It is sufficient to melt countless powerful beings. Youngster, having slain 2 of our sacred land's esteemed elders within a single day, your demise is well-deserved. The wielder of the precious wheel seethes with rage, channeling the Tao to conjure a sea of flames, merging it with the wheel to manifest a colossal sun that spans the void. With a thunderous roar, the pillar of sunlight envelopes Chun Bei entirely, instantly igniting him into a blazing fireball. Altogether, let us vanquish him. Another individual rushes forth, condensing their Taoist powers into a blue bird. After merging with a precious bone, the blue bird materializes, showering Chun Bei with a deluge of thunderous fury. You shall perish, young one. Again, a talisman bursts forth, emanating a miasma of death. The talisman's power manifests an army of the deceased, each possessing innate strength, surging toward Chun Bei in an instant. Junior apprentice, Master Zhou Hai, will you not intervene? This scene leaves the onlookers from the academy aghast. With 3 powerful beings assaulting simultaneously, none believe Chun Bei stands a chance of survival. Even Zhou Hai, who has been vigilantly observing, cannot restrain himself from contemplating intervention. Yet, amidst the inferno of solar true fire and the tempest of thunder, Chun Bei utilizes the 100 refinements Emperor scripture, forcibly employing the true fire and thunder to refine himself. Zhou Hai is rendered speechless. Truly, an indomitable battle spirit, utterly unreasonable. However, he also discerns that Chun Bei has been continuously activating the heavenly eye, and the true essence of annihilation within him has been entirely depleted. At this moment, he relies solely on the strength of the 100 refinements to persist. There is no alternative. This youth has not yet cultivated his own path of annihilation. The celestial eye relies solely on the condensation of the Emperor's mark. Each activation demands an immense expenditure of energy. Prolonged use will inevitably lead to his defeat. My disciple, remember that the celestial eye is merely an external object. Wisdom arises from the heart, and with a discerning eye, one can see through the mists of the world. You might as well act upon your instincts and give it a try. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Hai conveyed this message to Chun Bei telepathically. A tremor coursed through Chun Bei's heart, as though he had grasped something profound. He fought against the searing flames that burned within him and the excruciating pain from the thunder's tempering of his body. While mending his injuries, he pondered Zhou Hai's words. As the army of the dead surged forward, Chun Bei opened his eyes, channeling the strength of 100 refinements, his body swelling in an instant. With a thunderous roar, he invoked the law of heaven and earth, causing his form to expand dramatically. The essence of heaven and earth coalesced into a battle attire that enveloped him, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a war god. In Chapter 50, Zhou Hai's words manifested into reality, as Chun Bei embarked on his worldly training. With a mighty strike, Chun Bei, embodying the law of heaven and earth, unleashed a punch that revealed dozens of laws, instantly scattering the army of the dead. He meticulously absorbed the sensations brought forth by this clash, confirming his master's assertion. With a discerning eye, one can see through the fog and behold the azure sky. The laws wielded by these foes were not without flaws. They were merely obscured by their formidable cultivation and the might of their weapons, rendering them difficult to perceive. However, with the celestial eye activated and the Emperor's mark swirling within him, he could still discern faint vulnerabilities. For instance, Chun Bei's gaze focused ahead, where the disbanded spirits began to revive. Under the immense power of their laws, the dead flickered in and out of existence. As long as their laws remained intact and their divine abilities unbroken, the army of the dead would be inexhaustible. Yet, Chun Bei offered no chance for them to regenerate. With a single punch, he unleashed a torrent of power that shattered the formidable true essence covering the law, surging into the breach of the dead's laws. The earth-shattering explosions resonated, causing the laws of the undead to collapse instantaneously, and the runes of the dead cracked open with fissures. How could this be? The undead warrior's complexion shifted dramatically, and in shock, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, suffering a severe backlash. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Bei soared into the sky, shattering the solar pillar's blockade with his formidable strength, and landed a punch upon the rune before him. With a resounding blast, the already fragile rune erupted, leaving only a fragment of the undead jade pendant, the weapon of the undead warrior, flying forth. Impudent child, The undead warrior spat another mouthful of blood, feeling his internal organs rupture as he attempted to summon back his jade pendant. But darkness clouded his vision, for Chun Bei had already reached him, delivering a punch directly to his heart. Ah! The undead warrior let out a wretched scream as his body disintegrated on the spot. Child, you shall perish. The powerful individual from the treasure wheel had eyes ablaze with fury, and seeing that the solar pillar could not subdue Chun Bei, summoned the great sun to descend upon him. The temperature soared drastically, threatening to incinerate all. Had it not been for Zhou Hai's protective consciousness, the surrounding area would have been engulfed in flames within moments. The Azure Bird warrior's eyes bulged with rage as he merged with the Azure Bird, enveloped in the might of thunder, his claws radiating the power to rend all as they lunged towards Chun Bei. Come forth. Chun Bei, filled with vigor, attentively sensed the flaws within the laws of the great sun. As the great sun descended completely, he caught it with both hands. The overwhelming gravity bore down upon him, and in an instant, his body was smashed to the ground. It was too heavy. The power of this sun was more than tenfold that of the mountain-moving warriors he had faced earlier, even with Chun Bei's immense divine strength. It was a daunting challenge to withstand. Seizing the opportunity to suppress Chun Bei, the bluebird warrior flew closer, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet, Chun Bei's 10 fingers interlocked, and with a surge of brutal forging strength, he shattered the true essence of the sun within his palm, tightly grasping the flaw in the solar principles. In that fleeting moment, the pressure drastically diminished, and the sun felt 100 times lighter. Chun Bei swung the sun above his head, as if wielding a mosquito racket, and struck at the bluebird warrior. Boom! The bluebird warrior was completely taken aback by Chun Bei's sudden liberation, and he was sent flying backward, engulfed in raging flames. In an instant, his true essence principles collapsed. However, Chun Bei was not inclined to let him escape. He raised the sun behind the warrior and struck down once more. At that moment, the force of Chun Bei fused with that of the treasure wheel warrior, overwhelming the bluebird warrior beyond resistance. With a resounding explosion, the bluebird warrior's body was shattered into pieces. The powers of the solar principles dissipated instantly, the towering sun vanished, leaving only a treasure wheel in the hands of Zhou Hai. Puff! The treasure wheel warrior suffered a backlash, instantly spewing blood, his face growing pale. Chun Bei, I shall not rest until I have my revenge against you. The world will rise against Zhou. Your end is near, with no refuge above or below. The treasure wheel warrior's eyes widened in fury, recalling that of the 5 who had arrived, for were now dead, and he himself was gravely injured. With no will to fight left, he spat his threats and turned to flee. But could he escape? Chun Bei's gaze was icy, and with a burst of thunderous divine power, he surged behind the treasure wheel warrior, raising his hand to strike him down. Spare his life. Leave him to your masters. Zhou Hai's voice rang out. Yes, master. Chun Bei's expression remained cold. He too sensed the impending storm. His existence was about to ignite a war that could engulf the entire northern wilderness. With a single palm strike, he sent the treasure wheel warrior flying. He then stripped him of his powers and discarded him at the gates of the Academy of Agriculture. Masters, I leave him to you. Chun Bei retracted his divine powers and donned a robe, soaring towards the others. The crowd gazed at him in astonishment. The impact he had made on them throughout this day was overwhelming. They could scarcely believe what might unfold should he confront the sons of various sacred lands. Disciple, you should rest now. We will handle the rest. Li Chongqing approached, lifting the treasure wheel warrior, his expression gravely serious. Yes, master, Chun Bei said succinctly, taking his leave and swiftly returning to his residence at the Taoist palace. Seeing his eldest disciple return, Zhou Hai was immensely satisfied. This lad had never disappointed him. After the awakening of his celestial eye, the feedback he received was tenfold, and his principles merged with the imperial patterns, not only amplifying his strength, but also granting him the ability to manifest his will as law. It is noteworthy that such an ability is the exclusive domain of sages. Due to the influence of the imperial seal, he achieved the unified realm with remarkable ease. Presently, for anyone whose cultivation is inferior to his, he need not lift a finger. A mere word from him can quell them. Disciple, Zhou Hai smiled faintly, about to articulate something, when he suddenly found Chun Bei kneeling before him. Master, it is time for me to depart. I am eternally grateful for your nurturing, and I shall never forget it. Chun Bei's declaration momentarily froze Zhou Hai's smile in place. Disciple, Zhou Hai opened his mouth, wishing to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Chun Bei. Master, every individual has their own path. I do not wish to live my life under your protection. For the sake of the people of Beiwang, I believe that with your capabilities, you could easily pacify the turmoil with just a word. However, I wish to employ my own methods to avert this impending war. Once I leave, the Academy will publicly declare that I have severed all ties with it. I am willing to bear the blame for any crimes that may arise. When the time comes, without pretext, the conflict will surely subside. A tremor coursed through Zhou Hai's heart. Disciple, you have considered everyone but yourself? Unwilling to burden your master. Have you contemplated that, in doing so, you may become a target of pursuit by the entire world? How will you survive? With a soft sigh, Zhou Hai endeavored to dissuade Qinbei. He did not wish for his young disciple to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. The weight was too immense. Master, do you truly hold me in such low regard? As your disciple, am I not capable of sweeping across the world? Wait and see. One day I shall return as a king, ensuring that your name remains untarnished. Qinbei chuckled lightly, his words rendering Zhou Hai speechless. The path is a personal choice. And ultimately, he could not interfere. Very well, I shall await your triumph over an era. Remember, I am behind you. Go forth without hesitation. For all will be sheltered by me. Zhou Hai patted Qinbei's shoulder, placing a storage bag into his hands. Go now? Thank you, master. Qinbei rose, casting a lingering glance at the courtyard, before stepping onto the divine rainbow and departing without looking back. Chapter 51. Zhou Hai, the sage unconcerned with fame and fortune. Half an hour later, Qin Xiao returned, accompanied by Chu Chun. Master Uncle, I have gathered the information. According to the individual we interrogated, a total of 6 individuals from the Qiangyao sacred land have arrived. Aside from the 5 of us, there is also a strong practitioner at the unified realm, named Qian Santong. Upon learning of the Qian dynasty's impending assault on the Great Zhou, Qian Santong has allied with the Qian dynasty on behalf of Qiangyao, and their army will soon march eastward. Chu Chen approached Zhou Hai and clasped his hands in respect. I understand, but what use is it to tell me this? Return and inform them that from this day forth, Qinbei is no longer associated with our academy. I have expelled him from my teachings. Zhou Hai reclined in his chair, dismissively waving his hand. What? You expelled junior brother Qinbei from the sect? Chu Chen's expression shifted. What else should I do? Those individuals are using his name to wreak havoc, disregarding the lives of countless beings. Must we incite this war in his name, now that he has departed? Surely these people will have no reason to wage war? Zhou Hai spoke with casual indifference, yet Chu Chun felt a tinge of sorrow. He had not anticipated that the usually carefree master uncle would exhibit such concern for the world, for the sake of the common people. He had even overlooked his beloved disciple. How heart-wrenching it must be. One cannot help but wonder how long the little junior brother will survive after his departure. Master Uncle, it has been decided by the elders of the various sects that, in 2 months, our academy will hold a debate, and only the top 10 disciples will be qualified to represent the academy in battle. As for the little junior sister, pausing momentarily, Chu Chen shifted the topic. Understood. Let it be as it may. It's merely a debate after all, nothing of great significance. In the future, such matters can be discussed among yourselves. Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively. Observing this, Chu Chan assumed Zhou Hai was troubled by the affairs concerning Qinbei and thus took his leave. Must I consider eliminating 1 or 2 sacred sites to instill a sense of deterrence? If I do not demonstrate some strength, my precious disciple may easily be regarded as a soft target. As soon as Chu Chen departed, Zhou Hai could not help but murmur to himself. He was indeed quite distressed, torn between the desire to take action and the fear of obstructing Qinbei's path of cultivation. Yet, remaining passive left an unpleasant taste in his heart. After all, who could endure the clamor of so many calling for his disciple's demise? Master, I knew you would never abandon the senior brother. With you watching over him, even if he leaves this place, no one can harm him in the slightest. Qin Xiao giggled, gazing at Zhou Hai with admiration. You chatter too much. Did you not hear that we are to engage in the debate in 2 months? Shouldn't you be focusing on your cultivation? Zhou Hai glared, prompting Qin Xiao to stick out her tongue before returning to her practice. In the days that followed, finally, no one came to the academy seeking trouble. Approximately a week later, Murong Xiao also returned to the academy. Upon arriving in Qinzhou, he had received news of the impending war declared by the great Qian, and upon his return, he bore an exceptionally grave demeanor. What? To avert conflict. The academy has expelled Qinbei? How can you stand idly by and allow such a thing to happen? Upon learning of Qinbei's expulsion, Murong Xiao erupted in fury. Even the elders dared not speak, and the disciples fell into a fearful silence. Senior brother, in this matter concerning the little junior brother, who dares to intervene? Moreover, by the time we learned of it, that child had already departed. What could we have done? After a moment, Wu Yang spoke helplessly. Murong Xiao trembled with rage. Yet he had to concede that, given Zhou Hai's strength, it was beyond their control. After all, he is a sage. Simultaneously, Murong Xiao could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. For the sake of the common people, even the little junior brother made such sacrifices. How much pain must he be enduring? Ultimately, the academy's inadequacy failed to provide sufficient protection for their master-disciple duo. Alas, alas! Though the little junior brother possesses extraordinary capabilities, the ambitions of the great sacred sites and dynasties remain unquenchable. Who knows how many ancient sages lie in hiding? One man's strength cannot ultimately withstand the tides of fate. Chen'er, how has your master uncle been of late? With a sigh, Morong Xiao spoke solemnly. Reporting to you, master, the master uncle has recently been rather despondent, hardly manning the Daozong Palace, and has been mostly confined to the courtyard. On the rare occasions he appears, he often mutters incoherently, cursing about some miscreants and saying things like well done. At times, he even erupts into inexplicable laughter. Appearing somewhat unhinged, Chu Chen expressed his concern. Alas, your master uncle bears great sorrow. You younger generations truly do not understand the importance of care. From this day forth, you shall take the lead in looking after your master uncle. Find ways to bring him some joy. Moreover, the discussions among the various halls shall continue without the participation of Shi Yao. She shall be granted a slot directly, alleviating some pressure from your esteemed master uncle. Morong Xiao sighed wistfully, realizing that his seemingly carefree junior apprentice was, in truth, both endearing and admirable. Truly, he was a sage who labored quietly, seeking neither fame nor fortune. Understood, master. This disciple harbors the same intention, Chu Chen replied, making his way directly to the Daozong Palace. Senior brother, we shall go together. Count me in, came the voice of Morong Xiao's second disciple, Ling Luoxue, trailing behind with by Xu Shu, Lu Danyang, Yuan Bupo, Xiao Ting, and Wu Ming, the direct disciple of Elder Su Jingyang from the Formation Palace. At this moment, Zhou Hai sat before the entrance of the scripture pavilion in the Daozong Palace, when he heard a notification from the system. Ding, the host's eldest disciple has encountered a pursuit by the Sword Sect, successfully escaping after vanquishing 2 Enlightenment elders and 16 disciples. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai's eyes brightened. Well done. Those wretched scoundrels deserve nothing less than total annihilation. Zhou Hai laughed heartily, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Chen Bei did not disappoint him. In order to attract the attention of various powerful factions, he had deliberately exposed his identity after leaving the academy, becoming a target for relentless pursuits by numerous sections. Over the past few days, he had been on the run, yet he had slain more than 30 individuals each day. Initially, he had encountered those at the Death Realm, but gradually, only those at the Divine Passage Realm remained. He truly aimed to sweep through an era with his own strength. As Chu Chun and the others arrived, they stumbled upon Zhou Hai's boisterous laughter, the exclamations causing Ling Luoxue and the other disciples to feel a pang of sympathy. Look at how worried our master uncle has become. This slacker has nearly turned into a madman. Master uncle, what brings you such joy? Chu Chen approached first. What brings you here? Zhou Hai turned to look at them. Master uncle, we are here to attend to your needs. Ling Luoxue interjected. By the way, master uncle, do you have any clothes that need washing? These male disciples are rather careless. How about I help you with that? Ling Luoxue, strikingly beautiful, usually appeared aloof. Yet now she wore a cheerful smile for Zhou Hai. Master uncle, I shall assist as well. Bai Shushu quickly offered. What are you all up to? Abandoning your cultivation to shower me with such attentions? Surely, you do not harbor any ulterior motives? Zhou Hai regarded them with suspicion. The most solicitous among them was typically Chu Chun, and with so many present, he sensed mischief afoot. What are you saying, master uncle? Look at what I have brought you. Yuan Bupo eagerly produced hundreds of candied hawthorns. Master uncle, I have my snacks too. Take a look. Master uncle, I have some as well. As they spoke, the group revealed an array of Zhou Hai's favorite treats, further heightening his wariness. Clearly, these offerings were insufficient to win Zhou Hai's heart. Little master uncle, take a good look at my storage bag. There are delightful surprises inside. Lu Danyang suddenly interjected mysteriously. Indeed, master uncle, I have surprises in my storage bag as well. Take a look. Soon, Chu Chun and the other male disciples were also suggesting that Zhou Hai examine their respective storage bags. Zhou Hai's mind probed slightly, and his eyes widened in astonishment. This group of imbeciles actually sent him an endless array of erotic illustrations and mundane romance novels. How well they understand him. Just look at you lot. Am I truly that kind of person? I hereby announce that the Taoist library is unguarded today. You all should keep an eye on things and ensure nothing goes missing. Zhou Hai shot a glare at the crowd, adhering to the rules as he turned to leave, leaving the back door of the Taoist library open for everyone to enter freely. Ah, Xiao Xue and Xiao Bai, remember to accumulate your points while entering the Taoist library. Realizing something, Zhou Hai paused and addressed Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu. The crowd was taken aback. They had come to amuse their master, but what was he implying? Only Chen Bei, possessing a keen intellect, understood that their master was up to some underhanded dealings again. Chapter 52. The disciples of the little master are extraordinary. Master, we merely came to see if you needed anything. We harbor no ulterior motives. How about we step outside for a breath of fresh air? Chu Qin suggested with a smile. Go away, I don't have time for you. Zhou Hai shot him a sidelong glance and departed with a bundle of storage bags in tow. Finally, he could browse through the Taoist texts at his leisure. Once he was a distance away, the disciples rushed into the scripture pavilion to peruse the treasured tomes they had longed for, leaving only Chu Chun and Bai Shushu, who exchanged glances with Ling Luoxue. What are you two doing? Sneaking a look at the Taoist library's collection will get you punished. Bai Shushu exclaimed as she regained her composure. Ling Luoxue stepped forward to obstruct them. Master said there's no one on guard. Who would punish us? Don't disturb our fellow disciples' cultivation. Chu Chun quickly interjected, having no intention of entering, as he had already read most of the texts inside. What, brother? Are you saying the little master opened the back door again? That's splendid, sister, let us go in. Bai Shushu exclaimed, her mouth agape. Remembering the grey dealings between Zhou Hai and Chu Chun, she excitedly grabbed Ling Luoxue, attempting to charge inside, only to be halted once more by Chun Bei. Master said you two need to accumulate points. Upon hearing this, the two girls were infuriated. Why should we? Ling Luoxue protested. You should ask Master. How would I know? Chu Chun replied with a hint of amusement, provoking the two girls to turn and seek Zhou Hai for an explanation. At that moment, Zhou Hai lay on the grass behind the Taoist library, munching on snacks while flipping through the latest classic novels from the mundane world. Having just finished The Plum in the Golden Vase, he had a staggering number of books piled beside him, ranging from sacred texts to various other genres. It had been quite some time since he had immersed himself in such a sea of literature. Zhou Hai resolved to make a concerted effort. He would not eat until he had read through these books. As he became engrossed, he failed to notice when Bai Shushu and Ling Luoxue arrived. The moment the two girls laid eyes on the scattered classics, their faces flushed crimson. So this was the key to the back door. But as young ladies, how could they possibly present such items? What are you doing here without even a greeting? How rude. Finally, Zhou Hai noticed the two girls as he turned a page. Hastily gathering the books strewn about and disguising the tome in his hands with a cover, transforming it into the Classic of Righteousness. This scene utterly infuriated Bai Shushu. The Classic of Righteousness was a creation of the sage of the academy, a peerless classic of the institution. How could it possibly be associated with such literature? Just as I was about to speak, an ominous aura of death suddenly wafted from a nearby residence. What on earth was happening? The gazes of the two women were instantly drawn. Could it be that someone was undergoing a fatal tribulation? Zhou Hai could not help but turn to look as well, only to feel an overwhelming surge of death energy within himself, a death talisman quietly appearing in his consciousness. What was going on? The death energy within him was undoubtedly a response from Qin Xiao. This girl practiced the Burial Heaven Emperor Sutra, so the presence of both life and death energies was quite normal. However, she had not cultivated any talisman techniques. Closing the book in his hands, Zhou Hai hastily returned to the small courtyard, with Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu urgently following suit. Upon reaching the courtyard, they beheld Qin Xiao sitting on the mat, her hands deftly crafting a talisman, a death talisman hovering above her head as if to summon the gates of hell. Wasn't this the talisman of that elder from the sacred land? Although the appendices lacked any doctrine or talismanic jade pendant, Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu recognized the talisman at a glance. Especially Bai Shushu, a prodigy in talisman arts, was utterly astonished upon seeing it. She could guarantee that the academy possessed no method for cultivating this particular talisman. That elder from the Qiongyu sect had only demonstrated it once. And yet Qin Xiao had replicated it. Was she even human? As the talisman stabilized, Qin Xiao began forming seals with one hand while drawing another talisman with the other, remarkably inverting the death talisman. Soon, a wisp of life energy enveloped the air, and another talisman of the departed appeared, transforming into a life talisman. Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu felt as though a tremendous explosion had detonated in their minds, leaving them utterly dazed. Everyone knew that Chun Bei was a genius. But who could have anticipated that the little master's other disciple was even more extraordinary? At the moment when the two talismans fully took shape, Qin Xiao's cultivation finally reached a breakthrough, successfully ascending to the 8th layer of the foundation establishment stage. This scene reminded the two women of Qin Xiao's previously recorded cultivation level, which was merely the 1st layer of foundation establishment. This meant that when Chun Bei decided to let Qin Xiao participate in the Four Houses discourse, she had only been at the 1st layer of foundation establishment. And now, in less than half a month, she had surged to the 8th layer. The thought nearly drove the two women to madness. Could there not be a single normal disciple under the little master? However, even more astonishing events followed. After her breakthrough, Qin Xiao attempted to merge the life and death talismans into one, nearly causing the two women to drop their jaws in disbelief. Yet, it was evident that given Qin Xiao's current cultivation, Successfully completing the drawing of 2 talismans was already her limit. Merging the powers of life and death was utterly impossible. As the 2 talismans drew near, the energies of life and death clashed violently, resulting in a backlash that caused Qin Xiao to spew a mouthful of blood. The chaos of life and death energies within her threatened to annihilate her if it continued. Helpless, Qin Xiao hastily dispersed the 2 talismans, and the agonizing sensation throughout her body finally subsided. Master. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Zhou Hai standing before her, Qin Xiao quickly rose to pay her respects. Quite impressive. I did not expect you to possess talent in talisman arts. It seems my legacy in this domain shall continue. Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he applauded, his hands repeatedly striking together in joy. Having recently acquired the imperial level technique, the true understanding of talisman arts, he had been pondering whom to pass it on to. This delightful surprise had just presented itself. Disciple. This tome on the truths of talismanic arts encapsulates but a fraction of my insights. Should you immerse yourself in its teachings, boundless benefits await you. With a mere gesture, Zhou Hai imparted the essence of the talismanic arts into Qin Xiao's mind. In an instant, her consciousness erupted like the Big Bang. An overwhelming influx of information converging and swiftly coalescing into a single talisman. Though it appeared as but one talisman, upon closer inspection, it revealed an intricate tapestry of transformations, embodying myriad truths of the talismanic realm. If one could grasp its essence, all paths would converge, and all talismans would yield. Master. What an astounding revelation of the talismanic arts. Upon opening her eyes, Qin Xiao was filled with profound admiration. Such trivial matters, let us remain modest. Zhou Hai replied. Oh, our Daozong Palace may lack in quantity, yet it is rich in cultivation texts. All the talismanic techniques from various academies reside within. You may peruse them at your leisure. He waved dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance towards fame and fortune. But master, I lack contribution points. Qin Xiao lamented. Oh, my child, the Daozong Palace is our family establishment. Even if you merely assist in organizing the texts, what need have you for points? Zhou Hai reassured her. Moreover, considering your diligent efforts in arranging the Daozong, I shall petition the One Dao Palace to grant you some points. His words left the 2 women nearby momentarily taken aback. Goodness, does our young master truly speak so freely? This gateway is rather expansive, is it not? Chapter 53. To be a seed, to live through death. Master, I shall proceed to the scripture repository. With Zhou Hai's approval, Qin Xiao could hardly contain her excitement and dashed toward the repository. Meanwhile, Bai Shushu suddenly remembered their purpose and intended to ask Zhou Hai for a similar favor, but was swiftly pulled away by Ling Luoxue. Junior sister, what brings you here? At the entrance of the scripture repository, Chu Chun was engrossed in the cultivation notes left by a predecessor when he noticed Qin Xiao's arrival and greeted her with a smile. Master Uncle said that since this is our family's Daozong Palace, one may come and go as they please. Is your approval truly necessary, senior brother? Before Qin Xiao could respond, Ling Luoxue interjected. Xiao, disregard her. I shall take you to seek the texts on talismanic cultivation. Your senior sister Bai Shushu is a prodigy of the talismanic arts. With her guidance, I am confident you will progress remarkably. As Ling Luoxue spoke, she led Qin Xiao alongside Bai Shushu into the repository. Chu Chun stood bewildered, pondering how it was that not only did his junior sister enter, but these 2 had also gained the young master's approval. He dared not voice his thoughts, being present with the junior sister. Meanwhile, Bai Shushu, who successfully entered the scripture repository, felt a twinge of guilt, reflecting on how effortlessly she had evaded scrutiny. Junior sister, follow me. Riding the coattails of her junior sister, Bai Shushu guided Qin Xiao toward the talismanic literature section, eager to personally assist her in the study of talismans. However, upon arrival, Qin Xiao's gaze was drawn to a particular jade slip. Its surface, yellowed with age, bore no trace of the Taoist resonance. Appearing far from a cultivation text, little junior sister, like me, you immediately noticed this jade slip upon your arrival. However, I must inform you that there is not a trace of cultivation methods within this slip. It was merely preserved here by the ancient sage from a millennium ago, who deemed it beneficial for the study of talismans. Otherwise, it would have been discarded long ago. I have perused it myself, and it contains nothing but knowledge on the cultivation of flowers and plants, useful to mundane gardeners, but utterly devoid of value for us. Observing this, Bai Shushu chuckled and elaborated. Is that so? Qin Xiao raised her delicate brows, unconvinced by his words. She cautiously attempted to probe the jade slip with her ethereal essence. Boom! A resounding echo reverberated in her mind, and in an instant, she found herself transported to an entirely different realm. Upon gazing at the jade slip, she distinctly felt a surge of vibrant life energy, yet this world was shrouded in death. The heavens and the earth lay in ruin, devoid of sun, moon, and stars. And everywhere she looked was drenched in blood red. In the distance, countless mountains loomed, formed entirely from the accumulation of corpses. The stench of blood so overwhelming it threatened to induce nausea. The turbulent river flowed thick with blood, upon which floated countless white bones. Qin Xiao's face turned ashen. Standing there, she sensed that the entire world had succumbed to death. How could this be? Life energy? I must return. She endeavored to withdraw, yet her attempts proved futile. It felt as if she were intrinsically a part of this world, now completely devoid of life, leaving her as the sole survivor. What on earth is happening? I must escape. Qin Xiao tried to ascend into the air. However, as she soared upward, the landscape remained a bleak crimson. The atmosphere was thick with death, devoid of any semblance of vitality or light. Qin Xiao continued to fly, but as time trickled away, she found no exit from this realm. The boundless desolation and unending solitude gradually drove her to the brink of madness. Yet, even after this torment, she remained trapped within this world. This sense of despair had manifested countless times. Unbeknownst to her, she had been flying for over a century, feeling utterly exhausted. She descended into a marsh, her body weak, struggling even to keep her eyelids open. Her hands, once youthful, were now marked by age, their skin wrinkled and worn. The hair that framed her forehead had turned a faded yellow, resembling withered grass. Her life was drawing to a close. She had spent a lifetime soaring in this world, now on the verge of aging to death. Master, I wish to return. What is this place? Qin Xiao wept, unable to comprehend why her once promising life had unraveled in such a way. She watched herself age relentlessly until death claimed her. As if her soul had departed her body, she witnessed the slow decay of her physical form until it vanished completely, her spirit gradually drifting away from this realm. In her final moments, she cast a reluctant glance back at this world, only to discover something profound. The desolate expanse, suffused with death, seemed to be composed of a death talisman. Qin Xiao stood frozen, and as the energy of death reached its zenith, she caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma that filled her senses. The mountains of corpses and blood dissipated, and from the once blood-stained earth, delicate grasses began to sprout, with springs of water emerging from the ground, exuding a rich vitality. The sun and moon reappeared in the sky, and on the earth, an abundance of vegetation flourished, alongside the gradual emergence of various wondrous creatures. Qin Xiao stared blankly at the scene before her, as if she had discovered the essence of vitality. The principle of opposites became evident. The end of death was, in fact, the beginning of life. Simultaneously, the profound meaning of the burial of the heavenly emperor circulated within her consciousness, and she seemed to grasp the true significance of this ancient wisdom, to embody the seed and embrace life through death. Her gaze gradually grew clearer. In the next moment, the aura of death enveloped her, transforming her into a being reminiscent of those from a once dead world. Mysterious symbols began to manifest through her, gradually taking shape. Her soul morphed into a seed, descending once again into this world. Seasons changed, flowers bloomed and withered, and a young willow sapling finally broke through the soil. Meanwhile, within the sutra repository, Bai Shushu continued to respond to Qin Xiao's inquiries. Yes, junior sister, this jade tablet has been examined by numerous formidable predecessors over the millennia. She began, but before she could finish, a surge of pure vitality radiated forth. A green light enveloped Qin Xiao, and countless symbols spun around her. She transformed into a willow tree, resembling the goddess of life. Bai Shushu was left in a state of astonishment, as was Ling Luoxue, who stood nearby, equally dumbfounded. As the green light emanated from Qin Xiao, the entire sutra repository was shrouded in a rich aura of life. What is happening? Those perusing the texts, including Yuan Bupo, turned their gazes toward the commotion, and even Chu Chun rushed into the chamber. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard, Zhou Hai, who had resumed his reading, suddenly heard the voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host's second disciple for successfully comprehending the supreme principle of all beings. Tenfold feedback received. Zhou Hai was momentarily stunned. Typically, the system was reluctant to announce feedback for disciples' breakthroughs, making this occurrence remarkably significant. Soon, he felt the pure vitality circulating within him. And simultaneously, the supreme symbol of all beings was born. A thought emerged within him, suggesting that he could choose any object to bear the symbol, showcasing its boundless life force. Instantly, Zhou Hai thought of a cactus and an old turtle, as these two were undoubtedly the epitome of vitality. In the very moment his mind flickered, the symbol transformed into a turtle, its shell resembling a large cactus. What on earth is this? How unsightly. At that moment, he had completed the feedback process and realized that this would be his destined symbol. The thought of having a turtle as his life symbol left him bewildered. Change it back. I want something more aesthetically pleasing. Without hesitation, Zhou Hai sought to alter the appearance of his life symbol. Chapter 54. Changes in the Secret Realm. The Aura of Supremacy. Buzz. The green light pulsated, and Zhou Hai's life symbol transformed once more, taking the form of a man clad in green attire. Wearing a green hat, and bearing an uncanny resemblance to him, albeit with green skin. What is happening? Is the symbol intent on being green? Just as he relished his profound cultivation, which allowed for the symbol's endless transformations, Zhou Hai found himself in disbelief. He appreciated health. Yet the application of this hue upon himself was somewhat discomforting. However, when he attempted to alter it again, he discovered that the green could not be dispelled. Damn it. Whether it's a green turtle or a green version of myself, it seems this symbol is not meant to be seen. Zhou Hai, feeling helpless, recognized the limitations of his own cultivation. The ability to manipulate talismans with such versatility was impressive enough. Yet he still could not conceal the inherent characteristics of the life talisman. After all, the demon race required the power of a saint to achieve ultimate transformation. Until he attained such a level, he was destined to reveal the vitality aura within the life talisman. At the moment Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao acquired the supreme law and the life talisman, an extraordinary event transpired within the martial Dao Palace. Behind the palace lay a peculiar realm known as the Battle Secret Realm, where countless innate beings were born daily. These beings engaged in relentless combat, perishing and being reborn in an endless cycle, as if their very existence was dedicated to warfare. The disciples of the academy, seeking to hone their combat prowess, often entered this realm based on their contribution points. For millennia, it had remained unchanged. However, the instant Qin Xiao received the Jade Slip's inheritance, thunderous roars echoed from the depths of the secret realm. Simultaneously, some disciples still battling within witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. The space, originally confined to a 1,000-mile radius, now crackled with thunder, expanding exponentially, doubling, tripling, and ultimately enlarging by thousands of times before finally ceasing. In that moment, amidst the gray expanse of the sky, the sun and moon emerged. Violet mist flowed from the east, enveloping the heavens in auspicious clouds. Spiritual energy surged in all directions, far denser than that of the outside world. The beings still engaged in combat halted, seemingly endowed with sentience, and instinctively soared toward a singular direction. The once desolate realm of death and slaughter had transformed into a serene paradise, a true sanctuary for cultivation. As the world underwent this metamorphosis, a radiant beam shot skyward from the peaks behind the martial Dao Palace. The skies above the academy shifted dramatically, the cosmos trembled, and the sun and moon dimmed. An invincible aura radiated outward, infused with the essence of another realm. What was happening? The crowd within the academy gasped in astonishment, their gazes drawn to the luminous pillar, their bodies trembling involuntarily, as if their very souls quaked. An aura of supremacy? Zhou Hai from the Daozong Palace also turned his attention to the pillar, taken aback. He possessed several supreme artifacts himself, making him acutely aware of the supreme aura, which he sensed emanating from the glowing beam. This aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Although it did not intentionally target anyone, its mere presence was enough to subjugate the world. Damn it, just when things were settling down, chaos erupts again. Zhou Hai grumbled. With the protection of imperial and supreme artifacts, he felt no suppression. Instead, he grew increasingly apprehensive about the academy's future. This overwhelming aura of supremacy was not sensed solely by the academy's inhabitants. Indeed, as he had surmised, as the pillar rose higher, even the cosmic sun and moon began to wobble. The aura of supremacy spread relentlessly, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and eventually millions of miles. When this essence permeated the vast expanse, every cultivator and mortal throughout the great Zhou turned their attention toward the academy's direction. Was this a resurgence of a supreme's domain? The royal family of the Zhou dynasty and all its members gazed intently in that direction. Even the ancient monsters, long dormant for years, have now emerged from their secluded abodes. Yet, at this moment, the supreme aura shows no sign of abating, continuously expanding. Soon, even the revered dynasties such as the Qian, the Yuan, and the Tang, along with sacred sects like Qiangyao, Wanjian sect, Suyan Peak, Taichu, Qingyu Valley, and Blood Refinement Demon sect, have sensed this overwhelming emanation of power. The entire expanse of the northern wilderness is enveloped in this supreme presence. It is indeed the aura of the supreme. Is it the resurgence of the supreme Taoist grounds, or the emergence of the supreme tomb? What an extraordinary opportunity. Countless eyes gleam with envy. To obtain the supreme legacy would render one invincible across the heavens and the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, The major sects convene urgent meetings to pinpoint the source of this supreme aura and dispatch their emissaries forthwith. Quickly, relay the message to the main academy. The academy has finally reacted, and Murong Xiao promptly sends word to the central institution. The elders of the various halls are filled with mixed emotions. The joy stems from the arrival of such a monumental opportunity, while the apprehension arises from the realization that this fortune cannot be monopolized and may even lead to calamity. Given the stakes involved with the Supreme, even the main academy may find it hard to maintain composure. Alas, as all the academy members converge at the entrance to the secret realm, a dozen disciples burst forth, their faces ashen. What has transpired? Just as Murong Xiao prepares to lead a party inside to investigate, his expression shifts dramatically. Master, we face a grave crisis. This is not merely a secret realm, but an entirely different world. It teems with various demonic clans, and they are advancing towards us. Among them are formidable beings of Dao Palace and even Purple Mansion realms. They seek to break free from the secret domain. The disciples' faces turn ashen, their bodies trembling as they recount the events. What? How can this be? The academy members are instantly paralyzed with fear. Indeed, disaster has struck. Quickly summon Uncle Zhou Hai. Without a second thought, Murong Xiao instinctively calls for Zhou Hai. At that very moment, Zhou Hai's figure materializes at the entrance of the secret realm, holding a Saint's Experience card, poised to confront any impending threat. Upon seeing Zhou Hai, a collective sigh of relief resonates among the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Hai has become the keystone of the entire academy. With him present, no calamity seems insurmountable. Brothers, I will stand guard here with the junior disciple. You must organize the others for a swift retreat. Murong Xiao casts a profound glance at Zhou Hai before issuing commands to the others. Junior disciple, I entrust this to you. With no time to waste, the others exchange brief words before departing. Prior to their exit, they hastily gather all treasures from their halls. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao finally comprehends her situation. It dawns on her that she is still alive, and what she has just experienced was merely a form of inheritance. All disciples, heed my command. Evacuate the academy immediately. Where is Qin Xiao? Quickly gather all the Dao texts for your master. The voice of Li Chongqing resounds. Within the halls of Daozong, Chu Chun and others spring into action. What? Collect the Dao texts for my master? Qin Xiao is taken aback. Junior sister, it seems a significant event is unfolding. At present, you are the sole disciple of your master, and it is only natural that the sacred texts be entrusted to you. Hurry. Bai Shushu and Ling Luoxua urged from the side. Very well. Qin Xiao agreed, hastily stowing all the sacred texts into her storage pouch before retreating with all the disciples. Chapter 55. Zhou Hai. I am quite a casual person. Senior brother, are you truly going to stay? Zhou Hai cast a sidelong glance at Murong Xiao. Of course. As the sect leader, it would be unbecoming for me to leave. Besides, junior brother, with you here, there should be no issues, right? Murong Xiao replied with a grave expression. Zhou Hai's face darkened. What did he mean by there should be no issues with him around? He had no such confidence. This senior brother was not only talkative, but also excessively responsible. Very well, take this sacred sword for your protection. If the situation turns dire, activate it to make your escape. Shaking his head, Zhou Hai produced a sacred artifact sword and handed it to Murong Xiao. What? A sacred sword? Such a precious item for me. What will you use, junior brother? Murong Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his junior brother was indeed a sage. A fact that was now confirmed. I'm fine with whatever. Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively. For precaution, he secretly donned the supreme armor, adorned himself with the supreme necklace, and even placed an imperial soul-settling bell deep within his consciousness. Simultaneously, he donned an imperial crown on his head, wielding the divine whip in his left hand and the sword of slaying immortals in his right, all genuine imperial artifacts. With such an arsenal, he felt a surge of confidence. With so many treasures safeguarding him, even if the Supreme descended, he could surely make his escape, right? Below the Supreme, he could strike them down, and it was time to make a name for himself. Oh my, junior brother, with so many sacred artifacts. Could it be that you are on the path of artifact refinement? Just a moment ago, Murong Xiao had been moved, but now he was left dumbfounded, unable to perceive the true nature of these treasures, mistaking them all for sacred artifacts. Nevertheless, it was enough to leave him in shock. Stay low-key, absolutely low-key. Zhou Hai turned back with a smile. Boom. At that moment, the towering beam of light vanished, and the entrance to the secret realm erupted with a resounding roar. Zhou Hai's expression shifted as he quickly focused his gaze ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds continued to echo, each louder than the last. Yet, regardless of the commotion, nothing emerged from within. What is happening? Why has nothing come out yet? Half an hour later, Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat dazed. Could it be that these entities are sealed and are attempting to break free? Morong Xiao murmured softly. Zhou Hai shared this sentiment, but remained vigilant. Another hour passed, and Morong Xiao grew increasingly impatient. It seems certain now, these entities truly cannot emerge, Morong Xiao stated solemnly. Yet, Zhou Hai remained on high alert, refraining from speaking. Unbeknownst to them, darkness fell, and the commotion within ceased. Morong Xiao paced back and forth, revealing signs of restlessness. It appears these entities cannot break the seal and have chosen to give up. Junior brother, why don't we venture inside to take a look? Morong Xiao suggested suddenly. Calm down, remain composed. Without even a hint of steadiness, how can one accomplish great feats? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, resolutely refusing to enter. He felt unsafe outside. What if they were trapped inside? At that moment, encountering a supreme being, unable to fight back and with no avenue for escape, would be a futile demise, wouldn't it? Perhaps we should take our leave? Morong Xiao pondered anxiously within. Go ahead, I must guard this place for the sake of the world. In case something emerges. I must be prepared, Zhou Hai replied without a second thought. How absurd. The supreme path has manifested. What if an extraordinary opportunity arises? Would fleeing not be a grave loss? Sighing, Morong Xiao marveled at Zhou Hai's noble spirit, once again captivated by his determination. As the sun rose and set, an entire day and night slipped by unnoticed. Morong Xiao felt he was nearing the brink of madness, as the secret realm remained eerily silent. Brother, we are neither able to leave nor stay, and my heart is in turmoil. Shall we not venture in to ascertain our fate? At least we would die with clarity. Morong Xiao could no longer bear it, and spoke to Zhou Hai. Nonsense. Brother, do you know why your cultivation has stagnated at the enlightenment realm? With such a mindset, when will you ever break through? Zhou Hai retorted, rendered speechless. He too was suffering, but what could he do? To be safe. Let those who wish to go do so, he would never yield. Yet, Morong Xiao felt a tremor within, awakening to a profound realization. Indeed, when had his mindset deteriorated to such a degree? Was he unable to even wait a day or two? He recognized that over the years, other academies had gradually strayed from the teachings of the sage ancestor, indulging in excess, each growing stronger than the last. In contrast, the great Zhou Academy, under his leadership, had adhered to the will of the sage ancestor, yet due to insufficient resources, it lagged far behind. He had been devoted to enhancing the institution's strength while neglecting the cultivation of his own character. If this continued, he feared he would never attain breakthrough in his lifetime. Upon this revelation, Morong Xiao felt his mind clear, and the anxious turmoil within him began to settle. In a fleeting moment, the stagnation of nearly 10 years in his realm suddenly began to shift. Thank you, brother, for your guidance. Your words are worth more than a decade of cultivation. Morong Xiao exclaimed joyfully, promptly settling into a meditative posture to initiate his breakthrough. Is this truly possible? Zhou Hai stood in astonishment. He had merely sought a reason to avoid entering, yet this could incite a breakthrough? Before long, Morong Xiao's Tao, spirit, and body melded into one. A surge of divine consciousness ascended to the heavens, radiating outward. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth trembled, and thunder roared as Morong Xiao faced his momentous tribulation. Brother, I am about to transcend the tribulation. Morong Xiao soared into the sky, his overwhelming aura sweeping in all directions, the sound of his sword resonating through the wilderness, leaving Zhou Hai envious. Soon, the heavens churned, and thunder raged, wreaking havoc upon the world. Morong Xiao battled fiercely against the celestial forces, a fierce struggle unfolding. At that juncture, a spirit vessel approached from the direction of the Zhou royal capital. Simultaneously, from the direction of the Daiqian dynasty, hundreds of figures arrived at Dinghai City. Is Morong Xiao undergoing his tribulation of unity? Upon their arrival, the newcomers beheld the ominous clouds of tribulation, their expressions shifting dramatically. The supreme path had opened for less than 2 days, and Morong Xiao had already achieved a breakthrough. One could only imagine the immense opportunities contained within this supreme realm. The arriving individuals felt their eyes redden instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged toward the martial palace. The academy indeed seems to be governed more by fortune than by fate. Not only has the supreme Taoist temple manifested in this realm, but my esteemed friend, Morong Xiao, has also achieved a breakthrough. How delightful and commendable. A laughter echoed as an elderly eunuch emerged from the spiritual vessel, chuckling heartily. Zhou Hai turned to behold a throng of hundreds spilling forth from the vessel, including even the mighty Emperor Ji Wujia of the Great Zhou. Among them, Ji Wujia was not even the most formidable. Flanking him were 3 venerable elders, all at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. Evidently ancient beings hidden from the world for millennia. My esteemed friend's jest. My senior brother's breakthrough is in no way related to this secret realm. Zhou Hai chuckled. Not wishing to let these individuals dwell too much on the secret realm, lest the academy find no peace. What do you mean it is unrelated? Are you concerned that we might covet the supreme heritage? The supreme heritage, even your main academy cannot fully consume. How do you expect your mere branch to seize it? Before the great Zhou royals could respond, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. A group of several hundred soared from the horizon. Among them a coldly disdainful elder clad in golden robes, declaring, "Who are you?" Zhou Hai furrowed his brow. Qian Santong, an outer elder of the Qionyao sect. Impudent academy. Several elders from our sacred land have come to your institution, and after our command tokens were shattered, you ought to hastily prostrate in apology. Qian Santong scoffed arrogantly. However, as soon as his words fell, a massive cauldron descended from the heavens, its overwhelming aura instantaneously forcing him down from the sky. Presumptuous. In the domain of the great Zhou, you dare demand an apology from the Zhou people? Who do you think you are? A frigid voice emerged, belonging to an elder from behind the Zhou Empress. Qian Santong's countenance changed dramatically as he was ensnared by the cauldron, rendered immobile. Just as he was about to be crushed into pulp, a great seal suddenly soared from behind, violently colliding with the cauldron. As the bronze cauldron and the great seal clashed, a dazzling interplay of red and blue light erupted, and the violent shockwave obliterated 300 miles of the academy, leaving only a solitary courtyard at Daozong Palace and the artificial mountain suppressing Jikuei. By the heavens, what madness is this? You lot have lost your minds. If you wish to brawl, do so, but what is the meaning of demolishing my academy? Compensation is in order. Zhou Hai's ire surged. After 7 years at the academy, he had come to regard it as home, and he could not tolerate such devastation. Whom do you insult? The elder wielding the great seal glared coldly at Zhou Hai. What of it if I insult you? Are you so dense that you cannot comprehend human speech, or do you crave another round of my scorn? You will compensate for the damage today, or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Zhou Hai glared back, his temper flaring. Impudent. Upon hearing this, the elder's face contorted in fury, and with a wave of his hand, the great seal descended upon Zhou Hai like a torrential downpour. Begone. At that moment, a furious roar erupted as a stone tablet flew from the horizon, crashing heavily into the great seal. Boom, boom, boom. The void shattered, and the pressure surged. The already devastated 300 miles of the academy seemed as if it had been plowed countless times. Who dares to recklessly wield weapons within the academy? Do you truly believe we are without defenders? A voice of indignation resounded, as a scroll soared from the heavens, revealing hundreds of figures standing above. The stone tablet returned, landing precisely in the hands of one individual, a middle-aged man, whose countenance was imbued with an air of scholarly grace. Yet, beneath that facade lay a tempest of murderous intent, indicating a volatile temperament. Ah, who might this be? It is none other than my esteemed friend, Yi Haoran. It has been years since we last met, and your cultivation has evidently reached greater heights. The elderly man wielding the grand seal narrowed his eyes, fixated on the middle-aged figure. Whether his prowess was truly profound remained uncertain, but one could easily surmise that this old curmudgeon, devoid of discernment, would not hesitate to strike you down. Yi Haoran's gaze was frigid, his words devoid of any semblance of respect. Yi, my friend, what do you imply? The old man's face darkened. As esteemed ancestors of various sacred lands, they could not allow such affronts to pass unchallenged. Oh, who in the North Wilderness is unaware that your great Qin dynasty has birthed a tyrant, unmatched in talent, a paragon of virtue, sworn to protect a pristine domain? Yet, you old fogies have turned a blind eye, permitting the various sects to persecute him, even colluding to drive him to the brink of despair. If your great Qin dynasty persists in such folly, it shall inevitably face annihilation. What then of justice? As the supreme elder of the Haoran Palace, scolding was Yi Haoran's forte. His tirade left the already grim-faced elder wielding the grand seal feeling as if he had ingested excrement. Yi Haoran, what are you to meddle in the affairs of the great Qin dynasty? The elderly man gritted his teeth, releasing an oppressive aura, clearly poised for confrontation. Enough, Elder Yi. Why concern yourself with the domestic matters of others? Just as Yi Haoran was about to retort, another burly figure on the scroll interjected with a booming voice. Indeed, Elder Yi, our sacred institution has always maintained its integrity, and there is little need for excessive involvement. A middle-aged man, wielding a sword and exuding a chivalrous demeanor, chimed in as well. Silence, both of you. Yi Haoran snapped. Jiang Taie, Lei Hong, do not assume I am unaware of your collusion with the various royal dynasties. You speak of not interfering in others' affairs, yet have you not entangled yourselves enough already? Moreover, that Xun Bei is a disciple of my Haoran lineage, having studied under our esteemed institution. As an elder, is it not my prerogative to speak on behalf of the next generation? You fear I might offend him, jeopardizing the interests of the great Qin dynasty's branch at our academy. I am more cognizant than anyone of the circumstances surrounding the great Qian branch in recent years. Frankly, it would be better for these self-serving knaves to vanish sooner rather than later. Yi Haoran's confrontational nature spared no distinction between allies and adversaries. His words thrusting the two supreme elders into existential doubt, their bodies trembling with rage. Bring it forth. Yi Haoran turned once more to the elder wielding the Grand Seal, extending his hand. What? The elder momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Is it that your ancestors taught you that you need not compensate for the destruction of others' property? No wonder even the most insignificant creatures dare to flaunt their power within your great Qian dynasty. It appears this is indeed your approach to the world. However, while your dynasty may be trampled upon, our institution shall not be, especially the Great Zhou Academy. Should you fail to compensate for the damages incurred today with a sum of 1 million top-tier spirit stones, do not blame me if I decide to dismantle your great Qian capital in the future. Yi Haoran bore a threatening demeanor, devoid of any hint of jest. Well said. However, let it be a lesser amount. Today, if I cannot present 100 million exquisite spiritual stones, I shall dismantle both the Zhou royal territory and the Qian dynasty. Initially, Zhou Hai wore a sullen expression, but upon hearing these words, his mood brightened considerably. Truly, the venerable scholar from the Central Academy possesses a biting tongue, far sharper than Li Chongqing's. Such a commanding presence is undeniably appealing. Rascal, you court death. The elder wielding the imperial seal could no longer contain his fury after being repeatedly insulted. He raised his hand to summon the seal, aiming to suppress Zhou Hai. How dare you strike me when you lack the courage to retaliate against your accuser? Do you truly believe I am an easy target? Zhou Hai was bewildered. He could not fathom what made him appear so vulnerable. In a fit of rage, he prepared to retaliate, only to see Yi Haoran swiftly appear before him. With a mere gesture, the stone tablet surged in size, colliding with the imperial seal like a mountain. You old cur, of the 4 divisions of the academy, my utmost regard lies with the lineage of the great Zhou. To lay hands upon it is to disregard my presence entirely. Yi Haoran glared at the elder, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The audacity of your academy is astonishing. While it may threaten the Qian dynasty, you dare to intimidate the great Zhou as well. I am eager to understand how you plan to destroy my royal territory. This time, not only was the elder from the Qian dynasty infuriated, but the members of the Zhou dynasty wore expressions of deep discontent. Is your royal family of Zhou so thick-skinned? When the Qian dynasty damages property, they must compensate. Yet you feel exempt? Zhou Hai glared. He harbored no fondness for the Zhou royal family, as they were among the first to persecute his disciples. Child, well spoken. We do not seek trouble, yet we shall not shy away from it either. When others come knocking, it is time to reason and demand compensation. Should anyone refuse to engage in reason, my ancestor shall support you until they relent. Yi Haoran regarded Zhou Hai with approval. This young man resonated with him splendidly. Indeed, you are a reasonable individual. Your share shall be exempt from compensation. Let us distribute the total of 150 million among them and demand they pay. By the way, refrain from referring to me as ancestor. We are not so familiar. Just because I find you agreeable does not grant you the right to take advantage of me. Zhou Hai grinned, patting Yi Haoran's shoulder. Yi Haoran was taken aback. The implication was that this young man even contemplated defrauding him. However, upon reflecting on Zhou Hai's subsequent remarks, Yi Haoran could not help but laugh heartily. Indeed, splendid. You focus on the matter, not the person. That suits me well. From this moment forth, I shall no longer position myself as an ancestor. Let us forge a friendship across the generations. Should anyone dare to bully you, simply invoke my name. As they conversed, a faint cry for help emerged from the direction of the One Dao Palace. Ancestor, help. Everyone turned to look. And upon seeing Ji Kuei beneath the rockery, the expressions of those from the Zhou dynasty turned ashen. Chapter 57. Treading upon sacred artifacts. Let us see who dares to move. Impudence. Your academy possesses audacity beyond measure, daring to suppress even my imperial son. Upon witnessing Ji Kuei's suppression, Emperor Zhou was enraged, his imperial aura radiating throughout the assembly. What a fine academy. In the past, we of the great Zhou graciously offered you refuge, yet you dare to act recklessly, even laying hands upon members of my royal lineage. Do you seek to incite rebellion? Within the great Zhou faction, Ji Feng rejoiced. He had long desired to rid himself of the meddlesome academy, and unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself, which he would not let slip away. Come, let us rescue the 7th prince. In a display of fraternal devotion, Ji Feng issued his command and led his men towards the artificial mountain. Let us see who dares. A cold voice interjected, and Yi Haoran's stone tablets soared into the air, instantly transforming into a colossal barrier, obstructing the path of the crowd. Yi Haoran, what is the meaning of this? Ji Wujia's gaze was frigid. As an emperor, his authority was not to be challenged. Nothing of consequence. It is well known that the Great Zhou Academy upholds the aspirations of the ancient sages, acting on behalf of heaven to protect the populace. Over the years, various sects have exploited the nations, wielding life and death over the common folk. But ask yourself, has the Great Zhou Academy ever taken advantage of your Great Zhou? Has it ever betrayed the millions of your subjects? I shall not speak of the Academy's achievements. But you must understand that the Great Zhou Academy does not target any individual. The suppression of this youth today must have its reasons. As the Grand Elder of the Academy, I dare anyone to attempt a rescue. Yi Haoran stood with hands clasped behind his back, an aura of righteousness enveloping the scene. Even the sunlight around them appeared to brighten. The pressure of the Zhou Emperor was rendered ineffective before him. Ah, what a sinner! Since you speak so, I shall see how you intend to rescue him today. Come, immediately save the seventh prince. Whoever dares to obstruct shall be executed without mercy. The Zhou Emperor, furious yet amused, commanded a host of formidable warriors who surged towards the artificial mountain. Let us see who dares. Yi Haoran's eyes turned icy, and he stepped into the void, positioning himself before all. Yi Haoran, do you realize what you are doing? The Grand Academy sighed. Lei Hong frowned and admonished. Silence. Yi Haoran's gaze was sharp. He was always one to uphold righteousness over personal connections, offering no leniency to anyone, not even to fellow Grand Elders of the Academy. Lei Hong and Jiang Taie exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they angrily waved their hands, dismissing his obstinacy. Yi Haoran, I see you are courting death. The elder holding the cauldron behind the Zhou Emperor approached, his expression grim. Enough. Are these individuals addicted to fighting? While they may brawl, why must they consistently turn the Academy into a battlefield? Zhou Hai was displeased, yet Yi Haoran's unwavering support for the Academy made it difficult for him to scold him. He could only call out, Elder Yi, return. I shall see who can take this person away today. Upon hearing this, Yi Haoran furrowed his brow. Young man, I observe that you are not one to shy away from challenges. A true man stands firm in this world. Why should one act according to the whims of others? Yi Haoran replied, dissatisfied. Acting according to whims? I command you to return, and you shall return. What right do you have to consistently use our academy as a battleground? Fear not. Those I subdue shall find no salvation. This is my decree. Zhou Hai fell silent, secretly transmitting his thoughts through his spirit. Yi Haoran's pupils constricted. He had not previously noticed the fluctuations of Zhou Hai's cultivation. Now aware of Zhou Hai's spiritual energy, he was taken aback. This lad possessed the strength of the lowest level of unity. Observing that he appeared no older than 20, how had he achieved this? Very well. I shall not stand in your way. Yi Haoran laughed heartily. Though doubts lingered in his heart, he still returned to Zhou Hai with the stone tablet. He was eager to see what confidence Zhou Hai possessed to utter such words. Observing this, the Zhou Emperor snorted coldly. The members of the Zhou royal family and the people of Deqian gazed at Yi Haoran with disdain, treating his hesitant yet unwilling demeanor as a jest. The Zhou Academy was nothing more than this. Come and save him. A mocking voice rang out as Ji Feng flew to the side of the rockery. However, at the moment of landing, a formidable pressure erupted from the rockery. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent within 1,000 miles. Every blade of grass and every tree, even the wind, seemed to be frozen in time. Everyone present was rendered rigid, their legs weak, unable even to collapse to the ground, while cold sweat began to bead involuntarily on their brows. The pressure of a saint, a holy artifact. The pupils of all widened in disbelief before rapidly constricting, including Yi Haoran. Everyone felt their minds buzzing, on the verge of collapse. Beneath a saint, all are mere ants. Even a peak practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, upon ascending further, becomes a saint. Yet, even at the 9th level's pinnacle, before a saint, there was little distinction from an ordinary person. A single holy artifact could easily obliterate a vast multitude. At that moment, Yi Haoran grasped the source of Zhou Hai's confidence. With a holy artifact in place, the Zhou Academy, apart from its overall strength, possessed the qualifications to establish itself as a holy land. Damn it, how audacious! Even those I have subdued dare to attempt a rescue. Come, I stand here today. Let us see who dares to take another step. Zhou Hai's voice resounded fittingly. He stepped onto the void, leaving a footprint with each step as he ascended the rockery, surveying the crowd. At the instant his words fell, the rockery rapidly expanded, reaching into the clouds, towering like a pillar that supported the heavens. Everyone was thrown back by an overwhelming force. Apart from Yi Haoran, all others coughed up blood. Within 1,000 miles, only this holy mountain remained. In front of the holy mountain, even Dinghai City appeared minuscule, akin to a small village beneath a great mountain. The crowd resembled ants at the mountain's base, nearly invisible. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Upon the release of the holy mountain's pressure, they finally gasped for breath. They gazed in horror at the colossal mountain before them, then at Zhou Hai atop it, feeling as though they were on the brink of madness. A holy artifact. This was indeed a genuine holy artifact. Across the world, which holy land did not revere its holy artifact as a revered ancestor? To merely touch one required the holy artifact's consent. Yet Zhou Hai had the audacity to place the holy artifact beneath his feet. Was he not afraid of incurring its wrath, resulting in his immediate demise? The scene fell into silence, everyone rendered speechless. Well, what now? No longer saving anyone. Zhou Hai sneered. Come, the person lies beneath my feet. If you can rescue him, consider it your fortune. I shall not interfere. His cold laughter provoked a storm of curses within the hearts of all. This scoundrel! Why did he not reveal such a treasure sooner? Everyone had come here, flaunting their prowess, their bravado reaching its peak, and then he suddenly produced this artifact, leaving them all embarrassed, especially the Zhou royal family, whose emperor now wore a pallid expression, stripped of his previous imperial majesty. He dared not even show his anger, lamenting the absence of the Daizhou holy artifact, now left to meekly endure. The other members of the Zhou royal family could hardly stifle their inner curses. Rescue? Who in their right mind would dare to act under such circumstances? Were they seeking death? It appears that everyone's tempers have cooled. It seems unlikely that further conflict will ensue. Well then, shall we discuss the matter of compensation? Zhou Hai surveyed the crowd, and the onlookers were instantly flushed with embarrassment, their sense of humiliation palpable. Chapter 58, Extortion and Hospitality. Ha ha ha. I believe this elder speaks wisely. Debts must be repaid, and for taking a life, one must pay with their own. Damaged property warrants compensation. My great Qian dynasty is willing to offer 300 million exquisite spirit stones. Suddenly, among the throng of the great Qian dynasty, an elder with a seal burst into laughter. The crowd cast scornful glances. This ancestor of the Qian dynasty was utterly shameless. Never had they witnessed such a spineless elder. Now that is more like it. Come, come, let us hear you speak. Zhou Hai's eyes brightened, and with a wave of his hand, a gentle force emanated from the sacred mountain, drawing the elder to his side. As the elder's feet touched the ground, he could not help but tremble, his very soul quaking. My heavens, what have I done? I am standing upon a sacred artifact. This is surely a shortening of my lifespan. His legs felt weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. Zhou Hai watched him with a cold smile. He even began to suspect that had it not been for the fear of tarnishing the sacred artifact, this fellow might have embarrassed himself right then and there. What is arrogance? This is true arrogance. Flaunting a sacred artifact feels exhilarating. Elder, perhaps we should converse down the mountain? The elder, overwhelmed by his inner terror, stammered as he looked at Zhou Hai. No need for that. We shall discuss descending once your great Qian dynasty delivers the 300 million exquisite spirit stones. Otherwise, I am known to despise deceit. Whether you sit here or lie prostrate below is entirely uncertain. Zhou Hai waved his hand with a smile. A shudder ran through everyone present. This was an unmistakable threat. Fetch the spirit stones, hastily. The elder from the great Qian dynasty trembled in fear and quickly issued a hoarse command. Some from the great Qian dynasty turned to leave, while others, struck by inspiration, took out communication talismans to summon the spirit stones. 300 million exquisite spirit stones represented a decade's worth of accumulation for the great Qian dynasty, but at this moment, nothing mattered more than survival. If the elder were to perish, everyone present would meet the same fate. And what of your great Zhou dynasty? Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. His gaze filled with mirth as it turned once more to the Zhou dynasty. Ji Feng trembled, nearly losing control of himself, his expression a picture of distress. Once, he had contemplated annihilating the academy. Now, he dared not entertain such thoughts. Ha ha ha, esteemed elder, our great Zhou has coexisted with the academy for millennia, sharing both honor and disgrace. Today his majesty acted out of a desperate desire to save his son, and we hope the elder can show understanding. In truth, Elder Yi is correct. The actions of the great Zhou Academy have been witnessed by all. The suppression of the seventh prince holds its own rationale. My sovereign bears no bias. It is simply intolerable for a prince to be punished by another. Upon returning, he shall certainly face retribution for his disrespect towards the academy. However, it seems that being suppressed by the sacred mountain is indeed a stroke of fortune for the seventh prince, an unparalleled honor. In light of the earlier incident, our great Zhou is willing to offer 100 million exquisite spirit stones. We humbly request the elder to graciously accept. A hearty laugh echoed as a middle-aged man from the great Zhou group stepped forward with a respectful gesture. Who are you? Even your emperor has not spoken. What gives you the authority to act? Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow. He relished the statement, though he was not one to be easily swayed by flattery. I humbly report to the elder. I am Zhang Chao, the left chancellor of the great Zhou. The middle-aged man responded hastily. Ah, you possess some power. I shall grant you 3 days to prepare. If you fail to procure 10 billion supreme spirit stones within this time, those present from the Zhou royal family will accompany that brat Ji Kuei at the foot of the mountain. Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to the elder with the great seal. He suddenly realized he might have underestimated the situation. If they were willing to offer 10 billion, why was his own side only asking for 3 billion? 20 billion, esteemed elder, my great Qian is prepared to compensate 20 billion. The expression on the great Qian ancestor's face shifted dramatically as he grasped the implication, and he exclaimed urgently, why must you be so clever? Now I feel hesitant to strike you. Zhou Hai's expression darkened. He had been contemplating how to negotiate, and this was all too straightforward. Quickly, 20 billion supreme spirit stones. The elder dared not delay, shouting urgently. Zhou Hai's gaze turned back to the great Zhou side. 30 billion. 10 billion as compensation and 20 billion as a token of gratitude. Thank you, elder, for supervising the royal prince on behalf of the great Zhou. Zhang Chao was taken aback. The royal family valued their reputation, and he could not afford to refuse. At this moment, he must shoulder the burden for the royal family. Whatever the compensation, it had to be paid. On the sacred mountain, the great Qian ancestor wore a look of utter disbelief. What is this farce? Those in the know are being extorted, and those unaware might think it a bidding war. Is this amusing? 30 billion. My great Qian shall also offer 30 billion. Through gritted teeth, the great Qian ancestor declared. Ah, could you not bid a bit higher? Zhou Hai's expression fell slightly at the response. The crowd looked as though they had lost their mother, their faces contorted in despair. This fellow truly viewed everyone as gullible fools. By the way, I just remembered something. How much should the Qiong Yao sacred land compensate? Zhou Hai's gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Qian Santong. His face paled, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. Compensate my foot. The great Qian and great Zhou were both threatened by Zhou Hai. They were all figures of considerable standing, willing to pay up. What was he, after all? Merely an outer elder of the sacred land. Reflecting on the past actions of the Qiong Yao sacred land towards the academy, he suddenly realized how foolish it was for him to be here today. If he did not escape now, it would be a dead end. Damn it. Not a shred of decency. Can I even get away? Zhou Hai's expression turned icy, and from the sacred mountain, a vine shot out, piercing through Qian Santong's chest in an instant. A scream erupted, blood spilling into the air. Everyone trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. Enough of this matter. I am a lover of peace and do not relish in conflict. Guests should be treated with hospitality. Let us all sit down and converse. I would not want to be accused of the academy lacking in etiquette. Zhou Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. As he spoke, the sacred mountain began to transform. In an instant, the scenery within a 1,000-mile radius reverted to its original state, including the academy, which returned to its former appearance. The sacred mountain vanished, yet the crowd, now devoid of their previous arrogance, moved with utmost caution, fully aware that while the sacred mountain appeared to have disappeared, the underlying tension remained palpable. In truth, within a radius of 1,000 miles, apart from the city of Dinghai, everything is transformed from the essence of sacred artifacts. If one wishes, even a speck of dust here could vanquish them. At this moment, Murong Xiao had just weathered the calamity of unity. He soared forward, casting an admiring glance at Zhou Hai. To his surprise, the usually carefree junior disciple handled the situation with such decisiveness, truly a pillar of the academy. My junior disciple speaks wisely. Guests are indeed to be treated with honor. Please, everyone, allow me to serve you tea. With a wave of his hand, countless stone tables materialized on the plaza before the grand hall, transformed from sacred artifacts. Stone cups then condensed, water flying forth. After presenting the tea leaves, he brewed the tea seamlessly. In an instant, the once tense atmosphere was transformed into a grand reception. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to move. Ha ha ha, splendid. As expected of the great Zhou Academy, the lineage I hold in highest regard, this etiquette does not disappoint the sages of old. Let me have the first cup. Yi Haoran laughed heartily, striding to the front of the hall, raising the tea and drinking it all in one gulp. Chapter 59. My junior disciple cares not for hollow fame. Indeed, indeed. Young brother, I did not expect that at such a tender age, you could inherit the legacy of the sages and wield such earthly sacred artifacts. With you here, the great Zhou Academy is destined to prosper. By the way, one would expect someone of your caliber to be renowned in the northern wilderness. Why is it that, being of the same academy, I have not heard of you before? May I inquire your name? Placing down his cup, Yi Haoran's gaze towards Zhou Hai had entirely changed, no longer reflecting the admiration of an elder towards a junior. Even his form of address had shifted. The others also regarded Zhou Hai with puzzled expressions. Indeed, how could such a figure remain obscure? Zhou Hai felt a wave of embarrassment. The question made him reluctant to even mention his own name. Ha! Elder Yi, you are unaware that my junior disciple Zhou Hai has long been renowned in the northern wilderness. Yet, others are oblivious to the truth, preferring to spread unfounded rumors. At that moment, Morong Xiao's laughter abruptly changed the expressions of all present. What? Zhou Hai? He is the Zhou Hai, the legendary prodigy of the academy, the one deemed a failure? The crowd gasped. Even Yi Haoran wore a face of astonishment. Only Zhou Hai's expression darkened, feeling quite uncomfortable. Look, who said we lacked a reputation in the northern wilderness? Is this not fame enough? Yet, the term failure, which fool coined that phrase? It truly grates on the ears. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this junior disciple of mine is Zhou Hai. The world claims he is a failure, mocking our great Zhou Academy. Yet they are unaware that my junior's cultivation has long transcended the ordinary, making him unparalleled in this age. Over the years, my junior has steadfastly guarded the academy, serving the common folk, fulfilling his responsibilities to the righteous path. Alas, he does not cherish hollow fame, preferring tranquility, which has led to such unmerited disparagement. However, this matters little. My junior cares not for these things, and lets them be. Morong Xiao laughed heartily, leaving the audience speechless. What an audacious claim. At such a young age, to say he has obtained the legacy of the sages and has transcended the ordinary, making him unmatched in this era? Should you possess the audacity, compel him to relinquish the sacred artifact and observe whether he still has any rivals. Even Zhou Hai couldn't suppress a blush upon hearing these words. Although the statement was somewhat flattering, it undeniably invoked a tinge of embarrassment. Hee. Let us maintain a low profile. Zhou Hai chuckled awkwardly, his sheepish expression eliciting a wave of suppressed laughter from the onlookers. Goodness, you're being modest. Were it not for that unmistakable air of satisfaction surrounding you, I might have believed your humility. They silently mocked him, though outwardly, they were submissive, hardly daring to express any disrespect towards Zhou Hai at that moment. As time passed, the atmosphere among them grew harmonious, each behaving with the innocence of children. Little junior brother, what are you up to? Late at night, within the courtyard of the Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai was busily preparing a meal when Morong Xiao flew in, beaming with delight. Nothing much, just feeling peckish and making something to eat. Have those matters been arranged? Zhou Hai glanced back at him. When the academy was deserted, he had taken charge, but now that Morong Xiao had returned, he was content to leave everything in his hands. Ha ha ha, rest assured, junior brother, everything is already in place. Morong Xiao replied, his tone brimming with pride. Indeed, the appearance of this sacred artifact is a truth universally acknowledged. Just think of those individuals. Who among them is not a formidable figure in the northern wastes? Presently, you merely intimidate them a little, yet they behave as obediently as a group of timid maidens. Morong Xiao laughed heartily, his words filled with self-satisfaction. Should they dare to disobey, I shall deal with them harshly. Observing Morong Xiao's triumphant demeanor, Zhou Hai couldn't help but feel a surge of bravado, responding readily, No, junior brother, you must not act recklessly. Their submission does not imply that the powers backing them can be subdued. Every major sacred ground possesses sacred artifacts, and there may even be unfettered saints among them. It is acceptable to instill a slight fear. However, should you unleash a massacre that instills terror across the northern wastes, it would provoke a collective uprising from the sacred factions, and the consequences would be dire. Even if you possess the cultivation of a saint, it would be difficult to withstand the tide of such forces. Morong Xiao's expression shifted, and he hastily interjected, Fear not, as long as they comply. I have yet to descend into madness to the point of indiscriminately slaying people. Zhou Hai found himself at a loss for words. He had merely spoken in jest. Yet his senior brother took it to heart. The crux of the matter was that he truly perceived himself as a saint. If only the entire world shared his disposition. How splendid that would be. Very well, junior brother, this is your sacred sword. At present, the secret realm remains undisturbed, so I shall return this sword to you. Morong Xiao nodded, carefully presenting the sacred sword to Zhou Hai with both hands. What is there to discuss? It's a mere sword. There is no need for such formalities between brothers. Just refrain from nagging me too much in the future. Zhou Hai waved his hand dismissively, leaving Morong Xiao momentarily stunned. Goodness, for such a sacred artifact, little junior brother simply gifts it away. This transcends generosity. He mused. If word of this got out, it would surely shock countless individuals. Little junior brother, this. Morong Xiao hesitated, wanting to say more, but Zhou Hai interrupted him directly. What is there to ponder? If you want it, take it. If not, leave it aside. Must you be so fussy? Can we not be more manly about this? In truth, Zhou Hai was indifferent to the sacred artifact. At this moment, the fire stick in his hand was merely a tool, though Morong Xiao remained oblivious to this fact. No, No, can I take it away? Murong Xiao was startled. After all, this was a sacred artifact, and how could he dare to cast it aside? As he spoke, he cautiously cradled the sacred sword and departed. Senior brother, since you have come, why not stay for a meal? Zhou Hai called out from behind. No, I won't eat. Murong Xiao replied with a grim expression, utterly perplexed by his junior disciple. He treated the sacred artifact with indifference, yet displayed an inexplicable fondness for mundane food. Was a morsel of sustenance truly more significant than a sacred artifact? Holding the sacred artifact, Murong Xiao arrived at the Temple of Inquiry, carefully placing it upon the ancestral altar alongside the esteemed sages of the academy. In that fleeting moment, Murong Xiao seemed to sense a wave of joyous emotion. He gazed around in confusion, completely unaware of the source of this feeling. Meanwhile, within the Temple of Inquiry, Zhou Hai could hear a chorus of sighs. The sacred artifact possessed a spirit, envious of its situation. Particularly, the fire stick in Zhou Hai's hand trembled vigorously, seemingly eager to escape from this prodigal disciple. What are you doing? Behave yourselves, Zhou Hai scolded, opening the grand iron pot of the sacred artifact. Multicolored essence swirled, and the spirit liquid simmered with the bones of a dragon, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. For the following days, the academy remained tranquil until one fateful morning, when a grand procession arrived, shattering the serene atmosphere. Where's Murong Xiao? 2 esteemed elders from the Qiong Yao Holy Land have arrived. Do not delay in welcoming them. A booming voice resonated across the academy. The denizens of the academy, belonging to 2 major dynasties, looked up in disbelief, unable to comprehend the audacity of these individuals. Such arrogance. It was as if they were the ancient immortals who had grown weary of life. In the direction of the Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai was engrossed in his reading when he was suddenly startled, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, he was interrupted by the voice of Yi Haoran. What arrogance! What does the Qiong Yao Holy Land amount to that they dare request our academy's master to greet them personally? Depart at once. As his words fell, Yi Haoran soared forward, inciting the ire of those from the Qiong Yao Holy Land. Chapter 60, A Strange Land, Unprecedented Peril. Ha ha, well said. You know nothing of decorum. Strutting about on another's territory as if you were something remarkable. Before the Qiong Yao Holy Land could respond, a hearty laugh echoed, followed by a group of individuals arriving with an overwhelming presence. Blood refining demon sect? Upon seeing these figures, the expressions of the Qiong Yao disciples darkened, their eyes filled with resentment. Indeed, friends from the Qiong Yao Holy Land, you are rather lacking in understanding. We come as guests, and it is customary for guests to follow the host's lead. How can one be so presumptuous? Another laugh rang out, and hundreds of beams of sword light shot towards the heavens. 10,000 sword sect? The disciples of Qiong Yao frowned, discontent evident in their expressions. Haoran, it has been a century since we last met, yet your fiery temper remains unchanged, still so domineering. Just then, another group soared into view, causing Yi Haoran's countenance to turn icy. You vile scoundrels of the Taichu sect, are you here to stir trouble as well? Faced with this group, Yi Haoran's murderous intent reached its zenith. What? Is our presence unwelcome? Does Haoran Daoist still wish to exchange a few moves? Chuckled an elderly man among the crowd. Let us fight. Who fears whom? Haoran Dao brother, I shall assist you. A chilling voice echoed as a group of extraordinarily beautiful women descended from the sky. Among them, a woman clad in colorful attire flew to Yi Haoran's side, her eyes sparkling with sincerity as she gazed at him. Ah, it is the butterfly fairy of Qingyu Valley. I just remembered that I have not yet attended morning studies. I must take my leave. Yi Haoran tensed, awkwardly smiling as he hastily departed from the scene. Yi Haoran, you have used that excuse for 400 years. Do you truly believe you are still a disciple of Haoran Palace? The butterfly fairy stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming loudly. Yet, Yi Haoran paid her no mind, vanishing in an instant, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Ha ha ha, the rumors hold true. In this world, only the butterfly fairy can compel Haoran Daoist to retreat. Another laugh rang out as the people from Xi'an Peak arrived. Accompanying them were the forces from the 2 great holy dynasties of Deyuan and Detong. In a mere moment, the formidable beings from 7 great sacred grounds, Jixiao Academy, Qingyu Valley, Xi'an Peak, Taichu Holy Land, Qiong Sect, and Blood Refinement Demon Sect, along with the 4 holy dynasties gathered, creating a magnificent spectacle. Oh, I had no knowledge of the esteemed elders from the sacred grounds arriving. My apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. It is indeed disrespectful. Please, come to the Wendaegon. Murong Xiao, having anticipated this day, immediately soared forth to greet them with a warm smile. Dear friends, you are too courteous. We are but humble guests, and we appreciate your hospitality. These powerful figures, typically imperious, showed no inclination to provoke trouble today. instead exhibiting an unusual tranquility. Under Murong Zhao's gracious reception, even the people from Qiangyao Holy Land obediently gathered at Wendaegong to wait. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai from Daozong Palace seemed oblivious to it all. Engrossed in his reading, unconcerned about the discussions among these individuals, knowing they were merely deliberating over the supreme Dao field. As for that secret realm, he cared not to enter unless they emerged alive. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Host's second disciple is in mortal danger. The path protection mission is now activated. Please proceed immediately to safeguard. Just as Zhou Hai lay down, the system's voice echoed in his mind. What is happening? A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Considering Qin Xiao was adorned with numerous treasures and accompanied by elders and disciples from the academy, it seemed implausible that she would encounter peril. How could her life be in jeopardy? Without time to hesitate, Zhou Hai activated the Emperor's teleportation array, tearing through the void, and he vanished from his original location. Upon reappearing, Zhou Hai found himself bewildered. Where's this place? Following the system's guidance, he surveyed his surroundings, shrouded in a gray haze. Detecting an unfamiliar scent distinct from the northern wilderness, it appeared he had ventured far from the northern wilderness, perhaps even into another realm altogether. Beneath his feet lay an expanse of desert. Suddenly, the desert began to shift, as if the sands had come alive, surging toward him like a tidal wave. Intent on engulfing him, Zhou Hai's expression shifted subtly, and as he attempted to ascend into the air, an overwhelming gravity bore down upon him, as though he were laden with an insurmountable mountain, forcefully dragging him back to the ground. In an instant, he was engulfed by the desertified sea. What was happening? Zhou Hai's countenance darkened. Without a second thought, he activated a sage experience card. Sacred energy enveloped him, and a phantom realm emerged, shrouding him within its confines. In this sanctuary, he was an invincible entity, a true deity. However, just as he was about to harness the power of this world to shatter the sea of sand, a tempestuous force surged forth, transforming the entire desert into a ferocious beast. The sounds of explosions resonated incessantly, and Zhou Hai's sage world crumbled in an instant. The backlash was swift. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly costing him his life. Yet, the moment his sage world shattered, the violent force dissipated. What on earth was happening? Zhou Hai was bewildered. The sage experience card was his ultimate safeguard. Yet, instead of preserving his life, its activation had nearly taken it. Where could he seek justice for this? Regaining his composure, Zhou Hai waved his hand, and 9 beams of light materialized instantaneously. The celestial extermination sword, the god-striking whip, the soul-guarding tower, and 6 other imperial artifacts began to swirl around him. 9 supreme artifacts. Such grandiosity. At that very moment, a cold and indifferent voice echoed in Zhou Hai's ear. In the next instant, an abyss of darkness erupted from the desert sea, swiftly sealing off the 9 imperial artifacts. The artifacts radiated brilliance, and the laws of the imperial path tore through the heavens and the earth. Manifestations of countless realms appeared upon the 9 artifacts. Scenes of divine twilight emerged, deities falling from grace, a horde of ghosts surging forth, and the soul-guarding tower reigning supreme. Chains bound the heavens, ensnaring the universe. Various celestial phenomena emerged, instantaneously forging an infinite expanse for Zhou Hai, akin to a cosmic explosion. As Zhou Hai gazed outwards, it felt as though he had become the very epicenter of the universe. However, the desert sea did not vanish, it merely expanded. Beyond billions of miles, the desert sea seemed to be enraged by the presence of the 9 imperial artifacts, morphing into inexorable laws that suppressed the cosmos. Surging towards Zhou Hai like a tidal wave. What madness was this? The laws of the imperial path? Zhou Hai's scalp prickled. He was only now beginning to comprehend the terror of this desert sea. It was a manifestation of the laws of a great emperor. Though the 9 imperial artifacts were formidable, their effectiveness depended on the adversary. The might of the desert sea was formidable, rivaling that of the 9 artifacts. Endless shifting sands. I shall engage you in battle. A thunderous roar echoed, and from the 9 imperial artifacts, a chain surged forth, revealing the phantom of a gaunt old man. He stroked his wrist, his gaze murky, yet in an instant, it burst forth with boundless brilliance. The powerful laws of the imperial path surged skyward, the chain extending for billions of miles, sealing the heavens and summoning all the shifting sands into its grasp. The emperor of the sealed sky, chains that bind the heavens. Nothing more. A frigid voice resonated, and upon the shifting sands, the silhouette of a dark-haired man materialized. The endless sands scattered instantaneously, violently countering the chains that sought to bind the heavens. The 2 imperial artifacts clashed with fervor, their laws intertwining, resulting in a cataclysmic battle that threatened to rend the very fabric of reality. Chapter 61. Confronting the True Emperor. While Zhou Hai found himself in dire straits, The Great Zhou Academy remained remarkably tranquil. Following a thorough deliberation among the major sects, everyone gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, combining their efforts to test its boundaries. Alas, the true essence of the Purple Mansion realm could not penetrate the secret realm. Neither could the essence from the Tao Palace realm. Even the Unity realm was thwarted. After numerous attempts, the gathered assembly could only sigh and retreat. However, it was discovered that the essence of the innate realm could indeed enter. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and the crowd's spirits were instantly lifted. The secret realm was intricately tied to the supreme Tao field. Although many formidable figures were present, none possessed the qualifications to force their way in. Ultimately, entry to the secret realm was dictated solely by its own rules. Clearly, only young individuals whose cultivation did not exceed the innate realm were permitted to enter. It seemed that the supreme Tao field was indeed awakening, heralding an extraordinary opportunity soon to unfold. Everyone was advised to prepare, as disciples would be sent within 10 days. Who among them would seize the chance for supreme fortune was left to fate. A hearty laugh echoed from the elder of Xian Peak, who proclaimed, "Indeed. Let us hasten our preparations." The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation. This was a supreme opportunity. Securing even a fraction of it could ensure the legacy of any sect for millennia, fostering an enduring prosperity. To obtain the supreme inheritance would grant unparalleled dominance across the realms, rendering one invincible. No sacred ground could resist such temptation. As discussions unfolded, various sacred grounds swiftly transmitted messages, urging their sects to dispatch their strongest young disciples for the trial. Boom. Yet, in that very moment, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated, shaking the world to its core, and the sky darkened at an alarming rate. As everyone looked up, they beheld the once radiant sun rapidly losing its luster, enveloped by an enigmatic force. What was happening? Was it the celestial dog devouring the sun? No, this was not the celestial dog. It was the protection of the heavenly Tao, a self-defense mechanism of the myriad worlds. What could possibly pose such a threat to the heavenly Tao as to plunge it into eternal silence? The faces of all present turned pale, their hearts heavy with dread. Nearly shattered, it was unfathomable to contemplate what kind of power could disrupt the natural order of existence. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds erupted once more, akin to the thunderous wrath of the heavens striking the world. Visibly, nothing fell from the sky, yet the very ground beneath them fractured incessantly. The entire world seemed on the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, two overwhelming forces tore through the heavens, causing all to falter, and in unison, they fell to the ground. Trembling in terror, the imperial might. This was the true essence of an emperor. What on earth was transpiring? Was it a battle between the legendary emperor realm powerhouses? Did such beings still exist in this world? The imperial might was ineffable. Even those who had never experienced it could discern its presence at once. It was overwhelmingly powerful. In the instant the imperial aura descended, even the faintest trace seemed to signal the collapse of the celestial realms, as the entire heavenly Tao exerted its influence. The emperor realm represented an exalted existence, one that stood alongside the heavenly Tao, capable of annihilating the universe and all within it. At that moment, no one knew which emperor realm powerhouse was engaged in battle, but all felt the palpable threat of death looming over them. Is a new round of dark turmoil about to commence? Despair fills the eyes of those who contemplate this ominous thought, a forbidden term that is scarcely uttered. Meanwhile, in an unknown corner of the cosmos, the two formidable imperial artifacts, the celestial chains and the sands of the vast sea, have clashed with escalating intensity. Within a radius of countless light years, innumerable stars have erupted, and countless nebulae have collapsed. The universe is being torn apart, succumbing to an ominous collapse. An unnamed life planet suddenly detonates, obliterating countless beings within its grasp. The sands sweep forth, transforming a blazing sun into mere dust, merging into the tumultuous flow. Beneath this flow, the realms of existence seem insignificant, mercilessly wielding life and death. The celestial chains repeatedly attempt to bind the sands, seeking to diminish their power. Yet to no avail. The chains cannot contain the sands, nor can they save the lives on various planets. The battle between these two imperial artifacts is a spectacle of destruction, far simpler and more evident than the act of preservation. Goodness, what have I said? Cultivators are but glitches in this world. They spread like malignant cells. The stronger their cultivation, the greater the threat they pose to this universe. This is no mere conflict of imperial artifacts. It is a march towards the annihilation of the cosmos. Zhou Hai finds himself at the epicenter of the battle, fortunate to have the protection of the 8 imperial artifacts, allowing him to remain unscathed. Otherwise, with his meager cultivation, he would have been reduced to ash, leaving no trace behind. Why do you all stand idly by? Go forth and disperse this wretched sand. Witnessing the madness of the sands of the vast sea, Zhou Hai's anger surged. Yet, the 8 imperial artifacts remained motionless, prompting him to furrow his brow. Do they dare to move? Just then, a laugh echoed, and Zhou Hai turned abruptly, his expression shifting to one of shock. Emerging from the depths of the cosmic void was the figure that had previously manifested within the sands of the vast sea. No, this is no mere apparition. This is a true being. He exudes no discernible aura, yet as he walks, the stars orbit around him, and the laws of the universe bend to his will. It is as if the entire cosmos belongs to him. He is the singular deity of this realm. Zhou Hai felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of unease washing over him. This is the master of the sands of the vast sea, the true emperor. What is Zhou Hai in comparison? A mere cultivator at the unity realm, an insignificant existence, encountering an emperor. Who can understand this feeling? Buzzing surrounds Zhou Hai as the imperial artifacts tremble incessantly. An overwhelming imperial might pervading the atmosphere. Shadows manifest upon the artifacts, all poised with unwavering focus upon the emperor of the vast sea. Though they are imperial artifacts, faced with a genuine emperor, their might diminishes significantly. Do not move. What are you doing? You lack understanding. This is a true emperor, the emperor of the vast sea, boundless in power, unparalleled in the heavens and the earth. I, the junior Morong Xiao, pay my respects to the emperor of the vast sea. Zhou Hai's face turned pale. In the presence of a true emperor, he could hardly muster any inclination for battle. He did not even dare to command the 8 imperial artifacts to advance, instead resorting to flattery. The 9 imperial artifacts in attendance. I had thought them to be prodigies of unparalleled talent, yet they turn out to be mere sycophants. I can sense the insincerity in your words. There is a lack of respect towards me. Yet, curiously, it seems as though there is something obscuring the truth within you. For someone of my stature is unable to perceive the thoughts of one as insignificant as yourself. Quite intriguing. You are called Morong Xiao, are you not? The great emperor of the vast sea chuckled, looking at Zhou Hai with a smile. Your Majesty, you jest. The younger generation speaks candidly. How could they be insincere in their words? My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing rivers, uncontainable. Among all the emperors of past, present, and future, you are the one I hold in the highest regard. Indeed, I am Morong Xiao. To behold your true form today is a fortune beyond measure. I could die content. Zhou Hai bowed deeply in utmost reverence. The spirits of the 8 supreme artifacts beside him covered their faces in embarrassment. With such a master, they felt utterly ashamed to be seen. Is that so? Then close your eyes. I wish to see what secrets you harbor that could attract the attention of the 9 supreme artifacts. The great emperor of the vast sea chuckled lightly, raising his hand towards Zhou Hai. Chapter 62. The emperor recites the true name of Morong Xiao. Boom. Across billions of light years, the celestial bodies transformed into flowing sands, converging at one point, instantaneously forming a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, descending upon Zhou Hai. By heavens, I have never shown such respect even to my father. Do you take my reverence so lightly? Zhou Hai was taken aback. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face, yet this ill-mannered individual provoked his wrath. Seeking death, the great emperor of the vast sea's gaze intensified, and the colossal hand descended swiftly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 8 supreme artifacts surged into action, the laws of the universe coalescing, colliding with the descending hand. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens trembled, the fabric of space warped, as the battle threatened to shatter the entire cosmos. Under the protection of the 8 supreme artifacts, Zhou Hai remained unyielded even in the face of the emperor's might. But as the battle commenced, the emperor's power permeated the air. The slightest release of energy made him feel as if the heavens were collapsing and the universe was turning upside down. The overwhelming pressure contorted his body, bones fracturing incessantly, as he teetered on the brink of annihilation. A powerful being of the imperial realm need not even lay a hand upon him. A mere glance or a breath could render him without a grave. Damn it, this teleportation array is sending me straight to the lair of that foolish emperor. It's a death sentence. Zhou Hai cursed inwardly. Having already summoned the imperial artifacts, he hastily retrieved several supreme artifacts to counter the emperor's might. Yet even the supreme artifacts could not withstand the leaking imperial pressure, and Zhou Hai's condition worsened. The rampant force threatened to claim his life at any moment. He activated a sage experience card, forcibly elevating his cultivation to stabilize his situation. Boom. However, the laws of the universe erupted. The 8 supreme artifacts were simultaneously cast aside, as the rampant force surged forth, causing the supreme artifacts to shatter one after another. Zhou Hai's pupils widened. The supreme artifacts were utterly incapable of countering this force. The released energy instantly caused him to cough up blood, his internal organs rupturing, and his sage cultivation was obliterated on the spot. Once more, without a second thought, Zhou Hai activated another Sage Experience card. However, it proved utterly futile, merely enhancing his endurance slightly. Under the might of the Emperor, it was swiftly shattered nonetheless. Time and time again, after experiencing the saintly trials, Zhou Hai quickly exhausted his 8th attempt. In that fleeting moment, 7 saints had perished on the spot. Just as Zhou Hai prepared to unleash the 8th trial, he hastily activated the 9th, when a familiar aura confronted him. It was the Supreme Presence, identical to that which had leaked from the secret realm of the Academy. Han Hai Tianzuan, do you seek to instigate turmoil? A chilling voice echoed. In the next instant, Zhou Hai witnessed the laws of the heavens coalesce, transforming into a heavenly talisman that materialized into a silhouette. Before him stood a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in green. Her vibrant life force swirling around her, breathing vitality into this corner of the universe that had been nearly shattered. Under the influence of her aura, Zhou Hai's grievously wounded body began to rejuvenate at a visibly accelerated pace, as though he had just imbibed from the fountain of life. You, a mere supreme, dare to appear before me. Han Hai Tianzuan frowned, finally acknowledging her presence. We are both supremes. What gives you the right to look down upon me? Do you truly believe you are still the emperor of your? The emperor has long since perished. Those who remain are but lowly scavengers. The woman's beauty was matched only by the indifference in her expression, yet her words pierced deeply, laden with scorn. You seek death. Enraged, Han Hai Tianzuan unleashed a cataclysmic force upon the universe. Leave the imperial artifact. With a graceful wave, the woman summoned a gentle power that whisked Zhou Hai away from that place. Thank you, beautiful supreme. The artifact is yours. Kill this wretched creature. Zhou Hai bellowed, his words inciting a murderous glare from Han Hai Tianzuan. Had it not been for the supreme presence shielding him, he would have been instantly slain by that lethal stare. Yet even so, explosive sounds of destruction continued to reverberate around him, as numerous supreme artifacts shattered under the weight of Han Hai Tianzuan's gaze. Why glare at me? Sooner or later, I shall bring about your demise. Zhou Hai cursed vehemently. No, in the presence of the beautiful supreme, there's no need to wait. You shall meet your end today. Before he could finish his tirade, he vanished from sight. Mu Rongxiao, to insult me, the emperor. There shall be no refuge for you in all the realms. I will ensure you wish for death. Han Hai Tianzuan had never been this furious before. His roar reverberated through the cosmos, echoing in every corner of the universe. In the ancient star domain, at the Beihuang de Zhou Academy, all fell prostrate in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated from above, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Zhou Hai coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale, his very soul trembling. All gazes turned toward him with incredulity. What had transpired? To have a great emperor uttering his name was an unparalleled honor. Yet, this glory was perilous. None could fathom how Zhou Hai had provoked the wrath of an emperor. In a corner of the universe, the battle reignited. Above the realm of the Supreme stood the emperor. The domain of the Supreme was ultimately no match for the laws of the emperor. However, simultaneously wielding the 8 imperial weapons and recalling the heaven-sealing chains, the woman astonishingly thwarted the onslaught of the Sea Emperor at a distant corner of the cosmos. Their fierce confrontation caused the very fabric of the universe to shatter, transforming it into a desolate sea. The battle raged for a prolonged 6 days, and only then did the onlookers find respite from the overwhelming tension. The conclusion of this fierce conflict remained shrouded in mystery, with no one privy to its outcome. What was evident, however, was that the impending dark turmoil had been quelled in the aftermath of this clash. At the very moment the battle subsided, the entrance to the secret realm of the martial arts palace of the Great Zhou Academy abruptly sealed, with grand characters ascending towards the heavens, issuing a decree of sorts. 3 months later, the secret realm was reactivated, heralding the supreme legacy and the birth of destiny. Subsequently, the realm fell silent, exuding an aura of death, as if the entire domain mourned. Even the vast expanse of the primordial star domain seemed to echo this sorrow, as if bidding farewell to someone significant. What transpired? What had occurred? Witnessing this, all present before the Great Zhou Academy were momentarily taken aback, only to be followed by an overwhelming wave of elation. The true legacy had emerged, a supreme being sought an heir to their mantle. If the previous hopes of obtaining the legacy had been dim, this time, success was all but assured. This was an unparalleled opportunity that none could afford to overlook. The denizens of all great sacred lands and dynasties hastily prepared to return to their ancestral grounds. Even those from the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty departed after leaving compensation behind. Thus commenced a fierce contest for the supreme legacy. What had befallen the once vibrant world, now shrouded in a pallid haze? Meanwhile, in another realm, Zhou Hai found himself inexplicably weeping. having just completed his recuperation. He should have felt grateful for having salvaged his life, yet he was engulfed in an inexplicable melancholy. Surrounded by a sea of flowers, he witnessed the blossoms withering, transforming the once kaleidoscopic landscape into a monochrome void. Suddenly, the 9 imperial artifacts plummeted beside him, all marred, stripped of their former glory. The artifacts lay dormant, devoid of any trace of their profound essence. Chapter 63, The Sealed Emperor. Damn it, that wretched Sea Emperor, you heartless fiend. You've rendered my 9 life-saving trump cards utterly useless. Zhou Hai's eyes instantly reddened. This battle had not only obliterated all his supreme artifacts, but left not a single imperial weapon unscathed. This was a catastrophic loss. Morong Shao, I vow to settle this with you. Abruptly, the voice of the Sea Emperor echoed, startling Zhou Hai, causing his legs to weaken as he nearly collapsed. Where are you? Zhou Hai scanned his surroundings, his gaze rife with caution. With a swift motion, he summoned forth over 100 treasures of sacred grade and above, bracing himself for confrontation. What the hell? How many imperial treasures did you pilfer? Where did you acquire such a bounty? The Sea Emperor's voice resonated again, laced with fury and incredulity. He realized that even his own amassed wealth paled in comparison to Zhou Hai's, inciting his frustration. What is the situation? You haven't been slain and sealed. Have you? Zhou Hai paused, astonished to realize that the voice of the Sea Emperor emanated from within the 9 imperial artifacts. Han Hai Tianzun let out a cold snort, filled with intense resentment and fury. Logically speaking, with his strength, even if he were to self-inflict a wound, no one could rival him, not even a peak supreme being equipped with 9 imperial artifacts. However, at a critical moment, the 9 imperial artifacts underwent a transformation, concealing the lethal trump cards of the 9 former emperors, which ultimately severed him into 9 pieces. Of course, this was not enough to slay him. Yet, severely injured, he had no chance to resist, as he was simultaneously sealed by the hidden lethal attacks of the 9 emperors. Now, trapped within the 9 artifacts, he was utterly devoid of any source of power, forced to rely solely on his imperial body to gradually accumulate strength, awaiting the day he could break free from the seal and once again emerge victorious. You really have been sealed. Zhou Hai chuckled, emboldened, and approached the 9 imperial artifacts, delivering a flurry of powerful kicks. While this could not harm the sealed Han Hai Tianzun, the sense of humiliation was overwhelming, nearly causing him to spit blood in rage. Ha. Throughout history, there has been Qiyu slain and sealed within the 9 provinces. Today, there is the old thief Han Hai, killed and bound within 9 artifacts. You truly deserve it. Well, enjoy your time here. I shall take my leave. After a moment, Zhou Hai laughed heartily, satisfied, and was about to turn away when a gentle voice interrupted. Wait, are you not taking these 9 imperial artifacts with you? It was the beautiful supreme being, her voice reminiscent of a refreshing breeze. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Zhou Hai felt a pang of sorrow. This feeling was utterly perplexing. Rubbing his eyes, he discovered that tears were once again streaming down his face. Damn it, why am I crying for no reason? Do I have a disease of the wind? Zhou Hai rubbed his eyes and replied, Beautiful supreme being, are these still my imperial artifacts? There's an old thief hidden within them. If I carry them, do you wish for him to kill me? Thus, if you like, I shall gift them to you. Zhou Hai understood clearly that while the imperial artifacts were indeed valuable, their danger could not be overlooked. He had no desire for something so perilous. No, you must take them. The beautiful supreme being insisted. I have perished in battle and am powerless to suppress him. Only your unparalleled strength can keep him sealed for a longer duration. Should you abandon the 9 imperial artifacts here, within 10 years, he shall refine them and emerge once again. At that time, no one will be able to balance the scales, and a great calamity will ensue. The beautiful supreme being's voice revealed her surprise at Zhou Hai's generosity, as he so easily dismissed the 9 imperial artifacts. What? You are dead? Are you joking? Is this a ghost speaking to me? Moreover, in battles of your caliber, can the dead still possess spirits? Zhou Hai's eyes widened, utterly disbelieving the beautiful supreme being's words. Foolish. This woman has sacrificed herself to revive many star realms, and has long merged with the heavenly Tao, becoming a part of it. Otherwise, do you think she would have the qualifications to stand before me? She has long since turned to ashes, leaving only the divine consciousness of the heavenly Tao, which cannot last beyond half a year. Do you not understand why you are crying? The Supreme has shed blood. The heavenly Tao mourns. How can you not weep? The voice of Han Hai Tianzun resounded, laced with disdain. What? Truly dead? Zhou Hai's heart jolted, a profound sense of sorrow welling from within. This woman had perished to save him, and the debt of gratitude he owed had grown immensely. Take away the 9 imperial artifacts. With them in your possession, perhaps you can seal this individual for a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years. Otherwise, in 10 years, darkness will rise, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The voice of the supreme beauty resounded once more, filled with compassion. However, Zhou Hai appeared conflicted and pained. He was genuinely fearful. Yet, recalling that this person had sacrificed their life to save him, he felt a sense of obligation. It would be unreasonable to refuse further. Very well, I shall take them. He finally stammered, reluctantly agreeing and stowing the 9 artifacts away. Thank you, rootless one. Your perilous endeavor for the sake of all beings will earn you the favor of the heavenly Tao, and you shall be endowed with the merits of the masses. Fortune will smile upon you. The supreme beauty's voice echoed again, akin to a divine blessing. In an instant, Zhou Hai felt warmth enveloping him, as if a mysterious power coursed through his being, forming a halo of merit above his head. Soon, the halo retracted. Although Zhou Hai did not perceive the so-called blessings of the heavenly Tao, he sensed, in a hazy manner, that the entire world was embracing him. Yet he could not draw near to it. This sensation was peculiar, leaving even him at a loss for words. By this logic, I too am a person of great merit. Zhou Hai chuckled, though he mused that while the supreme beauty could offer blessings, the term rootless one sounded rather unappealing. Despite lacking experience in gathering merit and the blessings of the heavenly Tao, after 7 years in the realm of cultivation, he understood their significance better than anyone. In the realm of cultivation, the mystical gate contended with the heavenly Tao for fortune and longevity. Conversely, outside the mystical gate, the Buddhist sect diligently amassed merit. It is said that when these two forces reach their zenith, one might even transcend the heavenly Tao and become one of the legendary immortals. Of course, the truth of this remains uncertain. Yet, it is evident that throughout history, great emperors have eagerly pursued these two entities, signifying their immense value. Very well, rootless one. Your disciple is safe now. You may depart. The voice of the supreme beauty resonated once more, and Zhou Hai found himself transported to another location in an instant. A familiar scent enveloped him. It was the aroma of the primordial star domain. Zhou Hai floated high in the sky, standing upon a bed of clouds. Before he could steady himself, another figure plummeted from above, startling him. Xiao. He quickly reached out to catch her, cradling the unconscious Qin Xiao in his arms. Chapter 64. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Xiao, how are you? Wake up, Zhou Hai exclaimed, holding her tightly as he brought her to a grassy patch and vigorously shook her. Finally, after administering a plethora of spiritual pills, Qin Xiao slowly regained consciousness. Xiao, Zhou Hai began, eager to inquire about what had transpired. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Xiao interrupted him. Master, thank you. I thought I would never see you again. You are truly formidable. Not even the emperor could match you. Did you slay the emperor to save me? As Qin Xiao caught sight of Zhou Hai, tears streamed down her cheeks as she tightly embraced his neck, weeping. Zhou Hai froze, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had he slain an emperor? How could this girl dare to think such a thing? Xiao, have you misunderstood something? Zhou Hai attempted to offer an explanation, but Qin Xiao would not grant him the opportunity. Master, please don't say anything more. I have seen it all. An emperor appeared, intent on killing me, and even the demon palace could not withstand the onslaught. Had it not been for the crucial moment when the green curtain barrier materialized, I would have perished. I know it was you protecting me, master. Indeed, not long after, his master appeared, clashing with the emperor's treasured weapon, ultimately confronting the emperor himself. Though she could not hold out until the end, if her master had not vanquished the emperor, how could he have saved her? Thank you, master. Qin Xiao was overwhelmed with gratitude, knowing that her master was her greatest support in life. Truly, with her master present, even the emperor posed no threat. Of course, it is only natural. How could my precious disciple be bullied? Zhou Hai's face stiffened. He had not anticipated that his image in Qin Xiao's eyes was so grand. The sensation of being revered was exhilarating. I have never encountered someone so shameless. In a chaotic system space, the Han Hai Emperor, sealed within the 9 imperial artifacts, was enraged beyond measure. How could he, the unparalleled Han Hai Emperor, be said to have fallen at the hands of an insignificant insect? The audacity of this wretched being to admit such a disgrace was utterly absurd. If he could manifest, he felt his face would surely turn green with fury. All right, my disciple, it's all over now. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you again, let them ponder the fate of the Han Hai Emperor. Zhou Hai's voice echoed once more, infuriating the Han Hai Emperor to the point where he felt devoid of even the strength to rage. Just how shameless could this brat be? Attempting to elevate himself at the emperor's expense? It was simply outrageous. Understood, master. Qin Xiao nodded. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Ding, congratulations, host. For successfully protecting the path, you are now rewarded with the Path Protection Gift Pack. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Hai opened it. Ding, Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Puppet Emperor weapon, Zhou Hai Sans. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving an Emperor Experience card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Merit Divine Temple. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10,000 years of cultivation. Zhou Hai's eyes brightened. As the system's words fell, a torrent of power surged into his body like a tidal wave. His cultivation skyrocketed. Unity Realm, 3rd level. Unity Realm, 4th level. Unity Realm, 5th level. Unity Realm, 9th level. In a mere instant, his cultivation successfully broke through to the 9th level of the Unity Realm. Yet, this was not the end. Boom, boom, boom. An upheaval within his body echoed in his ears, and deep within his consciousness, a palace emerged, radiating the most primal essence of the Tao. In that moment, Zhou Hai's cultivation surged to the 1st level of the Tao Palace Realm. Tao Palace Realm, 2nd level. Tao Palace Realm, 3rd level. Tao Palace Realm, 4th level. Soon, Zhou Hai's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Tao Palace Realm, and he finally came to a halt, stunned by the elevation of his abilities. Zhou Hai could hardly believe it. In such a brief span of time, he had ascended to the 9th layer of the Tao Palace Realm. Although the recent pathguarding endeavor had incurred significant losses, the rewards were indeed remarkable. In addition to a millennium of cultivation, he had also acquired an Emperor Experience card. Did this not imply that he could assume the role of an emperor at will? This newfound confidence would certainly bolster his boastfulness. He resolved that from this day forth, the esteemed Zhou Hai Tianzuan would be the one he had vanquished. It was imperative to devise a swift method to inform the world of his triumph. As for evidence, was the Zhou Hai Lu Sha not sufficient? The Puppet Emperor artifact. Currently, this artifact was under the system's stringent control, meaning it remained undamaged yet utterly incapable of resistance. Destined to serve as a puppet obedient to Zhou Hai's commands, this would become a crucial safeguard for his life. The Temple of Meritorious Deeds. With its divine blessings and the power of faith, it could resurrect the deceased. My goodness, what a splendid treasure. Upon further inquiry into the Temple of Meritorious Deeds, Zhou Hai's eyes sparkled with realization. Having incurred a life-saving debt, he had yet to devise a means to repay it. Was this not the opportunity he sought? By the way, system, do you happen to know the name of that beautiful supreme being? With this thought, Zhou Hai quickly inquired of the system. Yet the system remained silent, as usual, as if it had perished. Damn. Seeing this, Zhou Hai could only scowl. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the heavens and earth, faintly suggesting a fierce battle was underway. Zhou Hai lifted his gaze and, with a glance that pierced 1,000 miles, beheld the scene. Individuals from the academy being subdued by formidable foes, with many already having suffered grievous injuries or death. Seeking death, Zhou Hai's eyes narrowed with intensity as he abruptly rose to his feet. Xiao, come with me. Grasping Qin Xiao's hand, Zhou Hai did not even need to utilize the Emperor's teleportation array. With strides that defied distance, he arrived at the site 1,000 miles away in an instant. Humph. Those thieving scoundrels of the academy dare to lay hands on the people of my sacred valley. Today, you shall all find no refuge in death. A chilling voice echoed as Li Chongqing, Wu Yang, Chen Shuang, and others led their disciples, who were being suppressed by the people of the Wandu Valley. The 3 great masters of the Enlightenment realm were jointly restrained by a single harmonization realm expert, rendered utterly motionless. They were bloodied, yet even in desperation, their struggle proved futile. The other disciples were utterly defenseless, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Boom! An explosion resounded, and the body of an academy disciple erupted in a shower of blood and flesh. No, the remaining disciples' eyes widened in horror, while the elders wept blood. Yet their lamentations were in vain. Ha ha ha! They claimed the academy is the holy land of the North Wilderness, yet it is merely this. A mere swarm of insignificant ants, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. The one responsible for the slaughter was another harmonization realm expert, who, as he spoke, raised his hand to obliterate another disciple's body, leaving the victim no time to utter a scream. How does it feel, esteemed academy, to meddle in affairs and save the common folk? Now your academy cannot even save itself. How can you hope to aid others? Ha ha ha, is this despair? Greater despair lies ahead. Beside him stood another harmonization realm expert, who, stepping forward, declared, do not kill them, leave them to me. I shall ensure they suffer worse than death. They were tormented into restless spirits, forged into soldiers of the Tao. Now, one may relish in their despair. As he spoke, the formidable being at the Unity realm waved his hand, unleashing a sinister miasma that threatened to engulf everyone within the academy. The elders, including Wu Yang, were filled with horror at the sight of the encroaching poison. This group represented the future of the great Zhou Academy. Should they fall, the academy would face an irreversible decline. Among the crowd, Chu Chun, Xiao Ting, Ling Luoxue, and Bai Shushu wore expressions of despair. Though they yearned to resist, the overwhelming pressure from the Unity Realm expert rendered them immobile, leaving them to await their grim fate. Do you take pleasure in tormenting others? How fortuitous, for I share this affinity. Shall we engage in a dialogue? Just as despair gripped the hearts of all, a cold voice pierced through the air. In an instant, the expanding poison recoiled rapidly, returning to the Unity Realm expert, flooding into his very being. Who? The expert's countenance shifted drastically, and before he could react, a commanding voice reverberated. I declare, let there be light, and this world shall be illuminated. I decree the birth of life, and you shall emerge. Now, I compel you to reap the bitter fruits of your own malice, to taste your own venom. You shall suffer a fate worse than death, transformed into a soldier of the Tao. Upon uttering these words, the Unity Realm expert felt his internal laws shatter. His power rebounded violently, wreaking havoc upon his meridians. Agonizing pain overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground. The agonized wails echoed across the wilderness, leaving all spectators in stunned silence. Before their eyes, the Unity Realm expert's body darkened visibly, hardening before finally softening into a liquid form. Yet, the ordeal did not cease. Once his corporeal form completely dissolved, a pitch-black soul emerged, shrieking in agony amidst the poison. Even in death, he could not escape the torment emanating from the depths of his spirit. A soul banner of poison emerged, belonging to the Unity Realm expert's Tao soldier. The banner quivered, drawing the expert's soul into its depths with a ferocious pull. The cries intensified, even causing the soul banner to tremble. This banner thrived on nurturing poisoned souls. Every individual slain, tainted by the miasma, would endure eternal suffering. Through the years of anguish, the poisoned souls would grow increasingly deranged and powerful, imbued with boundless destructive force. Once ensnared within the banner, their torment would be magnified 1,000-fold. By nurturing countless souls, the soul banner, when unleashed, rendered it nearly invincible against those of equal standing. It could even corrode and annihilate stronger foes in an instant. However, none anticipated that the Unity Realm expert, who had painstakingly forged this Tao soldier, would ultimately find his demise within its grasp. Who are you truly? As realization dawned, the other two Unity Realm experts present grew frantic, hurriedly converging and scanning their surroundings in bewilderment. Foolish creatures, my master has slain even the Grand Emperor of the vast sea, and yet you dare to harm the people of my academy. A chilling voice interjected, this time belonging to a woman. What? Slaying an emperor? What manner of being is the Emperor of the vast sea? I have never heard of him before. The two formidable masters of the Unity Realm were momentarily taken aback. One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable gravitas of the title Emperor. However, when considered alongside the preceding words, these two masters exhibited a countenance of utter bewilderment. If you possess true prowess, step forth rather than cower in the shadows. To claim the slaying of the Emperor of the vast sea, what manner of creature is that? Such grandiose boasts lack an ounce of credibility. One of them bellowed, clearly struggling to fathom the true identity of this Emperor of the vast sea. Upon hearing Qin Shiyao's words, Zhou Hai initially felt a surge of pride. It is gratifying to have someone bolster one's reputation. Yet, the reaction of the others left him somewhat disheartened, as though his fist had struck nothing but cotton. The bravado he sought to project fell flat, leaving him with an acute sense of embarrassment. Damn it, vast sea, how have you fallen so low? Once an emperor, how is it that no one recognizes you now? Zhou Hai silently raged at the sealed Emperor of the vast sea, eliciting a speechless response from the emperor. Begone, you ignorant younglings. I attained enlightenment 800,000 years ago. What could these ants, whose lives scarcely extend beyond a mere 1,000 years, possibly comprehend? The Emperor of the vast sea roared in fury, clearly incensed by the incessant taunts of these insignificant beings. Thus, it became evident, your era has long since passed. You are truly of no use, incapable even of maintaining an air of grandeur. Zhou Hai suddenly grasped the situation, and his words nearly drove the vast sea emperor to the brink of bloodshed. Such statements are not only hurtful, but profoundly insulting. Enough, my disciple. These two ants. Even the sages find it difficult to engage with. How can you discuss the emperor with them, a being they cannot even aspire to comprehend? Zhou Hai's weary voice resonated, bringing joy to the onlookers. They recognized the voices of their junior sister and senior uncle. In an instant, all present collapsed to the ground, lying there with an ease that betrayed any semblance of vigilance. It felt as though the pillar of their household had arrived, relieving them of all concerns. What is happening? The only one who remained standing amidst the throng was Zheng Qianquan, his face a portrait of confusion as he observed the scene, feeling quite out of place. After a brief hesitation, he too chose to conform and lay down with the others. Have you no shame? I arrive, and you all simply collapse? Zhou Hai emerged from the void with a dark expression, accompanied by Qin Shiyao. Uncle Master, the disciples are suffering greatly. They say when the sky falls, one must have a tall figure to support it. Why have you only just arrived now? We have endured immense trials along the way. Now that you finally appear, you do not even allow us a moment's respite. Chu Chun lamented, tears streaming down his face in a display of profound grievance. Indeed, Uncle Master, we have suffered greatly. First, we clashed with the Sword Sect, and then we encountered that band of rogues from the primordial era. Had it not been for Elder Howren passing by, we would have met our doom long ago. Just when we thought we had escaped one calamity, we were beset by these venomous old fiends. Elder Howren was poisoned, dragging one Purple Mansion Master along with him amidst a throng of over a dozen Dao Palace elders. Can you imagine the despair we felt throughout this journey? The disciples wailed in unison. Even elders such as Wu Yang shared in the sensation of having narrowly evaded death. Is it truly as dire as that? Zhou Hai was taken aback, unable to suppress a flicker of sympathy. No wonder these individuals find themselves in such dire straits. After escaping the confines of academia, they are beset by numerous life-threatening calamities. To survive is indeed a stroke of fortune. Amidst the crowd, Zheng Qianquan observed his fellow disciples lamenting their grievances, appearing exceedingly close to Zhou Hai, while he himself could scarcely utter a word. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within him once more. He ought to have been the one closest to Zhou Hai, reflecting on the choices he had made. He was filled with regret, so profound it was as if he might bleed from it. Enough, enough, let us all lie down and rest. I shall seek justice for you. Zhou Hai shook his head, his gaze fixed upon the two formidable beings of the harmonization realm. In an instant, two streaks of light flashed by, and without a second thought, the harmonization realm experts took flight, fleeing with great haste. What a jest! They could not even perceive how this individual had materialized. Why would they engage in combat with him? Could they truly escape? Come down here. Zhou Hai's eyes narrowed slightly. And with his words, the laws of nature responded, unleashing a tempestuous force that struck the two men instantaneously. Boom. Puff. The two were as if crushed by countless mountains, each spewing forth a mouthful of blood. When they crashed to the ground, their meridians and bones lay shattered. The disciples of the academy, witnessing this spectacle, rose simultaneously, their eyes wide with disbelief. Previously, none could discern how Zhou Hai had vanquished that harmonization realm expert, yet this time, all beheld the truth. This was the genuine manifestation of command over the elements. The heavens responded in kind. This was indeed the hallmark of a sage. Zhou Hai was a sage. As one wave subsided, another arose. The shock Zhou Hai had instilled previously had yet to dissipate, and now the astonishment was immeasurably greater. Spare us, O sage. We are blind and have offended a sage. We beseech your mercy. We are willing to serve you as slaves for all eternity. Despairing, the two harmonization realm experts pleaded fervently. Had they the strength to rise, they would have surely cracked their heads on the ground in supplication. Serve me? You believe yourselves worthy? Zhou Hai's gaze was devoid of warmth as his palm gradually tightened. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed. An invisible law of nature locked onto the two, slowly erasing their very existence. The Academy's disciples stared in rapt disbelief, witnessing the two transform into nothing but ash, their very souls obliterated. Rise. Turning, Zhou Hai waved his hand, and an intangible force surged into each individual. They felt their injuries mend significantly, vitality coursing through their bodies. Junior brother. Wu Yang and the others were filled with mixed emotions, never having imagined that the junior brother they often teased was, in truth, a supreme being on par with the ancient sages. The other disciples were exhilarated, with such a powerful protector as their junior uncle, who would dare to lay a finger on the great Zhou Academy. In the future, even if they encountered disciples from the sacred lands, they would no longer need to bow their heads in submission. Speak, where has that old rascal Yi Haoren gone? Zhou Hai inquired with a somber tone. He held a particular fondness for Yi Haoren, appreciating his forthrightness. Most importantly, he was a man of principle who never abused his power, embodying a spirit unafraid of tyranny. If such a person could be kept by one's side as a mouthpiece, it would be utterly delightful. Junior Master, over there? He has gone that way. In the throng, Shao Ting hurriedly pointed in a direction. Junior Master, you must hurry. Elder Howren has been poisoned and is besieged by an old monster of the same realm, accompanied by over 100 people. The situation is dire. Chu Chen also urged. Over 100 people? Zhou Hai frowned. Indeed, Junior Master. In addition to that old demon of the Purple Mansion realm and a dozen or so Dao Palace old ghosts, there are 72 formidable beings of the harmonization realm, forming what they call the 72 earthly fiends' deadly poison array. Elder Howren was ensnared by their treachery and has succumbed to poison. United, these individuals pose a great danger to Elder Howren. Bai Shushu interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai hesitated no longer. He leaped forth, covering several dozen miles in an instant, finally feeling the fluctuations of battle from thousands of miles away. Evidently, Yi Haoran had been fleeing all this way, attempting to divert more experts to create an opportunity for the others in the academy to escape. Alas, he was fated to be ensnared alone. After traversing several thousand miles, Zhou Hai followed the fluctuations of spiritual energy into the battlefield, only to be taken aback. Indeed, Yi Haoran was gravely poisoned and severely injured, nearly on the brink of death. However, the situation was not as bleak as anticipated. Out of nowhere, dozens of experts had emerged, the weakest of whom were at the harmonization realm. Among them were even those of the Dao Palace realm and 3 grand cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. Although the 3 grand cultivators had not reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, their combined efforts barely held the peak old monster of the 10,000 Poison Valley at bay. Without that old monster-esque suppression, the remaining dozens managed to struggle against the other cultivators from the 10,000 Poison Valley. Hiss, these individuals do not appear to be experts from the main academy, Zhou Hai observed, confirming they were not part of the reinforcements from the central academy. Yet, curiously, they employed the academy's techniques, each bearing traces of the righteous path of Haoran, undeniably members of the academy. Could they be the predecessors of our lineage? Zhou Hai speculated inwardly, soon finding the answer. You scoundrels! My great Zhou Academy has stood for millennia, continuously innovating through generations. Many predecessors have indeed perished, but we old fellows are still alive. To dare bully our great Zhou Academy, you know not the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth. An elder with hair as white as snow roared fiercely, his true essence surging, an overwhelming aura of righteousness engulfing the surroundings. Our academy advocates reason, yet we are not incapable of battle. If you wish to fight, who fears whom? This was a robust middle-aged man who appeared youthful, yet his aura betrayed his advancing years. At this moment, he surged with might, towering at 3 meters. Like a giant standing his ground against 5 equally ranked adversaries. Clearly, he was a predecessor from the martial Dao Palace. Amidst the battlefield, the spiritual energies surged. True essence intertwining, the principles of the Dao capable of annihilating heaven and earth. This group of individuals encouraged one another, seemingly holding their ground, yet in reality, each was nearing exhaustion. Defeat was merely a matter of time, their current struggle but a final gasp. Witnessing this, Zhou Hai no longer hesitated. He transformed into a bolt of black lightning. The principles of destruction coursed through the lightning, tearing the heavens and the earth as he passed. Boom! In an instant, a cacophony of explosions erupted. The numerous experts from the 10,000 Poison Valley were caught off guard, their bodies disintegrating in an instant. In less than 3 breaths, 72 pinnacle cultivators perished, their souls extinguished, not even leaving behind their primordial spirits, all obliterated by Zhou Hai's annihilative principles. What on earth is happening? The expressions of the 18 Dao Palace realm experts shifted dramatically. They could no longer afford to focus on their opponents and swiftly converged in one place. Suddenly, they felt a fluctuation in space, and a figure appeared among them. You are doomed. Zhou Hai's voice resonated, clearly revealing the gravity of their situation. Subsequently, destructive principles ensnared each individual. In the void, a singular path descended, nearly solidifying into a principle of order. Boom! The entire space erupted, with fissures slithering through like ethereal serpents. Even the heavens and the earth could not withstand the ravages of Zhou Hai's obliterating Dao. These Dao Palace realm experts were no exception. In but a moment, their bodies exploded, not even allowing blood to escape before being instantaneously refined. The air was filled with heart-wrenching screams, and the scene was swiftly cleared. The experts from the academy stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief at the sudden turn of events, and at the young man standing resolutely on the battlefield. No one discerned how he had made his move. They only witnessed that the moment he appeared, all the experts from the 10,000 Poison Valley succumbed to a single strike, utterly annihilated. Who are you? The expression of the pinnacle expert from the 10,000 Poison Valley shifted dramatically, hastily retreating from the battlefield, his gaze warily fixed on Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai, little brother. You have arrived? On the ground, the gravely injured Yi Haoran, on the brink of death, exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhou Hai. He had become not only the pillar of the great Zhou Academy, but also the cornerstone of Yi Haoran's peace of mind. In that moment, he knew that all danger had been averted. Chapter 67. Effortlessly slaying a peak Purple Mansion expert. Alas, look at you all. Without me, this academy would surely face annihilation. Zhou Hai shook his head, reflecting on the tumultuous past half-month, fraught with peril, having faced extermination several times. He was at a loss for words regarding the academy's misfortunes. The crowd collectively lowered their heads, a group of venerable elders unable to suppress their flushed faces. Though they yearned to refute, They had to concede that had Zhou Hai not come today, everyone would have perished here. The Great Zhou Academy was truly on the brink of extinction. Enough. My academy is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. I wish to see how many lives those who dare to threaten my academy possess. Zhou Hai waved his hand, turning his gaze towards the pinnacle purple mansion expert from the 10,000 Poison Valley, and coldly declared, I give you a chance, take your own life. At least that way, you can depart with some ease. Upon hearing this, the purple mansion expert's expression darkened. He scrutinized Zhou Hai for quite some time, unable to discern his cultivation level, yet he could see that Zhou Hai was merely in his 20s. He simply could not fathom how a youth so young could possess such formidable strength. Ha ha ha, young man, if I am not mistaken, you must be the holy son of the academy, correct? Do you truly believe that by concealing your cultivation with secret techniques and using treasures to slay these individuals, you can intimidate me? You underestimate me far too much. I trust you will not underestimate my comprehension of the Taoist realm. Today, even if I stand alone, every soul present shall perish. Suddenly, the formidable figure of the purple mansion realm erupted into laughter, his true essence surging forth, an inexplicable primordial force enveloping him, as if he were about to rend the heavens asunder. Is this truly the extent of his power? The countenance of those present shifted drastically, save for Yi Haoran. A flicker of panic flashed in the eyes of all. The primordial force, the opportunity to forge the heavens. This was the crux of touching upon that pinnacle of existence. Once the primordial force solidified, it could indeed cleave the heavens and attain the status of a saint, exerting dominion over a realm, rendering one invincible. A being who cultivates the primordial force of a saint is destined to be unparalleled. Under the gaze of all, the individual's true essence flowed around him, faintly coalescing into an ethereal world. A colossal energy suffused the cosmos, to the point where space itself seemed on the verge of rupture. Youngster, perish, he bellowed. As the phantasm of the world whirled violently, the destructive force extending across thousands of miles. On the ground, all flora and creatures were instantaneously obliterated. The gathered crowd hastily summoned their Taoist weapons, barely managing to stabilize their forms. Yet, some still coughed up blood, their faces etched with despair. Under such overwhelming force of slaughter, the specter of death loomed over all. Do you truly believe that merging with a Taoist weapon renders you a half-saint? If you desire to die with your eyes wide open, I shall grant you that. Zhou Hai's cold voice resounded as he flicked a grain of sand. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth quaked, the laws of the universe fracturing before their very eyes. A colossal spatial black hole emerged, and that grain of sand surged forth, unimpeded, towards the peak of the purple mansion expert. The world before him crushed all, as if intending to annihilate the heavens and earth. Yet, upon contact with the grain of sand, the ethereal world shattered. Before the backlash could ensue, the sand pierced through his brow. His consciousness shattered in an instant. His purple mansion crumbled on the spot. His corporeal form disintegrated into ashes, with only his primordial spirit being drawn into the grain of dust. What appeared to be a mere grain of sand transformed into an endless ocean the moment the purple mansion expert's primordial spirit fell within, rising and falling with relentless torment. The excruciating pain assailed him, driving him to the brink of wishing for his primordial spirit to simply disintegrate. What in the world is happening? A cacophony of confusion enveloped everyone's minds. Just a moment ago, they believed their demise was imminent. Yet they could not fathom that the peak expert of the purple mansion, in a display of overwhelming might, could be obliterated by a mere grain of sand. What is this madness? Has the world gone awry, or have we lost our wits? In that moment, all were rendered speechless, save for Zhou Hai, who retrieved the grain of dust, a satisfied smile upon his face. This is the flowing sands of the vast sea. Each grain comprises a stellar world. Its contained power rivaling that of a living saint, far surpassing that of ordinary sacred artifacts. With this in one's possession, it could instantly form an imperial weapon or transform into countless sacred arms. Truly an invaluable asset. Enough of this. Let us all regain our composure and return to our respective paths. Gathering the grains of sand, Zhou Hai tossed out dozens of recovery pills, which the crowd eagerly reached out to catch. Recovery pills? Upon examining the objects in their hands, they were taken aback. It is known that acquiring even a single one of these is a formidable challenge, as only a sage can concoct them. How could this young man possess such a bounty? Elder Yi, do you require my assistance in neutralizing the poison? Zhou Hai inquired with a smile, turning his gaze towards Yi Haoran. Thank you, but with the recovery pills, I will suffice. I can manage to suppress the poison for now, and will deal with the antidote later, Yi Haoran replied, cupping his hands in gratitude. He swallowed a recovery pill, and immediately, a portion of his true essence was restored, allowing him to suppress the toxins within his body. Young brother Zhou, Did you encounter the younger generation from the academy on your way here? Yi Haoran, though strong-willed, was sensitive and worried about the safety of his juniors, prompting him to hastily inquire of Zhou Hai without taking a breath. Rest assured, they are safe and sound. Since everyone is unharmed, let us return to the academy. Zhou Hai waved his hand and took a few steps forward, swiftly vanishing from sight. Observing this, the crowd hurriedly followed. But apart from Yi Haoran and 3 other formidable Purple Mansion cultivators, none could keep pace with Zhou Hai. Little junior sister, what transpired during those days when that mysterious force took you away? Meanwhile, Chu Chun and the others surrounded Qin Xiao, expressing deep concern for her recent experiences. On that day when the Supreme Taoist Hall emerged, in order to prevent any mishaps that could jeopardize the Academy's legacy, Murong Xiao ordered everyone to retreat. However, midway, Qin Xiao was whisked away by a mysterious force, and despite searching for 2 days, no one could find her and instead encountered various dangers. They vividly remembered that the moment that power descended, even the heavens and earth made way. It was unfathomable to imagine the identity of the person behind such might. Recalling her harrowing experiences over the past few days, Qin Xiao could not help but feel a lingering dread. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Zhou Hai approaching and hurriedly stood up, exclaiming, "Master." Zhou Hai smiled gently and ruffled her hair. The crowd turned to see Yi Haoran walking alongside him, finally allowing them to relax. "Ancestor, you have returned." Suddenly, the voice of Elder Qin Chuang from the Sword Palace rang out as he hurriedly approached an elderly man, bowing deeply in respect. This elder was one of the 3 Purple Mansion cultivators from the Great Zhou Academy. Zhou Hai had come forward to assist him and the other 2 elders in fending off the formidable elder from the Wan Poison Valley. Disciples pay their respects to the ancestor. Simultaneously, Li Chongqing and Dan Shizi recognized the other 2 elders and rushed forward to pay their respects. Observing this, the Academy members followed suit in bowing, leaving only Zhou Hai and Qin Xiao standing in the center. "Go on, you all converse." Zhou Hai, aware of the Academy's strict customs and wishing to avoid the incessant bowing, turned and led Qin Xiao away. By the time they returned to the Daozong Palace, dusk had nearly fallen. That night, as the ancestors from various halls graced the Academy, joy filled the air, and Murong Xiao ordered a grand feast to be prepared. Chapter 68. A feast and a chance to break through. Little Uncle Master, why are you still lingering here? The banquet is nearly complete, and it's just you and little junior sister who have yet to arrive. In the quiet of the night, within the tranquil courtyard of the Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai was eagerly awaiting the sumptuous feast prepared by Qin Xiao. Suddenly, Chu Chun hurriedly approached, an expression of exasperation adorning his face. "Go away. It's not as if I've never attended a banquet at the Academy before. There is not a morsel of meat, nor even a vegetable in sight. Whoever fancies this kind of gathering can indulge. I shall not partake." Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, expressing his disdain. "Dear Junior Master, have you lost your senses? Today's banquet features the celestial treasures and spiritual fruits harvested by the venerable elders over the years. I've heard that Elder Haoran even brought a jar of monkey wine. Are you truly not going? Besides, all the other palaces are in attendance. It would be rather unbecoming for Daozong Palace to be absent." Chu Chen's words piqued Qin Xiao's interest, who was busy preparing the dishes. "You all are quite bothersome. Surely I can send someone in my stead?" Qin Xiao sighed. "Xiao, you should go. It's a rare occasion. Make sure to eat on behalf of your master." Zhou Hai waved his hand, issuing a command to Qin Xiao. "Master, why must it be me?" Qin Xiao wore a bitter expression, fully aware of her unavoidable fate. "Your elder brother is absent. If you do not bear the burden, should I take it on myself? Do you wish for me to perish in filial piety?" Their exchange left Chu Chen perplexed. Realizing that what was deemed a grand feast by countless cultivators was merely a source of torment for this master-disciple duo, one could only wonder how their master would react upon hearing such sentiments. "Very well, I shall go. Master, please save me some soup." Reluctantly, Qin Xiao followed Chu Chun, leaving Zhou Hai alone to lift the pot lid and relish the exquisite cuisine. Now then, we have gathered some insights about the other 3 academies, which indeed surpass ours. I've heard they have each nurtured a disciple in the realm of divine ability. In this upcoming competition among the 4 academies, our academy is at a distinct disadvantage. If we could entrust these younglings to us, perhaps we old folks can impart some wisdom and see if we can catch up. Within the Academy of Inquiry, upon Qin Xiao's arrival, an elderly man spoke. "Indeed, the foundation of our current disciples is robust. They merely lack ample resources and experience. Allow us, the seasoned ones, to provide them with abundant resources. I am eager to see how our disciples measure up against the others." Another elder chimed in. "Ha ha ha, after enjoying leisure for centuries, it is indeed time for us old-timers to contribute to the Academy." As they spoke, a chorus of laughter erupted among the elders. as retired grand elders of the academy. They were dismayed to learn that their institution was being overshadowed by the other three, and they were determined to lend a helping hand to the younger generation. Witnessing this, the disciples felt a surge of joy. Initially concerned about the upcoming discourse among the 4 academies in 2 months, they now found their spirits lifted by the support of the venerable elders. Xiao pays her respects to all the esteemed ancestors and venerable uncles. At that moment, Qin Xiao's voice resonated, capturing the attention of the crowd. Xiao, where's your master? Murong Xiao furrowed his brow, displaying some dissatisfaction. In response to my esteemed uncle, my master mentioned that the banquet of the academy is too bland for his palate, and thus he sent me to partake on his behalf. Qin Xiao replied delicately. Murong Xiao's expression darkened, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. It was clear to him that the young man held the grand banquet of the academy in contempt. Just as she was about to speak, a hearty laughter echoed. Ha! This young elder from the Taoist palace is quite the character. It seems he wishes for his disciples to gain more, yet feels a tad shy to express it. No worries, if they choose not to come, so be it. As he stated, let this little girl take his seat. The speaker was an elderly man with white eyebrows. The esteemed elder Wu Daoxian of the 3 great purple mansion powerhouses. Indeed, child, since you are here, do take a seat. Heed your master's words, and ensure you eat your fill. The elder of the Sword Palace, Wan Jiani, joined in the laughter. Yes, whatever you desire to eat. Do not hesitate to inform the ancestors. Even the alchemy elder, Yao Xian, chuckled in agreement. The 3 venerable ancestors spoke in unison, and the other elders welcomed her with smiles. In an instant, Qin Xiao became the center of attention, with all the disciples casting envious glances. She was the only disciple able to sit alongside the esteemed elders. It is well known that in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Despite the strict rules of the academy, Zhou Hai's prowess was undeniable, prompting even the esteemed elders to elevate his position above that of the sect leader, Murong Xiao. As Qin Xiao ascended to her seat, she stood out like a crane among chickens. Even Murong Xiao, who had intended to speak about Zhou Hai, chose to remain silent upon witnessing this. The esteemed elders regarded the young disciple as an equal. However, to everyone's astonishment, once seated, Qin Xiao showed no restraint, eagerly indulging in the feast. Remembering her master's mission, she was determined to consume her master's portion. As conversations flowed around her, she relentlessly devoured spirit fruits with her left hand and spirit herbs with her right. By the time everyone regained their composure, the table was devoid of the various spirit fruits and herbs. The scene left the other disciples exchanging bewildered glances, while Murong Xiao's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Was this truly the disciple brought forth by that young man? Such disregard for decorum. The esteemed elders savored their food slowly. Yet she devoured it with reckless abandon. Was that appropriate? Ha, what a pure-hearted little girl. The ancestors take a liking to you. Someone exclaimed. Child, this is a plate of nourishing elixirs. You should partake, as it will benefit your cultivation. With a hearty laugh, Yao Xian waved his hand, sending a plate of elixirs flying toward Qin Xiao. Without hesitation, she grabbed them, popping one after another into her mouth. Yet internally, she felt somewhat incredulous. No wonder her master was reluctant to attend. The banquet consisted of either fruits or medicinal herbs, and now even elixirs were being presented. Compared to the fragrant, hearty meat from the Taoist palace, this was sheer torment. Nevertheless, these were indeed rare treasures of heaven and earth. After consuming them, she felt an array of energies coursing through her body, her essence undergoing significant refinement. Within her, the signs of a breakthrough began to stir. Ha, child, take your time. No need to rush, there's plenty more. Yao Xin chuckled. Here are 2 jars of monkey wine. Drink one, and take the other back to your master. Yi Haoran laughed heartily, sending 2 jars of monkey wine flying her way. Indeed, there are plenty of spirit fruits. Savor them at your own pace. The other elders shook their heads in unison, each presenting their cherished treasures to Qin Xiao. They understood well that Zhou Hai's cultivation was unfathomable. Despite being a junior, his life-saving grace rendered him beyond mere youth in their eyes. As his sole disciple, it was only natural for them to extend their utmost care to Qin Xiao. Thank you. Qin Xiao expressed her gratitude, continuing to indulge in her meal. The other disciples gazed upon her with envy, abandoning their own slow savoring and hastily finishing their portions, casting longing glances at the esteemed elders, yet receiving no acknowledgement in return. After a considerable while, Qin Xiao could no longer bear the fullness. She let out a hearty belch, sensing an amalgamation of forces within her, her cultivation reaching an impasse. Without hesitation, she settled into a meditative posture, initiating her breakthrough. Initially, the elders had been engaged in serious discussions while observing her feast with amusement. Gradually, Their expressions shifted to one of gravity. This girl, merely at the 8th level of foundation establishment, should have been overwhelmed by a banquet such as this. After devouring 7 tables laden with treasures, she finally commenced her breakthrough. What remarkable foundation must she possess to endure such an abundance of medicinal and spiritual energy? Her solidity in the Tao foundation was indeed rare throughout the ages. Chapter 69. A breakthrough awakens enlightenment in all. Buzz. At the moment of Qin Xiao's breakthrough, under the gaze of all, the night sky darkened even further. It appeared as though the surrounding lights had extinguished in that instant. To the naked eye, there was not a glimmer of brightness. A wave of astonishment surged within all present. Hastily, they channeled their true essence, only to discover that the lights had not truly gone out. Yet, an enigmatic force seemed to veil the mysteries of heaven and earth, shrouding the cosmos itself. This place felt as though it had transformed into an entirely different realm. What was happening? The disciples of the academy trembled within, sensing an overwhelming aura of death enveloping them. It was as if they had become corpses, confined within coffins, entombed in a grand mausoleum. Even the elders bore solemn expressions as they turned their attention to Qin Xiao, witnessing the flow of true essence that seemed to manifest a celestial coffin behind her. Be cautious. Murong Zhao's countenance shifted dramatically. He swiftly reacted, raising a hand to establish a barrier protecting all disciples. The deathly aura surrounding Qin Xiao was exceedingly pure. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it could affect anyone. Particularly for those of lower cultivation, excessive exposure to this deathly energy could lead to dire consequences. Do not, however. As the barrier emerged, it was abruptly shattered by Yi Haoran. All disciples, heed my command. Immediately cultivate and comprehend the Tao of life and death. Yi Haoran rose to issue his directive. Yes, though the disciples were bewildered by his intent, the academy's strict regulations left no room for disobedience towards the elders, especially from Yi Haoran, an esteemed elder from the Central Academy. In an instant, all disciples sat cross-legged, channeling their techniques, fervently absorbing the surrounding aura of death. Haoran, what does this mean? Elder Wu Daoxian of the Academy furrowed his brow. Do not inquire further. From this day forth, adhere to my orders. Unless required by Elder Zhou of the Daozong Palace, no one is to step foot into the rear courtyard of the Daozong Palace, including you and me. Do not attempt to comprehend the profound teachings of the Taoist temple. If necessary, all resources of the Academy may be mobilized at the discretion of the Taoist temple. Yi Haoran's expression was grave, causing all the esteemed elders present to suppress their astonishment. They were well aware of Yi Haoran's character, though he often acted impulsively. He was unwaveringly just and never indulged in jest. His words were the embodiment of truth, and his actions were undoubtedly guided by reason. Now, let us not linger idly. This is a heavenly opportunity, a prime moment for us to contemplate the essence of life and death. Whether we can ascend further from this pinnacle depends on tonight. With a serious gaze, Yi Haoran sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the deathly aura emanating from Qin Xiao. Witnessing this, the elders followed suit, also entering a state of cultivation. The atmosphere grew increasingly dark as the deathly energy enveloped them. After ingesting a substantial amount of this aura, some experienced an unprecedented wave of dizziness. Their bodies felt numb, as if they had truly succumbed to death. Gradually, some even perceived the cawing of crows and the flapping of vultures. A multitude of creatures symbolizing death congregated, seemingly feasting upon the flesh and blood of everyone present. No, not like this, cried out some in terror, nearly losing their sanity. They yearned to escape the cultivation, to break free from this predicament, yet found themselves utterly incapable. Even the elders glimpsed the approach of their demise, envisioning their forms turning to dust after dissolution. In the grand scheme of existence, it seemed no soul could evade the calamity of life and death. This fate befell even the greatest emperors of antiquity, and they were no exception. Some elders succumbed to madness, while others embraced the inevitability of the scene before them. Yi Haoran remained composed. He perceived the mountains and rivers around him, aware that his end was nigh, with only a final breath remaining. Ha ha ha, this is sufficient. I, Yi Haoran, have eradicated all evil throughout my life, standing justly before heaven and earth. In this lifetime, I have tasted the fame and fortune of the mortal realm and traversed freely within the cultivation world, yet I have never encountered death. Allow me this wish today. With a hearty laugh, Yi Haoran exhaled his last breath, welcoming his own demise. In death, he witnessed his body disintegrating, returning to dust as the winds scattered him. Everything transpired without stirring much emotion within him. He appeared as an outsider observing his own corporeal dissolution, succumbing to an endless void. The world seemed to fall into silence. Yet, upon raising his gaze once more, light returned. An infinite vitality surged forth as the deathly aura surrounding Qin Xiao transformed into life energy. Yi Haoran beheld his parents from his childhood, as if he were reborn. Everything he had once experienced replayed before his eyes. He wished to alter certain events, only to find his efforts futile. Ultimately, he relinquished control, allowing his life to flow by like a fleeting spectacle. He was acutely aware that all of this was but an illusion and that he could exit at any moment, given his cultivation level. Yet he never faltered. Save for a few instances where he intervened in past regrets, he consistently endeavored to comprehend the sensation of transitioning from death to life, then to aging. Life is a wondrous phenomenon, seemingly preordained, yet brimming with myriad uncertainties. As time once again graced the illustrious academy of the great Zhou, at the very moment Qin Xiao achieved her breakthrough, Yi Haoran opened his eyes. The expressions of those present were tinged with trepidation, including that of Murong Xiao. Only a handful of esteemed elders bore serene smiles, embodying the essence of enlightenment, akin to the sentiment of having grasped the truth of existence. Look at Elder Ye's exuberant laughter. He must have gleaned profound insights. With a hearty laugh, Wu Daoxian cast a fervent gaze upon Yi Haoran. I have comprehended the way. This is the very essence of life and death. I have finally transcended that layer of fear. It seems that a further step lies within my grasp, remarked an elder of the Dao Palace realm with a smile. Su Yazi has achieved enlightenment. It appears that it won't be long before our academy boasts another formidable figure of the Purple Mansion realm. Laughed Yao Xian. Elder Yao Xian, your delight is palpable. Have you not reaped any rewards? Su Yazi inquired with a grin. Indeed, there must be gains. It seems both elders Wu Daoxian and Yi Haoran have also made considerable strides. Yao Xian nodded and laughed, turning his gaze towards the two elders. Not at all. I merely feel a significant lightness of spirit. The path ahead appears far more unobstructed. Wu Daoxian humbly gestured dismissively. In 3 years, I shall achieve sainthood. Yi Haoran, however, was not as modest, his proclamation rendering the assembly momentarily silent. All eyes turned towards him. Brother Haoran, do you possess such confidence? Wu Daoxian asked in disbelief. Hee. Do you all know what cultivation method this girl practices? Yi Haoran laughed heartily. What cultivation method? The crowd's faces reflected curiosity. 30,000 years ago, there was a woman named Qin Yan. Her fate was fraught with calamity, yet during a moment of certain death, she inherited the legacy of an ancient emperor. From that point, she defied life and death, wielded the forces of creation and destruction, and ultimately became a supreme being. Alas, shortly after the fall of the previous emperor, the opportunity to attain enlightenment vanished, and she was destined to never become an emperor in this lifetime. That year, amidst the chaos of darkness, half of the myriad realms were obliterated. To save all sentient beings, she sacrificed herself as a seed, offering her life to the heavenly Tao, momentarily obtaining the power of an emperor to repel all formidable foes. Yi Haoran spoke slowly, drawing everyone's thoughts back to that ancient history long buried. In a trance, the listeners seemed to behold a peerless woman sweeping across the heavens, safeguarding the myriad realms. Her name was destined to be celebrated for generations. At this moment, as Yi Haoran invoked her memory, the assembly finally recalled her existence. As a symbol of an era, she had once been revered as the uncrowned celestial emperor. And what happened afterward? Elder Yi, the crowd inquired, curiosity sparkling in their eyes, eager to learn more. Afterward, she interred her imperial body, nurturing the beings of the myriad realms. She established a great source of vitality for the revival of all worlds. A millennium ago, a sage from our academy, Haoran Palace, journeyed to the great Zhou to impart teachings and discovered a jade slip, unveiling the truth. Thus, he founded the Great Zhou Academy here. Do you see that secret realm? It is the path to the myriad realms. That is the tomb of the supreme Qin Yan, the very place where the revival of the myriad realms was once buried. Murong Xiao raised his hand, pointing towards the direction of the martial Dao Palace, and his words once again stirred a profound sense of regret within everyone present. What? Does this imply that the secret realm is indeed the sacred ground of the esteemed Qin Yan? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Those who had long been curious about the identity behind the dojo finally found their answer. Yet, Elder Yi, what does this have to do with Xiao? Murong Xiao furrowed his brows and inquired. Indeed, what connection does this hold with Xiao? The others looked at Yi Haoran in confusion. Have you not disowned it yet? Yi Haoran chuckled. This child, Xiao, possesses merely the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. How could she possibly influence us old fellows? However, the techniques she practices are remarkably profound. Merely through the flow of Tao rhythm, she can lead us to enlightenment. This is the very method cultivated by the esteemed Qin Yan. Yi Haoran shook his head with a smile, and the crowd's pupils dilated in astonishment. Could it be that this child has already acquired the Supreme's inheritance? No. That inheritance is merely a continuation of the Emperor's legacy. Does this not signify the Emperor's transmission? Including Wu Daoxian and the others, they were all struck with shock, their eyes nearly popping out. Their expressions were a mixture of elation and disbelief, appearing somewhat dazed. The title of the Emperor's inheritance was simply too overwhelming. Little girl, have you truly gained the recognition of the esteemed Qin Yan and obtained that inheritance? Yao Xian was the first to turn towards Qin Xiao, unable to suppress his curiosity. At this moment, Qin Xiao had successfully broken through, her cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Just as she was about to respond, Zhou Hai's voice resonated through the air. Why inquire so? Didn't Elder Yi already mention to refrain from prying into others' affairs? She is but a child. If this matter is leaked, how much trouble could it cause her? Not just her, but you all may be in danger. From this day forth, if anyone dares to divulge this matter, I will ensure they suffer a fate worse than death, whether in the depths of the abyss or the heights of heaven. Upon Zhou Hai's declaration, not only did the disciples shiver, but even the assembly of venerable elders felt a chill run down their spines. There was no doubt that Zhou Hai possessed the strength to annihilate everyone present, although none understood the limits of his power. The inscrutable aura he exuded instilled fear even in the hearts of the esteemed elders. I have already cautioned you to refrain from inquiring. Why the incessant questioning? Yi Haoran chuckled awkwardly, eliciting exasperated eye rolls from the venerable elders. Was it not this fellow who had inadvertently let the cat out of the bag? Initially, they had no intention of prying. Ahem, I too bear some fault. It is well known that our Haoran lineage delights in teaching and clarifying doubts for others. I simply could not restrain myself. Yi Haoran scratched his head, drawing glares from the crowd once more. How remarkable. After the revelation, you shift the blame onto the listeners. Zhou Hai's voice interrupted. Enough, enough. We are all family. If we know, we know. This is the temple of the esteemed Qin Yan. If her incense is accumulated over countless ages, she may yet be reborn. Her virtues must be eternally honored by all. Henceforth, the temple shall be entrusted to your care. As Zhou Hai's words echoed, a beam of golden light shot forth from the martial Dao Palace, landing upon a mountain peak outside Dinghai City. In an instant, golden light illuminated the surroundings, and a purple aura arose from the east, as if the heavens themselves had been set aglow. The faces of all present shifted dramatically. This was not merely a celestial phenomenon. It was a profound upheaval of the cosmos. The heavens were truly brightening. It is worth noting that it was still the witching hour, and the emergence of the temple could invert the very fabric of yin and yang, a testament to its formidable power. The temple had been established. And as for how to erect a monument and inscribe its legacy, my cultural knowledge is limited, so I implore everyone to exercise their intellect. Zhou Hai chuckled lightly, having refrained from interrupting Yi Haoran, secretly engrossed in the unfolding tale. Ultimately, he yearned to uncover the true name of the Supreme Qin Yan to pave the way for her resurrection. The temple's establishment was merely a precursor, awaiting her revival to settle a debt of gratitude. Ah, I see now. It turns out the one who received the supreme legacy is not this young girl, but rather my junior disciple. I had my suspicions. How could my junior disciple, seemingly incapable of cultivation, possess such prowess? This must be the result of the supreme inheritance. Even the supreme temple has fallen into my junior disciple's hands. All disciples, heed my command. From this day forth, you shall take turns to cleanse and honor the temple. Complacency is not an option. Suddenly, Morong Xiao laughed heartily and issued the order. Yes, the disciples responded eagerly, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The supreme temple, though it is but a mere structure, to be in the presence of the supreme is a privilege they would not require prompting to seek. Who knows what fortuity may arise over time? At this moment, the members of the academy were filled with joy. They had not anticipated that the so-called supreme legacy had already blossomed within their ranks. The various factions were destined to be unable to compete with the academy, and the trials months hence would merely be a formality. Only Zheng Qianquan felt a pang of anguish. Each time he discovered that the Temple of Inquiry had received good fortune, he wished he could slap himself twice. The supreme legacy had unexpectedly taken root in the Temple of Inquiry, and he, through his earlier ignorance, had missed the opportunity. This was a chance to grasp the supreme legacy. Had he not stubbornly rejected it, the supreme inheritance should not have fallen to Qin Xiao, nor to Chun Bei, but rather should have rightfully belonged to him. To this day, he believed Zhou Hai had taken Chun Bei as a disciple merely out of spite for his earlier rejection, choosing a seemingly worthless student to retaliate against him, yet fate had twisted to grant him Chun Bei. Little did he know, even without Chun Bei, Zhou Hai would never have chosen him. Enough. In half a month, our academy's discussions across the various halls will commence. You disciples must take turns overseeing the temple, while also dedicating yourselves to your training. The esteemed elders are inclined to nurture you. You must give your utmost and not disappoint them. Morong Shao reiterated, heralding the beginning of preparations for the discussions. From that day forth, an unprecedented wave of cultivation swept through the academy. Under the diligent guidance of the esteemed elders and the unparalleled resources at their disposal, the disciples experienced rapid advancement in their cultivation. Simultaneously, with the endorsement of great scholars, the academy established its legacy. Shortly after the temple's establishment, throngs of pilgrims arrived from all directions to pay their respects. With the redemptive merits of the supreme Qing Yin preceding them, along with the academy's millennia-old reputation, it was only a matter of time before not only the entire Great Zhou dynasty, but also countless pilgrims from the northern wilderness would flock to them. Chapter 71. The Emergence of the Third Disciple. On this clear morning, Zhou Hai awoke and utilized his spiritual awareness to inspect the situation at the temple. Noticing countless worshippers within a 10-mile radius, he was about to retract his awareness when he observed a group of disciples, including Chu Chun, gathered outside the Daozong Palace. Shouting excitedly, they seemed eager to enter the small courtyard of the palace, but hesitated to defy Yi Haoran's orders. Master, senior brothers, and sisters are calling for me. Qin Xiao emerged from her room, still clad in Zhou Hai's garments. Yet, even in her male attire, her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. Go ahead. The disciples from various palaces have been undergoing training. It is time for you to embark on your own journey of cultivation as well. Engaging in idle pursuits will not benefit you. Zhou Hai nodded in affirmation. A look of delight illuminated Qin Xiao's face as she swiftly took flight outside. Sigh. I too am quite bored. Zhou Hai mused. If only my training could enhance my cultivation as well. Watching Qin Xiao's departing figure, he felt a twinge of envy. Although having someone assist him in his training was enjoyable, this aimless existence began to wear on him. Visions of his past, reminiscent of nightmares, flickered through his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to curve into a warm smile. He recalled 7 years ago when he lived on a planet called Earth. His passion for gaming led him to frequently skip school, resulting in countless beatings from his mother's feather duster. Even the coat rack at home was often replaced due to his incessant wardrobe changes. One night, his father personally intervened, attempting to demonstrate that gaming held little merit. Ultimately, his father's perspective transformed, while Zhou Hai's remained unchanged, marking the inception of his nightmares. Every day after school, he was dragged into gaming sessions. The irony was that his father, despite being inept, persisted in playing, making Zhou Hai cringe at the mere sight of a game. During that period, he longed to immerse himself in his studies at school, where at least he could witness his progress, unlike the gaming realm where defeat was imminent from the very start. With numerous games resulting in countless losses, his sole aspiration then was to escape his father's gaming obsession and his mother's feather duster. Yet now, reminiscing about those days, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Father, mother, I miss you. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Hai's lips quivered. He then realized that his lack of direction stemmed not from an absence of goals, but from an unwillingness to confront them. His past desire had been to cultivate to the level of a sage, traverse the vast void, and find his way home. Now, with 2 disciples diligently training, that goal felt tantalizingly close. Perhaps he could achieve it sooner than expected. Contemplating this, he retrieved an Emperor Experience card, pondering whether, before its duration expired, he could traverse the entire universe in search of that inconspicuous, yet profoundly significant planet. Beep. Detection of ancient demon ape bloodline within a radius of 10,000 miles. A disciple recruitment mission has been initiated. Beep. Detection of life-threatening danger to the host's 3rd disciple. A protection mission has been issued. Please execute together. Just as Zhou Hai hesitated over whether to utilize the Emperor Experience card, the voice of the system echoed, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Senior brothers and sisters. What is the matter? Qin Xiao approached the Daozong Palace and cheerfully inquired upon seeing Chu Chun and the others gathered there. Junior sister. Elder Yi has informed us that he will take us to the Taichu mountain range for training. And we shall also have the opportunity to witness the various prodigies in the 8th wilderness passage. Let us inquire, will you join us? Bai Shushu stepped forward, grasping Qin Xiao's hand with a smile. The 8th wilderness passage. Is that the secret realm that connects the other 7 domains? How splendid. I have long wished to behold it. Qin Xiao nodded eagerly, having perused the text in the Daozong Palace and familiarized herself with the concept of the 8th wilderness passage. Let us depart. With a call from Chu Chun, the group was ready to leave. Just then, a spatial passage opened silently above them, and Zhou Hai flew in, vanishing into it in an instant. What is happening? Why is junior uncle in such a hurry? The assembled disciples furrowed their brows, all gazing in the direction of his departure. Uncertain, Qin Xiao replied, her face reflecting confusion, before she ultimately followed the group away. Half an hour later, Qin Xiao, Chu Chun, Ling Ruoxue, Bai Shu Shu, Lu Danyang, Wu Ming, Zheng Qinquan, Yuan Bupo, and other disciples with the finest innate talents, led by Yi Haoran, departed from the academy, embarking on their journey of training. Meanwhile, Zhou Hai had already arrived at the Taichu mountain range ahead of them. The Taichu mountain range stretches across hundreds of thousands of miles. At its center lies the Taichu Dragon Vein, home to a prominent sect known as the Taichu Sacred Land, which is the true forbidden area of the entire mountain range. Usually, this place is rather desolate, with few visitors aside from the disciples of the Taichu Sacred Land. However, today it bustled with life, throngs of people nearly trampling the mountain gates. At this moment, the various entrances to the Taichu mountain range, serving as the trial grounds for the northern wilderness, were 1,000 times more lively. Who are you? At one of the mountain entrances, Zhou Hai approached the Taichu mountain range, only to be obstructed by a group of individuals, clad in white garments. Each one bore a long sword, exuding an aura of sword energy, clearly a band of sword cultivators. Is there a matter? Zhou Hai frowned. Although the Taichu mountain range spans vast distances, it is said that an imperial decree has rendered entry forbidden. To trespass would spell doom even for a supreme being. With only 18 entrances, this was one of them. And Zhou Hai had to enter through this passage. This route is closed today. I kindly ask you to find another way. A haughty young man in white stepped forward, exuding arrogance. He sensed no fluctuations of cultivation from Zhou Hai, and considering his age, he assumed Zhou Hai could not possess significant strength, dismissing him entirely. Huh. Is this passage owned by your family? Zhou Hai chuckled. Typically, these entrances are shared by the major sects of the northern wilderness. Yet today it seemed as if they were monopolized by someone. How outrageous. Not typically, but for the time being, it is. Please vacate the way. The young man retorted disdainfully. What if I insist on proceeding? Zhou Hai's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The Taichu mountain range was rife with chaotic mysteries, and even the system could not deduce the whereabouts of his young disciple. In such a perilous moment, he needed to enter without delay. Every second wasted could jeopardize his disciple's life. A chilling voice echoed, and in an instant, a gleaming sword light surged forth, swiftly approaching Zhou Hai. This was a sword cultivator at the brink of death, his sword intent fierce and unyielding, saturated with an aura of slaughter. Yet, as the sword light reached Zhou Hai, it seemed to become ensnared, as if trapped in a quagmire. The cultivator's expression shifted dramatically, feeling as though his sword was no longer under his control, dominated by an invisible force. In the next moment, his arm quivered, and he watched in horror as his sword disintegrated, crumbling to dust like dry leaves. How could this be? Terror washed over the cultivator as he turned to flee, realizing he had stirred a formidable trouble. Chapter 72. The Demon King Chun Bei. Unflinching in murder. If one wishes to steal like a thief, one must also endure the blows. To think one could escape after failing to fight back is utterly naive. Zhou Hai's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he struck out with his palm, freezing the cultivator in the void. Boom. In an instant, the cultivator exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. Senior Brother Gao. The faces of the surrounding 100 youths paled, their voices rising in panic. You dare? We are disciples of the sword sect. How dare you act against us? The youth known as Kai Shidi turned ashen, retreating with a wary gaze fixed on Zhou Hai. Who am I? So, you are from the sword sect. I intend to enter this place, today. Anyone who dares to obstruct me, be it your insignificant sword sect, or even the myriad sword sect, shall meet their end. Zhou Hai scoffed. The name of the sword sect may sound imposing, yet in the vast North Wilderness, there are at least 100 sects bearing that name. Their influence is widespread, with their true origins linked to one of the sacred lands, the myriad sword sect. As a fellow sacred land, Zhou Hai had the audacity to confront even the Qiangyao sacred land, let alone the minuscule sects under the myriad sword sect's dominion. The foundation of these sword sects pales in comparison to any of the 4 great academies. With Zhou Hai's prowess, annihilating them would be a trivial task. Impudent. Disciples of the various sword sects, this person is far too arrogant. Seize him. The Kai disciple shouted, and in an instant, hundreds of individuals closed in. Simultaneously, thousands of sword lights shot forth from all directions, all belonging to disciples of the sword sect, with the weakest among them at the foundation establishment stage. So many have gathered. It seems they insist I obliterate 100 sword sects for my amusement. Zhou Hai's eyes turned icy. He understood that no single sword sect could amass this many disciples above the foundation establishment level. Given the current situation, it appeared that all the sword sects had converged. Observing their reckless bravado, Zhou Hai wasted no words and prepared to slaughter them all. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. You insignificant rabble dare to engage with my master? As the words fell, the heavens trembled and ominous clouds gathered. Those clouds bore down with overwhelming force. Infused with an insatiable will to slaughter, racing from hundreds of miles away towards this very spot. Zhou Hai felt a stirring within, recognizing the familiar force of annihilation, and turned to look. Where the dark clouds passed, the world dimmed, engulfed in boundless carnage. This is bad. The demon has made his appearance. The disciples of the various sword sects turned pale, their faces betraying sheer terror. Eliminate him first. A mysterious voice erupted, igniting the fervor of all present. Thousands of radiant sword lights surged forth, unrelenting in their advance. The torrent of energy, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, collided violently with a figure shrouded in ominous clouds, a man with flowing hair. In an instant, chaos erupted, bolstered by the sheer force of numbers. The disciples of the sword sect struggled to withstand the cataclysmic power of this unnatural phenomenon. An insignificant swarm of ants, unaware of their impending doom. The man in the shadows scoffed, as a singular eye in the center of his forehead opened wide. In the next moment, the celestial anomalies coalesced into an enormous hand, descending to crush all in its path. It seemed as though he effortlessly discerned the flaws in their sword formations, and as the colossal palm descended, the torrent of sword chi, formed by thousands, disintegrated. The anguished cries of the disciples echoed as they spewed forth blood. Die! The man's gaze was cold and unfeeling as he plunged into the throng. A suffocating aura of obliteration surrounded him. Wherever he tread, figures burst apart like fragile glass. The strongest among the sword sect disciples barely reached the threshold of life and death, powerless to retaliate against him. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the scene fell into an eerie silence, saturated with the stench of blood and death, an abominable sight to behold. Zhou Hai frowned as he observed the carnage. Through the feedback of the system, he realized that Chun Bei had descended into madness during this time, yet he had not anticipated such a degree of insanity. The phrase killing without a blink is often used to describe others, but just moments ago, he had indeed slaughtered thousands without so much as a flicker of his eyelids. If this continued, Zhou Hai found himself increasingly concerned for Chun Bei's mental state. Could it be that his prized disciple had succumbed to the darkness? Chun Bei. With only the two of them remaining within a 100-mile radius, Zhou Hai called out. Yet, Chun Bei remained silent, hastily taking flight. As Zhou Hai prepared to pursue, he extended his consciousness, only to find Chun Bei retreating to a secluded valley, shedding his garments to wash away the blood with rain. Finally, he donned a gray robe, tidied his hair, and even adorned himself with a hairpin before soaring back. Disciple Chun Bei pays respects to Master. Master, I have missed you dearly. He knelt before Zhou Hai, tears streaming down his cheeks. You rascal. Zhou Hai chuckled softly, feeling a pang of sorrow. Born into royalty, Chun Bei had been meticulously taught by the esteemed scholar Zhu Yu from the Great Qian Academy, instilling in him a deep sense of propriety. Even in such dire circumstances, he sought to present himself in the finest manner possible before his master. In stark contrast, Zhou Hai reflected upon his own neglect during this time. Guilt washed over him. How have you fared during this time? He stepped forward to support Chun Bei, smiling as he inquired. Master, I am well. Chun Bei replied. Though many in the world would hasten to end my life, with the treasures bestowed upon me by you, who in the northern wasteland could pose a threat. In the past half-month, I have slain no fewer than 10 formidable opponents at the Purple Mansion stage and hundreds at the Dao Palace stage. The number of disciples from various sects below the Enlightenment stage that I have vanquished is beyond counting. I have finally grasped the essence of obliteration. My intention was to venture into the Taichu Mountains, seeking to traverse the 8 desolations for further training before returning to instigate a rebellion in Great Qian. Yet, I never expected to encounter you here. Chun Bei wiped away his joyous tears, gazing at Zhou Hai with the innocent delight of a child. Zhou Hai had become the closest person to him in this world. The days spent with Zhou Hai, after the passing of his father, were the most tranquil and reassuring moments of his life. Even now, despite their separation, the treasures bestowed by his master continued to protect him. He would never forget his master's kindness for as long as he lived. Disciple, you have slain so many. Are you intent on inciting the wrath of all the major sects? Zhou Hai exclaimed, his heart heavy with concern. Chun Bei spoke lightly. Yet he understood the gravity of the situation. In a mere half-month, Chun Bei had decimated all the forces in the northern wilderness. It was clear that the various powers were now poised to pursue him to the ends of the earth. So what? With the treasures granted by my master, who in the northern wilderness dares to challenge me? Chun Bei's body trembled, exuding an aura of dominance akin to that of a divine warrior, a supreme king governing the heavens. Observing his somewhat frenzied demeanor, Zhou Hai was about to speak when suddenly, 1,000 fierce killing intents locked onto their position from the horizon. Rebel Chun Bei, do you dare to show yourself? You seek death. Both Zhou Hai and Chun Bei looked up to see a multitude of figures soaring towards them. The weakest among them were in the Enlightenment realm, while the leaders were over a dozen formidable beings in the Purple Mansion realm. Hundreds more in the Harmonization realm and Tao Palace realm followed closely behind. Such a massive force pursuing a single individual made Zhou Hai's heart tighten with apprehension. One could hardly imagine how many had besieged Chun Bei during this time. Chun Bei, I am from the Wanjian sect, and our disciples from the Bai Jia sword sect have gathered here. You dare to slaughter us. I will kill you. A roar erupted from the crowd as someone witnessed the carnage at the scene and went into a frenzy, rushing towards Chun Bei with a howl. Chapter 73, The Might of the Sage, Suppressing the Scene. Form ranks, let us slay him. An elderly man with gray hair shouted furiously. As 9 sword cultivators from the Tao Palace realm charged forth, instantly surrounding Chun Bei and his master. Simultaneously, 36 Harmonization realm strongmen and 81 peak Enlightenment realm cultivators joined the sword formation. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth shifted, the universe turned upside down. Zhou Hai and Chun Bei felt as though they had been pulled into another realm. This was no mere celestial phenomenon. It was as if the very heavens had been severed, and the world was cleaved in two. Here, Zhou Hai and Chun Bei could sense no fluctuations of spiritual essence. Only an endless wave of slaughter and sword energy soaring into the sky. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, unable to refrain from acknowledging that as a sacred ground. The Wanjian sect indeed possessed the capital to look down upon the northern wilderness. Merely a sword formation was enough to reproduce the might of a sage, forging a world of swords. With such power, who would dare to contend with the Wanjian sect? Brat, who are you, to associate with this fiend? A cold voice resonated as countless sword lights descended from the sky, transforming into figures that encircled Zhou Hai and his disciple. Among them was the purple-haired elder, whose aura was intertwined with all, bearing a hint of sage-like power. What issue is there with my disciple walking alongside me? Rather, you bring so many to attempt to kill him. Do you not regard me at all? Zhou Hai sneered. Master. As Chun Bei's expression shifted, he was reluctant to disturb his master's tranquility due to his own affairs. However, witnessing Zhou Hai's stance of defending him made his eyes well up with emotion. What? You are Chun Bei's master? Upon hearing this, all the sword cultivators present, including the purple-haired elder, could not help but change their expressions, followed by a look of bewilderment. This individual appeared so youthful, hardly older than Chun Bei. How could he possibly be the master of this notorious figure? Old fool Ziyang, this matter has nothing to do with my master. I do not wish for anyone to disrupt my master's secluded cultivation. It would be wise for you to recognize your place and refrain from courting death before him. Any grievances can be settled at a later time. Chun Bei's gaze was frigid, and with a single statement, he dispelled all doubts, affirming their master-disciple relationship. Grievances to be settled later? Chun Bei, there is a path to heaven which you refuse to tread. Knowing full well that this passage is claimed by my 10,000 sword sect, you still dare to approach. Furthermore, you have the audacity to slay thousands of disciples under my sect's command. Do you believe you can escape today? I am aware of your sacred artifact protecting you, yet you must die today. Since he is your master, then let us journey together. The purple-haired elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent as a gale surged forth. This is a realm of swords, shrouded in a gray haze. The wild wind was imbued with billions of sword energies, rushing towards Chun Bei and his master in an instant. You seek death. Chun Bei raised his hand, prepared to summon his sacred artifact. Faced with such an overwhelming assault, he could not foolishly rely solely on his own strength. Disciple, leave this to your master. At that moment, Zhou Hai placed a hand on his shoulder, firmly pushing him back. Master. Chun Bei turned, unable to contain his exclamation. Fear not. They lack the courage to disturb your master's tranquility. My disciple must undergo trials, but it is not yet time for others to oppress him at will. Today, I shall stand up for you. Zhou Hai smiled faintly, and under Chun Bei's reddened gaze, a sacred aura enveloped him. With the activation of a sacred experience card, his cultivation level instantly ascended to the realm of the saints. You truly believe you have become a saint merely by constructing a world with a sword formation? You wish to detain me? Even if the saints of the 10,000 sword sect were present today, they would meet their end. Zhou Hai's icy voice resonated. The pressure of a saint emanated outward, and the gale that surged towards him was instantly quelled, as if the billions of sword energies had never existed. Not good. The expressions of the 10,000 sword sect members changed drastically. In an instant, they felt as if their entire beings had been immobilized. This world, which they had constructed through the sword formation, was now entirely beyond their control. It seemed that Zhou Hai was the true master of this realm. You are a saint? How can this be? The purple-haired elder's lips trembled, his entire being in a state of shock. A mere purple mansion realm cultivator dares to think of slaying me. Now you realize, but it is too late. Zhou Hai sneered, raising his hand and summoning countless sword lights that soared into the sky. The Taoist weapons and swords held by the strong members of the 10,000 sword sect also flew forth in an instant, targeting the purple-haired elder. Empowered by the sword formation, the elder had already approached the threshold of sainthood. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. No sooner had he confronted the overwhelming onslaught of sword radiance than a heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips, and he was instantaneously engulfed. When the shimmering blades had passed, his very existence had been utterly erased, leaving not even a droplet of blood behind. Elder Xiang, the other formidable members of the Wanjian sect, were driven into a frenzy, their furious roars proving futile. You shall perish as well. Zhou Hai snapped his fingers, and countless beams of light transformed into a serpentine dragon, swiftly piercing through the bodies of all present. An array of anguished cries resounded. Below the sage, all are mere insects. In the presence of a sage, these individuals could not even muster a feeble resistance. When death approached, they were left with no opportunity to move, resigned to await their demise. Is this the legendary sword domain of the Wanjian sect? Meanwhile, outside, members of various sects encircled a phantasmal realm. This world was not vast, merely spanning 100 paces, resembling a projection of a cosmos. Yet, it contained profound mysteries, and no one dared to step within. Ha ha ha, this time, Qinbei is doomed. Suddenly, someone burst into laughter. Indeed, it is said that the sword domain of the Wanjian sect rivals a sage's strike. Many semi-saints have perished beneath its sword formation, even with a sacred artifact. Qinbei shall not escape calamity today. The butcher Qinbei, a perpetrator of heinous deeds, shall meet his end here, as we, the various sects, bear witness. The chatter flowed incessantly, with no one doubting the might of the sword domain. In their eyes, even with a sacred artifact, Qinbei was doomed. After all, a sacred artifact does not equate to a true sage. Yet, as all awaited the Wanjian sect's proclamation of Qinbei's demise, none could perceive the events unfolding within the sword realm. Until the moment the domain dissipated, all gazes were fervent, eager to witness the Wanjian sect emerge with Qinbei's severed head. However, to their astonishment, there were no members of the Wanjian sect in sight. Only two figures standing resolutely amidst the chaos. How could this be? Where is Elder Xiang of the Wanjian sect, and where have the other elders gone? A pallor swept over their faces, and an ominous premonition gripped their hearts. Esteemed guests, I apologize for the wait. Zhou Hai's cold voice echoed, instantly snapping everyone from their stupor. Who are you? All gazes converged upon Zhou Hai. Though Qinbei was the intended target, it became apparent that Zhou Hai was the most perilous of them all. Chapter 74. A lesson to be learned. Utilizing your lives. Allow me to introduce myself. The Qinbei you sought to slay is my disciple. Initially, your bullying of the weak was of little concern, but you should not have crossed paths with me. Witnessing my disciple's endless suffering, I realize that you truly disregard my authority. Today, let me speak impartially. Regardless of past grievances, let them be erased. In future rivalries among peers, I shall remain uninvolved, but should any sect dare to mobilize against my disciple, I assure you that I will not be so conciliatory. Zhou Hai chuckled lightly, his gaze calm and unwavering as he regarded the assembly. You are nothing. The enmity between Qinbei and us cannot simply be resolved with your words. Yet, no sooner had Zhou Hai's voice faded than a cold, furious rebuke pierced the air. The speaker is a middle-aged cultivator from the Purple Mansion realm, observing the group before him, whose auras unmistakably reveal their origin from the sacred land of Qionyun. Indeed, who do you think you are to meddle in matters of vengeance? Ha ha ha, I never anticipated that Qinbei had a master. It is said that a lack of discipline falls upon the teacher. Your disciple is drenched in blood, guilty of heinous crimes, and you cannot escape culpability. Today we, the major sects, have gathered here. How can we allow you two, master and disciple, to remain unchallenged? Slay him, for today we must seek justice for the common people. As the voice of the Qionyun sacred land rang out, others, too, revealed their malevolent intentions, rallying against the master and disciple. Master, do you see? These individuals, upon discovering I possess a sacred artifact, are all eager to seize it. Many present have even brought their sect's sacred artifacts, solely to subdue me and claim the treasures. They incessantly preach about avenging the people, yet their true motives are cloaked in hypocrisy, revealing them as a covetous pack of scoundrels. If you wish to plead for your disciple, I fear it may be too late. Qinbei scoffed, regarding their actions with disdain. Zhou Hai also sensed the gravity of the situation, noting that there were at least 10 sacred artifacts in the vicinity. Aside from the Wanjian sect's use of the saint's sword domain, the other sacred lands had indeed invested heavily to eliminate Qinbei. Ladies and gentlemen, I am known for my good temperament and my penchant for reason. However, should reason fail, I am also somewhat acquainted with the art of combat. Are you truly certain that a fight is necessary before we can discuss matters amicably? Zhou Hai shook his head, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the assembly. Humph. I am keen to discover just who this master of Qianbei is, to have raised such a notorious disciple. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. As an elder from the Qiangyun sacred land lunged toward Zhou Hai, he spread his hand, and a silvery orb soared forth, radiating brilliance and enveloping Zhou Hai in its glow. Within the orb, the might of the saints erupted, revealing it as a genuine sacred artifact. Thief, Qianbei, prepare to meet your end. Traitor, I have come to take your life. The disciples of the sect, upon orders, vowed to kill Qianbei without mercy. Seeing the Qiangyun sacred land strike first, the champions of the other sacred lands could no longer remain passive, rushing toward Qianbei. Even the other powerful figures from the Qiangyun sacred land surged forward, determined to slay Qianbei on the spot. Rumor had it that Qianbei was in possession of no less than 3 sacred artifacts. Whoever succeeded in eliminating him would claim all 3 for themselves. In such circumstances, the major sacred lands would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exterminate Qianbei. However, just as everyone surged forward, a cracking sound pierced the air. Crack! The noise was not thunderous, yet at that moment, the world fell into silence, as if the very heavens and earth were shattering. A collective tension gripped every heart as they turned their gaze toward the sacred orb of the Qiangyun sacred land. The orb, flawless and round, shimmered with a silvery light, pinning Zhou Hai in place, and it seemed as though it would soon annihilate him. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Hai remained unscathed. While cracks began to appear on the sacred orb, crack! Another faint sound rang out, sending chills down everyone's spine, their adrenaline surging wildly. The sacred orb cracked further, ultimately disintegrating into a cloud of dust, the might of the saints dissolving instantaneously. No. The elder of the purple mansion in the holy land of Qiong, Yao widened his eyes in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the revered saint's dust pearl had shattered so easily. This was one of the foundational treasures of the holy land. In an instant, the others were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling as they cast terrified glances at Zhou Hai. The dust pearl had shattered while suppressing this individual, which implied that he possessed the strength to break a sacred artifact. With this thought, a singular urge surged through the crowd, to flee. Yet their legs refused to obey, trembling uncontrollably, unable to move an inch. Before such formidable power, what chance did they have to escape? Alas, I had already granted you an opportunity. Since you failed to cherish it, I must borrow something from you to instill dread in the others. Zhou Hai stepped forward nonchalantly, sighing. What is it? Inquired an elder of the blood-refining demon sect, his aura radiating like a blazing sun, rendering him unapproachable. Yet now, before Zhou Hai, he resembled a mere ant. Paralyzed with fear, to serve as an example, I shall borrow your lives. Zhou Hai raised his hand, and as his words fell, he clenched his fist. The laws of the saints suffusing the heavens, while the chains of order enveloped the void. Boom! The chains of order surged forth, and as the saints commanded, the bodies of everyone present erupted one after another. No, countless screams filled the air. They were not even worthy of permitting Zhou Hai to act. Exploding into a mist of blood on the spot. In an instant, over 1,000 souls vanished without a trace. Only 9 sacred artifacts attempted to flee. Could they escape? With a mere wave of his hand, Zhou Hai seized the 9 sacred artifacts effortlessly. Though the sacred artifacts were powerful enough to annihilate half-saint-level opponents, they were rendered utterly impotent before a true saint. Even united, the 9 artifacts could not evade Zhou Hai's overwhelming suppression. Enough idling. Teach the newcomers the rules. After capturing the 9 sacred artifacts, Zhou Hai cast them directly into the system space. With a command, hundreds of treasures of saintly grade and above surged forth, instantly engulfing the 9 artifacts. The artifacts, which had previously struggled, were now rendered dumbfounded. The spirits within trembled in fear. Among these treasures, they sensed the presence of great saints and even saint kings. In comparison to such auras, they felt akin to children who had inadvertently wandered into the lair of giants. Having yet to plead for mercy before being thoroughly subdued, despair enveloped the 9 sacred artifacts. They could not fathom what kind of being Zhou Hai was, nor comprehend the depth of his power. Setting aside his own prowess, the mere treasures in his possession could easily flatten the entire northern wilderness. In stark contrast to their despair, at the moment Zhou Hai decimated all, the life tokens of various sects shattered. In an instant, all the great holy lands were thrown into chaos. Chapter 75. The great holy lands unite in attack. Ha! Elder Qianghua has graced us with his presence. It is truly an honor. Please, come inside. Oh, Is that not the 7-star sword master of the myriad sword sect? I did not expect you to emerge from seclusion as well. Please, take a seat. The flower fairy of the tranquil valley has arrived. Taoist Qingxiu of the Void Cloud Peak comes to pay his respects. In the heart of the Taichu mountain range, the Taichu sacred land exuded an aura of tranquility, drawing visitors from all directions. It was truly unexpected that upon the revelation of the Taichu demon ape, numerous sacred lands made their way here. How could they resist? Rumors suggested a profound connection between the Taichu demon ape and the mountain range, intertwined with the mysteries of enlightenment. Who could pass up such an opportunity? Indeed, it was said that recently, the myriad beasts of the Taichu mountain range had erupted in chaos, stirred by the formidable presence of the demon ape. Amidst the whispers and exchanges among the gathered crowd, their singular focus remained on the Taichu demon ape. Yet, just as everyone sharpened their intentions, preparing to collaborate with the host, the Taichu sacred land, in an endeavor to capture the demon ape, a voice filled with dread suddenly pierced the air. Not good. Sect Master, a grave matter has arisen. This proclamation echoed harshly within the bustling Taichu Great Hall. What event has incited such alarm? Demanded Zhang Taixian, the imposing middle-aged leader of the Taichu sacred land, his voice laced with authority. The command token of Elder Tai has shattered, stammered the disciple who had come to report. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Taixian's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? Elder Tai's token shattered? That is inconceivable. It is said that Elder Tai had reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion 5 centuries ago. Even now, if not a half-saint. He must be nearly so. How could he suddenly fall? The countenances of those from other sacred lands also paled, clearly aware of the significance of Elder Tai. Could it be that he was slain by Qin Bei? I recall encountering Elder Tai not long ago. He spoke of pursuing Qin Bei for the sake of justice, and even brought along a sacred artifact. Could it be that Qin Bei possesses some hidden trump card? An elderly woman in the crowd proclaimed loudly. Instantly, the crowd recognized her as the esteemed elder of the Qiong Yao sacred land, Qiong Hua. What? Qin Bei? Could it truly be him? At the same moment, the expressions of the crowd turned grave. What of the others? Zhang Taixian inquired of the disciple, his voice steady yet commanding. Reporting to the sect master, all those who pursued Qin Bei, their command tokens have shattered. The disciple's lips trembled, his voice resonating like thunder in the hearts of all present. With a collective realization, everyone rose to their feet, their hearts now firmly convinced that Qin Bei was responsible for the deaths. Such prowess in this youth was indeed troubling. With the Taichu sacred lands dispatched members now gone, what fate awaited those sent forth by their respective clans? As if to affirm their thoughts, just then, radiant streaks of light shot down from the heavens. Elder Ziyang has fallen. We implore the 7-star sword master to investigate. Elder Qiong Yin has fallen. We implore Elder Qiong Hua to investigate. Elder Yu Su has fallen. We implore Elder Qing Su to investigate. The echoes of these declarations reverberated throughout the hall, emanating from various sacred lands. In the instant these messages arrived, silence enveloped the gathering, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The vibrant energy of the Taichu sacred land was replaced by an icy stillness. Many formidable figures trembled, barely able to restrain their breaths. Qin Bei, you traitor! I vow to rend your body asunder. Qiong Hua, the elder of the Qiong Yao sect, bellowed in fury, a mouthful of blood erupting forth as her eyes blazed with wrath. In other sacred places, the deceased were merely fellow disciples, yet her situation was markedly different. Elder Qiong Yin was not only her senior brother, but also her lifelong companion in the pursuit of the Tao. She could not possibly accept this outcome. Everyone, I know where Qin Bei is. Follow me. Suddenly, Qiong Hua produced a jade pendant. As her true essence flowed into it, the pendant seemed to resonate with something, soaring outward. Let us go, keep up. The others from the sacred grounds, regaining their wits, followed in a grand procession. In an instant, dark clouds loomed overhead, and countless streaks of light shot skyward. Looking up from the ground, it appeared as though an army of celestial warriors had mobilized, their formidable presence oppressive. Master, it is the disciples who have caused this turmoil, disturbing your tranquility. At the entrance of the Taichu Mountains, Qin Bei gazed at Zhou Hai, tears welling in his eyes. He had once believed that through a path of carnage, he had become impervious to emotion, yet he found that each encounter with his master thawed his frozen heart. Enough! They dare to disturb my peace. Just wait. Today I shall take justice into my own hands for you. Zhou Hai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting the arrival of the various sacred sections. Possessing the cultivation of a sage, his consciousness extended for 100,000 miles, clearly perceiving the frenzied advance of the sacred sects towards his location. Even the Taichu sacred land stirred, summoning the revered Taizu sacred artifact. It was evident that the recent deaths had dealt a significant blow to the sacred sects. Yes, master, Qianbei lowered his head. Though reluctant to trouble his master over his own matters, he remained obedient in his presence. He cherished this feeling of being protected. Perhaps in this life, only his master could provide him with such solace. Suddenly, the heavens roared with wind, and the previously clear sky darkened in an instant, shrouded by countless clouds. Concurrently, numerous figures surged forth, rapidly forming a surrounding circle, enclosing Zhou Hai and his disciple. Qianbei, you treacherous rebel, I shall slay you. With a thunderous roar. As the encirclement took shape, an elderly woman rushed towards Qianbei. Elder Qianhua, wait. The members of the Taichu's sacred land hastily restrained her. With the sacred artifact, the dustless pearl, lost, she charged in unarmed. What purpose did that Zhang Taixian roared, his voice resonating through the celestial disk, carrying an overwhelming pressure that caused mountains and rivers within a radius of thousands of miles to crumble. Even the very earth seemed to be sinking incessantly. The might of the sacred artifact was displayed in its full glory. Qianbei's body trembled, as though his bones were on the verge of shattering. Under the influence of the celestial disk, he instinctively felt compelled to kneel, as if confronted by an insurmountable terror. Just as Qianbei could no longer withstand this force and prepared to summon the sacred artifact to resist, he witnessed Zhou Hai wave his hand, and the oppressive pressure vanished in an instant. Chapter 76. 3 strikes to shatter the ancestral artifact, sweeping across the major sacred lands. Outrageous. My disciple is not someone you can condemn. A chilling voice emerged, drawing the attention of the crowd to Zhou Hai, who stood nearby. Who are you? Zhang Taixian's gaze turned icy as he bellowed. It seems you have poor hearing. Perhaps I should assist you in clearing your ears. Zhou Hai snorted coldly, raising his hand to grasp at Zhang Taixian. In that moment, the heavens and earth shifted, the laws of the saints intertwined, forming a colossal hand that surged towards Zhang Taixian. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. A saint. He is a saint. This is the power of the laws. Under the celestial disk's influence, no one could summon an anomaly in the world. All paths became mere jokes beneath the disk, reduced to its sustenance. Yet at this moment, Zhou Hai acted before everyone's eyes. He did not draw upon the essence of the world nor his own laws. He wielded the true laws, those only comprehensible to a saint. Subdue him. As he beheld the hand of law coalescing, Zhang Taixian, who had just a moment ago ruled over everything, turned pale, panic overtaking him. Without time to ponder, he hastily infused his own cultivation into the celestial disk. Instantly, the disk radiated brilliance, countless runes swirling, each line imbued with the power to obliterate everything as they surged toward Zhou Hai and his disciple. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth shattered, innumerable spatial rifts torn asunder. On the ground, countless flowers and plants were instantly reduced to ash. Mountains and rivers were swiftly flattened. Under the celestial disk's shadow, an unprecedented calamity engulfed the vast expanse. Many villages and towns inhabited by humans erupted into illusionary fragments in the blink of an eye. Countless individuals scarcely comprehended what transpired before they offered up their lives beneath the celestial disk. A wanton massacre, devoid of humanity. Zhou Hai's pupils constricted as he witnessed the expanding devastation of the celestial disk. He quickly used his divine sense to safeguard the landscape. Simultaneously, his hand of order collided with the celestial disk. Countless runes cascaded, a force of annihilation shaking the heavens. With a tremor, the celestial disk withstood Zhou Hai's strike. Yet Zhang Taixian atop the disk could not endure. The overwhelming force surged forth, leaving him feeling as if his very essence was disintegrating. His internal organs ruptured, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Break it. Zhou Hai swung his hand once more, the hand of order shooting skyward. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial disk blazed with light, its spirit desperately resisting, yet struggling to suppress the assault. The individuals from the major sacred lands were instantly shaken off the celestial disk, all appearing ashen-faced. What are you still dawdling for? This is a true saint. Let us unite to subdue him. Zhang Taixian's eyes were filled with fury, resembling a man gone mad. He understood all too well the implications of provoking a saint. A grudge that should not have been formed was now irrevocably set. If Zhou Hai were not subdued, death awaited them all, and retribution would surely befall all the great holy lands, with the Taichu Holy Land bearing the brunt of it. Everyone attacked together. The crowd, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, wore expressions of stark horror. None had anticipated that a saint stood behind Qianbei. Otherwise, they would never have dared to pursue him so openly. Now that the unthinkable had transpired, they were consumed by a singular thought. They must utilize the ancestral artifact of Taichu to eliminate Zhou Hai. The consequences of failure were simply unimaginable. Legend has it that the ancestor of the Taichu Holy Land was a peak saint, and if the fate plate he left behind could be activated to its utmost potential, its might would rival that of a true saint. At this moment, that fate plate was the only force capable of contending with Zhou Hai. All at once, they channeled their cultivation into the fate plate, and in an instant, countless runes transformed into celestial chains, overwhelming Zhou Hai with their sheer volume. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force erupted forth, forcefully repelling Zhou Hai's handprint of laws. Zhou Hai raised an eyebrow, faintly sensing his own cultivation being suppressed. The laws within that fate plate were not only imbued with immense power, but also intertwined with a mysterious force that threatened to erode one's lifespan. At this moment, beneath the fate plate, a mere quarter hour equated to several years, or even decades, in the outside world. For an ordinary person, just a fleeting moment would lead to rapid aging and death. As the celestial chains descended like a deluge, the power that eroded lifespans grew increasingly formidable. Humph! Such trifling skills dare to show off before me. Zhou Hai scoffed, as the laws of the saint enveloped Chun Bei, shielding him from harm. Immediately, the power of annihilation surged around him, filling the cosmos with the essence of destruction. Break for me. Boom, boom, boom. With a single punch, countless celestial chains shattered in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. This void erupted, as innumerable chains were reduced to runes, dimmed by Zhou Hai's might. The fate plate, which had barely stabilized, began to tremble violently once more. Everyone's faces changed dramatically, desperately infusing power into the fate plate, striving to fully activate it. Yet, Zhou Hai moved with grandiosity, his gestures causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The fate plate could not even begin to unleash its power before being firmly suppressed by him. Break for me. With a force that shattered all the runes of the fate plate, Zhou Hai soared into the sky, his fist crashing down heavily upon the fate plate. Boom, boom. The power of annihilation surged into the fate plate. A piercing scream echoed, as the ancestral artifact of the Taichu Holy Land sustained severe damage, its spirit obliterated. No. Uft. Uft. Ah. Those atop the fate plate were flung away, some spitting blood, others screaming in agony, while some simply exploded. Holy artifacts, not meant to protect the living, but instead to reap destruction. What use are you? Zhou Hai's gaze was frigid. Having obliterated the spirit of the fate plate with a single punch, he showed no hesitation. Another punch followed, and fissures instantly marred the surface of the fate plate. Under the law of annihilation, even the so-called indestructible holy artifacts could not evade their flaws in his presence. Boom. With a third punch, the fate plate was utterly shattered, and thus, an invincible holy artifact was obliterated. At the very moment the celestial chart shattered, a ray of brilliant light surged forth, hurtling directly towards Zhou Hai's face. Zhou Hai's expression changed dramatically as the laws surrounding him surged, only to be instantly obliterated. The resounding impact of the light struck him, propelling him 1,000 zhang away. As he steadied himself, a trace of blood silently slipped from the corner of his mouth. Another thunderous explosion echoed as the drop of blood struck the ground, creating a crater several hundred miles wide, resembling a vast basin. This was the essence of a sage. Even a single drop of blood or a strand of hair contained the power of celestial laws, sufficient to annihilate a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. Master, are you all right? Seeing Zhou Hai being knocked back, Chun Bei hurriedly approached. I'm fine. Zhou Hai waved his hand, his breath returning to normal in an instant. Chun Bei let out a sigh of relief, though he felt somewhat speechless. With a master of such unparalleled prowess, unmatched across the heavens and the earth, what reason did he have to worry? Meanwhile, from all directions, thousands of cultivators wore expressions of ashen despair. The powerful figures from the various sacred lands were engulfed in hopelessness. Particularly the members of the Taichu sacred land, including Zhang Taixian, appeared utterly soulless, unable to comprehend that the ancestral holy artifact had been so easily obliterated. Chapter 77. A chill descends, all fall to their knees. At the entrance of the Taichu mountain range, a silence blanketed the area for miles. The once boastful practitioners of the sacred lands, who had flaunted their might and looked down upon the world, now stood pale and filled with dread, with their sole pillar of support shattered. How could this contemporary sage spare them? The thought sent tremors through their bodies, leaving only terror in their eyes. Only the elder of the Chonglin sect, with her crimson eyes, radiated fierce unwillingness and rage. Come here. Zhou Hai's voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Instantly, everyone tensed, drawn towards Zhou Hai by an invisible force. They had arrived in grand numbers, not quite an army of 100,000, but still over 10,000 strong. Yet now, under the influence of the battle's aftermath, all cultivators below the Enlightenment realm had perished. Those who survived numbered fewer than 2,000. left discarded in the pit before Zhou Hai. All eyes were filled with terror as they gazed upon Zhou Hai. In this world where strength reigned supreme, encountering someone stronger rendered them no different from ordinary mortals. All that remained was fear and pity. Starting with you. Zhou Hai harbored no mercy for them. With a swift motion, he seized Zhang Tai-Xian from the crowd, lifting him effortlessly into his grasp. What do you intend to do? Zhang Tai-Xian's face was awash with horror. He was utterly immobilized under Zhou Hai's pressure, left with nothing but despair. Without uttering a single word, Zhou Hai struck him with a series of resounding slaps. Blood mixed with teeth erupted from Zhang Tai-Xian's mouth. But Zhou Hai showed no signs of stopping until blood flowed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, at which point he finally relented. The onlookers were chilled to the bone. They had not anticipated that this sage possessed not only formidable power, but also a penchant for torment. As a sage, one would typically deal with enemies by delivering a swift death. Zhou Hai's actions, however, were clearly aimed at shattering both body and spirit, leaving his victims unable to rest in peace. Should you choose to kill, then do so. Such humiliation, what is it that you truly desire? Zhang Tai-Xian's eyes instantly reddened, a profound sense of indignation and fury eclipsing even his fear of death. How peculiar. There seems to be no earwax, so why can't I hear myself speak? Yet, the voice of Zhou Hai echoed, causing everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment, their minds buzzing. What do you mean? Zhang Tai-Xian was bewildered, nearly forgetting the pain etched on his face as he stammered. I just mentioned that Chun Bei is my disciple, and you still inquire who I am. I assumed your ears were blocked by wax, rendering you unable to hear my words. Can you hear me now? If not, shall I assist you in clearing your ears? Zhou Hai's lips curled into a smirk, a smile that left all present feeling a sense of gloom. Zhang Tai-Xian, overwhelmed with rage, nearly spat blood, on the verge of collapsing from sheer indignation. Was he to be relentlessly berated for a mere question? For heaven's sake, he was the head of a grand sacred realm. To be publicly humiliated in such a manner, did they not value their dignity? No response. It appears you still cannot hear my words. Zhou Hai's voice rang out once more, feigning a gesture to strike. No, senior. The junior can hear you. I truly can. Zhang Tai-Xian's expression shifted dramatically, desperately suppressing the feeling of humiliation as he cried out. In the hands of a sage, his life and death were no longer his to command. Unable even to die with dignity, he could only plead for mercy, hoping to lessen his torment. Oh, you can hear me. Then shall we have a proper discussion? Zhou Hai smiled again, gazing at Zhang Tai-Xian with an innocent demeanor. Certainly, but please, senior, give your instructions. I shall never decline. Zhang Tai-Xian hastily nodded, feeling a mixture of sorrow and relief. Judging by his tone, it seemed he did not intend to annihilate him completely, as long as there was room for negotiation. Hope still lingered. Good, I await your words. To all present, what are your thoughts? Can we negotiate? Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. A chill ran through the crowd. While they felt humiliated, a glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes. Negotiation was preferable, none wished for death. Yet, just as the crowd was about to voice their thoughts, a frenzied voice erupted. Demon, I shall kill you, and I will have your disciple torn to shreds. A collective gasp arose as the mad figure of the Qianghua sect's elder Qianghua barreled towards Zhou Hai, her face contorted in fury. She advanced under the oppressive aura of the sage, each step she took erupting in a spray of blood. The might of the sage was simply beyond what the Purple Mansion cultivators could withstand. Elder, please. The others from the Qianghua sect turned pale, desperate to intervene but utterly powerless. Qianghua Elder, what are you attempting to do? Stop her. The others, their eyes ablaze with resolve, were consumed by a singular thought: to restrain her, capture her, or even kill her. At this moment, the lives of everyone hinged upon Zhou Hai's whim. And this madwoman, inciting his wrath, threatened their very existence. Alas, under the sage's oppressive might, the frenzied Qianghua Elder charged forward, heedless of her own life. While they remained powerless to act, even the slightest movement instilled a profound fear of a gruesome demise, resulting in nothing but the echo of shouts resounding through the air. As no one dared to stir a muscle, such oblivious creatures, Zhou Hai's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, instantly immobilizing the frail body of the elder Qianghua in midair, the sacred laws binding her neck tightly, rendering her incapable of seeking salvation or embracing death. When the cultivators of the world targeted my disciple, I refrained from intervening, wishing instead to temper him. Now, as I apprehend you, I have refrained from delivering a fatal blow out of sheer impatience for bloodshed. Do you truly believe I am devoid of temper, incapable of taking a life? Zhou Hai's eyes flashed with intensity, and as his words left his lips, explosions erupted incessantly. Boom, boom, one after another. Gaping wounds manifested on the body of the elder Qianghua, her limbs reduced to a horrific mass of flesh, blood mist enveloping the surroundings. All that remained was a grotesque semblance of a human form suspended in the air, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. "Spare me, O sage." Below, all present trembled in terror, collectively kneeling in supplication. Before the sage, none understood the meaning of dignity. "Spare me, spare me." To plead for mercy requires a semblance of humility. How could I ever grant such clemency? Zhou Hai's frigid gaze swept across the crowd. With a mere wave of his hand, the very fabric of reality warped, causing the realm occupied by the elders of the Qiongyo sacred land to collapse instantaneously. "No, spare us, O sage." The elders and disciples of the Qiongyo sect cried out in terror, pleading for mercy while casting venomous glances at the elder Qiongwa. It is this wretched old woman, consumed by her own vendetta, who has shown no regard for the lives of others. In this tempest of fury and fear, their bodies were reduced to mere dust as the world crumbled around them. O sage, some were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders, while others fainted outright. The remaining souls who could muster a reaction prostrated themselves, pleading in despair. Chapter 78. Ancestor, why must you also seek my demise? Old woman, what qualifications do you possess to challenge me? Zhou Hai's gaze fixated once more on the elder Qiongwa, his tone chillingly resolute. If you possess the courage to kill me, then do so. You and your wicked apprentice have slain my husband. From this day forth, if I survive, I shall never relent. With no hope of resistance, the elder Qionghua's heart was solely set on embracing death. So your husband met his end by my hand. No wonder you are driven to madness. Alas, your desire to reunite with him in death is but a futile dream. Not to mention that I would have obliterated his soul long before, even if his spirit lingered. Do you truly believe I would allow your wishes to come to fruition? Since reason is absent, I shall ensure that you cannot seek life nor death. Zhou Hai scoffed, his fingers curling into a fist, instantly crushing the elder Qionghua's frail form. She barely managed to emit a cry of despair as her primordial spirit was laid bare before all. Zhou Hai refrained from annihilating her spirit, instead summoning the soul-devouring flag to confine her essence within. Another round of heart-wrenching screams erupted, seemingly narrating boundless anguish, causing the breath of those below to freeze in place. No one anticipated that, as a formidable being of the Purple Mansion realm, the elder Qionghua's ultimate fate would be to be imprisoned by a weapon of unity, enduring endless torment for eternity. Esteemed guests, we have slain many from your esteemed sects. Is there anyone else who wishes to fight to the death? Please, speak up. Zhou Hai retracted the poisonous soul banner, casting a glance at the scene before him, which lay enveloped in utter silence. Even the sound of cold sweat dripping to the ground was distinctly audible. Everyone held their breath. At this moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of guilt that rendered them incapable of uttering a sound, not even a sigh. This oppressive atmosphere incessantly tormented their will, filling their hearts with despair, yet they could only endure desperately, hoping this moment would swiftly pass. Zhou Hai, however, remained unperturbed, his gaze sweeping calmly over the crowd until their composure finally cracked, prompting him to speak once more. It seemed no one was inclined to fight to the death anymore. Now, perhaps we can engage in discourse? Upon this declaration, everyone hastily set an example of submission. Please enlighten us, sage. We would gladly face death. At this juncture, they feared not the demands of the sage, but rather the possibility that he might not even grant them the opportunity to express themselves. Had they known it would come to this, they would have acted differently from the outset. Listening closely, Zhou Hai proclaimed, "Those who wish to harm my disciple may do so. In peer competitions, even if my disciple were to perish, I would harbor no grievances. It would merely be his own lack of skill. However, from this day forth, should anyone dare to wield their power to oppress my disciple, they shall bear the consequences of their actions, facing the obliteration of their sect and the severance of their lineage." His voice was grave, resonating like thunder across the heavens, instilling fear into the hearts of all present. Such overwhelming authority, this was the true essence of a sage. It was said that a sage had not emerged in the world for millennia. This singular figure of wisdom was capable of suppressing an entire era, compelling universal respect. At your command, no one dared to utter further words. In this moment, only the phrase "at your command" lingered in the air. Furthermore, as compensation for the harm inflicted upon my disciple during this period, I do not believe it unreasonable to seek a favorable omen from you. Do I? Zhou Hai spoke again. We are here to heed your teachings, sage. The crowd had learned no other phrase but this. From this day forth, I hope my disciples may traverse freely among the various sects. The sacred realms of each sect, whenever they require training, shall be open to my disciples. Of course, you may also set traps and ambushes. As for the consequences, you may weigh them accordingly. Zhou Hai's words caused all present to narrow their eyes in shock. Did this not mean relinquishing their legacies to the various sacred places? How could this be possible? It felt akin to excavating the graves of their ancestors. What face would they have to meet their forebears after death? We of the Sword sect welcome the arrival of the sage's disciple. We of the Su Yun Peak welcome the arrival of the sage's disciple. We of the Great Tang Dynasty. We of the Great Yuan. We of the Primordial Era. An inner turmoil surged within them, after a lengthy silence. They chose the former option of facing their ancestors rather than risking the embarrassment of never meeting them again. After all, how they would confront their forebears was a matter for the future. If they ended up like the elderly Qianghua, they would have no right to consider such matters. Chun Bei silently observed this scene, and before he knew it, tears had moistened his eyes, as a notorious demon feared throughout the northern wastes. No one had ever witnessed him weep, yet at this moment, he could no longer contain his emotions. In truth, there was no need for his master to intervene. Had any of his ancestors spoken up, with the strength of the great Qian dynasty, the various sacred places would have thought twice before attempting to harm him. Alas, ever since his father had passed away, it felt as though he had been entirely forsaken by the great Qian. The ancestors of the great Qian dynasty spoke not in his defense, but instead conspired with outsiders to hunt him down. At this moment, his gaze oscillated between Zhou Hai and the group from the great Qian dynasty below, and the immense disparity sent tremors through his heart. In contrast to the warmth bestowed upon him by his master, the ancestors of the great Qian brought him nothing but chilling despair. You little rascal. Why are your eyes so red? If you have any requests, just speak up. I shall see who dares to refuse today. Zhou Hai's voice rang out. A blend of laughter and scolding. Enough. With my master present, I have no further demands. I only hope to fulfill my father's last wishes and serve my master faithfully from now on. That would suffice for me. Chun Bei managed a faint smile, his parched lips curling at the thought, and he abruptly turned his gaze back to the individuals of the great Qian dynasty. Ancestors, can you enlighten me as to why this is so? Upon hearing his words, the crowd from the great Qian trembled involuntarily, particularly the elder at the forefront, whose face turned ashen. In that moment, they yearned not to be the center of attention. I do not comprehend. As a descendant of the Qin family, I am the most distinguished among us. I have always taken it upon myself to revive the great Qian. While I may harbor animosity towards other sects, I have never betrayed the lineage of the great Qian, nor have I wronged any individual from it. Why then, in the end, is it the great Qian that pursues me with such lethal intent? You too are my ancestors. Must my lineage be so utterly reviled? As silence enveloped the gathering, Chun Bei felt a sharp pang in his heart. During this time, he had vanquished members of various sects, yet he had never laid a hand upon the ancestors of the great Qian dynasty. He found himself unable to do so, equally perplexed as to why they would relentlessly pursue him. The elder's complexion was ghastly, his lips a purplish hue, struggling to articulate something, yet unable to utter a single word. What is the matter? Have you gone deaf or mute, unable to speak? Zhou Hai's icy voice pierced through the air, causing all to shudder once more. Old ancestor Chen Su, what is it that cannot be said? What the great Qian has done is intolerable to all the sacred grounds. We too wish to know the truth. Indeed, old ancestor Chen Su, to spare not even your own descendants, the great Qian dynasty is unworthy of being a sacred ground. Speak of your shame. Do not implicate us. The members of the various sacred grounds hurriedly chimed in, echoing Zhou Hai's condemnation of the great Qian lineage. They genuinely wished to escape death. To avoid further provoking Zhou Hai, they felt compelled to acquiesce to all his demands, while also pressuring others to comply. Chapter 79. Is Chun Bei not a descendant of the Qin family? In the face of everyone's coercion, the countenance of the great Qian crowd grew grim. Yet old ancestor Chen Su suddenly erupted into laughter. His laughter was somewhat deranged, reminiscent of madness. Chun Bei, do you still not understand? You do not bear the surname Chun. You have no connection to the Chun family whatsoever. Have you forgotten what sort of man your father was? At barely 100 years of age, he had already attained the Dao Palace realm, unmatched in his generation. He should have enjoyed at least 3,000 years of life. Yet ultimately, he lived for only a little over 100 years. He perished because of you. Do you comprehend that? His primordial spirit is now imprisoned, suffering a fate worse than death, and the calamity of heaven and earth looms ever closer. The Qin family stands on the brink of annihilation. Only through your demise can your father attain liberation. Only with your death can the Qian, and indeed the entire northern wilderness, be saved. Do you now comprehend this? The laughter of the ancestor Chun Su gradually turned desolate, culminating in despair. What? Chun Bei's body trembled, a ringing in his ears causing the world around him to swirl. How could this be? Am I not a descendant of the Qin family? Did my father perish because of me? A torrent of information bombarded Chun Bei's mind, leaving him utterly disoriented. He refused to accept the truth, Yet the actions of the Chen family seemed to corroborate this grim reality. Could it be that I am indeed the root of calamity? Nearby, Zhou Hai appeared somewhat stupefied. Good heavens, this plot is exceedingly melodramatic. Is the next act to unveil the supreme lineage of my esteemed disciple? Then to traverse the cosmos, invincible? Various scenarios flashed through Zhou Hai's mind, giving him the sensation of witnessing a grand spectacle. A cataclysm? What cataclysm? Sharing the same blood yet denying one's own kin. What a ridiculous assembly of ants. Not only Zhou Hai, even the honored one of the vast sea, suppressed within the 9 great imperial artifacts, could not help but join in the spectacle. Alas, after so many days of silence, I thought you had perished. It seems you are still among us. Zhou Hai paused, greeting with a smile. You could die before I ever perish. The icy voice of the honored one of the vast sea resounded, his regard for Zhou Hai plummeting to an all-time low. You have lived for millions of years. If anyone is to die, it should be you first. But truly, do you think that the longer one lives, the less rational one becomes? I cannot speak for others, but I can assure you that my precious disciple is undoubtedly of the Qin lineage. How can they pursue their own descendants while concocting such absurd tales? Zhou Hai grinned, contemplating. The thoughts of mere ants are hardly worthy of my consideration. The honored one of the vast sea retorted coldly. Humph, it has been said that the longer one lives, the duller one's wits become. Do you still doubt this? If you cannot fathom it, simply admit it. What is there to be embarrassed about? Zhou Hai scoffed, inciting the honored one of the vast sea to rage uncontrollably. Only then did he realize that the one with the dull wits was not the Qin family, but himself. Disciple, do not heed their nonsensical chatter. Others may be oblivious. But I know for certain that you are of the Chun lineage. Do not burden yourself with any psychological weight. Observing the signs of Chun Bei's impending breakdown, Zhou Hai ceased his amusement and approached. But master, Chun Bei's eyes turned crimson, filled with skepticism. He questioned his own lineage, feeling as though he were nothing more than a jest. Others have origins, while he might not even have a father. Who are they, anyway? A bunch of confused fools. Why not just test to see if I am truly a descendant of the Qin family? Zhou Hai's words sparked a light in Chun Bei's eyes. Yes, a test will reveal everything. Chun Bei, have you never pondered why every member of the Chun family possesses a destiny plate, yet you do not? Because your destiny plate cannot enter the ancestral hall of the Qin family. Your bloodline cannot merge with ours. Here, take my personal destiny plate. Feel free to try and see if your blood can integrate with it. Without waiting for Chun Bei to speak, the ancestor of Chun Su let out a mournful laugh and tossed his life token towards this side. All present were taken aback. This was the life token of one's true self, not merely the token kept in the ancestral hall of the sect. Once a person perishes, the token in the hall shatters, yet the shattering of that token does not necessarily mean the death of the individual. In contrast, the true life token is intimately connected to the person. Even the slightest damage to it could result in irreparable harm to the individual's essence. In the realm of cultivation, presenting one's life token is tantamount to entrusting one's life to another. However, upon realizing they were facing a sage, everyone felt a sense of relief. Before a sage, the act of offering a life token bore little consequence. Zhou Hai was equally unreserved, raising his hand to grasp the token firmly. As he slightly probed with his consciousness, the token instantly revealed all the information pertaining to ancestor Chen Su. This was a recognition of bloodline, a reflection of one's origin. Only the bloodline of the Chen family could be acknowledged by the life token refined by the sacred artifacts of the Chen clan. Come, let us test it. Zhou Hai tossed the token to Chun Bei, fully confident that Chun Bei was a descendant of the Chen family. After all, the system's description provided no other identity for him. It was important to note that the system's introduction was exceedingly detailed. For instance, it clearly stated that Qin Shi Yao was the reincarnation of the emperor's Dao fruit, and had Chun Bei possessed any other identity, it would have been revealed before him. Yet, Chun Bei hesitated. The normally dauntless youth took 2 steps back. He suddenly recalled that his father had never established a life token for him, nor had he ever brought him to the clan's grand sacrifices. Could it be that he truly was not a descendant of the Qin family, unworthy of the ancestors' recognition? With this thought, Chun Bei gazed at the life token in terror. Without testing, he might deceive himself, but once tested, he felt he might shatter. He could not accept the words of ancestor Chen Su. Do you see it now, Chun Bei? Deep down, you already know the answer. You simply lack the courage to admit it. Ancestor Chen Su's sorrowful laughter only intensified Chun Bei's sense of impending doom. Enough of this nonsense, let us test it. Zhou Hai, unable to bear it any longer, took a drop of Chun Bei's blood and directly infused it into the token. Buzz. In an instant, the token trembled violently, a crimson light shooting skyward. Crack. The token failed to assimilate Chun Bei's blood and instead began to fracture. Puff. The damage to the token caused ancestor Chun Su to spurt a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Yet, a look of relief crossed his features as he gazed upon Chun Bei with unprecedented gentleness. Child, do you see? You must meet your end, or the entire Qin family shall be doomed. The ancestors did not wish to reveal this truth to you, merely to spare you from cruelty. Did you think your father was the only one who cared for you? We grieve for you as well. But humanity is inherently selfish, before the entirety of the clan. Who can truly act with righteousness? The ancestors departed without eliminating you before you learned the truth. I am sorry, child. As Ancestor Qin Su spoke, his tone became unusually gentle, his gaze gradually dimming. In the wake of the departure of Ancestor Qin Su, the members of the Qin family were engulfed in anguish. Their eyes reddened with sorrow as they howled in despair. Chun Bei abruptly lifted his head, unable to accept the grim reality before him. Nor could he bear the weight of having inadvertently caused the demise of his revered ancestor. He could sense that Ancestor Chun Su's words had been spoken from the heart. He recalled the days of his youth when Ancestor Chun Su had emerged from seclusion solely to see him and had taken him on countless joyful excursions. Those were times filled with warmth and happiness, and he could scarcely comprehend how it had devolved into the present predicament. Yet, one thing was certain. Ancestor Qin Su had been correct in stating that his blood could never truly meld with that of the Qin family, and it was inherently antagonistic to their lineage. Under normal circumstances, a mere blood test could not result in the shattering of a life token. Yet he had unwittingly caused the death of an esteemed ancestor with his very own blood. Chapter 80. The Ancestral Bloodline and the Blood Refinement Technique. With tears in his eyes, Chun Bei rushed towards Ancestor Qin Su. Why had it come to this? What had transpired? The enigma seemed to unravel. Yet it only led to further confusion. Chun Bei was unable to release the questions that plagued his mind. Nor could he relinquish his hold on the lifeless form of his ancestor. Once, Ancestor Qin Su had looked upon him with the same tenderness he now felt. But what had changed? Why had all turned to enmity? What on earth is happening? At this moment, Zhou Hai was equally bewildered, though they shared the same bloodline. Why was there such conflict? Moreover, Chun Bei's blood was astonishingly potent. A single drop had been sufficient to eliminate an ancestor of the Qin family, which defied reason. How could this be? Even the esteemed Han Hai was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Old monster, you have lived for over 8 million years. Have you ever witnessed such a phenomenon? Zhou Hai inquired hastily. I understand now. The Qin family is far from an ordinary clan. Their ancestors must have been great emperors or even transcended such status. Han Hai mused aloud. Throughout the long river of time, their bloodline has gradually thinned, becoming the norm. Yet this child has returned to his roots, reviving the ancestral bloodline, which naturally cannot coexist with other diluted lineages. Han Hai did not acknowledge Zhou Hai's presence, lost in his own thoughts, but soon contradicted himself. No, that may be a possibility, but it is undoubtedly more complex than that. What truly lies behind this? What other profound secrets exist in this world that I remain unaware of? Zhou Hai listened, growing increasingly agitated. However, he found some solace in Han Hai's earlier assertions, as the phenomenon of ancestral return was not uncommon. Yet, how could such a return lead to the rejection of the same source bloodline, causing harm to it? System, could you possibly offer an explanation? Zhou Hai attempted to communicate with the system. Unfortunately, the unresponsive system continued to feign ignorance, offering no reply whatsoever. Ancestor, take this and this. Over there, Chun Bei clutched Ancestor Chun Su tightly, desperately attempting to feed him various miraculous elixirs. A flicker of vitality coursed through Ancestor Qin Su. But alas, with the life token shattered, no amount of medicinal herbs would prove beneficial. Enough, my child. I am so sorry. The truth was too cruel. Had it been possible, Ancestor Qin Su would have preferred to end his life before he learned the horrifying reality. Even if you harbor animosity towards the Qin family, there remains within your heart a beloved father, a sanctuary you mistakenly deem your own. Yet now, the ancestor is unable to fulfill that role. I do not share these words to impose undue pressure upon you. I merely beseech your master to spare the Qin family, to refrain from complete annihilation. From this day forth, the Qin family and you shall be severed from all ties. You need not concern yourself with them, for their fate shall rest solely upon their own fortunes. The Chun ancestor grasped Chun Bei's hand with tenderness, sorrow, and profound guilt shimmering in his eyes. He believed in Chun Bei. Had he revealed the truth sooner, he would undoubtedly have sacrificed himself for the Qin family without hesitation. Yet that would have been exceedingly unjust. A mere 16-year-old child, born without a mother, learning of his father's death only to discover he was but an adopted son. And it was because of him that his beloved father was slain. If he were to live, the lives of 1,000,000 clansmen would be at stake, forcing him into a path of sacrifice. The Chun ancestor could not bear this. Thus, he became the most resolute advocate for vengeance within the Qin family. He would rather Qin Bei despise the entire Qin family than witness him burdened with guilt over the death of Emperor Qian. For such a moral weight would be far too heavy to bear. Had he not feared today as potential destruction of the Qin clan by Zhou Hai, he would never have spoken the truth. No, ancestor, hold on. You will be saved. My master will surely save you. As Qin Bei looked towards Zhou Hai, despair evident in his gaze, he realized the various elixirs provided by his master had proven ineffective. Zhou Hai's brow furrowed, overwhelmed by an acute headache. This predicament had become increasingly difficult to resolve. Listen, young man, I shall impart a method to you. Perhaps it can rescue this individual. At that moment, the voice of the celestial sovereign of the vast sea echoed. What method? Zhou Hai inquired, aware that the ancient entity sought to ascertain certain truths. Coincidentally, he too desired knowledge, thus an alliance seemed prudent. If this youth truly possessed the ancient bloodline of the Qin family, even the most obstinate of natures might be tempered. This is the blood refinement technique. Give it a try. As the words left his lips, Zhou Hai felt a faint divine consciousness emerge, revealing the core principles of the blood refinement technique. Blood refinement. Zhou Hai's spirit ignited with clarity as he swiftly approached Qin Bei's side. Do not rush. My disciple, Zhou Hai reassured him, extending a finger. Before Qin Bei could comprehend, he felt a sudden absence, a wave of weakness threatening to bring him to his knees. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered Zhou Hai had forcefully extracted a drop of his heart's blood. This drop, crimson in hue, appeared unremarkable. Yet as Zhou Hai formed intricate seals with his hands, the resonance of the heavens reverberated, as if an ancient power from before creation was refining that drop of blood. In an instant, the heart's blood radiated a dark brilliance, echoing with the sounds of countless battle cries. Within that single drop of blood lay the essence of an entire world. Indeed, I have not erred. It is truly a manifestation of the ancestral bloodline. However, an unforeseen complication has arisen. Someone has intervened covertly. The celestial sovereign of the vast sea's voice resounded, but Zhou Hai paid no heed, his hands moving with rapid precision to suppress the murderous intent emanating from the blood. Moments later, the malice dissipated, and the drop of blood returned to tranquility. Consume it. Zhou Hai snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the blood from his heart surged into the mouth of ancestor Qin Su. Master, Qin Bei was taken aback. His master was fully aware that his bloodline conflicted with that of the Qin family. Why then would he offer his heart's blood to the ancestor? Was he desirous of hastening the ancestor's demise? Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, he felt the world tremble violently, as an overwhelming force of spiritual energy surged forth. Simultaneously, it seemed as though great runes of the Tao were flowing through the heavens and the earth. Looking at the ancestor Qin Su in his arms, he was astonished to see his body glowing. Blood seeped from the pores of the ancestor's skin, expelling old, stagnant blood, while fresh vitality flooded in through the essence of the universe. This scene resembled a legendary rebirth. What was happening? After addressing the matters at hand, ancestor Qin Su had braced himself to confront death, yet his eyes widened in disbelief as an unfamiliar sense of comfort enveloped him. A regenerative force blossomed within him. For a moment, he felt as if he were cradled within the womb of the universe, awaiting rebirth. Soon, his appearance began to transform. The once white-haired elder gradually morphed into a youth of 17 or 18. This spectacle left all onlookers with widened eyes and expressions of sheer astonishment. Ancestor Qin Su had seemingly been granted a second life. How could this be? Throughout history, beneath the saints, who had ever achieved a second existence? Surely, he was the only one. Everyone gaped, teetering on the brink of madness. At this moment, the most astonished was undoubtedly Qin Bei, while the most shaken was ancestor Qin Su himself. Qin Bei could not comprehend why the outcome diverged from his expectations. His blood had not been lethal to the ancestor. Ancestor Qin Su too was bewildered, as Qin Bei's blood was clearly antagonistic to the Qin lineage, yet here it was, aiding him in reclaiming his essence and achieving a second life. Only Zhou Hai breathed a sigh of relief, at last. He could confirm that Qin Bei was indeed a descendant of the Qin family. Master, what is the meaning of this? Ancestor, could it be that Qin Bei truly is? Unable to fathom, both Qin Bei and ancestor Qin Su turned their gazes toward Zhou Hai, their eyes brimming with inquiry. Chapter 81. The Tale of the Underworld. The desperate plight of the Qin clan. A group of elderly fools, having declared him a descendant of the Qin family, did they truly believe he was a foundling? Or did the old Qin family possess a penchant for disgrace? The emperor's woman bore another's child and nurtured it with care? The truth has now come to light. Not only is Qin Bei a descendant of your Qin lineage, but he also possesses ancestral blood. Yet, why does it conflict with the Qin bloodline? This, I cannot comprehend at the moment. Zhou Hai scoffed, Upon his revelation, ancestor Chun Su discerned many suspicious aspects. Indeed, those who insisted that Chun Bei was not a descendant of the Qin family were the very same, while Chun Bei's father had never uttered such words. Moreover, before his demise, he left behind a deathbed letter ensuring Chun Bei's safety, firmly asserting that Chun Bei was a descendant of the Qin family. Yet, for years, everyone had assumed he was merely concerned for the boy. Now, it appeared they had likely been deceived. But what monumental secret lay hidden within this? Why had those individuals sought to mislead them, and to what end? Ancestor, you spoke of my father's soul being imprisoned. You mentioned the calamity of the North Wilderness. That someone sought to annihilate our Qin family. What is truly happening? How many more matters have you yet to reveal? As the master appeared lost in confusion, Chun Bei cast another glance at ancestor Chun Su. It had to be them. Ancestor Chun Su offered no response. Instead, his pupils widened. And with a face full of animosity and a murderous aura, he shouted, "Who?" Chun Bei urgently pressed for answers. Yet, at that moment, a streak of light traversed the heavens. It was a sound transmission talisman. Ancestor Chun Su instinctively reached out to grasp it, but Chun Bei preemptively intervened. With a pointed gesture, the talisman shattered before ancestor Chun Su, releasing a voice steeped in sorrow. Old ancestor Chun Min has passed away. The anguished sound echoed, and the surrounding onlookers seemed to hear the wails of grief. Chun Bei felt a tightening in his chest, as if his heart were being clutched by an unseen hand. This was his elder brother. He had thought that after their father's demise, his elder brother had turned into a heartless stranger, unrecognizable even to himself. Yet, he remained as fragile and compassionate as ever. The pain in that voice conveyed an anguish that Chun Bei could scarcely fathom, one that eclipsed even the torment of being hunted by the world and betrayed by his kin. Perhaps only the agony of discovering he was not a true member of the Chun clan could rival it. Father. At that moment, however, it was ancestor Chun Su who felt a deeper anguish. His eyes reddened, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Even at several millennia old, the bond between father and son proved difficult to sever. The old man had only departed for a few days, and now his father followed suit. Would it soon be the turn of other uncles and brothers? The Chun clan was numerous, yet such losses were unsustainable. With tears flowing, ancestor Chun Su gazed at the sound transmission talisman still hovering in the air, its light yet to dissipate, his body stiffening and his expression growing increasingly tense. The talisman remained silent for a long while. Yet, all understood that as long as the light persisted, the transmission would continue. There must be more unspoken truths weighing heavily somewhere. Indeed, another voice emerged, shattering ancestor Chun Su's heart. Old ancestor Chen Tai, Chen Yun, Chen Baitan, and 9 other ancestors have all passed away. Please return to preside over the situation. The voice trembled, despair striking at the very souls of all who heard it. Silence enveloped the gathering as they struggled to comprehend the calamity that had plunged the Chun clan into such despair. It was well known that the Chun lineage was the most ancient family in the northern wilderness, a presence that commanded respect from the great holy lands. Oh, uncle. No. Ancestor Chun Su trembled, unable to contain his emotions any longer, and broke down into uncontrollable sobs. Ancestors. The surrounding members of the Chun clan joined in, crying out in despair. What had transpired? What could possibly have caused such devastation? Chun Bei, however, could not bring himself to weep. His heart was heavy with pain, bitterness flooding his mouth, yet anger surged within him, more potent than the sorrow. Who could be so ruthless as to persecute the Chun clan? What calamity had befallen them, allowing the seemingly tranquil Chun family to bury one strong figure after another? Indeed, ancestor, what has happened? Why have 9 ancestors been lost? A young member of the Chun clan, standing behind ancestor Chun Su, could no longer contain himself and cried out, Ancestor, what is it that cannot be spoken? Even one of the elders from the Dao Palace couldn't help but exclaim. Clearly, the profound secret of the Chun family was known not only to Chun Bei, but also to many within the clan. They were only aware that under the command of ancestor Chun Su, the pursuit of Chun Bei had become their sole mission. The netherworld was to be their doom, a place from which they sought the life of Bei heir, and a realm where they intended to unleash a great calamity upon all heavens and worlds. Ancestor Chun Su's eyes glowed crimson, his lips quivering, as he finally revealed this astonishing secret. What? The netherworld? At these words, those around him were left in a state of bewilderment. What was this netherworld? Was it not merely a fabrication of charlatans in the mortal realm meant to deceive people? There existed no netherworld, no underworld, and certainly no cycle of reincarnation. Even the legendary celestial realm was elusive, with no one truly knowing if it existed. As a cultivator, and a peak expert at the Purple Mansion stage, to claim that the netherworld was about to instigate a great calamity was nothing short of absurd. Even Zhou Hai wore a grim expression. 7 years prior, he might have entertained such ghostly tales. Yet now, as a being revered as a deity among mortals, how could he possibly believe in such nonsense? Among the legendary emperors, which one did not possess the power to obliterate the entire universe? If the netherworld truly dared to claim their lives, would they not be vanquished in an instant? But in the end, who among them could achieve immortality? Even the esteemed Lord of the Vast Sea had merely survived through countless stratagems for a mere 8 million years. Were they truly coming for them from the netherworld? At that moment, Zhou Hai perceived a voice from within his consciousness, that of the Lord of the Vast Sea, filled with astonishment and an underlying sense of oppression. What did this mean? Could it be that the old fellow was suggesting the netherworld truly existed? Zhou Hai was taken aback. If he found Ancestor Chun Tzu's claim about the netherworld to be nonsensical, the mere tone of the Lord of the Vast Sea left him speechless. Ha ha ha. Young man, do you still wish to live? I shall grant you an opportunity. Release me, and I shall ensure your survival. The Lord of the Vast Sea did not respond directly, but instead laughed heartily within Zhou Hai's consciousness. Damn it, I merely wish to understand the nature of the netherworld. Just state it plainly without all this unnecessary chatter. Zhou Hai scowled, unleashing a torrent of curses at the Lord of the Vast Sea. Impudence! You insolent wretch! Do you not possess even a modicum of respect for this emperor? The Lord of the Vast Sea was incensed. Once a sovereign, he had stood equal to the heavens. In his era, who dared to approach him without bowing? Even after 8 million years, he remained exalted. Never had he been treated with such insolence. How dare you? A mere prisoner, speak of rights and power. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes, rendering the Lord of the Vast Sea speechless, leaving him in silence. What on earth was happening with the netherworld? Chun Bei looked at Ancestor Chen Tzu in confusion, finally unable to restrain his curiosity. Bei, do not inquire further. The ancestor perceived the future greatness within him. You shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle and illuminate an era. Since you cannot be killed, and you are not a member of the Qin family, we shall sever all ties with you and refrain from any further forceful actions. However, as you are indeed a member of the Qin family, your survival is of utmost importance. The future of the Qin family rests upon your shoulders. The venerable ancestor Chen Tzu patted Chun Bei's shoulder. Initially, Chun Bei paid little heed, but gradually he felt an overwhelming numbness coursing through his body, rendering him powerless and collapsing to the ground. Struggling with all his might, he soon realized that Ancestor Chen Tzu's profound Tao rhythm had sealed his cultivation, leaving him immobile. Ancestor, what are you doing? Chun Bei's expression changed dramatically. Yet, Ancestor Chun Tzu remained silent, slowly rising and casting his gaze over all present. Ha ha ha, for centuries, the great sacred lands have bullied the Qin family excessively. Even the renowned Jixia Academy, known for its righteousness, has extorted the Qin family while receiving support from our Qian. I am aware that the Qin family, having retreated step by step, has become the laughingstock of the sacred lands, with some believing we are no longer a force to be reckoned with. Indeed, now that 9 of our great ancestors have passed, only I and 2 other brothers remain as peak practitioners of the Purple Mansion realm. The rest of our descendants are powerless to contend with the sacred lands. Those who dare to annihilate our Qian and seize the fortune of the Qin family may act now. However, I warn you, the realm of the underworld is approaching. Once the Qin family is obliterated, you shall be next. Ancestor Chun Tzu's tone was frigid, causing an instinctive tightening in the hearts of all present. They may doubt the existence of the underworld, but the power capable of destroying the Qin family was sufficient to threaten the sacred lands. This foretold a monumental crisis. Elder, I entrust this child to you. Today I learned he is a descendant of the Qin family. I feel remorseful, but also comforted. I believe as long as he lives, the Qin family harbors hope. For the wrongs I have done to him in the past, we shall safeguard him with the lives of our kin in recompense. They say his death could save our entire clan, yet none can discern the truth. In the past, I was selfish, wagering his life for a glimmer of hope. That shall no longer be the case. Turning, Ancestor Chun Tzu regarded Zhou Hai with a face full of expectation, as if entrusting an orphan with a legacy. Cough. Receiving remuneration to alleviate calamities, after all. Moreover, as my disciple, it is only right. Zhou Hai awkwardly rubbed his nose, pondering whether Ancestor Chun Tzu's remarks about extortion referred to the recent incident involving the Daizhou Academy. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed he was merely paying for a favor. The descendants of the Chun family had yet to present their apprenticeship gifts. He could certainly afford those spirit stones. Senior's righteousness is understood by the younger generation. May I inquire about your esteemed title? Ancestor Chun Tzu was taken aback, instantly comprehending Zhou Hai's implication. This was a reminder not to solely focus on entrusting the orphan, but to leave something for him as well. Of course, that is not an issue. The hope of the Qin family lies with Chun Bei. Entrusting everything to them is entirely feasible. With this guardian present, No one would dare to touch the belongings left for the child. Ancestor, my master, Chunbei began to introduce Zhou Hai. But Zhou Hai raised his hand to silence him. Cough. Rest assured, old man. I, Murong Xiao, shall certainly protect the descendants of your Qin family. Zhou Hai cleared his throat twice, immediately eliciting a look of bewilderment from Chunbei. What is happening? Why is my master calling out such a name? Isn't that the great name of my master's uncle? Ah, but my master has always been indifferent to fame and fortune, seeking merely tranquility. He must not wish for his name to be uttered or for his legacy to be proclaimed, Chunbei mused. At this moment, he remained unaware of Zhou Hai's extortion of the Daiqian dynasty. Thank you, Senior Moro. Let us depart. Ancestor Qin Su bowed to Zhou Hai and, with a wave of his hand, led the remaining members of the Chun clan away from the scene. Senior Moro, remember, do not allow this child to venture to the capital of the Qin dynasty. As they flew further away, Ancestor Qin Su suddenly recalled something and called out loudly. Ancestor, are we truly willing to sacrifice the lives of our entire clan merely to protect Chunbei? A young man, who was Chunbei's sixth elder brother, Chunlei, inquired as they soared thousands of miles away. He was the most gifted disciple of the Chun clan of his generation, second only to Chunbei. Faced with Chunlei's question, Ancestor Qin Su wore a grim expression and remained silent. Only after they had traveled 100,000 miles did he finally exclaim, Foolish! How can the hopes of a clan be placed upon a single individual? Upon our return, you shall disperse anonymously, for if Bei succeeds in rising, you may seek him out again. If he fails to ascend, then let our Chun clan fade into obscurity and return to tranquility. These words, once spoken, filled the hearts of those present with sorrow. Has the Chun clan truly reached its end? Ancestor, since you have already made your decision, why not allow Chunbei to try? Perhaps he could save our clan. A middle-aged man could not help but interject. Impudent. Ancestor Qin Su reprimanded sharply, raising his hand to deliver a slap. The middle-aged man hurriedly covered his face, falling silent and bowing his head. Alas, all mortals harbor selfishness. Have you considered whether the life of Bei could genuinely secure the future of the Qin clan? In the past, for the sake of the clan's future, I indeed might have sacrificed Bei, for he is but an outsider. Keeping the truth from him has been the greatest kindness I could offer him. Yet now, I have relinquished even that small kindness. If only it could yield a glimmer of hope, I would not hesitate. I would gladly trade my life for his. But he is my clan's bloodline. He is our greatest hope. Reflecting on this, I realize I have wronged him too much. This time, please do not burden that child any further. If it were possible, I truly wish I had not selfishly spoken the truth today, even if they harbor anger. With Bei's feelings, it would not lead to the severance of our Chun bloodline. I regret it. At this point, Ancestor Qin Su sighed heavily, his eyes filled with the weight of time. Ancestor, then why do we not collectively migrate, fleeing to another place? Chunlei furrowed his brow. Huh. To migrate as a clan? You are utterly ignorant. The universe operates on cause and effect. As the oldest sacred family of the northern wilderness, how many sacred places have vanished over countless ages, and how many have risen? Only our Qin clan stands unyielding. Do you know why? Not for any other reason, but because others only seek to take, while our Qin clan gives back to the world. This is the eternal blessing bestowed upon our Qin clan by the will of heaven, for the sake of the generations to come. What does it matter if I sacrifice several generations of my clan, as long as the enlightened practitioners of the Chun clan do not perish? We shall not allow calamities to disrupt our great Qian. Upon returning this time, any scion of the Chun clan who has committed sins shall be offered as a blood sacrifice. The ancestral figure of Qin Su let out a chilling laugh, yet his gaze turned fiercely menacing, causing an undeniable shiver to run through all present. As he spoke, under Qin Su's command, the spiritual vessel soared thousands of miles away. In Qin Su's recollection, the limit of a peak sage's consciousness extended to 100,000 miles. Conversations occurring beyond this distance should not have reached Zhou Hai's ears. Unbeknownst to them, they had never escaped the enveloping reach of Zhou Hai's consciousness. Chapter 83. Chunbei's obsession, Zhou Hai's concession. Watching Qin Su and the others depart, Zhou Hai had listened intently to their conversation before retracting his consciousness. Master, Chunbei lay on the ground, his eyes reddened, gazing at Zhou Hai with a visage of pain. Do not say another word. Others may be ignorant of the underworld, but I am acutely aware. Even a sovereign would find difficulty confronting this realm. I lack the confidence to intervene in this matter. I shall not permit your return to the Qin clan. Zhou Hai recalled the astonished tone of the heavenly sovereign of the vast sea and promptly refused. With a flick of his sleeve, he whisked Chunbei away from the scene. Does the underworld truly exist? Unbeknownst to him, his words rendered everyone's faces ashen. When the ancestral figure of Qin Su spoke of the underworld, some might question its authenticity. Yet, as a sage, his words held weight. Who would dare to dispute their veracity? All of you, heed my command. Continue your pursuit of the primordial demon ape in the Taichu mountain range. I shall return to the sacred ground. With this thought, the elders of the various sacred grounds issued simultaneous orders and turned to depart, while the others swiftly dispersed. However, before leaving, a perplexity arose within them. Morong Shao, why have I never heard of this individual? Some felt the name was somewhat familiar, yet they could not recollect its significance. After all, the powerful figures emerging from the sacred grounds were primarily those of elders or outstanding juniors. The head of a branch academy like Morong Shao was unlikely to attract their attention. Of course, as the only sage in 10,000 years after today, the name Morong Shao was destined to resonate throughout the northern wilderness, celebrated by all, at least at this moment. Many had already etched the name Morong Shao into their hearts. Meanwhile, Morong Shao of the Great Zhou Academy seemed to sense something, an involuntary tightening in his chest. For reasons unknown, he felt increasingly unusual of late, as if some intricate cause and effect were wrapping around him, leaving one unable to discern whether it was good or ill, utterly shameless. On the other side, the heavenly sovereign of the vast sea, suppressed within the 9 imperial artifacts, after a prolonged period of displeasure, finally directed scorn towards Zhou Hai. He had come to realize that the young man's name was not truly Morong Shao. His earlier self-deception stemmed from fear. Observing the manner in which he had just lied, it was evident he had committed some shameful deed, clearly unable to face others. One could only pity his unfortunate senior brother, who would unknowingly bear countless burdens and attract enmity throughout his life. In response to the disdain from the heavenly sovereign of the vast sea, Zhou Hai remained unresponsive, as if he were deaf to the mockery. The earnest pleas of Chun Bei beside him stirred a tempest of emotions within him. "Master, I beseech you, allow me to return," he implored. "Master, do you truly wish to see the Chun clan perish before my very eyes?" Master Zhou Hai furrowed his brow tightly. The desperate and helpless calls of Master revealed to him, for the first time, the formidable impact of a wronged soul. "Very well. You are certain you wish to go back." Zhou Hai descended to the ground, casting Chun Bei upon it. They had ventured deep into the Taichu mountain range, where towering ancient trees obscured the sky, alongside a plethora of bizarre flora and peculiar fauna. The Taichu mountain range, deemed the most perilous trial ground in the northern wilderness, was not only marked by its secret passageways leading to the 8 desolates, but was also inherently treacherous. To traverse the mountain range, one would at least require the pinnacle strength of the Purple Mansion realm. Typically, even skilled practitioners in the Purple Mansion realm faced severe dangers here. For others, survival was utterly impossible. "Master, your great favor I shall remember for a lifetime. Yet, I cannot bear to watch the Chun clan face annihilation." Chun Bei's lips turned pale, and as soon as he touched the ground, an unsettling sensation enveloped him, as if something had intruded into his being, causing his blood to flow sluggishly. Zhou Hai shook his head, observing Chun Bei with a sense of helplessness, transmitting the conversation with ancestor Chun Su and the others to him through spiritual thought. Chun Bei witnessed the entirety of the scenes with clarity, his body trembling involuntarily. "Did you see? Even just moments ago, that old Chun Su, though he appeared sincere, was filled with ulterior motives towards you. Though you are a member of the Chun clan, you have never wronged them. Is it truly worth sacrificing yourself for them now?" Once Chun Bei regained his composure, Zhou Hai spoke again. Master, they say practitioners transcend worldly concerns, yet in truth, it is mere self-aggrandizement. They are but a throng of mortals." The ancestor spoke wisely. Human nature is inherently selfish. To save 100,000 kin, what is the sacrifice of an outsider? In my view, even if it were a clan member, sacrificing thousands or tens of thousands would be justified. The Chun clan has not wronged me, even amidst past misunderstandings. The ancestor has treated me with sufficient kindness. He is correct. Revealing the truth to me is far more cruel than concealing it. To witness the Chun clan march towards its demise without being able to act is a wound to my very soul, destined to become a lifelong torment. I do not dare to ask for your protection of the Chun clan, but I plead for your understanding of my plight." Chun Bei managed a sorrowful smile, his voice trembling with emotion. This fervent attachment to his clan evoked memories of Zhou Hai's own parents. Indeed, while ancestor Chun Su may have had selfish motives, had he truly erred? Ultimately, circumstances differ. Who could genuinely comprehend the heartache of ancestor Chun Su? "Very well, you may go. Your 3rd junior brother is in peril. I must hasten to find him and shall not accompany you." Zhou Hai shook his head, extending a finger. Instantly, Chun Bei felt a surge of clarity, his cultivation restored, and the inexplicable sense of suffocation dissipated. He looked up to see Zhou Hai gesturing, revealing an unfathomable spatial passage. "Master, it seems you have taken on another little disciple." Thus, the disciple felt at ease. Should anything unfortunate befall him, there would still be fellow disciples to attend to the master's side. The disciple took his leave. Qianbei looked at Zhou Hai with a cheerful expression, as if to convey his final words. Without waiting for Zhou Hai to respond, he stepped into the spatial passage. Master, I shall not take the destruction war spear with me. Please take care. Immediately after, Qianbei's voice resonated, and a spear flew forth, embedding itself in front of Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai frowned, a dark expression crossing his face. Even the silent destruction war machine emitted a low hum, seemingly expressing its dismay. Damn it, this kid is truly bidding me farewell with a heart resigned to death. Follow him. If any life-threatening peril arises, protect this lad. Zhou Hai scowled and kicked the destruction war spear back into the spatial passage. What, do you two think of me as a punching bag? The voice of the destruction war spear echoed, tinged with exasperation. Meanwhile, the heavenly sovereign of the vast sea, suppressed within the 9 imperial artifacts, wore an expression of astonishment. This young man, possessing all 9 imperial artifacts, and each of his 2 disciples has one as well. How many imperial treasuries has he plundered? And how many imperial graves has he unearthed? As the vast sea sovereign marveled, Zhou Hai turned and soared away, searching for the ancient demon ape. The system only indicated that the demon ape was in the primordial mountain range, without specifying its precise location. Once inside, with his saint-level cultivation, he could traverse freely. However, the Emperor's forbidden spells constrained him, rendering his divine sense incapable of spreading outward. To locate a living being amidst the vast mountain range of hundreds of thousands of miles with mere naked eyes was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Damn it! At this speed, by the time I find it, the corpse may have already decayed. After flying for a while, Zhou Hai gazed at the endless mountains, growing increasingly frustrated. Meanwhile, as he searched for the ancient demon ape, Qianbei, through the spatial passage, swiftly arrived at the capital of the great Qian dynasty. Chapter 84. Surrounded from all sides. All the world as enemies. How fast? In the void, Qianbei silently appeared. Upon seeing the familiar streets surrounding him, he could not help but exclaim, Master is truly the emperor of this age. Such speed is undeniably unmatched. Savoring the familiar essence emanating from the capital, he scanned the bustling crowd, then turned toward the imperial city without a hint of awareness that the destruction war spear had flashed behind him and vanished into the void. Unlike the great Zhou, the great Qian dynasty was known for its fierce spirit, with a flourishing culture of cultivation among the populace. Not to mention the imperial city. Even small villages and tribes were filled with practitioners. In the imperial city, one could find body-refining cultivators everywhere, with even children as young as 4 or 5 beginning their cultivation. Halt! Qianbei had not walked far when a cold voice rang out. He turned around to see many eyes fixed upon him. You are that traitor, Qianbei. As they recognized his visage, 1,000 people instantly surrounded him, their eyes filled with murderous intent. What do you desire? Qianbei's brow furrowed tightly. In the great Qian, he was known as a tyrant. Yet he believed he had not reached the point of being universally recognized. The scene before him surprised and perplexed him greatly. The individuals present, with the highest cultivation barely reaching the level of 2 foundation establishment practitioners, while the rest were merely at the body refinement stage, resembled a congregation of ordinary citizens in the great Qian. Did they truly dare to confront him? Qianbei, the rebel. Do you still have the audacity to appear in the capital of Qianwang? Quickly, notify the city guards and apprehend the traitor. Under Qianbei's watchful gaze, these individuals radiated hostility. Some shouted at him vehemently, while others immediately informed the guards of the capital. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Qianbei shook his head, unwilling to engage in petty disputes with such individuals. Being in the capital, these citizens held an unwavering faith in the Qin clan. Their evident animosity stemmed from the allegiance to the Qin clan, and Qianbei could not harm those loyal to it. Yet, as he attempted to turn and depart, they had no intention of allowing him passage, blocking his path entirely. Observing this, Qianbei's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light, leaving the spot before they could even attempt to obstruct him. The rebel Qianbei has arrived. Quick, pursue him. Their expressions changed, and they fervently shouted as they chased after his departing figure. Soon, their cries spread far and wide, inciting a frenzy among the populace. What? Qianbei has reappeared? This traitor, who once conspired with the Jixia Academy to disturb our great Qian, dares to return? He must be killed, he must. All the citizens of the capital who learned of this were filled with rage and hastened to pursue him. The city guards, alerted by the news, quickly assembled and rushed toward that direction. In no time, the entire capital of Qian was in an uproar. It resembled not a city but rather the stronghold of a sect, with all citizens acting as disciples of that sect. When one faction moved, the others supported it, creating a unified front. Halt! As Qianbei soared into the imperial city, He had barely approached the noon gate when a chilling voice rang out. 20 innate realm guards swiftly surrounded him. Old Cheng-Bei, do you still dare to return to the capital of Qian? Simultaneously, two captains of the Death Realm Guard squads charged toward Cheng-Bei, swords drawn and pointed directly at him. Stand aside. I demand an audience with Chun Xian. Cheng-Bei cast a cold glance and commanded in a stern voice. Presumptuous. You, the traitor, dare to invoke His Majesty's name? Seize him. One of the captain guards shouted angrily, and he, along with another Death Realm practitioner, lunged at Cheng-Bei. Cheng-Bei's eyes narrowed dangerously, and in an instant, he dashed forward, appearing before the two. Boom. With a single palm strike, an overwhelming force pierced through the air, sending the two Death Realm practitioners careening backward, blood spurting from their mouths, their bones likely shattered beyond count. Get down. Simultaneously, Cheng-Bei raised his hand, unleashing an immense gravitational force that caused the innate realm guards who had flown up to attack him to plummet to the ground like dumplings. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, these individuals were rendered immobile before they could comprehend how Cheng-Bei had executed his moves. Their faces were etched with shock. Everyone was aware of Ba Wang's prowess, having reached the peak of the Death Realm by the age of 16. Yet, how long had it been since he had left? How could his strength have become so unfathomable? Who dares to act so brazenly in my royal city? Just as Cheng-Bei suppressed these individuals, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, and countless formidable presences surged forth, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. No one unleashed their powers. Yet the heavens and the earth were filled with a plethora of strange phenomena. Cheng-Bei lifted his gaze and beheld the imperial city's 10 elite guards. A fully assembled force. The lowest among them possessed innate cultivation, numbering in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, there were over 1,000 masters in the Death Realm and more than 100 formidable beings in the Divine Power Realm. Within this formidable Imperial Guard, even foundational cultivators lacked the qualifications to be mere soldiers. Cheng-Bei, do you still dare to show yourself? Upon the appearance of this fully assembled guard, thousands of auras instantaneously locked onto Cheng-Bei, swiftly followed by an overwhelming intent to kill. Qian is my nation. This is my home. Why should I not appear? Cheng-Bei stared at these individuals, his tone indifferent. With a new emperor comes a new court. Qian has undergone a change in dynasty. Do you still believe you are the once mighty tyrant? A sudden voice echoed, and as Cheng-Bei looked up, he saw 11 more figures approaching from the sky. Among them were 10 masters of the Enlightenment Realm and one formidable being of the Unity Realm. With the arrival of these 11 individuals, the assembled Imperial Guard was finally complete. A leader of the Unity Realm commanded 10 generals of the Enlightenment Realm, overseeing hundreds of Divine Power Realm captains, directing thousands of Death Realm squad leaders, and coordinating tens of thousands of innate soldiers. Such a fully assembled Imperial army was more than capable of sweeping away any force beneath the Sacred Land. Currently, it was all directed at Cheng-Bei, a classic case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, this was not the end. Old Cheng-Bei, do you still dare to come to the capital of Qian? A furious roar resounded from behind, and the ground trembled as countless cultivators from the outer imperial city surged forth, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, filling the streets and alleys. Simultaneously, another fully assembled army flew in, comprising 30,000, with the lowest among them being foundational cultivators. This was one of the 4 capital city guard armies. Such a force was equally capable of sweeping away any faction beneath the Sacred Land. Now, with 2 armies encircling him and hundreds of thousands of cultivators and civilians participating in the siege, there was but one Divine Power Realm cultivator who could receive such treatment. Cheng-Bei, I am merely returning home. Is it truly necessary to mobilize such forces? Cheng-Bei's expression grew bitter. He had never anticipated that Qian would send so many to seek his life. To return home, it depends on whether you possess the strength. Capture him. A general of the Enlightenment Realm raised his hand to issue the command, and over 100 Divine Power Realm leaders surged towards Cheng-Bei. Chapter 85. Unrivaled Combat Power, Shocking All. Boom, boom, boom. Over 100 Divine Power Realm cultivators simultaneously unleashed their might, intertwining various celestial phenomena, transforming the sky for hundreds of miles into a hellish realm. Cheng-Bei, meet your end. A Divine Power Realm master charged ahead, his extraordinary powers turning the surrounding space into a fiery domain, enveloping Cheng-Bei within. 3 fire dragons coalesced, roaring forth to strike Cheng-Bei. I am merely returning home. Since you all seek death, I shall grant you your wish. Cheng-Bei's gaze grew increasingly frigid. As the 3 fire dragons approached him, a layer of gray radiance emanated from his body, enveloping a 3-foot radius around him. When the 3 fire dragons collided with the aura, it was as if snowflakes met with flames, causing no disturbance and simply melting away. With a low growl, Chun-Bei instantly appeared before the cultivator of the divine power realm, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Before the cultivator could react, his body shattered into countless fragments. You seek death. The fury of the dozens of divine power cultivators that followed was palpable, as various elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and thunder locked onto Chun-Bei, as if dragging him into the depths of hell. Yet, a radiant aura enveloped Chun-Bei, causing the might of these extraordinary phenomena to collapse on the spot. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, and wherever he passed, the divine power cultivators erupted like fireworks. At this moment, after more than half a month of life and death battles, Chun-Bei's combat prowess was far beyond what it had been upon leaving the academy. Previously, he could slay many peak Enlightenment realm experts. Now, dispatching these divine power cultivators was as simple as slaughtering chickens or dogs. In less than 3 breaths, he obliterated the nearby divine power experts and charged into another group of them. Chun-Bei, the divine power cultivators were taken aback, completely unprepared for his ferocity. As he approached, they instinctively recoiled. However, Chun-Bei had already struck, and there was no way they could escape. Die! He roared, and his aura expanded. The void within several miles turned instantly gray, followed by a surge of demonic flames that enveloped the area in darkness, where countless demonic lightning bolts wreaked havoc. As this violent phenomenon erupted, the manifestations of the divine power cultivators shattered without resistance. No, the numerous divine power experts wore expressions of terror, and before they could react, countless black lightning bolts pierced through their bodies. With a series of explosive sounds, these cultivators burst apart in the void. How could this be? The hundreds of thousands who witnessed this battle stood in stunned silence. No one anticipated that, despite being of the same divine power realm, Chun-Bei could slay over 100 of his peers in under 10 breaths. This speed was so astonishing that even the 10 commanders of the Imperial Guard were caught off guard. Bold traitor, you seek death. Watching their subordinates perish one by one, the 10 commanders of the Imperial Guard roared in fury and charged at Chun-Bei. In an instant, various Dao weapons flew forth, transformed into 10 chains that ensnared Chun-Bei. Unaware of your demise, Chun-Bei glanced up, rushing towards several of them. Midway, he unleashed a punch, shattering the 10 Dao chains with overwhelming annihilation power. How is this possible? The 10 Enlightenment realm experts, still summoning their Dao weapons, were taken aback. Chun-Bei's speed was too swift, and his power was so fierce that even they, as Enlightenment realm experts, found it hard to compare. Moreover, his strikes were executed with such ferocity and battle awareness that they had barely begun to wield their Dao weapons when he reached one of them. With a thunderous punch, the formidable annihilation force obliterated the body of the Enlightenment realm general, whose form exploded in a mist of blood. No. The remaining 9 Enlightenment realm experts were filled with shock and instinctively distanced themselves from Chun-Bei. They realized that he had somehow embarked on the path of physical cultivation, and his physique far surpassed theirs. Even though their cultivation levels were superior, they could never engage in close combat with Chun-Bei. That would be a path to certain demise. Did they think that by keeping their distance, they could avoid death? With a cold laugh, Chun-Bei raised his hand and struck, an astonishing palm imprint descending from the realm of annihilation. The oppressive aura of impending death enveloped the heads of the 9, prompting them to act instinctively, launching their Dao soldiers towards the colossal palm imprint. Yet, where the imprint passed, there was no visible Dao law, only a nebulous resonance of the Dao. As the 9 Dao soldiers collided with the palm imprint, an explosive sound echoed, the Dao patterns on their forms fracturing incessantly, leading to an explosion of countless Dao laws, shattering the 9 Dao soldiers into mere fragments. The palm imprint merely paused for a moment before descending again, as if to crush the 9 like insignificant ants. Chun-Bei, you are being outrageous. The commander of the Imperial Guard could no longer remain seated as he rushed beneath the palm imprint. Expanding his consciousness, he transformed the surrounding space into his domain. In an instant, the void seemed to solidify, and with a mere gesture, he immobilized Chun-Bei's annihilating palm imprint, rendering it unable to move. Thank you, my lord. The 9 enlightened beings sighed in relief and promptly expressed their gratitude. The commander, however, did not respond. Instead, his brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and cracks appeared in his domain. The annihilating palm imprint stirred, pressing down another inch. Charge! The commander bellowed, unleashing a violent surge of unified force that propelled the palm imprint back a full yard. Yet, that was all he could manage. With a cacophony of explosions, the Dao resonance within the palm imprint surged again, descending forcefully. The fierce power of annihilation collided with the unified domain, unable to advance even a fraction against the relentless force from the opposition. Likewise, the commander's unified power could not gain any advantage over the palm imprint. No. This is impossible. How can this be happening? The air was filled with gasps of disbelief. The imperial guards were stunned, the city guards stood in shock, and the commoners of the Qian kingdom were utterly bewildered. Throughout the battle, it had become evident to all that Chun Bei's cultivation was merely at the 6th level of the divine ability realm. Yet, he had already annihilated hundreds of opponents of the same level and effortlessly slain enlightened beings across realms. Now, he was fiercely contending against a unified realm expert without yielding an inch. Was this still human? What did cultivation even mean in his presence? Brother, do you see this? Is this truly little Zhou? At that moment, deep within the imperial city, atop the star-picking tower, Emperor Qin Xian was also observing the battle. Flanked by two of his brothers, Qin Zhan, the second prince, and Qin Shao, the fourth prince. Witnessing Chun Bei's invincible prowess, both Qin Zhan and Qin Shao were left in awe, realizing how laughable their own cultivation levels appeared in comparison to Qin Bei's. Once, he had been the most outstanding among them. Now, he was ferociously formidable, rendering them unworthy even to gaze upon him. Qin Xian remained silent, his eyelids twitching slightly, displaying a mix of pride and a deep sense of compassion. Chapter 86. A stalwart confrontation against two unified realm experts. Little Zhou, you have never disappointed your elder brother. If given the chance, the entire northern wilderness would become your legend. But why have you returned? Why do you not flee far away? With a soft sigh, Qin Xian trembled even with his hands. Your Majesty. Qin Zhan and Qin Shao turned to look, their hearts tightening involuntarily. They understood all too well that their elder brother was most pained by the prospect of fratricide. In the face of this scene, he suffered more than anyone else. Humph, I never expected this wretch to dare return, and with such unparalleled combat prowess. A cold voice rang out. Xianer, why do you remain in a stupor? Why not dispatch stronger forces to eliminate him? At that moment, the three brothers' expressions shifted as they simultaneously turned their gaze toward the forbidden area behind the imperial city. It was the seclusion of the ancestors of the Qin clan. Even the emperor of Deqian could not tread there without a compelling reason. Ancestor. Since he has already arrived, he is destined to remain. Why the urgency? Qin Xian clasped his hands respectfully. Humph, you are not soft-hearted again, are you? Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. Now that the great ancestors of Deqian have perished, our nation is gravely weakened. Without the emergence of new formidable powers, for the next 1,000 or even 10,000 years, we shall be at the mercy of others. And all this turmoil stems from this wretch, if you do not swiftly eliminate him to quell the chaos. Do you wish to see the Chun clan annihilated before you are satisfied? Another voice interjected, coldly admonishing. Qin Xian's heart quivered, his fists instinctively clenched. He was acutely aware that with the demise of the great ancestors, only 3 pinnacle experts of the Purple Mansion realm remained in the Qin clan. Qin Su. Along with these 2 ancestors, Ouyang Xiu and Tuoba Lei. Among the 3, apart from Qin Su, the other 2 were not of the Qin bloodline. They were merely former sons-in-law of the clan. The former great ancestors could not bring themselves to kill Qin Bei, but these 2 would not show him any mercy. In fact, should they not eliminate Qin Bei to restore order, they might even betray the entire Qin clan. After all, they were not true ancestors of the Qin clan, and would they willingly sacrifice themselves for it? This was precisely why, after the death of the great ancestors, Qin Xian immediately summoned Qin Su back. For now, only Qin Su could quell the 2. Understood, ancestor. Xianer shall kill Xiao Jiu and quell the chaos. Qin Xian slowly closed his eyes, striving to conceal the anguish within. Eliminate Xiao Jiu, quell the chaos. He then abruptly turned, his sleeves sweeping dramatically as he hastened toward the imperial city. Your Majesty. Qin Zhan and Qin Shao felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly followed. In the next moment, 10 Unity Realm experts soared into the air, all protectors of their emperor. Qin Xian. Meanwhile, the fierce battle outside the imperial city raged on. After a full quarter of an hour, the true essence within Qin Bei flowed. The vast handprint of annihilation solidifying without dispersing, managing to suppress the Unity Realm commander. The commander of the Imperial Guards wore a grim expression. Having lived for nearly 1,000 years, he never imagined that one day, with his Unity Realm cultivation, he would be subdued by an ant of the Divine Ability Realm to such an extent. He longed to strike down Qin Bei immediately. Yet now, under the immense pressure, he knew that the slightest misstep could result in being crushed into a mere pulp by that colossal handprint. This rendered him immobile, forcing him to endure in agony. Kaihe, what are you waiting for? Unable to contend with Qin Bei, the commander of the Imperial Guards bellowed. Ha ha ha, if you do not seek assistance, I would have thought you had an ace up your sleeve. A laughter echoed as the commander of the city guards stepped forward, his towering figure swiftly advancing behind Qin Bei. As a cultivator of the harmonization realm, he was enveloped in a golden radiance, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Qin Bei's back. Get lost. Bei roared, his other hand swinging fiercely. The elemental spirits of heaven and earth convulsed, causing his fist to swell to over 10 feet in size, colliding with Hei's punch. Boom! The violent shockwave emanated from the two combatants, sending all nearby cultivators flying in every direction. Some could not help but cough up blood on the spot. Meanwhile, many commoners in the body refinement realm collapsed in droves, spewing blood uncontrollably. What a formidable physique! Kai was taken aback, astonished that his opponent could suppress the commander of the Imperial Guards while simultaneously countering his assault. Moreover, this physique was astonishingly strong. Despite being merely at the level of spiritual prowess, he could withstand Kai's attack with sheer force. However, before Kai could fully recover from his shock, dozens of principles surged forth from Bei's fist, amplifying his already wild power several-fold. Boom! Kai's expression changed dramatically as he was instantly sent hurtling backward. Uffed! Even midair, he spewed several mouthfuls of fresh blood. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd below, all eyes fixed in disbelief on the scene. No one dared to believe that Bei, a sixth-tier cultivator of spiritual prowess, could defeat a harmonization realm powerhouse, causing him to cough up blood while battling two opponents. This spectacle felt surreal. The disparity in their strengths was so vast, yet Bei's achievement was utterly unprecedented. Ha ha ha, the ninth prince is indeed formidable. I am in awe. What a pity you have no opportunity to grow. Otherwise, it would be my lifelong honor to battle alongside you in the future. Now, I kindly ask you to meet your demise. Kai, unfazed, steadied himself, regulated his breath, and once more charged towards Bei with laughter. Boom! As he approached Bei, a surge of golden light erupted around him, transforming the surrounding void into a golden domain. Within this realm, Bei's body stiffened, his true essence's flow suppressed by more than half. Boom! Over there, the annihilation palm could not receive sufficient true essence replenishment and instantly dimmed. Seeing this, the commander of the Imperial Guards channeled his entire power, shattering the palm with a ferocious force. Rebel Bei, prepare to die? With a thunderous roar, the commander rushed towards Bei with great speed. Bei, unable to spare a moment's attention, found Kai already upon him. A colossal golden fist imbued with apocalyptic strength descending upon his back. As the golden fist descended, the very fabric of the void began to rupture. This punch was unrivaled, capable of obliterating everything. Law of heaven and earth, 100 refining emperor's fist. Bei bellowed, the essence of heaven and earth surging forth, enveloping him in a battle attire. His form swelled instantly to over 10 feet, transforming him into a giant that towered into the sky, ready to clash against Kai's golden fist. With a resounding thud, the void contorted as the fists of the two combatants collided, unleashing a cascade of spatial fissures that tore through everything in an instant. The shockwave radiated outward, sending those nearby tumbling hundreds of meters away, creating an expanse of emptiness in its wake. Even the grand towers of the imperial city trembled, nearly uprooted by the force of the blast, until a shimmering aura enveloped them, stabilizing the structure. What extraordinary power is this? Kai was once again filled with astonishment, realizing he had exerted all his might, yet failed to suppress Bei, leaving him in disbelief. At that moment, the commander of the Imperial Guard arrived before Bei. Under the influence of his domain, the temperature of the space plummeted, the earth began to freeze, and Bei was rapidly encased in ice. The sound of ice forming echoed incessantly as a thick layer began to envelop Bei from his feet upwards. The commander of the Imperial Guard stood beside him, brandishing a frost spear aimed directly at Bei's brow. Bei pivoted, delivering another ferocious punch that collided with the frost spear, sending shockwaves rippling through the air as the void erupted. A torrent of freezing ice surged toward Bei, yet his fists, infused with dozens of principles, relentlessly shattered the icy assault. Meanwhile, Kai flickered into action, unleashing a barrage of punches, the golden principles engulfing Bei in an instant. Bei summoned his powers to their zenith, his entire being radiating strength as he forcefully dispelled the chill emanating from the frost spear, sending the commander reeling backward over 100 feet. He then turned once more, delivering a flurry of punches in a relentless exchange with Kai's golden fists. However, after several hundred strikes, Bei sensed an unsettling shift. Each of Kai's punches followed in rapid succession, their force incrementally escalating. By the time the 500th punch landed, the strength of the blows had surged exponentially. With each collision, Bei felt his vitality surge uncontrollably. Upon reaching the 800th punch, the opponent's power had swelled to an astounding 20-fold increase. With every strike, Bei's fist trembled, his body cracking under the immense pressure, as if threatening to shatter entirely. In the moment of the 1000th punch, he could no longer contain himself. a torrent of fresh blood erupting from his mouth. His arms twisted grotesquely, his body bursting forth with over 100 wounds, blood gushing uncontrollably. Ninth Prince, there's but one final punch. Kai bellowed, channeling all his might into a singular blow, even his own domain contracting rapidly to converge upon it. At that moment, wherever his fist traversed, the void solidified before fracturing violently. The ferocity of his strike resembled a nuclear bomb on the brink of detonation. Chunbei's true essence surged, shattering the ice that had encased his feet. Simultaneously, the power in his fist erupted in a dazzling radiance. Dozens of principles coalesced into one final punch. Clashing once more with Kai, the earth trembled and shattered around them, as a massive chasm, dozens of feet deep and hundreds of feet wide, erupted from the ground, marking the culmination of their titanic confrontation. With a muffled groan, Chunbei felt the bones in his arm shatter instantaneously, his internal organs rupturing in succession, sending his body hurtling backwards. Even before he could touch the ground, the divine might of the heavens and earth erupted, revealing his true form. Thud! His body crashed heavily onto the ground, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The true essence within him extinguished, leaving him utterly feeble and devoid of any means to retaliate. Chunbei, you shall meet your end. At that moment, the commander of the Imperial Guard charged towards Chunbei, his spear aimed directly at his throat. Kai stood with clenched fists, gazing at the scene with a complex expression. Though he had emerged victorious from this battle, there was no joy in his heart. As a subject of the Great Qian, it pained him to personally bring down its formidable champion. This self-destructive conflict left him feeling powerless. With such formidable power emanating from the realm of divine abilities, the opponent was indeed a peerless prodigy of the ages. If allowed to mature, what brilliance would the Chun clan achieve in the future? Alas, all that splendor would be forever entombed in this day. As Chunbei prepared to perish beneath the spear of the Imperial Guard commander, he could not bear to witness this tragic demolition of a pillar. Ha ha ha, has it truly come to this? As he felt a chilling aura approaching, freezing the very air around him, Chunbei lay on the ground, emitting a bitter laugh. With a flicker of thought, he attempted to summon the sacred artifact to quell the chaos. Stop! At that moment, an extremely cold voice echoed through the air. As if under a spell, the commander's spear halted barely 3 inches from Chunbei's chest. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, where a group of figures descended from the skies. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! In an instant, a thunderous chorus filled the air, with everyone, including the commander, sheathing their spears and bowing deeply to the newcomers. With an expression devoid of emotion, Chun Xian soared to Chunbei's side, looking down upon his younger brother. Brother, I have returned. Upon seeing Chun Xian, Chunbei felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his nose tinged with bitterness and his eyes reddening. You traitor! Who is your brother? Chun Xian's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he coldly declared. You dared to invade hell when heaven offered you a path. You should have perished after your failed coup. How dare you show your face here? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? A tremor coursed through Chunbei's heart, and at that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the day he lost the fight for the throne. Back then, his elder brother's indifference was beyond belief, much like it was now. Yet, he knew deep down that his brother was not truly this way. It was difficult for him to fathom what kind of crisis had compelled his most benevolent brother to adopt such a facade. How much pain must he endure to wear such a mask? Ha ha ha. Dear brother, I have come to meet my demise. Why must you feign such coldness? Chunbei chuckled lightly. Upon returning, he had already resigned himself to the idea of sacrificing his life. If he could not quell the turmoil, he would willingly perish for the sake of the Qin clan, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope. However, in his final moments, he truly wished to see his brother without that frigid guise. What a delightful way to embrace death. Why do you wish to die so desperately? If you must, then do so far away. Here, take this sword and show me your demise. Chun Xian scoffed, casting a Dao sword towards Chunbei. Your Majesty! Chun Zhan and Chun Shao exclaimed in unison, unable to contain their alarm. At this moment, even they felt a chill in the presence of Chun Xian. Did he not fear frightening Xiaojiu? Why must you be so hasty, brother? Do you not wish for Xiaojiu to understand your reasons, even in death? Chunbei pressed, his lips pursed in concern. Tell me, do you truly not grasp why I must eliminate you? Since time immemorial, the struggle for imperial power has dictated that the victor reigns while the vanquished perish. Must I teach you this fundamental truth? Chun Xian retorted coldly. Like the ancestors of the Qin clan, even at this juncture, he was reluctant to reveal the truth to Chunbei. Their father had always favored Xiaojiu, who had taken immense pride in his identity as a member of the Dacian overlords. From a young age, he aspired to elevate Dacian to new heights, viewing the Qin clan as his true family, and held profound respect for this half-brother. If he were to suddenly learn that he was not truly of the Qin clan, that even his father was not his kin, but rather a forsaken child of the wild, how cruel would that revelation be? Perhaps it would inflict more anguish than brotherly conflict or the act of taking his own life. Brother, when you communicated with our ancestor, I was by their side. The ancestor revealed everything to me. Do you still wish to conceal the truth at this moment? Chen Bei shook his head, forcing himself upright, and fixed his gaze upon Chen Xian. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the three brothers, Chen Xian, Chen Zhan, and Chen Xiao, widened in shock, their hearts tightening with unease.